Yeah, yeah. Somos leyenda. Check out. Ok, ja. Dime Ronaldinho. Siendo una leyenda lo sabía desde niño. Fácil en cariño. Comiendo el almuerzo me faltaba el aliño. Porque no frontea, mini. Si tú tienes porte te lo juro no eres fea. Flow duro como un Lamborghini. Solo a las cosas como quiere y donde sea. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas. Stop. Yo no la vivo para que opinen sobre mi estilo, como me defines. Tú no eres Dios para que me ilumines. Pa' que no hables a ver si es que tú mejor te afines. Bla, 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 bla. Puro chisme habla y no para. Se lo digo en la cara. No te compares. Falta de humildad. Y tú hablas de mucho cómo se hace y no sabes ni la mitad. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas. Ahora te digo algo, ¿ok? Ya, escucha. Gente, yo soy fan de todo menos de gente con maldad. Ahora ser diferente es un delito en este lugar. Todos somos leyenda, pero por algo hay que empezar. Soy leyenda en Pekín, también en Hong Kong, en cualquier lugar.
¿Quién es José? ¿Quién eres tú para decir lo que es? Juego como Messi, estilo Higuita. Este partido ya nadie nos quita. Vamos a la disco, y matamos la pista, yeah. Aquí toda mi gente, sí. Somos pura leyenda, sí.
Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas.
Myself on the map, you long with the wind, but we couple nights at the flat. To be real, couldn't see me making moves while I'm at. I'm still on the grind, limit time when I chat. I'm burning down sage, keep the demons away. When I write it, give a piece of myself to the page. I don't do it for the praise, love, that's just how I'm made.
See the truth in the glass in the mirror. Do it at me, old man, tryna pass in the fear. You're the first one to talk, but the last one to hear. Eyes blurry, but I couldn't see the ass, and he cleared down. Start to feel like I'm on one. Settle in, I'll be here for the long run. I'm a slave for the cash, got snakes in the grass, no brakes on the ad, but it's all fun. We done seen it all, heard it all. Heard enough, give me space before I murder y'all. 10 bad bitches here, I'ma curve them all. 12 missed calls, and I still made a curtain call. Here to light it up, lighten up. Hear him talking, they ain't right enough, tighten up. Everything that I came for, I left with. I don't bang sets, I just bang on the set list. Going past supper when I came for the breakfast. Put me in your prayers, I might put you on the guest list. Young niggas in me reckless. Gold in my soul, got the same on my necklace, bitch.
Look at the time we've had. The future's in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We bring your passion back. We put our names in lights. It's coming home tonight, home tonight. 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 Home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. We save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. We put our names in lights. It's coming home tonight, home tonight. 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 He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. We put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. We save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. We put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home
in your face, killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. The pressure, the rush is all too much, and it's killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home.
take my eye off you. Can't take my eye off you. Dim guy, don't got nothing on you. Don't got nothing on you. My heart is ready for something I haven't had in a long time. True love crime, I hope you know that it may hurt for a while. Let's slow down, slow it down. I can see behind that broken smile. You're nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread. You're nice, sweet, smooth, like cocoa bread, cocoa bread.
The final day at HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island, powered by Shopify. Welcome here on a Sunday in Krefeld, Germany, with the most awesome StarCraft event, hopefully, I don't know. I shouldn't say it myself. Probably it sounds weird, but I mean, I'm just hyped for the last day. To be honest, that's why I'm just having a really, really good mood. I hope you as well. We had great games yesterday. Yeah, are you ready? Are you ready? Yes, that sounds great. That sounds great. I hope you are ready as well at home. From wherever are you watching right now, there will be a long day with great StarCraft 2 matches. And before we're gonna give it to the casters and start the matches, I just wanted to say hello to a few people here, because there's already a lot of people. After a great night we had after the games yesterday, we had a small, I would say, after show party with some music, some dancing, a lot of screaming. And I don't know. I have to see who was here yesterday night. I see this guy, this gentleman. Hey man, how's it going? How was yesterday for you? Did you? I mean, you survived. First of all, congrats. But how? I mean, overall, how was it for you?
It was great. Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing. Every game, and the after party as well. We really rocked it out.
We absolutely did. You still look a little tired. If you need a coffee, let me know. That's on me, okay? That's on me. All right. There's already a lot of people here. We didn't even start with the first game. Hey guys, how was it for you? You have been here yesterday, right? How was the day yesterday for you?
I don't remember much of it.
Excuse me? This is a professional show. No, I'm not just kidding. Okay, how's it going? How was yesterday? Tell me again, please.
It was great. The games were great.
Wow, you're really professional now.
I know. You told me to behave, so I behaved. No. No, it was good. It was a good time.
Guys, how's it for you? First time, right?
I'm first time and it was awesome. Every day is awesome and thank you very much for follow up that.
Yeah. Great games, a lot of upsets. All one can hope for.
Guys, it's awesome to have all of you guys here. Everyone. Also you guys at home watching here right now. Last day. I mean, it's already the last day of the HomeStory Cup. It feels a little unreal to me. You know that feeling that you already miss it even though it's still live? It's still live. Is it okay if I sit down? Hey, Sammy, our camera guy. Oh, you know what? You know what I love? Hey guys, hey. Hi, you ready? Okay. Already people playing. We just opened doors here at HomeStory Cup. And what I love so much about the people, because I'm a grinder myself. If I start playing games, then it's really hard for me to stop. And I have seen a lot of people being like this here as well. Yesterday night, I think we had been open until 5 a.m. And until the very last second, there were still people playing games here. While we had loud music, a lot of people screaming, having a good time, everything. At these wonderful setups from two of our partners, which is Lead Desk, as you can see. Give them some love here. It's a TaKeTv Lead Desk table, adjustable table, which is awesome. And as you know, our longtime partner from the past, XMG, back in the house here at TaKeTv, providing the devices, the laptops here for all of us, and also desktop PCs. And as you can see, this is also, by the way, one of my absolute favorites here, which is the monitor, 360 hertz. If you play competitive, also in shooter, it's awesome to have one of these, I tell you. I mean, I'm still bad in shooter. I think that never changes, but give it a try. Whenever you think of something new and you want to spread the word, give these partners, please, some love. I hope you're going to enjoy the HomeStory Cup 21. The last day, Lost Island, powered by Shopify. We have a little something for you from yesterday. Check it out. It's day number 3 at the HomeStory Cup 21. Lost Island, Shopify is our big partner.
Insomnia keeps me up at night. I sleep on the wrong side from what I've seen. You're quite the wandering kind. How long have you known that my eyes on you? Seen you in these clothes, darling, break down the wall. On a night like tonight, I wanna see neither side of your soul. Tonight, tonight, I wanna see you come alive. I promise I won't be frightened by the sight of your soul.
Here at HomeStory Cup, with so many players, so many people in this venue, it feels like a big family. It's amazing.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final day of HomeStory Cup 21. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Wardy and Rotterdam. It's time for a good game or a good day of StarCraft 2, guys. How are you doing?
Ready for some StarCraft, man.
Sorry?
I'm ready for some StarCraft.
Oh, you're ready for some StarCraft?
Yeah, my headphones are all over the place.
Yes. They were awesome just a couple seconds ago, and now I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I feel like you're like echoey, I'm echoey.
For the first time, I actually think the people in this building can hear us too, so that's pretty cool.
Oh, is that
that's the problem.
Now when we can do player introductions, they actually know when we do it.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to be some
They
hype.
don't just see the Mapu camera spins.
Exactly.
I hear myself echoing,
Now we're
which
gonna
is
have
very
to
confusing.
Now we're gonna have to do really good intros, guys. Up the game a little bit.
I love it as well that we basically go for ourselves. From every now and then we are very loud or ultra quiet. And the loud part is a bit weird, throws you off a little, but we can manage. But especially when you're very quiet and you sit there for a solid hour and a half, best of 5, you step away, you're like, can't speak anymore. How loud was I? Well, apparently very loud.
Normally you can adjust it as well, right? Right over here in front of you, but anyways.
Well, we're doing good. Loco, how are you doing? 6 players left, final day, HomeStory Cup 21.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. Yesterday was a pretty long day. We got some amazing games of StarCraft 2. I think today we're doing, 6 series in total, because the first 2 games, I believe, are going to be played simultaneously. Just because yesterday did go on for a little bit longer than the schedule was
more than
supposed
that,
to.
though.
We had like a couple of technical difficulties too.
It would still be quite a bit more, no? Or am I crazy?
No,
Let's
it's
say you
1,
have
2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No, it's 6. We do bottom bracket at the same time too.
Yeah. So a couple of the games are gonna be played at the same time, of course. Mr. Mapu is going to be keeping track of everything, so we'll do our best to still cover as many of the games as we can. But I believe we're starting off today with Clem versus Lambo.
The main
upper
focus.
semifinals.
But obviously we're going to show some love to Neeb and Astrea as well, because it's so damn sick that they are in the upper bracket semifinals too. But you're right, Clem Lambo is going to be our main focus, and boys are very ready, I believe. We're going to take a look at the upper bracket. Obviously, I think everything kind of speaks for itself. The winners will play against each other in the upper bracket final. The losers of this match, the loser of Neeb Astrea goes up against Serral, a lower bracket Jonah. A real force to be reckoned with.
That sucks. And dropping down, facing off against Serral. Not what you want to do, but...
The loser of Clem Lambo obviously is going to go up against Zoun. Then we have it as well. Wow, that's already filled in. Production. On the money once more, these guys.
Absolutely beautiful. Man, Zoun's our last Korean player as well, right? Which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, would not have called that in the beginning of the tournament.
We have 3 Prodosses as well in the top 6. Pretty sick.
It's booked.
Would not have called that.
No. I mean, there were 18, I think, to get started with, but...
Yeah, but that's often the case.
Still a chance for a ZVZ finals there, guys.
Yes.
Technically possible.
But that would actually be pretty damn hype. I mean,
Yeah,
the
that
last
would be-
time that Lambo and Serral played in the grand finals
That's
of the
really
tournament
sick.
against each other, that was one hell of a series. I remember watching that in my car, eating some kibbeling, fried codfish. And we're like trying to type in what is chat because it was really high, but my hands were very greasy. I was like, is this worth like ruining my phone? I was like, yeah, because these guys are sick. I'm like, let's go. It was 4-3, right?
Yeah,
Went off.
4-3.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Lambo
Lambo was
barely
leading
not,
as well.
not winning, right?
Serral got the win, but it was like really, really close. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
They were great games too, just super back and forth.
And for the last tryouts out there, it was a pretty big tournament, online StarCraft 2 event over in China. 10K first place or something along those lines. It was a big deal. So if we would somehow get that grand finals, Lambo versus Verona.
We're already starting up with the sellout, guys. That was quick. Sup with Twitch Prime is what it says. The second upper finals, though, or the semi-finals rather, is going to be Neeb versus Astrea, that all-American one, which is also really cool. Always good to see the American guys doing well in StarCraft tournaments. And you know what? They're looking very strong. They may very well make it to the finals.
I love the fact that Neeb Astrea is an upper bracket semi-final. And it's a matchup that very often delivers because they are both incredibly good, but they have a very different style, I'd say, where Neeb is often about like making sure that we're more solid, keep it somewhat slower pace, and then Astrea is like, no, craziness, let's go. Less tech, more fighting, and it's really cool to see how Neeb often finds a perfect balance between those playstyles. And most of the time, I'd say, comes out on top. But I don't think anybody would be like, wow, Astrea beats Neeb, because it has happened before.
Yeah, no, it happens a few times every now and then. Neeb has been great lately, but so is Astrea. It's just going to be excellent, because I feel like either of those guys in the upper bracket final have a good chance, right? Like, these guys can actually go all the way. Like, they've been playing great.
Do we have one of these days where all 6 players would theoretically win the tournament, Wadi?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, yeah, who's really the favorite? So we have Clem, Lambo, Neeb, Astrea, Serral, Zoun. Like, the obvious answer here is to say Serral, but he's looked, mortal, right? Over the last couple of days, at least in this tournament. He's definitely dropped a couple of games here and there, a series or 2 as well. I honestly kind of favor Clem here. Clem's looking really strong.
This Mapo as well?
Yeah.
TVZ?
I heard it's pretty good.
I heard it's pretty good.
It would be sick if Clem ends up winning this.
Yes, because then he finally wins offline as well. So and obviously, Clem technically is like the reigning defending champion, even though it was different. But the Stay at HomeStory Cups, they were a pretty big deal. That's obviously where we all started, this ride to the Lost Island that we're currently at. And that was a great final back then too. And you and I covered it over here in Krefeld, Deutschland. So it would be really cool to see Clem go back-to-back, but actually winning an online one and then winning an offline one. Serral will obviously just look at himself as still the reigning champ because he did win in the tropical islands back then.
He just walked past us, just smiled. He's like, yes, that's true. Hit the nail on the head there, Roddy.
And he's like, number 19 and 18 too. I was like, we know, Jana. We know.
Alrighty, we'll be hopping into the very first series of the day as soon as it's ready.
Yeah, I think we have some hero shots. I think that's what they are perhaps waiting for. So I believe we've got a 1-minute little cool video for you guys with a couple of shots of the 6 players that are still in this tournament. And after that, let's just go ahead and get the final day of non-stop StarCraft action starting.
All of our players looking absolutely beautiful there in the beautiful world of Krefeld Zoo. And we are getting ever closer to actually starting up some StarCraft games. Clem Lambo is one that Lambo I feel like has struggled with, right? And when it comes to ZVT, Roddy, it's just Clem is that freaking good in this matchup sometimes.
Yep, if he's on the money. Clem does have his off days where every now and then you look at it and you're like, that's not the level that I expected. But Clem still does play the occasional best of 3 or best of 5 where he actually feels untouchable. It's like some sort of a weird magnet between his Marines and Banelings. They just can't get close. All of them pop before they get in range. If that Clem shows up, I think even Lambo would agree that he's in all sorts of trouble. And Lambo already said it yesterday when he was here as well. He's like, man, I was really rooting for Showtime. He's like, I was really... And he's like, I'm kind of tilted actually because I really thought Showtime had it. And I also kind of agree with that because Showtime could have won the first 4 games against Clem. I believe the second backup plan for Lambo was to get Clem really drunk yesterday. I don't believe that really worked out either. Nope.
No, does not look like it.
That man looks fresh. I think the only struggle for Clem is like, 2 p.m. This is when I normally roll out of bed, but I think he's sort of adjusted by now.
For 2 p.m., you got to go to bed before 8. It's crazy. He's having a hard time, but he made it.
I mean, Clem's sleep pattern is really something special, but... Yeah, I do think he's been doing some adjusting. He did on the first day I was talking to him. He's like...
He fought the jet lag despite the same time zone.
Well, you know what? He keeps complaining that he has the first match of the day, but it helps him, right? Gets him on schedule. So,
yeah, true.
Hopefully He's feeling good. I didn't see him here late last night, so.
Oh, I think he kind of left at like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
To be honest, I haven't seen Clem at all in the last 3 days. I don't know where that young man has been, but he hasn't been with the rest of the crew.
Yeah, hiding away. Maybe he found a cool part of the Lost Island he's not telling everyone about.
I mean, Clem has had a really good showing so far at the HomeStory Cup, but it's also not been the invincible Clem that we saw in a couple of the seasons of the DreamHack Masters, right? He shows us moments of brilliances, and obviously he wins a lot of the series quite convincingly, and we almost take it for granted that he can just dismantle the Korean Protoss in an 8-minute game, but we know that he's capable of that. But I've also seen a few moments where I'm like, Clem, yes, good. But is this Clem on his A game? I'm not totally sure yet. Like, in a weird way, I kind of do believe that maybe some of the experience could come in handy. Lambo also did not party, by the way, guys.
Yeah. No. That's the second shot we get of Lambo. Just yawning.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he was just kind of thinking, daydreaming of potentially winning a HomeStory Cup. I think for Lambo, this would obviously mean so much, right? Like, he would absolutely love it. Yeah, the Hydra trophy goes without saying. But no, Lambo has been very responsible. Has been taking it very serious. Sure, it hurt him to leave so early yesterday, but man is a professional.
I think especially in a couple of the games yesterday, Clem versus Showtime. Yeah, it really did look like Showtime had his number.
Yep.
And at least I would say 4 out of the 5 games, Showtime was ahead at certain points during that series, and sadly for him, he didn't have enough there. Clem was a little bit stronger in the later stages of the game, but yeah, Clem definitely looking like he's beatable, right?
Yeah,
it's not like he's completely
He looks
on point.
mortal. He looks human.
Exactly. It's kind of like Serral right now.
Yep. And I don't know if you agree with that as well, Waddy, but like if you compare Clem to that moment where he was winning the back-to-back DreamHacks online, like as good as he is right now, and like it's crazy that we're like almost criticizing him, upper bracket semifinals, 6-1 in the group, clearly all fantastic stuff. But I actually felt that Clem was even stronger perhaps a year ago than he currently is.
He just had that. He was untouchable, right? And especially in TVZ, right?
So fast. Like he was so damn fast.
Everywhere. He would never make a mistake. The game was always under his control. And we talk a lot about late game now, but he didn't have to go to late game. No. Because he could just keep it mid game as long as he wanted to.
It was so clean. Like every game felt so clean. And he's clearly very good. This is one of the best offline runs that Clem has ever had. But haven't seen that Clem show up yet, and that does give me some hope for Lambo. Because if we do see that Clem, even Lambo will be like, yeah, let's just get it over with. I'll focus on the lower bracket run, and we'll take it from there. But yeah, we'll see. I'm excited for it. I do think it's cool to see the experience of Lambo. He's been around for so long. Against Clem in one of his biggest offline series ever, because he really didn't have too many yet, where he actually had a proper run in an offline event.
Yeah, no, it really is time for Clem to have that one big run. I'm sick of answering Twitch chat about, is Clem for real? But
there he is.
So we have a very excited German that really wanted to join the cast as well.
Yeah, I'm going to
kick it
swap
out, Wardy. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I'm going to swap out and come back later.
Okay.
I'll let you guys do a 3-way here.
All right.
All right, Wardy. Thank you very much for helping us opening the show. So before the show started, one of the producers came to us and he said,
Hello?
Gabe really wants to cast the first series of the day, but he's going to be 15 minutes late. And I'm like, I saw Gabe at 5 a.m. I was like, he's not going to be 15 minutes late.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Gabe is going to be 3 hours late, but I'm impressed, Gabe.
You sleep at home?
Yeah, I went back to Cologne, and here I am, yeah.
And you're looking good, to be honest.
I was going to say, you look pretty fresh right now, huh?
Why wouldn't I look fresh?
But you were still here at 5?
Yes.
I was here until, I think, like 5:30, something like that.
Wow. All right.
Gabe closed the bar.
Yeah.
At one point,
I was the last one walking out.
At the first tram back or the first
No,
train
because
back?
we grabbed something to eat, and then I had to grab my bag. Yeah.
You slept like 3 hours coming back here?
No. We just grabbed something to eat, like 30 minutes. But that was bad timing, because that was right when they closed, so I had to come back, grab my stuff, and then we took the taxi back home. Yeah.
Taxi to Cologne, sleeps for 4 hours, comes back ready to cast the TVZ. You really are a machine, Gabe.
I mean, if Clem wins this, then there's going to be a whole lot of PvPs and PvZs for a while. So I'm not going to join for them.
Think he's got a good chance here against Lambo?
Yeah, I think he's looking pretty good. I mean, especially against Lambo, Clem is doing pretty well.
All right. What do you think is the key to success for Lambo? Do you believe there is something that he can do to potentially throw Clem off a little bit?
I actually don't know. It's hard to say. Because he's very reliant on timing-based play. And I feel like it's more about the Terran messing it up. And if Clem is somebody that mechanically isn't messing up, so it's hard to catch him with the timing. Yeah, that's basically it.
All right, I did have a couple of updates of our production crew. There was a minor issue, so we're not just sitting here stalling some time, even though it kind of worked out, because now we've got Gabe with us from the very get-go. But I do believe they are hosting the lobby, and I think within 60 seconds we are literally good to go to officially kick off the final day of the stay-at-home, well, not stay-at-home, sorry, the HomeStory Cup 21.
Sorry, man. I started this a couple of days ago. I ruined it.
Are you tired or
Everyone's
what?
saying stay-at-home story cup instead of home story cup.
I'm pretty good, Gabe. I'm pretty good. I'm surprised that you are as fresh as you are. Because you were kind of the life of the party last night.
I feel like we've seen that many times before, though. There have been many instances where Gabe has had a couple of drinks, and then, you know, the next day, even if it's only like 4 hours later, you feel fresh.
I gotta say, that beer pong segment yesterday, Gabe.
That was funny. Yeah.
That was quality content. I've never seen you happier than when Kalazur hit that third shot. That was the pure joy. The purest joy of face ever.
It was a very good beer pong teammate. We need to play again today. Yeah.
Okay.
But I heard it sold out today as well, so.
It's a hot day today in Krefeld too, right? Have you guys noticed that outside?
Yes.
It's pretty hot.
There's going to be a lot of people here today again, so I don't think there's any space.
I was actually thinking, I was like, is today a jeans day? Then I looked outside and I was like, no.
No,
Absolutely
no,
not.
definitely not.
Shorts once more. All right. But you know, by the way, you were already talking about PvPs. We are going to have a little bit of the PvPs at the same time, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. As long as the main game is the TVZ.
The main focus will be the TVZ series.
I mean, when you're casting, it has to be a PvP as well, right?
I just got an update that the main game is starting, so let's not wait any longer. And let's go ahead and take a look at some good old TVZ to kick off the absolute final day of the HomeStory Cup 21 Lost Island Edition, powered by Shopify. So I'm joined by Loco and the biggest of Gabriels, Fresh, wearing a hoodie though. Are we gonna wear the hoodie all day, Gabe?
No, I'm gonna take it just for this series. Yeah.
This is gonna get pretty hot in here.
Yeah.
Take it away, Gabe. It's all you.
No, I'm not gonna do player introductions. You know that.
Alrighty, guys, here we go. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series is on Inside and Out, and spawning here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. The first game of the day from Germany. We have a Lambo.
See? For the first time in 4 days, they actually hear us.
Yeah, they can hear us now.
In the top right side of the inside and outside, we're looking at the main base of the French Terran player representing Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem.
All right. Cool. The friendly Germans also cheering for France. That's good.
It's all the Terran players, mate. We all know that Terran players are ultra loyal to their race.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most popular race for a reason.
Mapu's also
these guys
excited.
are just handsome, you know, they're smart, they're good looking.
Are you saying all the Terran players are? Or are you specifically talking about Clem?
No, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Explain Ben then.
Oh, he plays StarCraft, what?
He makes
When did he play StarCraft the last time?
Hey, I saw him play TVT on Curious Minds not too long ago. One game. He's like, still got it, baby. Back to elephant.
You got it.
All right, talk to me about the TVZs on the inside and out. I know that you're obviously a ladder machine, Gabe, so you haven't played a crazy amount of games yet on these maps compared to some of the other pros. But what can you tell us so far about TVZ on this map?
It's hard to say. I think this is probably one of the more, let's say, comfortable maps for Terran. I feel like on this map you can always get into a decent position. Because it's a rather small map, but more importantly, this map doesn't have a lot of bases. So you can always come back with like sitting back, which usually is the tone in TVZ. But yeah, because it's like a smaller map, it's kind of like Oxide. Oxide was always quite good for Terran as well. Because you can be aggressive, you can push like the 4th base pretty nicely, or even the 3rd base, depending on where the Zerg takes it. And for that reason, you have 2 choices. You can either go for timing base, you can go for more like Woodermine heavy play, so like greedy into like aggression, or you can just do the Maru thing where you're like sitting back. Like anything is possible on this map, and it's hard for the Zerg to punish it.
Let that sink in, Loco.
Yeah, no, I wonder what Clem is going to do in this series. In a lot of the games recently, the Terrans have been happily making ghosts in the late game, right? They've been trying to make as many ghosts as they can and play a little bit more of a passive game. But generally speaking, Clem likes to be quite a bit more active. A lot of double dropping, a lot of triple dropping, but that's also what Lambo is really good against, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like the reason why Clem actually does pretty well against Lambo is because he doesn't let him get into comfortable position. Like he's gonna be aggressive very soon, like early on, and then he sets the tone for the game, and then it's gonna be hard for Lambo to do anything against that, I think.
I think this opening is already a little bit surprising here in game 1. Widowmine on the way, Gabe.
I mean, it's not very common to do it this way. I mean, Mara has been doing it. It's an alright opening. It's kind of the meta at the moment, because you know, like if you build 8 Hellions, then there's gonna be queens, and those queens are pretty good against those Hellions. So
I think Clem has been going like triple CC Benchy pretty much every single game, right? So maybe mixing it up a little bit. I think he said a few times that is by far his favorite build.
Could also be a bit like Gabe said, that Clem just likes to be very aggressive against Lambo in particular, to make sure that Lambo does not find his comfort zone. Lambo has not really shown us any signs yet of what he really wants to do, but I don't see a lair on the way. I wonder if he's going to fire that one up anytime soon, because if you go for the double Evo before you fire up the lair against Clem, that means you're going to have slow banelings for a very long time. That could be very hard to stabilize at that point. We'll talk about that soon. Let's see how Lambo deals with the initial aggression, couple of Marines and a Widowmine. So far, perfect defense by Lambo.
I mean, he should never be able to get anything done there, so that's fine. But now he can use that medevac to deny the creep a little bit. It's a very efficient way to deny the creep. It's better than, let's say, Viking or Liberator or whatever, and then 8 Hellions or something like that, because the queens are going to have a harder time against this drop. The only downside to it is that he had to open up very 2-base heavy, and the economy is going to not look so good.
First little slip-up of the day, double Baneling Nest going down for Lambo. That's actually kind of confusing, because they're relatively close to each other as well. And that is definitely...
Actually, it's a pretty big mistake, because you don't have that much gas as a Zerg at this point in the game, so the 50 gas. He needs that for either, in this case, not like for Overseer, but he needs that for Baneling speed and also 1-1 eventually.
I think this is like the ultimate sign that these guys are human, right? Because Lambo is well rested, he's been practicing for a couple of hours, the man plays thousands of StarCraft 2 games in a row. And now, first game of the day, 6 minutes in, not a whole lot has happened yet. Second Baneling Nest fires up Baneling speed and does cancel the second Baneling Nest.
I was looking at the upgrade when it started, and I was like, he's going to cancel it now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If he would have finished it, that would have been mentally probably the most frustrating part, right? Losing the 50 gas obviously really sucks, and it slows everything down a little bit, but yeah, mentally you're like, oh my god, really? Did I just make a second Baneling Nest? The casters definitely are talking about it too.
Yeah, I mean, look at the gas right now. He just started 1-1, so like it was pretty tight. So it would have been like, in this case, 40 gas later.
7 Overlords on the way at once as Lambo was supply blocked for a split moment. Did fire up obviously a lot of expensive things, +1 melee, +1 carapace and Baneling speed, but 7 Overlords at once still feels like a little much. Hydra list then is going to go down, so might see some good old Ling Bane Hydra at first. Maybe way down the line we'll see Lurkus. But Lambo actually likes to be pretty YOLO with just the Hydras, Lings and Banes. I've seen him do it against you as well a couple of times lately, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean in TVZ right now it's pretty hard for the Terran to attack. It's it's a sit-back meta, and I think Clem is actually going to try and do the same, unless he's going to find the damage that he wants. But on this map specifically, he's choosing to go tanks, and he played very standard. Now he's adding the Widowmine upgrade, so maybe eventually he's going to add some mines. But he should not be able to get much done in this game, so it should be one of those games where he's going to sit back for a little bit.
I do want to say 8 minutes into game 1 of this best of 5. I think this is exactly what Lambo was hoping for though, right? Like just make it up to 80 drones, don't actually fall apart. So far everything is looking quite alright. We saved that queen too. You know, you don't want to have a first game that turns into a disaster where the first 16 Marines already run away with it. All of this is very playable. Now it truly just comes down to execution. We know that the execution of Clem is going to be very good. I definitely don't want to say that Lambo's winning, but Lambo did find his comfort zone. He's stabilizing on all these bases. The creep is getting out there. You got to be pretty happy with this if you're Lambo.
Yeah, I mean,
covered a lot of the map in creep already as well, right? So Clem is desperately trying to deny that, but overall this is going quite well for Lambo.
Yeah, that's exactly how it should go in TVZ. Like if the Zerg plays a flawless game, and I mean the Terran didn't make any mistakes either. Like both of them just played a standard game. The Zerg should always be able to get in this kind of comfortable position, and in fact, like it's a very comfortable position. He's up in supply, the upgrades are somewhat even, and he's like nearly at 100 drones already.
He's booming, Gabe. He's absolutely booming economically. 93 drones on the side of Lambo. Final overlords have been fired up, so at this point he can just go pedal to the metal. Okay, that's a bit much.
11 might be a bit much.
Yeah, we're pushing it there a little bit, Lambo, but it's all good. Maybe still a few of these nerves kicking in. Like, has Clem killed a single drone yet in this game? No. That's actually quite unique, right? If you're Lambo, 9 minutes into game 1, you haven't lost a single drone to the man who loves killing drones, perhaps more than anyone else on this planet. You gotta be feeling really happy with that.
This is going to be important here.
Lambo obviously should try to get a little flank going. Get a couple of links coming in from the top left side as we are getting closer and closer to maxing out. But like, Clem is nowhere near a hatchery, so there's really no need for Lambo to take a bad fight here. Just wait, get a couple of extra units going, sets up a little bit of a flank on the right side. Do we have a few units coming in from the left as well? Doesn't seem to be the case. He just goes for it. I think it's kind of questionable by Lambo. Like, why are we taking this fight off creep so far away from all of our hatcheries?
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to do that. Like, you have to flank there, and this is actually a very important moment because if he wins that fight, he's gonna have control of the game, and after that, Clem has no other choice than to sit back. So the best choice would have been this, like a run by, or he should have had like a flank later on, or just wait until Clem is like at a hatchery.
Yeah, this can still do a little bit of damage though. Well, he's gonna at the very least keep all of those SCVs alive. That was definitely a questionable fight because there was no reason to fight in that location in the first place anyways, right? There's nothing there.
Nope, and we're still doing it a little bit, and a couple of tanks, just like 12 links coming in from the top left would have been absolutely amazing for Lambo, and Lambo also still had a lot of units in production or on the way. That was actually not a maxed out Zerg. Lambo just got a little bit ahead of himself, does fire up the hive, and perhaps still has a chance because the army of Clem is still somewhat far away. But if we have to take a look at the units lost resource tab, I think Lambo probably lost 3-4k more already than Clem. That's how disastrous that first fight of the game truly was.
All right, definitely not GG yet though. Lambo making some, questionable decisions, but very playable situation for him. The economy is still looking good. Is he going to be able to... Oh, wow. Accidentally right-clicking right there, I guess, on the command center itself.
Yep.
That was rough, yeah.
Could have been way more SCVs going down instead, but this might be a bit slightly better fight as the Banelings trying to connect with a couple of the Marines on creep. But in the end, the tank line is so deep, it goes all the way back, way off creep. And it really does feel that Lambo's just making a couple of beauty arrows here in game 1. Took an unnecessary fight. The second Baneling nest obviously kind of showed us that perhaps he was feeling it. And there, Banelings just crashing into an orbital is obviously not something that's supposed to happen. We do have a few Vipers on the way, and then maybe if we land a sick Blinding Cloud or we get a couple of abducts going, there is still hope. But at this point, the Terran units are getting very close to a hatchery. And this is not a base you want to give up, because if you give up this base, Clem has high ground into your natural.
Yeah, the siege tanks are slowly moving forward though. The creep is being pushed back. Clem really is trying to create a chokehold right here on this base. There needs to be a flank of some sort, right? Like he needs a... I don't know, it almost looks like he's missing like 50 Zerglings here.
Well, he's floating quite a bit of money, but he's just not quite able to spend it at this point. Clem is having an absolutely lovely game. This is the kind of stuff that we were talking about before, where Clem sometimes does look untouchable in this matchup, but it kind of feels that Lambo handed it to him a little bit, because there really was once more no need to take that first big fight in the center of the map. Lambo is going to absolutely send it one more time, but Clem knows what he needs to do. He's running away. Blinding Clouds do go down on the tanks. That's kind of cool. But I still think that Clem in the end is more than fine, because look at these Marines. Every single Baneling just pops way before it even connects with any bio unit.
+3 attack is going to finish up as well for Clem here over the next couple of seconds. That's going to make this even harder for Lambo. Like you said, if he gets this base, he's going to get that high ground.
Nice target fire on a couple of the last few Banelings. All that's left is a few Hydras, and they do not stand a chance against this many Marines and Marauders unless the Banelings can find the connections they are looking for. Yeah. Decent.
The supply is still somewhat even. He's holding on. Like, the economy has not been touched yet, so if he can push this back, I mean, it's still okay.
Yeah, if he actually pushes it back, and maybe in the end those Bane connections were good enough. Like, Lambo does have a slightly bigger army, but Lambo had that bank, right? So if Lambo is able to spend all of his money, yeah, then he's still in it. But it does suck when all of the creep has disappeared and tanks are sieging up at the edge of creep on top of the hatchery.
All right, another Blinding Cloud though is going to shut down this Terran army for a little bit longer. Lambo really adding on more Hydras than you normally do at this point in the game just because he doesn't have Larva.
Zero Banelings pretty much, right? We had a few more Banelings show up. The Hydras do really need to take care of these libs. The first one might fall, the second one is absolutely not going to go down. And Clem still stepping forward. The Frenchman just having an absolutely lovely game here. We do have the upgrades finishing up for Lambo, but that big bank that he was working with once upon a time is slowly but steady disappearing, and he's nowhere near maxed out. Neither is Clem, of course, but Clem is still expanding to the top left side. Another blinding cloud, another up dock. But I think the few Marines in the back are going to make all the difference here for Clem.
Is this going to end?
It's ending. We're getting there, Gabe.
Yeah.
Clem is very slowly ripping off the band-aid, but eventually it's GG for the Frenchman. But I'm with you though, Roddy. I felt like that was a very good game by Clem, but definitely a couple mistakes right there that cost Lambo that game. I mean, we saw it when he first went to the lair. He decided to put down 2 baneling nests and just a couple of questionable engagements. Yeah. Trying to force everything through the bridge, off creep, into siege. Like, there wasn't really anything to gain for him there.
Like, the second bailing nest was a bit of a beauty error, but fortunately, yeah, he corrected that. That wasn't that big of a deal. It was just that first fight on the edge of creep. There were no units actually flanking. Like, he did have a little bit of a flank from the top right, but they basically still came in from the same angle. We're running off creep into 4 or 5 tanks that are sieged up in the center of the map, so far away from all of our hatcheries. I think that's all that Clem really needed, and that's kind of why Clem is so good in this matchup, right? If you take one fight like that, Clem is like, all right, thank you, and from here on out, I'm gonna play pretty much perfect.
I mean, he actually, I don't think he played like absolutely amazing in a way like that was the best game he's ever played.
No.
I think that was just very solid, like most standard way possible, and that got Lambo actually in a very good position.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no drone killed at all, right?
Yeah, like
maybe
Lambo was in a very good position, but then he kind of just did his thing, and
I mean,
one mistake, and then suddenly he capitalized on it.
Yeah, and it snowballs a little bit as well, right? Like, if you take that fight, and obviously if you're Lambo, you're a very experienced player, you're like, damn it, why did I do that? Now it's going to be a lot harder, and then you try to get a couple of run-bys going. We see Banelings crashing into an orbital that is obviously very uncharacteristic as well. It's supposed to be with the SUVs or anything else, really, just a couple of buy units. I think Lambo lost that game a whole lot more than Clem like actually outplayed him. I kind of feel like it was more on Lambo. And if he fixes the things that he did wrong, he's got a chance.
I mean, and this was Clem's map pick, so now we're gonna get the map like Tropical Sacrifice, which is gonna be a little better. I think if it's like the same type of game, I think the only reason that Clem actually won the game in the end so convincingly is the map.
It's
I think if it was like that on Tropical Sacrifice, I think there's no way that Clem just like sits in the center and then waits there and Lambo goes for it. On that map, you kind of have to, because like I said, it's like Oxide is like a rather small map, but that's not the case on the next one.
Bit of an update right here on Astrea versus Neeb, which is our other match that's currently going on. The 2 Americans facing off against each other on Tropical Sacrifice.
Also upper bracket semi-final, of course, so the winner guarantees a top 3 finish in this tournament. Seems like Astrea is doing quite alright over here in game 1. He's got an extra base, he's got a few more Archons. As far as I know, more Archons is pretty much always better. Is this going to be the game-ending push for Astrea? Both players have +1. Neeb does have +2 finishing up. Whoa!
What?
Neeb pulled his Nova back, but actually ended up blowing up a couple of his own probes. I do think he tried to connect with a few Zealots there. Shield battery overcharge is really sick in these kinds of fights, though. Look at that one Archon. It has soaked up like 500 damage already. And is Astrea throwing because he's stacking into a battery overcharge, or will his Archons and Immortals make the difference in the end?
He's desperately trying to warp in another very, almost good to, or almost
actually
a very nice
purification Nova. Yeah, spend your money though. If Astrea would spend his money, maybe he can get a couple of extra warp-ins. He did kill 11 workers, but it seems like Neeb is the one with disrupt attack, and now the upgrade advantage. I mean, that battery overcharge kept that Archon alive for a ridiculous amount of time. And now it may very well be Neeb who's all of a sudden a bit ahead. Even if economically he's behind, he's the one with the double robo. He's the one going in to disrupt this, and he's also the one firing up +3 already. Great hold by Neeb, but Astrea needs to know how good that green battery is.
Should play more turn. Then you would know. Then you would appreciate the battery more. Yeah.
Oh, trust me, Astrea appreciates it. I think he just thought that maybe he had overwhelming firepower with his Archon.
+2 right there for Neeb coming in very handy.
Yeah, that was a bit towards the end, but definitely it does help. But it's, without a battery, that fight is one of the most one-sided things you see. It's just an Archon is the perfect unit to have next to a battery, because it's basically nothing but shields.
And it's also Immortal shooting the Archon, so they don't have enough DPS, so you need like 10 Immortals.
No, you just don't gun units down. You do a lot of damage over time, but you just don't have that one-shot firepower, and that's kind of what you need against the green battery. Colossus now on the way for Neeb as well. Oh, last time Neeb made a Colossus. Traumatized.
It's a little dangerous. Dark Shrine also coming up, so at the very least he will have some potential there to transition later on, but...
Astrea's not getting disruptors himself, so like Neeb is fine with just maxing out and then taking a fight, I think.
Trying to get fancy right there with the micro. You'd love to see it.
I mean, Neeb is just having a field day. That's going to be a nice Nova as it connects with 6 or 7 Zealots. Now, Astrea really is in a bit of trouble. Lost the momentum that he was working with. He's going to get a few more Stalkers and try to be aggressive and make this game hectic, I guess. They started late, by the way. Now we have Shadow Stride on the way. I feel like 9 out of 10 times, if ever these two guys make it past like the 10-minute mark, it's always Neeb with the Disruptors, and Astrea will go for literally everything besides the Disruptors, because he's like, nah, Alex pretty good at that stuff. Let's try to win with just run-bys and craziness.
Yeah, Astrea's economy is still looking good. We're talking 4 versus 5 bases. Astrea also has a good amount of additional workers here over his opponent, so he doesn't need to take the best of trades.
It's actually pretty sick as well, because he walked in a couple of DTs, so this could be pretty hard for Neeb to deal with. Astrea might be the one with a few more gateways too. He's going to just kind of undone some pylons. Now the Dark Shrine did finish up for Neeb too, so DTs versus DTs, in the end Neeb does clean it up. Whenever you want to go for drops in this phase in the game, you kind of need to bring an Observer with your War Prism, but obviously that kind of stuff is really hard.
There you go, that's us on the Lost Island right here. Every night after the broadcast ends, sit around the campfire.
Gabe is our campfire.
Gabe is the campfire, yeah.
We just all sit around Gabe and appreciate Gabe. Gabe is like,
I'm enjoying this PvP, yeah.
He's like, have they started yet? He's like, I see hands moving. I think we can stick in it for another...
And now we're gonna stay here for now. We're gonna wait until the first 2 medevacs move out, maybe.
Yeah, or the first few Hellions are actually going for an adventure. It's all good. Astrea is gonna fire up a couple of Robos himself, and he does drop the Robo Bay. It seems like Clem and Lambo are 1 minute in, so it's obviously fun for us.
Anything.
They're making drones and SCVs, I'm sure, guys.
I think Neeb kind of wants to do something right now.
I think we can go ahead and watch one more big fight, and after that we can always swap over. I mean, Neeb has way more Disruptors than Astrea at this moment. Astrea is also maxed out, basically, because he does find a few more probes.
Those run-bys are doing a lot.
Yeah.
I think Astrea is running away with this game at this point.
It's hard, because I've seen this time and time again, especially because he's got so many workers at this point. Neeb's army is just going to be bigger and better. Now, if Astrea can land 1 or 2 good Novas himself, as he does have triple Robo, maybe. And this might actually surprise Neeb. Let's take a look at the Disruptor. Yes.
Oh, and he blows up his own Zealots.
Yep. Well, now Astrea is indeed in a very good spot. Neeb did not expect that. So we go from 7 to Disruptors to 1 to all of a sudden 3 apiece. And now Astrea is firing up 3 more, finding more damage. I mean, this is sick play by the man that's representing Alpha X. We do have Shield Battery Overcharge being dropped on the side of Astrea, but that one is going to be a lot less impactful than the one that Neeb dropped.
Oh, those Disruptor shots are disgusting.
Yeah, Astrea getting so much value now all of a sudden. Neeb is falling apart over the last minute or so.
I think
those Dark Templar have been going to
he was busy with the DTs. It's very stressful.
And Neeb probably feeling the urgency, realizing that he has lost a lot of probes over the last 2 or 3 minutes. So he's like, all right, I got to do it. I got to end it. My army is better, right? Well, triple Robo Disruptor kicking in really caught Neeb off guard. And it seems like game 1 in the end will indeed go towards Astrea.
Okay, he wants to continue fighting here. Astrea, that is another massive set of Novas. GG! Astrea wins game number 1.
USA.
It's a little too early, I think. Now, I know there's a couple Americans here very excited to see the Americans doing well in this tournament, and can't blame them.
I honestly think everyone is excited for that, man. It's been a little while, and both Neeb and Astrea are absolutely lovely players. They're very fun to watch, often bring a lot of action, so it's really cool to see them performing at the highest level.
All right, one Zergling getting killed in the second game right here on Tropical Sacrifice between Lambo and Clem. Looks like it's a triple CC 1-1-1 here from Clem.
Yeah, the hatchery finishing. I was worried after Lambo for a split second, but seems like everything is tight. We don't have that weird Withermine opening this time around by Clem. I'm not too...
yeah, I mean, this is like another one of those openings. It's just like very standard. Which those standard openings usually go like... I mean, the previous game kind of ended a little bit faster because he was able to capitalize on a mistake. But if you don't, then it should always go to the late game if you play this standard opening.
I feel like you love this opening game on moments where you know that you're slightly better than your opponent, or a lot better, because you just kind of always go for it against any cheesy Zerg as well, because you just get the map presence, figure out what they're up to. With decent benchy micro, you always find a couple of drones and just take the game from there.
I mean, this map pool, I definitely prefer going Banshees again more than Liberators. Like on a map like this, it just isn't a lot of space for Liberators to go in. It's terrible to go into the main.
It's much better against roach pushes as well, right? Do you see a lot of roach pushes?
No, that's not really the problem. It's just that the Banshees can find damage, whereas like a Liberator can't on those maps.
Okay.
Like look at the way that the main base, for example, the minerals are laid out. It's actually like a line, so on this map specifically, so you can actually pick apart like drones quite nicely with like Banshees, like the drones on the edge.
Okay. A little bit sloppy here by Clem. Takes a lot of damage on his Banshee. It will live. But that is not the way you want to start things off, especially now because Spore Crawlers are finishing up. And there is always a chance that these queens get a few hits off. I mean, that's a beauty area there by Clem. And that's going to make Lambo feel so much better. Because now he knows he actually mostly has to focus on the Hellions a lot more than the Banshees. Because one Banshee is already very low on HP. That's a proper big deal, isn't it, Gib?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant. Like, with this standard opening, you should not really accomplish a whole lot anyways. But if you don't find any damage at all, then it's gonna be even harder. So the less damage he gets, the more likely we're gonna have a longer game, I think, still.
All right, so the transitions here are all very normal. Clem is going to try and do a little bit of damage right here with those Banshees, so this is the nice thing about those. Even if you do have the detection, even if you have the queens in the right place, they can oftentimes still get a couple kills.
Oh, that's actually...
this is
awesome. Yeah.
Yep, second queen already going down. The third queen is going to take some damage. Drones are forced to evacuate.
Oh,
no, Lambo. Oh my goodness, this is turning into a bit of a massacre. And Lambo obviously losing a couple of queens. That really hurts because that's the unit that you really want to have. One queen with a lot of energy goes down
grenade,
there.
Man. That was pretty sweet actually there from Clem. Getting a good bit of damage done. And Lambo actually goes into Mutiling Bane now.
There were like 3 or 4 transfuses on that queen as well. So losing that one really stinks. Going to make it harder to spread creep. Was that a total of 4 queens going down? Did I see that correctly?
It's true.
Okay.
I mean, you should never be able to get that much damage done because it's like a 3cc opening.
Yeah.
So if you're able to get that much damage and you don't even lose like any Hellions really, like this is exactly the position that Clem wants to have in order to finish the game faster. Like if you play this kind of game against Clem, then he's almost always gonna win.
Pretty sick that Clem took so much damage on his Banshee, but then in the end the Banshees were still so successful.
Only like 5 or 6 drones I think there though in total, right?
Yeah,
it wasn't
like
like
3 queens and all the...
Yeah, no, true.
Yeah. I mean, this is actually going to already hit pretty hard.
Yeah, especially since he invested into that, or he invested into that... no, invested, there you go. Into the Spire.
Overlord gets picked up. That's going to supply block Lambo too. We're going to throw down a scan, push the creep back a little bit. These queens, what are the queens doing? They're on a bit of an adventure, trying to gun down a medevac. Doesn't quite work out. Slow banelings do find a little connection. It could have been worse for Lambo, but it does feel that from here on out, Clem is just going to be really aggressive because Clem is going to be absolutely loving where this game is going. And I don't think Lambo is loving anything of it.
No, one of the downsides you run into with the Mutas is that the upgrades start up super late as well. So Clem is going to have, well, if he doesn't win the game over the next couple of minutes, he's going to be at an advantage for the foreseeable future as far as that goes. Do you like Mutas on this map, Gabe? Think it's good?
Yeah, I mean, it's alright, for sure. It's actually pretty good because it's a little bit harder to defend the main base. I think Mutas in general are fine against Banshees. Like if you play against a Banshee opening, you can always go Mutas. It doesn't really matter on which map.
Okay.
Cool. Banshees are back full HP. One queen very low on HP will get picked off immediately. The other one is going to take a bit of a beating. The Banshees will fall in the end as all the Mutas are out. But okay, Clem actually has 8 Marines there in the medevac, or 7. He's going to have to make sure that he takes care of that. What's the Baneling count at right now, Mapu? I see 6 of them morphing. We have 11 Banelings. With a good engagement, maybe there is some hope. But Clem normally doesn't let these things happen. Lambo is coming in from both sides though. And that is good enough for now.
Yeah, and he might be able to get the medevacs now.
Yeah, there's going to be some reinforcements here for the Terrans stemming down that ramp to try and save this, and he's going to be able to, at the very least, keep it alive for now. That would have been a huge problem.
He's still floating a lot of money, Lambo, that is. He needs to be a little bit careful with that.
He lost so many queens though, right? I think that's obviously what's hurting him. And then he's still forced to spread some creep, even though the creep gets pushed back. I mean, Clem already has a Thor finishing up 2 more Widowmines. I do feel that this is a very dominating, convincing victory by Clem. unless Lambo pulls off a miraculous engagement and Clem starts messing up. But if there's one thing that Clem doesn't do very often in this matchup, it's messing up. 20 banelings on the way at once, but that first game I felt like there was a lot to be very hopeful of for Lambo. This one, it seems like it's kind of a disaster.
2-2 just about to finish up as Lambo starts up his own 2-2. That is going to make this harassment from Clem even more powerful. Creep spread also not as far as you would like it to be. I mean, at the very least in the center of the map, most of the creep has been pushed back. It's probably where Clem is going to continue pushing.
I mean, usually when you play this kind of parade style, you always go for the same location, because you already cleared the creep, so might as well. He doesn't really care what happens in the bottom. He's going to be able, as long as he's like in range of a base like this, he's going to be completely fine with this position.
Can we appreciate that the Reaper is still alive?
Just micro.
Is it the first one?
That is definitely. Let's take a look. Mapu, units lost resource tap.
It has to be, yeah.
Yep. The Reaper is a legend, man. It's like minute 11, they still think I'm a Marine. Throws down a grenade every now and then.
yeah, it has been throwing grenades too. It's pretty sick. Yep. That Thor is actually starting to really hurt.
Will the Reaper make it to the end of the game? Well, I think it will. Lambo is setting up a proper bailing run by.
Can he afford this now?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't think he can really afford a whole lot. Mudas are going to try to get on top of the Marines and taking a fight against the Thor as well. But look at that concave. Look at the splits by Liquid Clement. Look at that Reaper go. Still alive, trying to make it to the end of the game. No!
He died within a second of the GG.
Oh no.
Poor Reaper. That Thor micro is excellent too though. Yeah, so Lambo in the meantime on the other side of the map did kill the command center, but there was another command center right next to it. Didn't seem worthwhile.
I mean, it really felt that nothing went Lambo's way that game. The moment he started dropping the first 3 queens, it almost felt over at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this game is impossible to win against Clem. Like, you make a mistake in the early game like this, especially with TVZ, but then against Clem, like, he's not gonna get supply block, or like, he's not gonna lose 16 SCVs to like 2 banelings. Like, he just doesn't make those mistakes, and therefore it's
keeps under pressure as well, right? So he's gonna force out some more mistakes. He's gonna get a few extra decent trades, and even when he made the push with the tank, it's like, okay, that's a nice engagement by Lambo. Clem was forced to pick up all the Marines, disengage, and then you like hope for like maybe the Mudas, but then you see the reinforcements coming in, and you're like, all right, this really isn't going anywhere. It's a completely different game than the first one. And it's kind of funny because this was Lambo's map pick as well, right? So this was actually the one where you're supposed to have the strongest showing. I felt in game 1 Lambo did look really good, and if it wasn't for the silly fight in the center, there was a lot to be very hopeful of. That game honestly looked pretty hopeless, as we're gonna hop back into game 2. In the other upper bracket semifinal, we have Astrea versus Neeb. Oracles taking out 14
looks pretty hopeless as well.
So is it gonna be Stargazers or Waterfall next, probably? In that TVZ? That's a tricky one for Lambo.
Yes.
A very difficult situation. We'll be going back to that series in a moment. Having a look at the PvP though, Astrea starting off strong once again.
Robo, halfway done. 29 workers versus 21. Neeb definitely in a bit of a pickle. Does Neeb still have... Yeah, I mean, there is always hope with your own Oracles. Just a little less. Takes a big man to still win a game like this, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean... Well, first he needs to get rid of that Oracle. Then maybe he can get something done. If he doesn't lose that Oracle Astrea, then the only way I think Neeb can kind of come back into this game is just defend, defend, defend.
Maybe a 4 Stalker hit spot. Or a couple of big stasis traps.
I like the 4 Stalker hit spot. That could be a very good way to come back.
Thank you, Gabe.
Like on this map, you can blink into the main base very nicely. It's a very good blink map.
I'm sure you
but he sets up the pylon there.
If you have blink and your opponent doesn't, you can still kind of just outrun the defensive units. It seems like Astrea went just 1 gate on the high ground, by the way. Doesn't even have a double gate opening on his ramp.
It looks like it. Yep.
It's a pretty bizarre build by Astrea.
Phoenix Immortal, no? Just 1 Phoenix against the Oracle? It's like his entire tech right now is like 1 Immortal that he's building.
He's got a good amount of probes though, makes things a little bit easier. He doesn't need anything just yet, but about a minute or so. We do have blink here for Neeb, so maybe there's a potential there.
I mean, with the Phoenix out, the Oracle was, I guess, always destined to fall. Would have been nice for Neeb to keep it around a little bit longer. And like in a way, there is some hope for Neeb. It obviously looks really bad, but Astrea's army is going to be a little bit clumsy, a little bit less mobile than the army of Neeb. So maybe Neeb can run circles around Astrea for a little bit. If you just find one good blink into the main base, grab a couple of workers, you could be back in it. Astrea's built, by the way, obviously we didn't see it, but it must be pretty well. So one gate, fast expand, but before he expanded, he probably already proxied the Stargate. So you make it seem like you're going for a one gate fast expand, and then actually you have the quickest possible Oracle in your opponent's main. And I guess that's why Neeb ended up losing 14 workers as quickly as he did.
I mean, finally he throws down the tech. He's like floating a lot of gas, a lot of minerals, and now he's like pressuring a little bit on the map.
After the Oracle died, Neeb obviously has no vision, so now two Big Daddy Immortals are just making to the other side of the map. Neeb had to cut a couple of corners, and that's why he doesn't have any shield batteries here.
Oh, there's no shield battery in the natural yet?
I don't think there is. There is one finishing up there at the bottom of the Nexus, but I mean, two Immortals has a lot of firepower, and I really hope for Neeb that he doesn't blink forward into the stasis, because then it is truly all over.
Yeah, he's trying to bait him in that direction. Those two Immortals are going to have a great time, but there is now blink available here for Neeb. I was going to say for the American Protoss, but that doesn't that doesn't really explain much.
It's two of them. It's East Coast versus West Coast, though.
That's true.
So Astrea just decides to disengage, play it safe. He is going to go charge before blink, and that is obviously something that stands out. It's not something we see a whole lot anymore, but ever since this map pool got introduced, I've actually seen it quite a bit, where Protoss players skip out on blink at first because they prioritize the robo. They love however the early game went, and they're like, I don't need to play the blink game. We're just going to go for a couple of these high HP power units like Archons and Immortals, and then obviously complement them with a bunch of Zealots. And I do not believe that your blink stalkers are going to be able to do a whole lot about it. And like, the bigger the map, the worse it is to skip out on blink at first. But on a map this small, yeah, it's very doable to make it to the other side of the map without having blink yourself.
Alrighty, so this game getting underway.
Gabe
might be able to switch back as well to the TVZ.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
All right, Gabe. Let's just do it, guys, because I do think this game is going to go on for a while. It's safe to say that Astrea is in a very good spot here in Game 2. But the longer it goes on, the more likely the Neeb comeback will be. But at the moment, it does seem like Astrea could very well take a 2-0 lead. Let's go ahead and hop back into Clem versus Lambo. Game 3. Is it Waterfall or Stargazers? That's the real question.
Yeah. It's Stargazers. Yeah, all of the Koreans have been vetoing Stargazers, and I've noticed the Koreans seem to be... the non-Koreans are vetoing Waterfall, and the Koreans are vetoing Stargazers. According to Solar, Waterfall's pretty good, which is kind of funny.
I mean, I don't see what's so bad about it.
Yeah, you don't see it? It's pretty good to push on, though. Nice ramp.
Every time a map is called, like in TV, when you talk about like map balancing, you pretty much always talk about TVZ, and every time that like a map is like a Terran map, it's a balanced map pretty much. That's what they mean.
In the main.
He lost?
Yeah.
Oh.
He lost.
Alright. Stasis. Oh, so we switch games. We're right at that point. Nice.
Yeah, it seemed like Astrea was gearing up for the Archon Immortal Zealot attack. And he's still expanding behind it, but this is very hard for Neeb to make a comeback. If you don't have any map vision, you can't really move out and whatnot. It makes sense. Obviously, Astrea was super far ahead after the early game. Killing 14 workers with an Oracle is ridiculous.
It's a supply block for Clem. That's a mistake he usually doesn't make.
50 energy. Call it down, Gabe.
Usually you don't have to 50 energy at this point. You need to get like a little bit lucky here. And he actually does a proper supply block. It kind of sucks.
It's a big one. It is a big one indeed. 2 depots do finish up. We can fire up combat shield. Clem will spend that money. It's going to slow him down a little bit. But I don't think it's the end of the world.
Yeah, this is usually a bit more of a macro-focused map, right? Pretty easy to take like 5 bases on. Especially if you're Terran. So far, we haven't really seen that late game style from Clem in this series yet, but this is definitely a map where you can make some ghosts if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that kind of works like Blackburn does in a way.
I'm happy we don't have any slow zones on this map, though. I was sick and tired of the slow zones on Blackburn.
Yeah, they make the game like you have to camp because you can't really attack through the zones. But also at the same time, they slow down everything so much that like you literally can't attack. Like it.
This map is actually pretty sick.
Yeah, this map is cool. I don't mind speed zones too much. It's a little bit wild, but I don't hate them. But slow zones, after a while, I'm so done with slow zones. It's really not fun. I don't think anybody has ever gone through a slow zone and they're like, yeah, this was fun.
Speed up zone is definitely a lot more enjoyable, I think, to play, but also to watch. Like, yes, I'm flying in this one. No. You only ever go through the slow zones as a mistake, right? If you don't, unless you have no other option. But
so we have a Spire finishing up on the side of Lambo and double evolution chamber. So he doesn't want to go back to those Hydras that he was working with in the first game. Tried to play Mutas in game 2, but it really did feel that game 2 was over before it ever even truly started. Hope for Lambo that he can find slightly more momentum this time around. Where are those Evos? At the third base, as Clem is actually getting pretty close already to all the bases, pushing the creep back one more time.
all right, very soon though, the Mutas will be out. It's going to be quite a bit more difficult here for Clem to roam that map. Although that hasn't really stopped him too much in the past. He's still happy to fly around regardless, but at the very least the Queens are able to lay down some creep tumors before the creep completely disappears.
This can actually get gnarly because now there's a couple of Widow Mines in the mix as well. And if Lambo loses the creep tumors immediately, I want to say he might not know about the mines, but he's going to see these mines. Scan does go down, every single tumor will get picked off, and I absolutely love this single drop with 8 Marines heading towards the bottom left side. Okay, that's a really good start though for Lambo. Finds a lovely Baneling connection there with a couple of Marines.
2 more Widow Mines over here though, good-ish splits. In the meantime, there's also a medevac heading on over to the bottom section of the map, but looks like that one has been halted by the creep.
Lambo, we need an overseer there, mate. You need to clean up these mines. That is very important.
It's nothing worse than not cleaning the mines and then they shoot again.
Yeah, that would be pure pain. I mean, in the end,
I
could have gone.
Smiling though, Gabe, when you say that.
Yeah.
You love to see the mines fire twice.
Still no overseer on the way.
That's a very satisfying feeling. Well, in this case, they just shoot the queen, so it's okay. And he doesn't continue pressuring in that angle.
It still takes away a lot of attention spawn, I feel right now, from Lambo. And Lambo's not finding any success elsewhere on the map. Well, I do think that Clem obviously messed up there a little bit. He got a bit ahead of himself, and the first Baning had a connection that was slightly too good with the Marines. But it's all good though. If you look at the mini-map, there isn't really anything happening on Clem's side of the map, so I don't think he's ultra concerned.
Yeah, this is not looking too hot right here for Lambo, right? He looks a little bit out of it.
Yeah.
Even though the game is going fine so far, these are usually moves that you're like, okay,
like how
a bit shaky.
This has been taking off. Yeah, it's been going on for like 1 minute and 20 seconds, and during all of that, obviously Lambo's also not necessarily setting up run-bys or bailing.
It's like 50 actions per minute for something that took Clem like 3.
Yeah. And Clem forgot about those things.
Yeah, he didn't do them anymore.
Why is he not clearing those mines?
Probably a good feeling though, right? If you see that he's struggling clearing, relatively
yeah, that's what I mean.
basic
It's like most satisfying feeling when the Widow Mines just, you have them, vision, they shoot again, it's nice.
Every now and then you get a little alert on your minimap, you're like, they're still there?
This is actually pretty good so far.
Ooh, that was close. Still quite a few Mutalists going down though in the end. That definitely wasn't for free. Double turret is going to get quite a few shots up, and not a single one there in the end falls to these turrets. But
economy though is still looking pretty good for Lambo. Cruise rate is still decent. He's got a good army.
Yeah.
But yeah, not really liking this position for the German here all too much.
I feel like with this style as a Zerg, you need to be all over the terrain.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
You need to be picking off SCVs left, right, and center, attack reactors, attack add-ons, and win fight after fight. And if Clem is just very casually standing in the center of the map, there's another Widow Mine there on the high ground. And this is a disaster for Lambo, man. It's really just not good enough. There are way too many Marines left over.
He didn't need to fight over there either, right? Yeah. He did not need to fight off creep. I mean, he wanted to try and get lucky, see if maybe the Terran wasn't paying attention, but Clem clearly was, and he still decided to dive very deep.
Yeah. If we are a lair attack Zerg and we're not dropping the infestation pit, we don't have Hive on the way, you need to be out and about on the map, and you need to be all over the Terran. Otherwise, it will just be a disaster. Lambo obviously knows that. The Mutas do get on top of the center tower and at least take out one of the missile turrets. The second one is going to go down as well. Big Daddy Thor and a Widow Mine. Oh, Widow Mine actually doing some friendly fire there to the SCVs. That was a cool little move by Lambo, who does have 190 supply. That army of Clem in the center of the map is still very, very powerful. Decent move though with the Mutas, right? Like Lambo really needed something and he created a bit of chaos.
He's kind of creating some space in this game again.
Yeah. He's also taken the 6 o'clock and he still has 90 plus drones.
He needs that position back, like push that army back like one time and then I think he's kind of in control again.
Yeah. It's a playable situation for sure, yeah. He's got a very good economy advantage right now. But
there's also not a lot of Marauders out yet. Marauders are kind of the the main part of this unit composition, because the longer the game goes, like the more upgrades you get, like 3-3, 2-2, and
Marauder
all
with
those
+3
upgrades,
armor and a medevac,
yeah,
very good
they
against
just
Lynx.
they trade so well against all those banelings. Like you really can't trade anymore, and that's
Well-
kind of where we're getting ourselves into, but not yet.
Lambo was a little bit out of position here though, so Clem is going to get a
the
double
hatchery.
drop into the pocket expand. And he is very easily going to pick up this hatchery by the looks of it in the end. The Mudas, it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. We have a couple of banelings trying to connect with Marines off tree, but they rarely do against Liquid Clem. And just when we started to get a little bit hopeful for Lambo, that wasn't a very pretty fight at all.
At least he still has a bank, so.
All right, he's also upping the Marauder count, like you were talking about. Yep.
That's a lot of Mudas, by the way, guys. Do we have any Widow Mines in this pocket base?
Well, I hope for Lambo's sake there's not too many.
Oh, that's a lot of damage, guys. That is a lot of damage. The Thors are coming over as well. I mean, we had a ridiculous amount of Mudas. Feels like a couple of them already went down there. Single turret in the main base. That's definitely not going to be good enough. Don't see any Widow Mines anywhere here. So Lambo is finding some more success. Thors are doing their
It all
absolute
feels
best.
a little bit desperate, right? Like he's trying to get work done over here. He's not getting too much, but it's also not like he's taking a ton of damage.
It's 4 or 5 Mudas going down in the process.
All right, here goes Clem once again through the center of the map. And we're getting very close to the creep, right? Like that's the natural Berserk up here.
Yep, and we're getting very close to 3-3 as well. And those are the important upgrades that Gabe was talking about as well. All of these mines are going to be permanently cloaked. They have been for a little while. Good Widow Mine shot there, saving the Thor. I mean, I know Lambo's maxed out, but it really doesn't feel like this. There's a lot of potential here, especially not off trip. So many Marines. Can the Banelings actually find a couple of connections? No, they cannot. They never do against Liquid Clem. And that's another W for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of had a little bit hope here for Clem, for Lambo in this case, because he didn't have any Marauders in his army. Oh, those wooden ones again. They're not gonna shoot.
That one.
But fighting off creep is always so tough. Like the creep is just not where it's supposed to be, and I think that's kind of why Lambo is struggling here to win a fight.
All right, so Lambo is moving to the next stage. He's gonna go into Ultralisks, whereas Clem is getting the Ghosts already out. And it feels pretty good if you're making Ghosts and the Ultra Cavern is just coming up.
Since Clem is so ultra heavy on the Marines, I kind of feel like having Burrow would have been quite awesome for Lambo, just to see if you can get lucky. Burrow a couple of Banelings somewhere in the center of the map. Potentially could have been a way to really get some real momentum on your side. Obviously not to win the game, but just to properly push Clem back once and for all. We have a couple of Widow Mines here, the medevacs are evacuated. Okay, good split there by Lambo. And good save by Clem for these 60 Marines. Could have lost them, but he was very quick to react.
I think at this point we're getting into the point in the game where you can truly see Clem's advantage, because now he finally has everything that he needs. And Lambo is still working only with Ling Baneling Muda.
Very ambitious base, by the way, in the bottom right.
Bottom right. That expansion taken by Lambo. This may actually be the first time that Clem notices the gold base.
Yeah, but it's one of these things he probably kind of knew it was there.
Yeah, he probably figured it was there.
There's no way you can take that fight. Like, this army is just gonna trade very well.
There's a lot of Banelings coming from the north and from the south. I feel like part of Clem's army is missing.
Yeah, actually, was that everything?
He obviously had the 60 Marines, I think, still in the pocket expand. That he
I'm very surprised that he was able to take this position back so easily. Because now he's also up like 30 supply and he has like a much bigger bank.
And that was not bad at all by Lambo.
Yeah.
Very decisive. Adrenal glands finishing up right when that fight started. That's obviously a very lovely sign too. But I don't think that was everything that Clem had. And that's why the fight was that promising. But hey, now at least Lambo bought some time. And maybe the next time they fight, Lambo actually has +3 melee, +3 armor, and perhaps even kindness plating.
Yeah, he's got 5,000 resources in the bank as well right now. Clem doesn't have that much money. Clem definitely does have a better army though over the next couple of minutes. That's definitely something that will help him out, but the upgrades are going to be evened up, so it's very playable here for Lambo.
Gabe, do we believe in Infestus here? Oh my goodness, there's a Widow Mine apparently got a very big connection there. Would you like to see a couple of spellcasters on the side of Lambo?
No, I don't think it's time for like any spellcasters yet. I think what he's doing right now is pretty okay. Trying to buzz Clem.
Oh, 2 CCs?
Yeah, he just took out 2 CCs like that.
Yeah, but he also lost 40 Bane.
It's very expensive.
I do not think that Clem is really ultra concerned about that trade. 68 extra links have been fired up immediately. The Muda count is seriously dwindling. We were looking at almost 30 Mudalisk at one point. I think maybe 15 or so of them are left. Yeah, it's a lot less about the mutas now, and I guess we're gonna try to go into the ultras. All right, if we're focusing on ultras, the Links and Banes, would you like to see some spellcasters then, Gabe?
I think it's always tough to add spellcasters when you go muta. It's kind of annoying. Like mutas and infestors, they just don't go very well together. I either want to have infestors or mutas, but not really both at the same time.
So what would you like to see Lambo do? Because I do feel like if we just keep on doing what we're currently doing, it's not necessarily going to go his way, because we all agree that Clem's army is a lot stronger.
If you go ultras, I mean, if you go mutas, then ultras is kind of the only choice you have. They can actually win a fight. Like mutas and ultras is actually pretty good composition.
Okay.
But there's already goes. Like that's the problem. Like that's what I meant earlier. Like Clem is in a very comfortable position, and like now it's gonna show because he has all that tech already. Like he already has goes, and like Lambo just finished his ultra tech.
Yeah, he's going even into the blue flame upgrade. Maybe add on some Hellbats here a little bit later as well.
That's a lot of Banelings once more looking for some connections. They crash into the Marauders. They do get the command center, but it's kind of all they really get. So many Marines and Marauders are left over.
That's not good enough, I think.
I agree with you.
There's barely any meters left as well, and now he's gonna lose like one of his only, like, I mean, there's not really a base that he's supposed to have, so it's okay. But it's gonna be very easy for Clem now to just take a position in this game.
One goes does fall, but in return, each and every single Mutalisk has gone down. 11 Corruptors are now on the way. Do we already have a Great Aspire? I guess he does, because I saw +3 flyer attacks finishing up.
No, he's just adding them to his ultra composition.
Just to kill the Medivacs?
Yeah, it's like Corruptor, Ultra Link Veining. I mean, he can't really do anything else in this situation. Like, you have to stick to that. No way he can go into like a late game composition.
Alright, well, Clem actually not necessarily aware of the fact that there are a lot of Banelings there, a couple of Ultras in the mix too. Aliens have morphed into Hellbats, Banelings trying to get lucky. Maybe the tank? May as well go for the tank there.
That Lambo had over the last couple of minutes though has slowly dwindled. Now that the 6 o'clock base is gone as well, he's starting to run out of juice.
Actually at a pretty rapid pace, I'd say.
Yeah.
We went from like 5k to 1500 to now we're kind of broke. Lambo already losing 12k resources more. To me, it really does feel that Clem is in ultimate control. And I'd like to see something else from Lambo. And
yeah, now we go Infestors. Infestor Corruptor is fine.
All right. So once again, Lambo trying to move forward here. He knows that he's up with his back against the wall, but he's trying to make magic happen. A couple of Banelings rolling into the Marine Club would be nice, but it's not going to happen. Excellent control right there by the Frenchman.
Yes. Yeah, look at the camera. Lambo already knows it, even though the supply is still pretty close. Lambo tilting his head back there towards the top of his chair.
What's the resource lost?
It's now 17k or something, right? I was 12, it was now 14-ish.
You love to see it?
Yeah.
I mean, Lambo's still going to try. It's upper bracket, semi-finals here. Of course, there is still another shot for Lambo. I do believe that Zoun is waiting for the loser of this best of 5 in the lower bracket. And I do think that Lambo, if he ends up there, which this definitely seems to be the case, I think Lambo's very confident against a lot of the Korean Protoss players.
You know, like, now it's like the only chance he has is actually spellcasters, considering that he has barely any minerals and a lot of gas. So that's going to be his hope to come back into the game.
Kind of sad we see like all the cool stuff right now, like Burrow and Infestus.
I'm with you, actually. I think Burrow could have been taken in the mid-game, right? We've seen Laser do that quite a bit.
And he finds a lot of success with it.
Yeah.
And especially if Clem is
like
so heavy on the Marines,
mechanics,
right? If there's like 60 Marines already moving out, like 10, 11 minutes into a game, then I feel like a couple of Burrowed Banelings could be the magic that you're
definitely
looking
like
for.
Burrow's upgrade you should always get in the mid-game.
Would have been awesome, unfortunately it didn't happen. We're still adding in a couple of Hellbats, Gabe. What's that all about?
Well, he's already preparing for like the late game, where he go Thor or Hellbat, but also with +3 attack, they one-shot Zerglings, so actually +3 Hellbats are pretty damn good. They just melt all the Zerglings, like not even close.
If we do go into Brute Lord as well, those Hellbats are going to have a good time against the Brutelings.
Exactly, yeah.
It's kind of cool, right? We've seen that over like the last, I don't know, month or two maybe?
Yeah, I mean,
a lot of blue flame
Greens,
Hellbats
like,
in the late
more of course, like, they always go for Hellbats and stuff like that. It's pretty logical addition, like, it's nothing new, but more people have been going for, like, more Thors, and more games have been going to Brute Lord stage, so that's, I think, why we see it more often. Like, right now, they are not that useful, because it's mainly Ling Baneling, and Couple ultras, some fungals.
Alright, so Lambo is going to need some incredibly cost-efficient trades here, especially now that Clem is taking the base at the bottom of the map. That is a base that, well, is not available, in the top section, so there's only one of those on this map, and if Clem gets to mine that one out, it's going to be in a pretty good spot, considering he's been trading so much better.
And Clem is feeling it, and I think he's very, very happy with this performance. Now, we did tap away earlier from a game this weekend. I think it was Lambo against Spirit, actually, but it looked like Lambo was really dead. And then we're like, all right, Mappa, let's go back to the other game. And apparently Lambo took a couple of phenomenal fights with Infestors and with Broodlords, and pretty much brought it back to the point where it was an even game. It still went Spirit's way. We didn't see all of that. Perhaps Lambo can make that magic happen one more time. So at least now we're working with very different units.
What's the current unit setup? Because I don't think Clem has any Thors, right? Yeah, he doesn't actually have any Thors right now. He only has Bio, and he doesn't even have like that many ghosts. This is actually not a very good composition for Clem. Like, his army value is much lower, probably.
11
it's
ghosts.
Supposed to be.
Yeah, the Zerg composition right here is very promising. Hard to micro, but he's got all the spellcasters.
That's a lot of snipes though, a couple of Broodlords falling immediately, another one goes down. That's a big fungal on the side of Lambo, and he's going to try to do that one more time. And the setup of Clem is so beautiful though. Look at these tanks all the way in the back. That's another promising fungal.
It's actually pretty good for Lambo. It depends on what Clem is remaking right now, and if he can actually get units out that counter this.
Alright, he's going to go and transition towards Thors and Hellbats right now.
Yeah, like 2 Thors at a time, it's pretty good. He just needs to buy some more time, which I think he might be able to do here.
That was a good EMP, and Clem obviously doing a very good job cutting back. We do abduct one of the tanks on the high ground. That tank does go down, and another fungal did go. Man, it did feel to me that this was kind of like the Hail Mary play for Lambo, and he needed a really big victory. He's doing good, but I think it's safe to say Lambo needs quite a bit more than what he's been getting so far. And Clem is going to do his absolute best not to let that happen.
He needs to kill that army, and he needs to, like, the Broodlords just need to survive, and then I think he has a good chance.
A couple of ghosts coming in from the top. If Lambo would have been able to pick those two off before they ever dropped the snipe, that would have been lovely. Save. What a save on that super low HP medevac. 5 HP, still good enough to pick up 2 ghosts and drop them in the back line. Couple Vikings on the way now too. I don't think that Lambo really believes that this army is going to get the job done. Kind of has to, right? It's now or never.
Yeah, now it's going to get pushed back super hard.
Yeah.
Alright, he's also backing up into the safety of the Planetary, getting a lot of kills on those Lings and the Banes. The Ghost running away from the Banelings, and they're going to be able to stay alive. They're going to be able to snipe down whatever they like.
Ghosts are so good. Ghosts are so good there, especially with a bit of medevac support. All that's really left for Lambo is a couple of Broodlords. There is nothing to protect those. GG gets called. And Liquid Clem will make it into the upper bracket finals of HomeStory Cup 21. And he did it in a very convincing manner. We're going to go ahead and hop back into that PvP where Neeb and Astrea are still duking it out in the other upper bracket semifinals. And let's see if a few more things are going Neeb's way or not. 15 minutes into data. See, a lot of Zealots, a lot of DTs, and a couple of Disruptors, and a green battery. Welcome to PvP.
Astrea once again looking good though. Grabbing himself a nice little supply lead here in the 3rd game. Already match point for him. Couple of invisible men fighting other invisible men.
I like how Gabe just like looks everything before he opens his mouth.
PvP is so fun. It's such a nice matchup.
Gabe is deep in the tank. We have a mothership on the way for Neeb. There's a couple of Stalkers of Astrea are finding a lot of success here. They pick up the Observer too. Tiny forward blink, force fields do land. The Immortals getting a couple of good shots up, but it does seem that Astrea is way richer. And it's just getting decent trades. He's the one with all the map control.
Okay. They did disengage over there. I believe the loser of this match goes up against Serral, right? And Lambo is now going to be facing off against Zoun?
That is correct.
That does mean that both of these guys really do want to win this match.
I mean, it's pretty sick though, because lately Neeb has been getting the best of Astrea and a lot of the DreamHack Masters online events and a couple of the other qualifiers too. For instance, the HomeStory Cup qualifier, the TSL qualifier and whatnot. But Astrea here on the biggest moment, right? Upper bracket semifinals, offline event, taking the 2-0 lead. And it seems like this could very well go 3-0 in favor of Astrea.
Just to clarify for Twitch chat, the Mothership didn't die yet, guys. I see a lot of channel points being spent right now, but the Mothership is very much so alive. What are you thinking, Gabe?
I don't know. I'm not really into this game. I think it's. I mean, Astrea is like in a really good position. Like if you just look at the minimap, you kind of see how much stuff he just has. You know, he has all those bases. He has so much infrastructure. Well, he's a little bit behind on the upgrades. He's just kind of trying to take a fight and then win the game with that.
This is very nice though by Neeb, finally finding some success. Does need to cancel a couple of balls going forward. Seems like Neeb was the one who fired first. Yep, fired first again, so he gets 4 disruptors while only losing a single one. And maybe Big Mama is actually turning this around. So more like plus 400 local.
Actually, I think Mothership is doing so much here, right?
Yeah.
It's helping out so much.
Motherships are good. Another Nova connects with a couple of Stalkers. Astrea's on the run. Astrea doesn't have a lot of gas, guys, and you can make as many Zealots as you want, but you never kill the Mama.
It's a classical Astrea game right here. Making a lot of stuff, just trying to overwhelm the opponent. He has taken the base in the top left as well. He tried taking the base in the bottom right too, but at the very least Neeb managed to deny that one. Ultimately though, the army here from Neeb is going to be a little bit stronger.
It gets really fun when DTs blink on top of other DTs and they blink away again, and there is one observer in the mix.
You're like, who's winning? Yeah, look at the capes. Nice couple of connections over there as well from Neeb. Good defense.
I mean, ever since the Mothership came out, Neeb's actually doing really well in this game.
Yeah, I think you cursed him. You cursed Astrea here. This is
Mothership is so valuable here though, guys.
In the last 3 minutes, it really felt like Neeb was outplaying Astrea like in every angle possible there.
But it also felt like Neeb was on the ropes.
Yeah, he was that far behind. I mean, he was down 50 supply like 30 or like 3 minutes ago.
Yep. Astrea does manage to pick up the Mothership, and obviously takes a little while before you go ahead and rebuild that. One more Disruptor gets picked up. Neeb is the one with all the Disruptors here though. Immediately rebuilds the Mothership. Astrea is just going to try to spend some of the minerals that he was sitting on by wiping in a lot of Zealots. And he builds 2 more robots. He already has 2, perhaps even 3. Astrea is a very rich man. He goes up to 4 robots.
Alright, Mothership number 2. It's going to be here in about 3 minutes. At least that's what it feels like. Takes a while for it to produce.
I feel like Neeb is really gearing up for that like proper late game PvP where he has the Oracle ready to drop some revelations. And Astrea is just like, alright, a lot of gateway units, a lot of disruptors, let's go. Find a couple of good shots and then just A-move and get on top get on top of some of the most important bases of Neeb.
We saw this earlier as well though. He's now making a transition towards a lot of disruptors. He's going to be able to catch Neeb off guard again. That would be pretty nice right there for Astrea.
I want you to know, Gabe, that you're absolutely not forced to be here, right? I know you were here for the TVZ, that's what you love. If you ever want to step away, you are more than welcome.
Nah, I'll stay with you.
That makes me happy.
Yeah.
It's appreciated, not mandatory. Nice blink here by Neeb, as he gets a couple of extra shots up. Astrea still trying to find some success with his Zealots and DTs. Not just in the bottom right, but also at the triangle base near the main. Once more, quite a few probes going down. Rico has been used. 1 disruptor there gets picked off by these Zealots. 16 works going down. How many works have gone down overall in this game? Because knowing Astrea, it's probably like what he's been trying to do for a little while. It's 42 and 14 went down on the side of Astrea.
There you go. Getting an Immortal is always nice. That clump of disruptors though from Neeb is always a bit scary, right? If you don't pay attention for a split second, you might accidentally lose all of it. Well, or the other way around.
It's a lot of balls fired first. Disruptors coming in from the top. Will the Stalkers blink on top of it? Yes. Nova still kind of go off though. In the end, Astrea ends up losing 3 disruptors there. I mean, Astrea is still the one with a much better economy, so as long as we're having scrappy trades where both players lose a lot of expensive units, 20 Zealots at once. Astrea is up to 20 gateways and 4 robos. The man is a mad lad.
Yeah, the Mothership once again providing a lot of value here. It's gonna be hard for him to continue pushing.
Oh no.
Yeah, and the Stalker count is actually not that high, and Astrea's maxed out. This is a bit of a problem, right? Like 20 Zealots is really cool, but now you have 40 armies flying Zealots. You're not going to kill the Mothership.
Yeah, he decides to go with what seems to be a bit of a run-by. At least it seemed like he was splitting off the Zealots. He needs to, right? How's he going to kill the Mothership?
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that Neeb went to the top side. He's going to base trade now.
There go the Zealots. Yeah. Is that a massive clump of Zealots on the minimap? Yep. A lot. Yeah, he's going to need to lose those units in an awkward way just because he needs to warp in something that can kill his army.
I mean, Neeb losing 22 probes again, that really is going to hurt. Only has 44 left. Neeb was the one who fired first. So he blows up that disruptor of Astrea. A couple of stasis traps go down. Astrea is obviously going to already expand on the bottom right side. I mean, Neeb is now in danger of losing almost each and every single worker.
I think this is very good for Astrea actually in there. The Zealot run by, now he's like zoning with those disruptors. It's quite nice.
Does Neeb know of the base in the top left? Because that one's been up for minutes.
But he does, like, what Neeb needs to do is just basic, or Astrea basically needs to do is clean up this army one time though. Or unless he wants to eliminate Neeb, but I think that's going to be really bit hard. But it's still going to be hard to win the fight one time. 1 or 2 good shots is probably all that Astrea really needs, because he can remax. He's still mining quite a bit. Neeb can really not build a whole lot of units anymore. But his army of Alex is still very strong, and it's going to be hard for Astrea to win the fight.
Don't forget the 20 gateways.
Yeah.
Gonna be able
Well, they're
to
all over
remax
here
the
somewhere.
This position is quite hard to push into though.
Yeah, the mothership really providing so much value there. The disruptors can roll down the ramp anytime.
Maybe he needs to go full base trade. I don't think he can save his main base anymore.
I don't think he really wants to either. I think he just wants more time to go by. Astrea obviously knows that he knows he's still mining from the top left and the bottom right. He knows that Neeb barely has any mining. And now he's following your advice, Gabe. Full on base trade. Who cares? He also knows that his army is probably just going to do better in the base trade, because Neeb has some of them. Oh, we leave the disruptors behind. Fire in the hole.
Oh my God,
that's good enough.
So dangerous, but he does blow up all of Neeb's disruptors as well. That is definitely a trade he will take.
Yep, that's
and in the
good
meantime,
enough.
like the natural's being broken.
That is more than good enough, because Zealots and Stalkers will be able to get the job done in the end, as long as you don't have to worry about too many disruptors on the side of Neeb. Neeb knows it, and Astrea definitely causes a little bit of an upset here as he takes down that other NA powerhouse 3-0. I mean, that's sick, man, because he's actually been losing against Neeb more often than not lately. Very big result, top 3 guaranteed, and Neeb will drop to the lower bracket to duke it out with Serral.
Yeah, dropping down to the lower bracket to face off against Serral is not a good feeling for him at all, but great games right there. Beautifully done by Max Angel.
Yep, awesome series. I believe that the players will join us for a little bit. Both of them actually, so...
I go away, then you do the interview?
If you want, you can do the interview too, Gabe.
I got interview, man.
Okay, all right. Gabe will make some space. That sounds good, Gabe. We love having you. We'll see you in a bit. I like how they spent 5 minutes building that up, but now we actually need that. Shall I also leave? You want to do rock, paper, scissors on who interviews both?
No, I think we can do both, right?
Yeah, but they spent like 5 minutes setting this up.
Just move the rock, guys. It'll be fine.
I love how this was literally going on for the entire best of 5, and now they realize that we still need that chair. All right.
Sorry, production.
It's all good. Clem is the first one to join us. Ça va et toi, Liquid Clem?
Ça va. Hello, hello.
Feeling good this morning? Or afternoon, I guess?
Yeah, feeling good. Woke up a little bit too early for me, but...
Yeah? What time did you wake up?
Maybe like 10.
Ooh, that's early. It was very early.
4 hours before the match, Clem.
Yeah. Yeah, you seemed really strong today, not really running into a whole lot of issues in that series, it seemed.
Yeah, it's alright. I feel like it wasn't the best game I've ever played, but also I did the job. Yeah, I'm pretty pretty happy about it.
Max Angel, welcome, congratulations. That's a big one, mate, because I kind of feel like Neeb has had your number a little bit lately. You didn't just win, you win 3-0. We saw quite a bit of the games, but not everything. Talk to us.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't confident going into the series. I looked at Liglac and he beat me the last 5 times we played. So, yeah, I don't know. It's good to beat him. I did not expect it to be like that at all, like 3-0.
We saw a little bit of the first game, and obviously Clem will go over your games a little bit as well. But Tropical Sacrifice, you made an attack with Archons and Immortals top left side. I kind of thought you had the game in the back. Yeah. The shield battery overcharge was pretty good. And then I kind of thought that you threw away the lead. How did you experience that game?
Yeah, I thought like the A move would just work on the thing. I guess if I just went back and waited for the shield battery, I probably would have won there. And then I thought it was, at some point I got behind somehow. I don't really remember how the rest of the went.
You had one disruptor that blew up.
Yeah, that's right. I had a few lucky disruptor shots. Yeah, so, yeah, honestly, that was a bit of a lucky game for sure.
All right. I mean, obviously awesome. That means that you two are going to duke it out in the upper bracket grand final. Do you guys play against one another often?
Fairly often.
Yeah, I guess pretty often. Like the NA weeklies and stuff like that.
So who's going to win, guys?
I mean, it doesn't usually go super well for me, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah, usually not, but...
It's also a rematch of the group stage, right?
Yes, that's true. That is true.
So you
and
guys...
I got too old, so...
That was the group of death, obviously.
I guess so.
If you two end up in the upper bracket final, that must mean that it was by far and away the strongest group. Clem, I do have a couple of questions for you as well about your games.
Yes.
It felt that the first game, I think out of the 3 games, that was actually the one where Lambo perhaps had the best start. It was all pretty clean. I kind of felt that he was able to do his thing. But it all changed when he took that fight in the center of the map, kind of ran off creep. How did you feel about the first 7-8 minutes of that game?
Well, it's usually how TVZ goes. It's like if the Zerg takes one really bad trade, and then I don't do like any big mistake, like losing a lot of Marines to bannings or stuff like that, then it's usually pretty easy game for the Terran. So yeah, that single engagement probably cost him the game.
Yeah. But it kind of felt like after that, nothing really went his way anymore, right? Second game, third game, I don't think you were really in any sort of trouble. Maybe a little bit towards the end, Stargazers.
Yeah. I actually thought I was losing at some point when he was pushing me.
Yeah.
My composition, actually I didn't really pay attention, but my army composition wasn't great.
It seemed like you were in control of the game, but slowly but surely, at some point, Lambo did have like 5,000 resources in the bank. He had the bottom base mining for quite a while.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been fine for me if I had more like Swords and Halbas and Ghost instead of like my 50 Marines or whatever.
Yeah, the Thors didn't get added on until like right at the very end,
I really
right?
needed them. Yeah.
Were you concerned at that point?
Yeah, I was a bit concerned. But at the very end, when he was pushing on my PF and the Swords were like shooting, the Ghost was sniping, I was like, okay, then I might actually have it.
Yeah. Seemed like you weren't in too much trouble, but it did seem a little bit dicey right there. But
Yeah, for sure.
Both of you guys winning 3-0. Pretty nice.
Nice.
At least we're on schedule today, guys. I think originally these games were supposed to be played right after one another, but judging by yesterday, we're like, okay, it's going to be a very long day, but...
Yeah.
How does it feel to be in the upper bracket final of an offline event, Clem?
It feels amazing.
Yeah.
It's like the first time in a while I actually do really well offline, so I'm happy.
Max Angel, I saw a little bit of your second game. We didn't quite catch the start, but it seemed like you went for a 1-gate proxy Stargate into an expand and your Oracle killed like 14 probes. Was Neeb just completely blindsided by the fact that you hit a Stargate, or what happened there?
Yeah, honestly, I thought my build was super obvious. But I just like when 1-gate, like you said, a proxy to Stargate, and it's usually pretty obvious if you don't expand very quickly that there's some tech on the map or something. So I was really surprised because I had a probe in his base. I was next to a Stargate and I saw Oracle start building. I'm like, wow, he doesn't know. This is great.
Yeah, we jumped into the game right as you got like 14 kills, I think, with that Oracle.
Yeah. So just a really good start. Yeah.
So what do you think was the difference then? Because you also said you looked at the League leg, you feel that Neeb kind of had your number lately, won a couple series in a row. No, you didn't just win, you won 3-0. Were you playing out of your mind, or do you feel like Alex was not on his A game?
I think I got lucky with build orders and maybe Alex was a little off, but honestly I thought he played really well game 3 because I thought I had a really big advantage, but he's just so hard to kill. He trades really well, and I feel like I'm often ahead of Alex going into the mid and late game, but he just plays really well at that stage of the game.
20 gateway is pretty good though.
Yeah, at some point you warped in like 20 zealots at once. You had like 4 stalkers to deal with. Okay, maybe 8 stalkers to deal with the mothership. Yeah. You were like, okay, I guess I'll send them out, and you killed like 3 bases.
Yeah. He just pushed out and he left all his bases open, so I take advantage of that.
All right, before we wrap it up for a segment of the day, once more, obviously, congratulations, guys. How's the HomeStory Cup been overall so far? I know that you're loving it. Upper bracket finals feels really good. How's the rest of the journey been for you?
It's been really awesome. I mean, this is my first time at the event, and I think it's a really awesome venue. Actually, I was planning on like partying and hanging out with everyone after I got out of the tournament. I wasn't expecting that.
Don't you just hate it when you accidentally get into like, the top 4?
Yeah, so I haven't really been drinking or doing any of the party stuff, but I'm in the tournament, so that's something. Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that you're having a good time. Clem, feels good to be back.
Yeah, it's really cool. I really like offline events always.
You weren't staying too late, right? I think most
last night, no. The night before, maybe a tiny bit too late.
Okay.
Yesterday night was okay.
Okay.
Went to bed, not too late.
Slept well?
Yeah.
It's important, right, when you're at a tournament?
Yeah, for sure.
But you're having a great time, Clem?
Yeah, it's really fun.
All right. Well, we'll see more of you guys, and obviously all the best in that upper bracket final. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait for it. For now, we're going to throw it to a break, and after that, we'll be back with, I guess, some lower bracket action, perhaps? I don't know, actually. What is the schedule?
So, it should be, I think, Serral versus Neeb.
That's a good match.
Or Zoun versus Lambo.
No, it's going to be Serral versus Neeb up next.
Should
So
be
the great Jonas Atala, 2017 Magic versus 2018 Magic. Always a classic. We'll be right back, guys. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you for tuning in. It's going to be an awesome day. Let's go.
So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Como que ella quiere disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Right. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica lady. Quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que el jefe se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, yeah, yeah. Ya me doy el palo, ese empate si lo desigualo. Le gusta lo honesto y lo malo, me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos pibes que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica lady. Quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, para que el jefe se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Es de esas nenas, mata Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el jefe se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que ella parezca, selfie, que ella parezca. No, 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 no. No hice, oh, oh. Baker, rap, no.
Welcome back, everyone, to HomeStory Cup 21, the Lost Island edition. I'm joined by Harstem and Skillis to cast some PvZ. How are we doing, boys?
Good. I'm good as well.
Good, good. I'm good too. Triple good on the board over on the caster airline desk. Harstem got the middle seat. Showed up late once again.
Yeah, I didn't check in time. Was on standby for a little bit, but here we are anyway. Made it, so I'm happy. Yeah. Nice little game that we're gonna have on our hands here. After we saw Astrea take out Neeb earlier, gave Neeb a bit of a break, and now he should be ready to go against Serral, who has pretty good ZVP.
I feel like you've casted a lot of Serral's ZVP this weekend.
Yeah. I think I've done 3 games, and I've watched most of the others as well. And he kind of, he got better during the weekend, I think, and it showed. Especially yesterday against Showtime, it seemed like there was some evolution within the series even, and I did like it. Did you see those games or not?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. I really like the way Serral is playing. Like, it's very safe, very chill. I really like it.
Cool. We're going to look at the bracket. I didn't hear what he said because I was listening to production.
That's fine.
I heard what he said. It's always fine when you're here. It'll be fine. So, Neeb Serral, that's what we're going to do. Then afterwards, Lambo versus Zoun in the lower bracket. Then they're going to keep on fighting through this. What do you think?
I actually don't know what's going to happen here. Lambo has good Zerg versus Protoss. Neeb has good Protoss versus Zerg.
Yeah.
Serral has good Zerg versus Protoss. And Zoun beat Elaser 3-0 yesterday. So he probably also has pretty good Protoss versus Zerg. So you have 4 people that are good in a matchup. And they might have to play 2 in a row right now, which would be really cool if we get like a PvZ into another PvZ.
PvZ extravaganza.
Yeah, if this was 6 months ago, I don't think I would be too happy, and I think majority of the people would not be too happy. But it's not 6 months ago right now, Skillis. We have actual games where we build oracles instead of just void rays and disruptors. Isn't that exciting?
It is exciting. PvZ is really fun right now, and because of that, we're actually allowed to do the games separately as well. So no more of this double game nonsense. It's back-to-back-to-back StarCraft action. Loads of PVZ. We're excited. How come there's so many Protoss still alive in the top 6?
We started the tournament with 18 Protoss players. In the group stages, everyone except for 2 players that got eliminated were Protoss. Is that correct, Skilles? I think it was. Kalazur got eliminated as a Terran, and there was one more Terran, I think.
Production is saying that 14 Protoss got eliminated.
So
Yeah.
4 Protoss survived. Astrea, Neeb, Zoun, and...
Yeah, but I was talking about who left, like literally...
Showtime?
And Showtime.
And Showtime, yeah.
Astrea, Neeb, Zoun, Showtime.
Yeah.
I was more into shaming the guys that weren't Protoss that didn't make it through.
Oh, I see.
So there was like 2 people.
Idiots.
Yeah, and I knew Kalazur was one of them. I don't quite know who the second one is. Can't recall. Maybe in my group?
Your group? Who was in your group?
I can't recall.
We have Wikipedia.
Oh,
right
Wikipedia?
there.
Oh, I thought
Just
they put it up on the screen for us already. But struggling casters need to do everything by themselves. Oh, Raza. Raza and Kalazur, the only non-Protoss players that got taken out.
That's actually kind of insane, right?
Is it insane though, Wardy?
Yeah.
This is what I expected coming.
That's what you
State of this race with the maps is ridiculous, Skilles. You're here, by the way, for the
Zerg analysis?
Yeah, the moderate Zerg propaganda. And we're here to push our Protoss agenda. And we're going pretty far with it. So we'll stop wherever you stop us.
It's probably not going to get stopped. I am representing Zerg my t-shirt though today, so...
That's how we roll, with a bailing on it. Very cute shirt.
So yeah, makes sense.
It does make
It was meant
sense.
to be.
So right now we're just waiting for the players to set up. I can't even see them from here.
Oh, you can see nobody that's actually playing from here, actually.
I see Neeb.
see Neeb.
Yeah, Neeb.
Neeb's over there.
Yeah. Cool. I can't see his facial expressions, but he always looks like he's about to destroy someone in the game.
Yeah. Oh, apparently he can jump into games, so Serral must be in there somewhere.
Really?
Yeah, maybe in the close...
He's in the close corner.
Close corner.
Very nice.
We're making TaKeTv people move all over the place here, dodging out of the way so we can have a glimpse of Serral.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh!
Nice shot.
You not seen?
Is that a chameleon or a gecko?
I think it's a green lizard. It was like
really?
that was caught in the zoo. I don't know.
Oh, tarantula. He's doing the spider motion with his fingers. I really like these things. We had a butterfly flying around as well. Oh.
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 I don't think this is the right screen. I could be wrong though.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert, but this. Oh, and now we lost the cameras. Here we go. All right.
I'm glad Mappy confirmed that this was the right one for us as well, just so we knew.
Ooh, what happened here? Was this an attempted hatchery block gone wrong, Mapu, or was this a gateway scout?
3.
He doesn't know. Gate scout?
Gate scout.
Okay, I'll believe him. There was a bit of hesitation there, so maybe just it's a 50-50. I think the gate scout would be a good gamble. Neeb doesn't make mistakes like that either. He would not scout the late on data C. What are your thoughts on this in general, Skilles?
About the gate scout?
Gate scout, pylon scout, gas first. It's just your general input.
I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really matter, honestly. Like only if you block the hatch, it matters in some builds. But like if you play like gas first or gate scout, basically the same.
Gas first or gate scout is the same?
I mean, of course, like you can mine more gas if you want, but like if you do it on average, it's like basically the same. I feel like.
Okay. People are allowed to have different opinions, so we'll stick with that. As, we have an exciting game on our hands here on Data C between Serral and Neeb. What are we kind of expecting out of Neeb here? I know for a while a lot of the Zergs were saying he was one of the scariest players to play against in at least the foreign scene, I think, because he's extremely good when it comes to mid-game decision-making, late-game decision-making. Sometimes is not as tight in the early game. Like, he has good build orders, don't get me wrong, but that's sometimes where he loses it. What do you know about his PvZ? Because I honestly haven't watched too much of his games.
Yeah, same for me. I'm not a huge expert on his PvZ, but in my opinion, he's like quite standard, and he's just like very good on things he's doing.
I feel like Neeb can be quite scary in the macro game when he gets set up, when he gets to play around the map. But I think I'm with you. I feel like I've not seen much of him in like specifically the last month where we started to see like PvZ really differ again. So not 100% sure what he's going to be bringing out, but it'll be fun to figure it out as we go along. Did he play many Zergs so far in the tournament?
That's a very good question that I can answer for you, because I have the Wikipedia still. But he played against Elaser, which he beat, if I recall correctly, 2-0. I can immediately find it. And then in the bracket, who else did he play? He played Gumio. Yeah.
So he hasn't played a lot of PvZ this event, just a
single one. He did win it though.
Yeah, I seem to remember that result.
Yeah, 2-0.
Yeah.
They played on Data C and Inside Out. So has a very good memories already, this tournament on Data C against Zerg. It's a 100% win rate. But it is a feeling that you carry into a tournament, you know? It can definitely matter. First Oracle makes its way across the map. There's no drones here at the third quite yet. Double spores going down just now. So Serral has delayed these for a long time. I like it, getting a little bit of extra mining. Once again went back into gas as well. And a fast Evo chamber. So this is already a switch up what we saw from yesterday in at least the first 2 games against Showtime. Or maybe even the first 3 games against Showtime, where he opened up with a quicker Roach Warren, slightly faster lair, and really went for a heavy Roach defense. I kind of like this. Although the funny thing is that I would tag Neeb more as a 6-gas player than a 4-gas player. No?
Not really, I don't think so. But about like this +1 thing and Roach defense, I think actually Roach defense is better than +1.
Really? Against low gas styles, I much prefer playing against Roaches than playing against Lynx.
Really?
Yeah.
I just feel like...
I think it depends a little bit when the TOS is planning to move out. If TOS plans to move out rather early, I think the Link defense is really nice. But if TOS moves out a little later, maybe Roaches are actually better, because you already have the Roach speed in that case. But if you like the type of builds where you have like 1 or 2 Oracle with the fast extra gateways with the Blink, delay your upgrades a little bit, I generally actually do like the Link defense, because you can go around, pick off reinforcements, get a cancel on the fort base, that type of stuff.
Like my problem with +1 melee is that against some kind of build orders it can be very hard for Zerg, and like Archon drop, let's say, or maybe like 4-gate glaive after 2 oracles. I feel like it's way easier if you just like skip upgrades and put a fast Roach Warren.
Sure, in those scenarios. But I think if we're talking about the very specific scenario, like what Showtime was playing a lot yesterday and the type of stuff that Hero does, I much prefer the +1. So we agree after all. It's gonna be a quick Templar Archives. I do believe you kind of go 6 gas from this, no? It's very tricky to stay on 4 with this.
I think it's fine with 4, because you can just do a couple of Archons, some Zealots, and after you switch to Stalkers. Okay, never mind, it's 6 gas.
Meanwhile, on the Zerg side, units. As the Zerg specialist here.
Yeah.
He has lost quite a lot of drones, by the way.
He's building a lot of Lynx as well, very early. He's 58 drones. This is really quite low.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to die to this Archon drop or even take an insane amount of damage, but honestly any type of damage here would be good enough. And if you only have Lynx against this type of build and your Queens aren't in position so the Archons get the drop, you're actually going to be in a little bit of trouble. So we see a straight up drone pool here, a warp in of 2 Zealots. I mean, it's not the biggest warp in, but there's some potential here. Charge has finished as well. Okay, 4 more Zealots are being warped in, +1 is about to finish for Neeb. I think Serral is going to struggle to defend this without taking any big losses.
Yeah, this is going to be really scary. Obviously, all these drones pulled away. They're going to start running back in. Oh my goodness, the Archons could have killed so many drones. You're kidding me. What? Why are they back? What are the drones doing? Stop.
Well, a couple of them are dying. It feels like there's way more drones here than before. It's 20 out of 16 apparently. 6 died. This felt very good for Neeb as long as he doesn't lose this prism.
Man, I really feel like Serral almost got away with that more than he should have done, because it felt like those drones were so stacked right next to Archon shots. Like that could have been... The entire mineral line could have disappeared.
Yeah, slightly surprising how keen he was on getting those back to droning. He's gonna... or back to mining. He's gonna drone up really quickly once again to like 80-ish or so. Should get a 5th hatch going as well. We have Infestation Pit on the way. This is a thing that we've seen a lot from Serral skillet, is where he gets a pretty high drone count, sometimes already gets the hive started, then maxes out and does some type of attack. And we've seen it very Roach heavy, but as the main focus here is on the melee upgrade, I reckon we're gonna see a bunch of Banes. Do you think he's actually gonna go for like a big attack, or is it more just going to be like a... like some run-bys trying to kill some workers?
Yeah, I think it's going to be like more play about run-bys, and at the same time he'll try to get his adrenal glands for Zerglings, and this way you can just like trade pretty efficiently against Stalker and Zealot. That's what Protoss usually has, and like at the same time he's putting Greater Spire, so I guess he's expecting Neeb to go for this kind of like not very active style, but the style where you get like a very, very powerful army and attack with it.
Yeah, but it always feels like that the kind of power spike of these types of armies that Neeb is going for is going to hit when +2 finishes, right? Usually you have the AoE type of unit that you want. In this case it's going to be Disruptor. I would have preferred Storm personally, but alright, he goes for Disruptors. He's getting his Blink behind as well in case Broodlords are already morphing. I think Neeb is perfectly set up for actually executing this type of push, maybe taking out a base here or there, and then going into a pretty stable late game state.
Yeah, and one thing about disruptors, I think Neeb went for it because it's like this kind of build orders, this Archon drop is very hard to defend, like Roach Elutes. So disruptors is kind of like safe option.
Yeah, I do like that. It's a good point. 5th is going to get cancelled. That's important. If your 5th isn't down during your move out, it is so difficult to set it up if there's no cannons there against any type of Ling run bys. That's often one of these kind of the important points in this game is the 5th base for the Toss as well as the 5th base for the Zerg. Serral already has it set up. He's up to 90 drones and is building his first set of Corruptors. It does mean that he's going to have slightly less supply and defensive units. And I mean, Neeb is going to pull the trigger at any point right now.
And his army is very strong. It's almost 200 supply. Not too much of zealots.
Yeah, there's so much tech in the Force, right? Just so many Archons, a couple of Disruptors. Gonna be really scary for Serral in a fight. He is gonna try and run by with Lings. That Stay Sword has been there a little while. Some Roaches avoided it before, but this time catches the Lings, just slowing down what Serral would like to do. And Serral is taking away towards a Great Aspire. I feel like Neeb is pretty much set to go though.
I really like Neeb's army split. It's like everywhere, so Zerg can't really do anything with his red mice.
Yeah, I really do like that as well. Taking out a couple of Lings here. I'm curious to see if it's kind of sloppy there, losing these Disruptors before the fight starts. Archon's taking a lot of damage as well. Oracles are helping out. This was a really bad fight for Neeb, wasn't it? I mean...
I don't know. Actually, he got a lot of supply.
Yeah, but you're fighting on your side of the map. You lose a couple of Archons that you now need to rebuild. Greater Spire is getting closer to finishing.
I mean, maybe he's not actually going to make like a very big attack. It's like he's still trying to harass two directions. Look.
Okay.
It's going to work pretty nice for now because it looks like both these bases will likely go down. Serral doesn't commit to the top. The bright side's already dead. So Serral gets punched back down to 4 bases here. And yeah, he's on his way to the Broods, but it's definitely going to give Neeb a little while longer before he needs to kind of execute another attack. I feel like he should have killed the hatch.
I really do believe he should have killed the hatch. It also felt like Serral had an opportunity to surround there, but didn't quite go for it.
Yeah, I think he was scared of this one Disruptor, but...
It's mainly Lings, right? Adrenal's already done, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's done. This upgrade is very important.
Yep. Obviously those Lings need that little extra nibble power. There wasn't a lot of Broodlords yet, right? Just the 3. And we're adding a few more Corruptors again now, so we're slowly getting that number up, but Neeb's ready to fight again. 3 Broodlords, still somewhat manageable, but the Banelings on the top side are going to get rid of the Zealots pretty quickly, or at least help against those. That should help, but these Archons have a clumped up Zerg force to hit as well. Doing pretty well, and Neeb takes a pretty hefty supply lead for the moment.
Yeah, Serral also only on 68 workers currently. Archon's moving forward. Big Stalker Warp in behind this. Can blink under these Broodlords as there's almost no Banelings remaining. Broodlords are going to start falling, and that's it. GG.
Wow, Neeb showing up. His army there just looked like Serral had no way to stop it. Serral's move into Broodlords wasn't really smooth, right? Getting to 3 doesn't really do all that much right away, and just felt like he was a little bit stuck with that low drone count from earlier.
Yeah, did not really manage to do any harassment whatsoever either, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of sat there, and like you mentioned, good army split out of Neeb. I really thought that top fight wasn't so good initially. Figured, it's not that far, or it's not that close to a base, but then he splits up his army, and it seems fine.
I think the problem was that actually Serral lost quite a bit of his Banelings and Lings, and he had to remade it, and he couldn't afford to make like a lot of Broodlords actually initially, so I think it was a problem.
Yeah, nice first game here out of Neeb. Now Data C, I think, was probably his map pick. I think a lot of tosses do like that map a lot. Stargazer's probably vetoed by Serral. Neeb probably vetoed Waterfall if he has a brain.
Can you actually see
it? If you click on it, it probably says...
Really?
With a refresh, yeah.
Wikipedia is one hell of a tool, isn't it?
Yeah.
Shout all the Waterfall, Stargazers out of Serral. So it's Inside and Out, Moondance, Cosmic Sapphire, and Tropical Sacrifice as the last map.
Okay. Yeah, Inside and Out's a nice pick, I think, for Serral as well.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious about Moondance because I feel like this map has a lot of potential because there's like so much things you can do in it.
For Toss or for Zerg? Or for both? Yeah.
I mean, mostly for Protoss, honestly, because like there is a lot of ways to deny the scout and like...
Yeah, you can put some nasty 2-base all-ins on them when they believe that it's 3-base with the back base, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking you can do things like opening up literally with a single Phoenix, and it completely shuts everything down. Could be double Stargate, so they don't want to build too many units. Could be a 2-base all-in, could be a fast 3rd base behind, and then a fast 4th base ahead as well. Like, there's a lot of potential in these types of scenarios.
I believe you can deny the scout even with one stalker. Like this overlord behind the mineral line can see the gases, but he can't really check the third base, right?
Yeah, he can sacrifice himself, I think, if he truly wants to. But then again, do you really want? Yeah, you probably do want to. You want to know if there's a third, I think.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go into game number 2. It's inside and out. In the bottom left from NC Esports, we've got Serral, who has just not been formidable and unbeatable this event. It's been quite the opposite.
Yeah. Taking a couple of big losses. Gumiho, Showtime. Anyone else? Good lord.
Well, he must have done because he got like really far down in his group, right?
No, I lost
that
two.
was both in the group, obviously. Yeah.
Lost 2 matches.
Yeah.
Also lost another map against someone. Who was that against?
Drogo.
Drogo, right. That was the first map of the tournament for him.
Yeah.
Did you see this game?
No, I didn't.
I'm actually curious what happened.
I heard that Drogo played the most standard 6-gas thing and just won the game.
Okay.
It was a semi-late game, is what I heard as well. Not a real one, but a semi-late game. There were some carriers out, but Serral didn't really set up. The late games only count if Zerg is completely set up with 35 spores, 12 infestors, and brood lords. Otherwise, we don't count it as a Protoss late game win. That's just a mid game. It's a result from a good early game, and that's where Protoss is strong.
Even in the playoffs, though, I feel like Serral, like for example against Zoun, like that was a 3-0, but those games, they were not quite Serral-like, you know. Like usually Serral, when he gets ahead, he keeps that lead really comfortably, and a couple of times he let Zoun back in. He was still controlling, but I don't know, it just wasn't quite, like I said, like you'd expect from Serral, I suppose.
Yeah, the standards are quite high when this is an interesting wall. This doesn't look good, no?
No, it doesn't look good. It's not a wall.
It's not. This gonna. Did you see Creators Wall the other day?
It was very painful.
Yeah, it was very painful. It's like a gateway behind the pylon. And then, yeah, it was.
Oh my god.
It's not good.
And like this one, you can't even close it with like second pylon, I think.
Can we take a look at the wall again? I'm kind of curious.
It's like a pylon and it's gonna be like a big hole, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you're just gonna have an exposed pylon somewhere, I guess. Is the ugly type?
I mean, last game, Neeb made...
Roddy wall, did the crowd just say?
Neeb made the pylon wall last game too, but it just allowed him to take his third faster because he skipped the second gateway.
Yeah, I think that then it's different. You can also do it on this map, right? The pylon wall?
I mean, yeah, you can, but it's gonna be like a little bit different.
It looks a little ugly as well.
Yeah.
You can make a lot of funky walls on these maps.
I think you can make one pylon to gateway, let's say, wall on every map that has like a ramp.
Yeah, I think so too. Another hard agree from me there, Skillis. We're doing so well. This is a different build.
Oh.
This is a Twilight, a Robo. Can you take a look at the gas from the Protoss?
Hey, it's Glaive.
Oh, Glaive. Very nice.
Cool, switch up.
Okay, now I want to see what's...
Oh,
that's one? Okay, what are you going to do with the second one, buddy? Yeah, no way. This looks so bad. The sick thing is if you legit build 12 links against this, especially if you're not opening Oracle, the game kind of just ends, I think. But I mean, why would you do that? If Serral had recognized how bad this wall was, maybe you could have done something like that. This map is particularly tricky, though. I have to admit it.
Oh no.
Oh, this is actual pain to watch. Yeah, he's gonna put another gate behind it, and then the probes have to walk around when they transfer to the third. This.
I mean, he can just alone out of 2 base, so it doesn't happen.
He could get a pylon above the other pylon. This is not a pretty sight. Let's just be happy that Neeb decided to go into pro gaming rather than being an architect. Or a city planner, for all that matters. This is not it. Ay.
Oh.
Alright, it's going to be a 5-gate?
It's 6-gate, I think.
6-gate?
Yeah, I think so.
4 on the way, 2 down the front.
Yeah.
There's some
so
good...
very aggressive. And Serral didn't see it yet.
I'm not too familiar with this Skillis. Can you tell me a bit about it?
I mean, you just have a little bit more depth, and like there can be not prepared for it. It's like basically it. It's not too powerful, I think, but it can work.
Do you follow this up with Immortals, or is it just like pure 6-gate adept, and that's going to be it?
Yeah, you barely have any money to...
Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. Right, the initial warp-in usually is going to be the same, so you probably start with like your initial 8 adepts here. That's indeed what we're seeing, and then the next warp-in is when all 6 gates kick in. You get 2 more adepts, and the next warp-in you have 2 more adepts. So it's really after the second or the third warp-in that it's truly going to matter. It's something that the Zerg definitely does need to realize. They can't go back into droning for a very long time, and they also can't lose any drones against the initial pressure, because then you want to drone back up again. You need constant roach production, I guess, against this, or at least an initial couple of roaches.
Two spines, actually.
He called it. He knows.
Yeah, he figured it out some way, somehow, because he's been super prepared for this, and these spines are going to be at a good time as well. Yeah, looks good so far, but obviously you still got to be really good at moving along with those adepts because it can get out of hand.
Yeah, it can get out of hand, but spines kind of are get out of jail for free card, right? Because
you have to target fire through the spines.
Yeah, exactly that.
So. Adepts?
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a queen, maybe two.
2 queens, actually.
Gonna sit in fight.
3 adepts for 2 queens. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. Spines are gonna finish up now. I would have loved to have a shade into a base when the spines aren't up yet. This was a bad chase though by Serral. He's gonna lose 2 roaches for free. That's pretty expensive. More queens are on the way. These queens are out of transfuse energy as well. I wouldn't mind seeing one more spine being constructed that can poke at the adepts as they try to move in. I wouldn't even mind if the spine in the third would be kind of used for that purpose. This is a good catch by Serral once again, by the way. Gets a cancel. This is super frustrating because now the Prism needs to move, and yeah, Neeb is just going to build a Nexus, try to transition out of this. This looks bad currently, worker-wise, but because Serral already has the units, he can just drone up to whatever drone count he wants. Neeb is still on 2 bases, so even if Neeb has 4 or 5 more workers, he's not going to be outmining his opponent by very much, at least not for very long. Serral's going to get into a layer, Evo chamber, and hold the drone key down, well, hopefully till at least 60-ish, 66 probably. Then you reevaluate the situation again as a Zerker and say, okay, do we have some type of follow-up here? Is it going to be Immortals? Will there be a Forge? Maybe a Blink follow-up? Or is it just going to be more Adepts? And these are the things that Serral is looking out for right now. And I think the moment the layer finish, knowing Serral, I think we might even see an Overseer Scout go in now.
Yeah, probably, because it is very important. Protoss can expand and just like make 8 gateways and go.
Ooh. This is a really big scout as well. Seeing the Chrono on the Nexus in the natural. If Serral paid attention to this, which I'm honestly gonna say he did, because it's Serral, he knows that this is going to be a rather big eco focus. We see 9 more drones already being built. I really don't think we're going to be seeing any more units until 66. I'd be extremely surprised and a little bit disappointed, frankly.
Burning Nest. This is a very good response against this kind of styles because it's gonna be very gas heavy, and against this kind of play styles you really want to have some banings.
Yeah, I also just like it in case it's going to be like a massive Adept to Disruptor push. If you just have 3-4 Banelings, that type of play gets shut down in such a big way that for very little cost, just having that preemptively is absolutely massive. I completely agree with you there, Skillis.
And like Neeb's army, right now like supply is quite high, but you need to not forget that it's actually like mass Adepts.
Yeah,
it's not great.
Yeah, they transition very poorly into a mid game, right? It's not like, yeah, the +2 does very much for Adepts.
No. The best thing you can do with these is really kind of try and find mineral lines to hit them with, right? Like a couple here, a couple there, just slowly bleed them out, get them replaced with other units. Because yeah, in a big fight, they're just going to do nothing. They get melted by Banes, they do nothing versus Roaches.
Yeah. They're actually very... That's scary. They actually function very similar to how Roaches function when Zerg is maxed out, you know?
Yeah.
The moment Zerg maxes out, they want to get rid of their Roaches, and often you can't in a good way anymore, so you're stuck with like 20 Roaches, like crap. It's the same with Adepts, except for Adepts, that point comes when it's like 6 minutes into the game. Basically, once Zerg hits layer, like Adepts become pretty useless. Roach speed, Baneling speed, or just Banelings in general is such a hard counter to the unit that you want to get rid of them in this type of way. And like
very nice, actually, because he got all the scout, he saw no drones on first base.
It's kind of funny though, it's getting an infestation pit, but no drones on the fort.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe if he sees that Neeb is too defensive, he's gonna just switch into Hive, because like even in this situation, I can just drone up a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, that was huge.
Really good disrupted Hawks.
Holy crap.
Especially on this kind of economy.
Yeah, his economy is so low to begin with. This army just sucks, but he's got a few force fields at least to try and make something happen. He just has no
Ravagers.
Yes.
No Ravagers, so these force fields can be broken. Lots of Stalkers in the main as well. These are good force fields, but doesn't get too many of the Banelings. Ravagers are here now in the back, +1 finishes for Neeb. Serral decides to not push the issue too much and drones back up. I really felt like that Serral had an almost perfect defense. I'm not entirely sure about this entire attack. This didn't feel like it had much potential.
Yeah. Especially against these Raptors now. Hello?
No.
Perfect splits.
That's very good.
Yeah. And losing one disrupted just so expensive, right? You want to get that Colossus count up at the moment. Apparently, get some proper splash out. Now he's going to feel like he has to make more disruptors. Just
and
not fun.
This observer is so crucial that Neeb has on Serral's main, because he sees everything, all the like production that Serral has, and like if he is droning, he sees it, and also he probably saw the Hive
Yeah.
It's on the way. So.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Oh, okay. You didn't even see the layer.
I'm surprised he's
still on hatchery tech. How did this guy have bailing speed?
He's going to see it now with the adept drop here. Is again just trying to trade these out for anything. Gets a few lings at least to start. Is even going to micro them back a little bit. Cute play. Going to get some value. Warps in some supporting zealots as well. They don't have charge yet though, so.
Yeah, cancels the warp in immediately.
Probably smart.
Sometimes when you get this type of a depth drop and you kill a couple of links, I feel a little tempted to warp in 6 more, even though you really don't want to. And like the moment you do it, then they finish like, why did I do this to myself? It's so stupid.
They just feel so successful. You're like, I want more of these.
Yeah. You know they're bad. It's not gonna work, and there you go again. You have like 6 more adepts you somehow need to get rid of in a normal way. It's impossible. This is kind of a not necessarily a scary attack for Neeb to die, but this is the type of attack that could kill 15, 16 probes at once, right? You're coming in from 2-3 angles. You're probably going to send some over the bridge in towards the third as well. Maybe even potentially poke in towards the natural. Neeb needs to have a good army split, and he needs some type of vision on the army as well. Then he's probably going to be fine. I love the Ultralisk Cavern in this case. We already have Vipers out as well. So Serral, he made a very solid recovery after losing those 13 drones. Still feels like he should be in a slightly better position after his early game that he had.
There's a drop a lot on the right side that's just being scattered by a Nexus, so that's a good little spot, at least for Neeb. Should be aware of that, as these Adepts once again seeing if there's an opportunity. Just going to sit on the left side base for now. Double Dropper Lord, so really trying to find some damage here is Serral. And he's going to find himself in this mineral line at least, and that's going to be a bunch of probes going down already.
So painful.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no.
This kind of feels even like slow for payments. Like, hey, the last one. That was a pretty deadly little drop a load attack. I thought Neeb saw the one on the right side with the Nexus.
Yeah, at least with the probe. I'm pretty sure he saw it, but he was probably microing his adepts or something, and then.
I mean, in some situations, this can even be good for Protoss because now.
If you're on 8 gas.
I mean, he can just max out on a very strong army and like just go.
Yeah,
it's not. I mean, it's not good, but it's like it can work out. You know?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I feel like it's not really the case here, though.
First Storm's pretty good as Disruptor Shots try to help out. Banelings are going to find their way in here, though, as obviously Neeb trying to get out of trouble. Big Disruptor Shock hits a few roaches as well. Neeb salvages something out of this, but obviously Serral's the one with all of the money to rebuild. Zealots, though.
Yeah.
But still too much.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of how that fight went at all for Neeb whatsoever.
And the thing for Zerg is, if you kill probes and if you can afterwards trade the army, it's so good for you.
Yeah, if you can trade on Protoss side of the map in this type of case, it's fantastic. Of course, you can't throw away 50 Banelings for half an Archon, but if you're actually having a somewhat efficient trade, that's absolutely brilliant. I'm kind of impressed by Neeb, already being back up to 70 workers at this point. Taking a 5th is going to be one hell of a challenge, though. And even feeling safe on these bases. I mean, what does he have really for an army? It's a bunch of Stalkers. We're working with 2 Archons, 8 Zealots. This is an army that does not deal well with Banelings. It does not deal well with Ultralisk. It honestly doesn't really deal well with anything that Serral currently has. And if Serral's gonna send it again in the next 30 seconds, I think Neeb might actually be in a bit of trouble.
For Ultras, 2 Vipers with full energy. Very scary.
Fake?
Yeah, very nice fake one.
Distract a little bit as you set up the fight. We're going to start running in here. A few units went off to the right side for cancel, but we are going to come in. We drop some Storms. We drop some feedback. Storms are going all over the place here as we have obviously a pretty good little Sim City for Neeb to sit on, choke up these Ultras a bit. It's buying him time. He's creating the best fight possible, and it's actually going to turn out really well. He chases all the Ultras down. We'll get our extra road just so here. Neeb has a good fight.
That was not a good fight.
And a counterattack.
That was a great fight. Honestly, I can't actually believe that it happened like that. Counterattack is going to get cleaned up by these links with adrenal glands. These Zealots will not stand a chance. Neeb's going to clean a little bit of creep and just move back, which is of course once again the perfect call. Double row of producing immortals and a 5th base. Wait, no, being cancelled.
Is he afraid?
He must be, but I guess he doesn't know that Serral doesn't have that much money right now.
Yeah, because Serral's kinda low on his economy too.
Yeah. It really felt like he was in massive control of the game. I also thought that fight was like the completely correct call there. If something was slightly wrong in the execution, some of the Banes not connecting with these Templars early on in the fight can be really painful if they get all of their Storms out. Another Zealot run by is going to get cleaned up. These Zealots have had no luck. I would not want to be a Zealot in Neeb's army currently, because just being sent into the Zergling dead again and again and again. Creep spread has been diminished a little bit, at least in the middle of the map. There's almost no creep on the right side of the map, but Neeb probably needs to start getting a 5th base up, rather sooner than later.
I feel like he's gonna set up an Alun attack because he doesn't produce any upgrades, and he's just going to make a very strong army on full basis.
That's one of the feedbacks there. As we do abduct in an Immortal, makes the Ultra's lives a bit easier. Units from Serral Durban a bit again. The Stalkers blinking forward. I feel like could have maybe trapped those Ultras a bit more.
Yeah, definitely was meant as a body block there, right?
I thought he had it as well, just at least on the back Ultra, but gave up on it, didn't like it.
Ooh, Hydra then.
This is a very good call. I really like it.
Yeah?
I feel like Lurkers are very good in this situation.
Why?
I mean, because Protoss has like a lot of Stalkers, it's almost 30, and also it's like it slows the game down for you if you want to sit back. And Neeb can't really get a new base, so.
Yeah. If there was a 5th base, I wouldn't like it, but in this scenario, I actually do like it.
And like, if we choose with Broodlords, it's like Lurkers are just way faster, so.
Yeah. So yeah, way more mobile and defending stuff as well. The moment you build Broodlords on a map like this, you're probably gonna give up one of your outside bases for free, right? And then if Neeb takes a very late 5th, it might still be okay. You get like this weird late game, kind of low eco-ish for both. Very good call actually. I really do like that. Lurker then here might be the perfect call. What do you think of adding in an Infestor, 1 or 2? Not a fan?
Yeah, it's very good.
Get some Storms with those 2 High Templar go down. We're gonna blink though. We got an Ultusk at least, so Neeb.
It's a big army.
It is. It's a lot of army supply, but it's
a lot of Stalkers.
It's just very Stalker heavy, you know.
Not that many Banes though. How many do we have right now? Like 10, 18, 20? Oh, okay, never mind. It's gonna be 40. I love this run by as well. This is fantastic. It's going to force Neeb to kind of rush into a position where perhaps he doesn't want to fight.
Probes getting blown up there. Still a few more left to go. 13 going down. Stalkers pressing through and going to get a couple of Queens. We try and come in from the top side first. Neeb kind of pulled back for that. He's getting really good Storms on the Lings at the very least. Storms all over the place, and the Stalker count is going to be huge here still, and it's just going to win the game for Neeb.
Holy crap.
Wow. That happened out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen you look this stunned for a while.
It's kind of surprising, no?
His army was kind of scary.
I mean the final fight. I think he took it a bit fast.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think he needs to rush it, especially if you kill the probes here. Neeb can't just stand outside of creep forever in that case. You wait until he walks into like the little area in beneath the ramps, and you come from like 2-3 sides. He's now kind of retreated back onto the bridge. The back flank got stormed well. So Banelings don't really connect with Stalkers. They do take out like maybe 3-4 Templar. Felt like that was one of the main mistakes. That's why I like the Baneling run by so much. I was like, well, if you kill these 10 extra probes, all of a sudden Neeb can't wait anymore. Like hardly has any extra gas mining. Gas is in the main running out already. Doesn't have a lot of minerals. Not even sure if he had a prism with this push. Really, there wasn't that much tanking in general. I really think he could have waited longer for this.
Yeah, he probably could cancel his 2 Lurker Dance and maybe get some additional Banelings.
Yeah, like 15 more Banes or so. In this type of scenario, with the very heavy Stalker counts, I also think having 1 Viper is super nice.
Yeah.
That way you force the Templar also to split up on like multiple sides, which is very difficult in the army movement, to kind of keep it compact in that type of sense. Yeah, the Blinding Cloud, like if you get a Blinding Cloud on the bridge, the game ends.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, very impressive game though out of Neeb, because it looked very bad for him. After the early game already, it looked bad. Then once again in the mid game, it looks bad. I'm surprised he didn't go for the 5th base though. When he cancelled that, it felt like he had the opportunity to build it, no? It was like 165 supply against 172.
I mean, in the end, he was like, his plan worked, you know, because he was going to make this kind of Alun and it worked, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm not judging the plan. I was surprised that he cancelled that 5th base, because at that moment, to me, it felt like he could get away with it. He had such a sick fight at that 4th base. That was the 4th or the 3rd? I can't recall if he took the triangle
on the
first.
right side?
Yeah, that fight with like the Stalkers blocking was crazy good. Very well played out of Neeb. Was sick. Serral down two games.
Yeah, he's on the verge of elimination.
The back-to-back-to-back.
The back-to-back-to-back in offlines.
18, 19, 20.
Yeah.
And here we are 21. This is top 6, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to see it again on Wikipedia.
Yeah, top 6. So you lose here, top 6, you win, you're in top 4, then 3, then 2, then you win.
That would be quite something.
I mean, if Serral goes out, I feel like this is anyone's tournament, no?
Yeah. I mean, even if Serral doesn't go out, apparently there's a lot of people that can beat him. So
yeah, obviously.
it's also anyone's tournament, Roddy. No matter what happens, it's anyone's tournament.
I said this earlier, and then Roddy was like, oh, I think maybe Luke was like, but Serral, right? I was like, well, yeah, I feel like getting through the low bracket with Serral stuff. But if he's out, it's a lot easier.
Is it though? The guy that beats Serral, like if you're a Lambo, are you really going to be super happy with that? It's like, Neeb is known to have good Protoss versus Zerg as well. I'd be pretty scared.
Yeah, of course it's scary. It's top 6 HomeStory Cup.
I don't know. It looks like he can bleed, no? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just being silly. All right, in the bottom right, spawning as the blue Zerg player, coming all the way from Finland, representing Team ENCE. It is Serral.
In the top left-hand side from the US of A, from Onsite Gaming, up 2-0, it is Neeb. That would be 2 NA players top 4 if he wins.
When's the last time that happened? MLG Columbus 2011?
I was going to say DreamHack NA.
What if we capable of making NA jokes anymore? We need someone else to make jokes about them, Marty.
We need someone else?
Yeah, just, you know, a region. Maybe the Brits.
The Brits.
Yeah.
We never had hope, so.
I'll tell it to Ben downstairs later. We'll see what he has to say about that.
Something about elephants.
Yeah. All right. This time there's going to be a hatch block here on Moondance, and we discussed this map a little bit before. There's a lot of possibilities for Protoss, and one of the reasons is because there is a back base, which is of course a nice feature. But another one is that you can actually get the Cybercore gate wall on this map. So you only need 2 3x3 buildings to get a full wall, which means you can take an insanely fast third base. Rumor on the street is that it's even possible to get it before the third pylon skill is.
Yeah.
Really?
Rumor confirmed, just like that.
Wow.
You just keep like second Oracle for a bit?
Yeah. Or you just chrono the adepts.
Yeah.
Then you have a little more money, no pros. Very nice.
You can also like suicide them into workers and like have more supply and get second Oracle.
Ooh, that's actually very nice as well, yeah. I haven't considered that one yet. Just suicide them one by one, or?
I mean...
It's two at the same time. Yeah, it's fine. Do like that. I saw Hero do a really cute move. I think it was against Raynor in WTL, where he kept the Adept in the natural, and like... take a look at the natural here. The natural Serral. You see the 3 mineral patches on the bottom. There's like a little spot in between there where you can put an Adept. It will attack the hatchery, and then Zerg will kind of keep their link split as well. He flew in with the Oracle towards the third base, and he synced up the Adept towards the main. And then the Oracle flies over the third, takes out two drones there. Adept goes into the main, and Oracle arrives at the same time, but on opposing sides. I thought this little move was sick. I played it a couple of times, and every single time I got way more workers than I ever should have. So I'm curious if Neeb also does this, because Neeb is someone that does watch Hero a fair amount. Well, the Adept isn't there right now, but it's going to go out with 2 Adept. These are chrono boosted as well. Moondance is a small map. This actually could deal some damage. How many links do we have for Serral right now?
4. Not a lot.
And they're all at the natural.
Yeah, if he just shades up into the main.
Yeah, he's going to get workers. He's going to get a lot of workers.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Already good for 2, and he's going to get more than that. The drone's pulling back in as well, so you don't have to go chasing. He does miss 1 shot. We are going to go for 3 workers. Both the lings there as well. Back down to the low ground.
Wouldn't have minded if he just saved this up, but I guess getting one...
I mean, look at the follow-up from Neeb. It's like he's faking out that it's 1 gate Nexus or something, but he's actually going for 2 gateways. So
that's interesting.
Total of 3.
He's going to lose another Adept. I feel like this was a misrally.
Yeah, probably.
There's no unit. Holy crap. Hello, can we get a pylon?
Oh my god. No?
Are you kidding me?
No.
No, oh my god. He got away with it. Oh. That's actually really sick. 2 more Adepts in the back. You get a Nexus down as well right now. He's going to be playing 3-gate Adept. Serral has the Overlord. Look at that Overlord on top.
Yeah, he saw Nexus timing probably.
Yeah.
But does he understand what is happening? That there is so much gateways.
Even I don't really understand what's happening there. He's just going to go with 6 Adepts?
I think so.
It's kind of a Neeb thing to do, isn't it?
He's weapon some more.
Maybe 9? No way.
That's a lot of adapts.
Yes, they're so useless. Ooh, that's a painful supply block.
Yeah, I feel like something got out of control for Neeb in his build order. Maybe the third adept. Maybe he didn't want to additional.
That's playable. This is fine. He can fight this. I don't think Serral should fight this though. Yeah.
Extra adept. Final Oracle. Getting set up. And we're going to finally see some action here.
How many larvae are available?
No, he just used them.
4.
Oh.
Okay. I can get 8 links out then. This is a lot of adepts. This is a serious threat. It really is. He's building a couple of extra drones right now. I don't actually think Serral's going to have too much in position. Queens are not ready for this either. There's 3 right here. I think one of these is probably going to fall if Neeb decides to attack him.
He could have attacked the queen because obviously running over here. I mean, I guess if you're not going to shade, then you can commit here. As the Evo Chamber Wall is going to go down.
No
That's
cancel.
a kill. So that's actually a little bit expensive as well. Going to shade through again now. And meanwhile, the Oracle setting up a stasis ward as well. The Queens just do deny it. Wow.
Sick defense out of Serral.
Yeah.
He had nothing ready.
Yeah.
The double Evo, well, that was insane. What a beautiful hold. Like, this looked like a minor pressure, but this is a big investment out of TOS. It delays your tech by a crap ton. You have a bunch of useless adepts that did nothing. This was really, really well done out of Serral, especially given how bad his early game was as well.
Yeah. After losing the 5 drones early.
Yeah.
That was genuinely kind of impressive.
And there is no much like stalkers to pressure now. So
Yeah.
like, for some time, Serral can just produce drones, which is very nice.
Yeah, forward base is already halfway done as well. Man, this response was so beautiful, actually. Great play out of Serral here. Very calm as well. He honestly could have just died here. Like, he really could have just lost like 15, 16 drones. The game just ends. Like, it's over. Just like that. Boom, 3-0. But he holds, and now the game, I don't want to say it's in his favor, but he really kind of carved out a nice space for himself where he can get up to at least 80? 75, 76 at least?
80?
80 is probably possible, right? There's not that many units. There's 5 gateways going down right now.
I mean, like, from what we see, he can probably get even more, but because of double forge. But
Yeah, he doesn't know that.
Yeah,
could be a robo in there building a. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. Okay, he's gonna stop at 76 for now and build at least a couple of rounds of units. Oh, he saw the double forge. I think he could have gotten slightly higher then.
Maybe. Yeah.
He just wanted some links on the map maybe to spot some stuff, maybe set up a run by. Kind of do like that as well, honestly. Don't mind it too much. So this is a switch up in style here for Neeb at least. So he's going into a lower gas style with a lot of gateway units well upgraded. We've seen Showtime play this a lot this weekend with some varying degrees of success as well.
Yep, no, Showtime was really successful with this to some point, so yeah, these Stalkers are going to be able to start getting aggressive if they want to. Got that charge coming up as well, tons of gateway units on the menu, and a few of these links are going to get hunted down by the Stalkers, could be a step further forward, just like that. There's actually double stasis.
Ooh. Gets a couple of links for free. Serral up to 150 supply right now. Gets the infestation pit at a pretty decent time. I like this. We might see something of a semi-committed attack to a base, or we might just see a very defensive Serral wanting to hold his creep, and then some run-bys towards a 4th and a 5th. I think that's actually more likely, isn't it, Skillis?
Yeah, probably. He probably once again want to get adrenaline glands pretty fast, so he can fight against this army. And like in the first game, he got Greater Spire, but Greater Spire is good when it's like a very gas-heavy army. But against this kind of army, you just need adrenaline glands, and that's it basically.
Yeah, it's really funny how that works, and this is something that we've seen for the first time in the past few months, is where Zergs literally will just get hyped for Adrenal. Such a powerful upgrade in these kind of side skirmishes with pure Zealot, 2 Stalkers against a bunch of links. Don't think this is a fight that Serral wants to take, unless the Roach flank, oh my god! Didn't even see that come. Beautiful stuff.
No charge yet.
Ay.
Yeah, charge moments away as well. These Zealots a little bit too far forward still. They're going to get caught, and now Serral will have a leap onto this base on the top side. And probes are plenty on this base as well. So lots of targets here for Serral, who can also keep on fighting the Stalkers, leave the Lings to get the probe count. A warp in from Neeb, but there's Banelings to still clean up these Zealots. So, I mean, Serral's still going to stick around here, but he's going to end up losing every single Roach.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded if the Banelings would have gone for the probes and the Roaches just pull back there. Often if you're fighting Roaches against Stalkers, it ends up very poor for the Roaches. This is a big run by. The Adepts weren't defending, instead went for a couple of drone kills. This is working really well for Neeb once again, as it felt like Serral was finally doing something right. And Neeb says, look at this, I got a counterattack, Adepts in 2 bases, Zealots in 3 bases as well. And all of a sudden Serral is down 20 supply.
Wow. Neeb just had units everywhere. He didn't see the Roach flank come, but Neeb did not see all those Zealots coming either. So And now Neeb finishes up 2-2 upgrades, so his gateway army is very powerful on the map. And again, Serral lost every roach, so he has to rebuild that from the start. And that means he doesn't have many lings right now.
Doesn't look good for Serral.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't.
Yeah, resources lost pretty much telling the tale. Neeb was out mining Serral for a little while already as well.
So much stalkers with 2-2.
Yeah.
You think Neeb should go? Like, stop pushing?
Deny some creep at least.
Yeah.
Set up a run by to a 5th maybe. The creep in the middle on the left side is very nice though. Which is kind of tricky to do against this style as well, so it's impressive. I'm not a fan of the road run bys, because if they get called out, they tend to just die. You lose a lot of your footing against the zealots that you do need defensively.
And actually, Neeb is switching for more tech-heavy army.
Ooh.
He's going for more gases.
Yeah, it's 9 gas now.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to judge because like he couldn't really he couldn't really like understand. Was it like that good for him? Or not? But I guess in this kind of situation he will just continue expanding and trading constantly with this kind of upgrade lead.
Yeah, it feels like right now you're gonna give your opponent a little bit of time to set back up while you're attacking into your Archon army and maybe even Storm. This is a run by with some potential as these bad boys have +2. Stasis is going to trigger though.
Massive save against those Gremlins.
A lot of roaches again. They're in a bit of a dangerous position. We see this flank coming in from the left side. Not sure if that's a flank that can actually hold their ground though. Roaches are going to push through. Serral cannot afford to lose every roach here. Luckily there's creep nearby and we'll get a somewhat of a safe retreat. These Banelings might still get some kills on the Zealots, but there's no probes to take out. Oh, Serral's actually going to continue fighting. These Banelings, if they manage to get into this mineral line, would be huge.
Oh no!
One?
Oh, no. Only one probe.
It's not a fight Serral can take.
Why are we fighting?
He can't. He absolutely cannot do that.
He's going to get pushed back. I mean, the only saving grace here is maybe a little bit of creep spread being so far forward that the roaches can start to get away quickly.
Neeb can push, no?
Yeah.
Send it. Gonna add a sentry. There's a lot of money in the bank right now. Neeb's getting his +3 going. 6 base on the way as well. We see Hydras being built. Lurker then is done already, and Seismic Spines is on the way. Losing these roaches was really painful there once again. A little bit too aggressive every single time with these roaches.
Just lose out on one of the oracles here, so a little unfortunate, unnecessary, but not the end of the world. Still got 2 more to keep revelating with. The Observer there to help push back some of this creep spread, which was one of the few saving graces Serral had in that fight, that he got the creep so soon after the fight was going bad for him.
Yeah, it really was. Aggressive blink forward here out of Neeb. Serral wants to pull back. Hydras are dying, which means there will not be Lurkers. Lurkers, even without upgrades here, would be really nice defensively. Right now, well, there's no reinforcements here for Neeb. No Prism, which helps. Zealots need to make their way across the map, but Serral is struggling to hold this already, even without reinforcements.
Yep. These Stalkers are doing very, very well. I mean, a few links streaming in at least will be doing very well. This is where having the Zealots already would have been amazing. That is going to give Serral the time to get a couple of Lurkers up. But if Neeb could just spend all of his money, right? Like, he's got so much cash. There is a big Stalker warp in, but he still has a ton of gas for maybe a High Templar warp in later. Yeah, Neeb's going to play a little afraid of that Lurker. And they are annoying right now, and this is where detection will become important. And this is where having the multiple Oracles would have been nice still.
Yeah. Oh, this army might actually get caught here by these Lings. That is somewhat of a big deal. More Stalkers coming in to try and rescue them, but the Lings will stay alive. 2 Oracles coming in to help out. Supply evens out. Now, that is usually good for the Protoss player. But maybe Serral manages to stabilize on, what is it, the 6 bases that he's currently on? That would be good enough for him, I think.
Yeah, because right now, Neeb kind of need to get like very expensive army units that produce for a long time, so there is time for Serral.
Nice hit on the top right side. That pylon goes down. Warping won't come through, so this is going to be a dead base most likely.
Yeah, needs to be careful. He can't really afford to lose every single unit with every single run by. Banelings are trying to get a couple of kills as well. Will not quite get it. Nexus gets taken out, and at least 10, 15 links. Well, what is it? 12 links maybe managed to escape. It's okay, but the 6 base isn't the most important thing for Neeb in the world right now. He has plenty of cash, he has a lot of probes, he can just rebuild it again. His income is still somewhat equal to Serral. There's not a lot of creep on the map. Serral is looking for an angle here to attack. I think Serral believes he's really far behind. I do believe that Serral is behind, but I'm not sure if he's really far behind.
Yeah, I think it's... I would say it's even, no?
No, I would not say it's even. He doesn't have any good range upgrades yet. He's like getting +2 right now.
Yeah.
There's a nice immortal count already. It feels like Neeb could be a bit more active on the map, perhaps trying to stop these lurkers from getting into good positions.
Yeah, oh, this is going to be interesting. He can blink onto the lurkers, and he's got a force field to block everything else out, so that split from Serral backfires, and it's a good revelation to keep track of those lurkers too. And Neeb is ready to pounce on two sides, just needs to be careful he doesn't get pounced on himself as the fight's happening over here. The lurkers are burrowed up, we get a storm going down, but obviously Neeb's army on the top side is not helping yet.
Yeah, Neeb's left side army can't really easily move down that ramp, a little bit too clumped up. Serral's going to rotate further towards the right side. Lynx want to cancel that 6 base again. I think this lurker army should most likely retreat home at this phase of the game. What's happening there on the left side with that run by? What is that? Is that Banes? Oh, that's potential.
Yeah, we're going to blow a couple of Zards. Neeb sees it though, so he is going to start pulling the probes away, but all you need is a couple of these Banes to connect. We're going to warp in more Zards. The probes have to keep on running. And the Banelands hit the
Stop controlling them. Yeah. That could have been scary still, honestly. He sends them into the mineral line. It's fine. Serral's mining a bit more, and that's mainly because these probes have been running for the past 45 seconds. It is nice to see, though, seeing triple blue arrows for what feels like the first time in this entire game, at least in a while, like 4 or 5 minutes.
And Neeb starting transition to carriers.
Thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's kind of needed against lurkers, because if you don't transition, then at some point it can be broodlords and lurkers, and it's extremely scary.
Yeah.
Nice storms.
I definitely feel that.
I don't think it's actually like needed to switch against lurkers, but you need to have this check just in case if there is broodlord.
Yeah.
Well, this army of Serral wants to keep pushing up the left-hand side. We do see Neeb splitting his army, so he's got a push coming down the right. He's got storms there. He's not going to go too far forward, but he is going to be set up for this Ling Bane attack if that's what Serral wants to commit to. But obviously the benefit of the Lings is they should be able to run away quickly. They do eat half a storm, but that's okay.
I think you want to swap the armies right now, like the Lurker army to the right and the Ling Bane, or just everything together to one side. Yeah, swapping them is the correct call here. Very little Immortals on the right side. Neeb noticed it now with his revelation and should also send over some Immortals towards the right side in order to stop these Lurkers. Because that's not an army that deals well with Lurkers at all.
No.
You can zone a little bit with the Storms, force them to burrow beforehand, but that's really all there is. Zealot's gonna get taken out once again. Serral's getting a bit of a bank. Is getting a Greater Spire like you were talking about. Do you really like Carriers more over Tempest in this case? I'd almost say that getting 5-6 Tempest here. The problem is if you have 85 probes, you can't do it, right?
Yeah,
you need like 70 maybe? 70 workers?
Yeah, I honestly think Neeb can give out some probes right now.
Especially because that 6 base is, what was that, 6th or 7th? I'm so bad at counting, Marty. That's the 6th. No, on the far right, I mean.
On the far right?
Yeah, that one is all set up now with like cannons and batteries, so it's really safe. In that case, throwing away some workers, I think is fine.
A lot of cannons actually as well.
I still think you need like a Templar there, just for added safety. It adds so much.
Or you can build a wall with a couple of gateways.
Yeah.
It's so much.
Yeah, I really do like that. But yeah, it always feels bad to spend like 6 seconds in a game that is this active, spending on like building a gateway, especially on a ramp that you haven't really looked at before for walling purposes usually. It's like, oh crap, one of your cannons is blocking half a gate because you put them down in a panic mode. Yeah. I know the feeling.
And for now, Neeb's upgrades for air are not that good, so
can't be active.
Yeah, he can't really be active.
Yeah, this is actually very important. If you play against like this type of style, there's like +2, +3 carapace. You come in with like your +1 carriers, it's completely useless. You just don't kill anything. They do take up a lot of supply, and there's so much supply in works as well. This Nidus is more of a distraction than anything, I think. Like there's nothing really there. Seems like a way to win some time for brutes to come out.
Yeah, but these Lings can get caught in the stasis, which kind of saves them from the storm, unfortunately. But yeah, that Nidus went up, nothing came out of it just yet. Lurker's moving around the center. Now we're going to see some Lings and Hydras because Neeb never dealt with this, so he has to recall into the back of his base. So obviously, just the carry as well. I guess that's kind of effective.
The Lings just run away, yeah. Can take out a couple of pylons here. If you take out the fleet beacon, it's actually super annoying to have to rebuild that.
Well, also, Serral has the burrow, so he can just burrow the skins.
Ah.
No observer.
He didn't do it? No, he didn't. A little bit disappointed by this, aren't you, Skillet?
Yeah.
I could hear it in your voice already, yeah. You were looking forward to it. Me too, man. Me too.
I would really like to see second cybernetic score for armor upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, the guy is floating 3k minerals right now. I definitely can afford it. Would not mind it. He has a lot of Stargates, which I really like. TaS is adding a lot of production later on in the game. Well, can we take a look at his production right now, Mapu? Like just the gates, 15 gates, 6-star gates. I wouldn't even mind adding like a 3rd or a 4th robo as well in case like an ultra switch or like a mass lurker transition comes back. That type of stuff is really good. I feel like these probes should have probably been killed a while ago, like maybe 2 minutes or so. Because now you really gave Serral a lot of time. A lot of the creep is kind of re-established the middle of the map. Spores are out, Broodlords. And honestly, in this scenario, I don't really see Serral lose a lot. This is like where he's fully set up with Broodlord Infestor. It takes a long time, and it will take us back 5-6 months back into time where we see these long, drawn-out games. But Serral is so ridiculously good at this. It's insane.
But if someone can win it,
that's Neeb. Yeah. This is not the move though.
Yeah, fighting Broodlords that you're never gonna actually get to, not ideal. Helps by his stasis, obviously just faster to get away. He is moving the army bottom left. You got to cancel on the base and just looking, but it's such a dangerous game to be playing right with that army there. You got to be so careful you don't get caught out.
He doesn't have Neural yet, right? No, just Pathogen first, then Neural probably. Yeah. The moment you get Neural and you still have such a huge ground army, it can often be very dangerous because the ground army moves so far and you lose all your Archons to the Neurals. That's often the main target. Whenever people think of Neural, they often think of like, oh, Neural in carriers is very good. But if you Neural 5 Archons, all of a sudden Interceptors die pretty fast. And it's also something that the TaS needs to take care of. I mean, it's really expensive gas-wise as well. So for these late-game trades, it's fantastic if you can take out a lot of Archons.
And how much carriers does Neeb have right now? Because it feels like his army is very, very bad right now. He has like a lot of Zoats, a lot of Stalkers. He needs to give up some of his units. Trade them somehow.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue though. No, if you're playing against Lurker Brood, there's still a couple of Lurkers around, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 10. That's actually more than I thought there would be. I thought it might be like 4 or 5, but it's really difficult to trade away gateway units into a Lurker Brood army. So if we take a look at the units lost tab right now, it will probably look a little bit favored here for Neeb, but Neeb still has a lot of money in his army that he needs to get rid of, and he needs to find a good way to get rid of it. And that is going to be a very tricky task.
For Tempest, I really like it. I think.
Yep. He already has a couple too, right?
Why do you like it?
Because it's like he has, even with ground units, you can make them work, you know. But with carriers, you actually need like a big amount.
Nice little yoink on an Oracle. We do hit a Storm, but that's not too influential here. Running away from those Broodlords is, just waiting on the Tempest to come online and start chipping away at things.
And what's the specific purpose of the Tempest in these scenarios? You just want to focus Broodlords or Vipers or even just for Spore Walls?
Yeah, I mean, anything you can get basically. It's always a good trade.
Okay. I like that. Big fan of adding a couple of Oracles as well. Yeah. I mean, it's just an absolute must. Here, in this type of scenario, if you have a wall, it is super sick.
Mothership's going to recall the units onto this army so we can try and get a little bit of a flanking, get some Storms off. And that's going to be a really nice trade for Neeb here, who is going to chase down. And that was, what, 25 supply of Serral that dropped off there? So great little move from Neeb.
It's the first time I've seen a chasing Mothership as well.
I know.
It's a scary sight. I can only imagine as the Lurker running away. You see the blue stuff coming around the Mothership. You know what's happening.
No, it's in the same place as before.
Yeah, he's maxed out. Well, not anymore. Can start the Tempest immediately. Isn't actually paying attention to it. Mothership, that's minus 400. Is it?
Oh, no way.
No way. No. Stays alive. God, what? Oh, never mind.
I was always so smart.
Knight is also finished up, but there's actually nothing there. A couple of Zealots taking out some drones. This is somewhat inconsequential. Don't think Zealot runways this late in the game really tend to do very much, unless you take out major tech structures, but doubt that's going to happen. DTs did get warped in, a couple of changelings get built as well, as the Tempest go follow that Overseer, at least temporarily. Is that Flux Veins on the way?
Yeah.
Neeb is making so much Tempest, it's going to be like 10, maybe? 9?
Yeah. It's a super high Tempest count, because he's already got a good chunk in this army at this stage. Still 4 in production. Really wants all of that kind of chipping power from afar, but is there a point where there's too many Tempests?
Yeah. I mean, you can have 25, but I think having like 9 or 8, because one of the many issues you often have with Tempest is that if you do the minimum amount to one-shot stuff and you lose one, you lose so much of your pushing time and your pushing momentum that the Zerg can kind of set up again, they can set up another run by. So I like having like 3-4 extra Tempest in case some of them get abducted or the Zerg moves in with Corruptors and snipes 1 or 2. Like, I really do like it. I think I don't really see any purpose in having 12 because you're always going to be focus firing with them anyway. Split focus fire is of course possible, but you're also not really planning on having big fights when you have a big Tempest force. Like you want to just be poking, standing near cannons and batteries, and picking off one unit at a time. It's a long and slow process, but it's a process that definitely works, and Neeb is the master of it.
Just gonna Corruptors actually finding a fight against only the Tempests here. Abducting them in means that these are going to be free pickings for the most part. I mean, obviously we get a few Corruptors, but definitely a better trade for Serral there and getting some massive value. And yeah, Neeb just losing track of things there for just a moment or two. Those Tempests a bit AFK. He is adding on triple Oracle now. He was going to start building some Void Rays, but then he cancelled those, built Oracles instead, and obviously now wants to replace the Tempests.
Honestly, if he would have had 25 Tempests there, he still would have had enough to one-shot stuff. So this might be the one case where it would have been good, but I prefer rebuilding them here. Yeah, it's a good call. A couple more probes are being sacrificed, and this is of course the correct call.
I wonder how much minerals Neeb lost because he didn't press C on the probes.
Like maybe 50 minerals or so.
It's painful.
Yeah, it's really painful. That's the cost of another probe.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. It might lines, especially when there are no walls. And although I really like that Neeb has already taken out a lot of his worker count, at this point there are still 2 bases that need to be mined at some point. And I'm not necessarily saying that it's going to depend a lot on these bases, but if Serral plays it very slow and wants to play for that, it is completely possible that it comes down to these 2 mining bases. Trades might be even. Ooh, this is a nice little engagement here for Neeb to start with. Fungal's going to hit in a big way though. Oracle's not going to get taken out.
Yeah, if you had the follow-up Fungal on this temple, that could have been deadly. Those Vipers are super low HP as well, so they have to be careful. Maybe grab a transfuse before they come back in and get feedback again. Don't want to have to replace those every single time, of course, as Neeb getting quite adventurous here, pushing forward a little bit. Just trying if there's anything for him to do. And so I'll just back around that right side. Some Broods, some more Ultras, finishing up some final upgrades.
I love that composition, like the 3-4 Lurkers, the Ultras, the Lynx, mix like 5 Banes in there. You have an army that is so difficult to deal with as a Protoss player. Like Templar don't really cut it because there's Lurkers and Ultras. Cannons don't do a great job either. Like what do you need like a massive army to actually deal with that as well. Like it's a serious threat. This is a huge Fungal here. Not sure if there's enough follow-up damage though for Serral. It's gonna pick off a couple of Tempest. Ultras also chasing these Templar on the left side, but will not quite get it.
Goodness, that was kind of huge. We're actually going to add some Void Rays in now as well because he's realizing that Corruptor count's getting quite high and quite scary. So really just thoroughly transition into a mostly air army. He's still got this Archon Immortal on the right side, but the Broodlords there would shut that down. At this point, they're just looking to see if they can bust something down, but yeah, if they get caught, that's not ideal. We are going to get the bottom left base though, and that's nice, and killing these drones as well. Just take some of that mining away from Serral, stop him from having access to this money for now. Let's stop.
Oh.
That's a problem for the moment, isn't it? Recall?
That's not the army you want to recall, yeah.
That's not what you need there, right?
Okay, I didn't recall. I guess he recalled to the mothership, maybe?
Yeah, with everything to push?
Yeah. That I kind of do like. Could definitely neural some Archons here.
Yep. Oh, the Fungals again going to be absolutely huge, as we do see everything still Fungal. The Ultras getting forward here as well, but Serral's the one who comes out worse on supply. Remember, Neeb's bank is gigantic at the moment, and the Void Rays showed up to push the Broods back.
Yeah, it felt like these Fungals were good 2 times, but just not enough like follow-up damage output here for Serral. I also feel like some of these Archons could have been neural a bit faster, and at least that initial fight, where they were kind of exposed, at least initially.
There is only 1 Templar in Neeb's army. This is kind of scary.
Yeah.
I feel like if Serral attacks this base now, he can break it very easily.
He's going to come along. He's got the Broodlords to support it, and we are going to try and get there from Neeb. It's going to be, like you said, just a little bit awkward to deal with, but it seems like Serral's a little bit too afraid to commit too much further. The Tempest are kind of in range of those Broods, and those Broods don't currently have protection. Corruptors are just a little further back. Don't lose one.
Serral managed to secure one of the right side bases, but because he lost the bottom left side base, which still has a lot of minerals as well, that's an okay trade for Neeb to take, I think. As long as Neeb denies one of those two bases, he's going to be just fine. Because eventually, I do believe that he's going to just trade slightly more efficiently, unless he gets caught off guard on creep or something like that. Yeah, he's up 5-6k right now.
And the top base of Neeb is already almost mined out, right?
Yeah, that's huge.
Right?
Yeah, because once that's mined out, you don't have to protect that side much more, right? So you can focus on protecting the left, mine your own extra base, and then obviously be very happy with that.
This is a defensive force that is really cool when you do this type of stuff, but then usually people like Serral will figure it out, and you get the Corruptor Viper squad punishing that. I love how he's been using the recall though for this type of push. This looks really scary. Ultra Cavern most likely is going to fall. We see 4 more Corruptors on the way. Hive is going to get taken out. We see the lair already starting as well.
Infestation Pit to slow it down even further. That denies any further Vipers being produced. Oh, we do have the Corruptors giving chase to the Void Rays though. And the Voids want to get out of there. Now they will turn a little abduct in action going on. The Tempest supporting, and honestly, not that bad for Neeb. At least getting a few kills out of this. And he's got Storms now as well. The Corruptors need to get out of there.
Yeah, some mismovement there in the end by Serral. Takes a bunch of damage on Corruptors. These Ultras are trying to take out this base. This is an important base for Neeb though. He cannot afford to lose this base. He really can't.
Yeah, he's going to get here, but probably too late to save it, which means that has to be a rebuild, and that is an expensive rebuild, because that is basically the majority of his income right now. Void Ray is left behind too, so we're going to get some free pickings.
What would your army look like right now, Skillis, if you were to craft the perfect Protoss army, and how close is it to what Neeb currently has?
I think it is very close. I would have a little bit less... I would like to have more carriers, honestly, but I don't know.
Like 5?
Yeah. Maybe like less Stalkers, less these.
Yeah, you get rid of any gateway unit that still exists that isn't a High Templar, basically.
I mean, a couple of Archons are decent, no? Against like Lurkers.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's...
I feel like there's such an easy target for the Infestor at this point with the Neural. Like, how far back do you hold them when you start fighting? I guess you just hold them in the back in case the Corruptors fly over?
Yeah, you don't really fight, right? You just stay on the batteries and like, Archons are good.
And maybe you do. I was running like an idiot. That's why I lose all my late games as well. That's why I asked you the question. These are some good trades here for Neeb once again. It's small, but that's really the way that he's going to be winning this game. Takes out a little bit of creep, once again establishes that base. If Serral mines out this base completely and gets that bottom left base as well, that actually is an issue. That would be an issue. It's a bunch of cannons here. I like how patient he is and how slow he wants to take it. There's really no point in doing this because there's nothing of importance here.
Basically recall Nexus, because like he can recall and kills the Hive, right?
Ah!
Yeah.
In that case I like it. Very good point.
That base in the bottom left from Serral.
Yeah, this is like a hidden base.
Yeah. The classic 33-minute hidden base in the bottom left.
At what point does Neeb need to take that like far left base? Just when the middle one runs out?
I mean, he's 26 workers, so there's no point in taking it faster.
It's not nice to have it just in case you lose the forward base and then you can go to that one quickly.
I don't think he can ever give up that position, no?
Yeah, the problem is if he splits too much on the bottom, on the like the very left side, then he will start losing his production, and this is actually very painful. Like when you're already mined out.
Yeah, you really can't afford building like 10 more gates and 10 more Stargate or 4 more Stargates or extra robos.
And this is already happening.
Yeah, this really is an issue. Now you kind of get that game between the Void Rays, the Vipers, and the Corruptors as well, and these type of splits are really tricky for Protoss often. I would love if a couple of Changelings actually would have the kind of the reinforcement routes to this area. So you put a couple near the base, but really in between the areas where there's no buildings for TOS. So it basically functions as a free spotter. Changelings, I think, at these times are still a little bit underused.
This is obviously any moment really scary because armies kind of get close to each other. The Void Rays are moving back up top to defend, but the Corruptors, I believe, are lurking nearby to try and help with the Void Rays, knowing that that's going to be the defense. So these Voids have to be very careful because that's exactly what Serral wants. He wants to be able to grab a bunch of kills here. They do activate Prismatic, though, and that is going to be a few kills for them. We'll clean out this single lurker on the ground, and Neeb handles this pretty well.
Yeah, the problem is that if he moves this army here, is that there's potential for like a Ling, Baneling, Ultra Force to take out the base. And this is kind of what Skillas was talking about, is the moment you need to split like this, it becomes kind of like a mind game of where the Protoss army is and where the Zerg harassment force and where the Zerg main army is. And it's really, really tricky. And it's all about vision, it's all about making the correct guesses here. And we see Neeb trying to push forward with batteries. I think it's going to be really difficult for Neeb as well to take a good fight without batteries. And that means he's going to need to cover the entire map in batteries. If he does that, he's going to leave bases vulnerable. He's going to leave his production vulnerable. And if you're out of position for a second, Broodlord sweep in and bam. Just like that, you lose your batteries. You can start all over again. It's a very long and slow process, which is also very frustrating for both sides often.
GT defense on the natural, by the way, so... just
sick warp in.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need for an Ultra. So
yeah.
Got rid of the cannon, so... that is going to be a little annoying as we got the Corruptors and Vipers coming up this side. The Void Rays are kind of lurking nearby, but so is everything else, so that's just something we've got to be careful of. We do get rid of the Ultra, so good awareness there, at least from Neeb, as we do get a bunch of abducts going off, but then the Void Rays get in range to help. Serral's the one that loses a chunk of supply there.
Yeah, can we take a little units lost right now? I'm actually pretty curious. Okay, still 6k. It's been 6k from like 25 to 31k, and now we're 56 to 61. Serral's not mining from the bottom right, by the way. He has had it for 3-4 minutes, but is too afraid to commit drones to that position. I'm not gonna blame him for that. I'd be too afraid to commit anything to that position. Be afraid for the larvae that are around the hatchery there, Wardy. These guys are in danger.
Nothing to defend that location at all, so... doesn't make a lot of sense. Neeb's gonna get that late 37-minute observer speed as well.
I think he got RoboBay only to make observer.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't mind it. This is kind of scary for Neeb though, if you split such a large portion of the ground army to the top side, is that if Ultras come in, your Templar are super exposed.
And this army is like very bad if Zerg can actually engage into it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Like, you're dead. That's why he's just hugging these battery walls, right? And yeah. This is going to be an interesting game to see how it plays out. Serral's a little low on gas right now, but he's still mining from some extractors. I think from that top side base. Ooh, he's actually he went there. Does he have any other extractors, like the bottom side extractors? Are these still going? One to the left. Bottom. And bottom left? That one. Okay, no, they're completely empty. Okay. Yeah, gas is going to be a real issue. He's mining so... well, he's 4k in here.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't realize he's hardly mining there?
Yeah, I would guess so, right?
Yeah.
Seems silly to try and prioritize down over here. This might be a moment for Serral because he knows the voids are in the bottom left corner. And Neeb is really hooking this base to get as much preparation time again into a fight as he can. And these voids will want to make their way back up here. They're still kind of lurking around the bottom left, even though the hatch has been dead for a while. The Oracle will go down. The Infestors are really far forward. This base is looking like it's going to drop down, and Neeb just can't really get much damage on this army. Terrified to commit in. Again, needs the voids. It's 34 Corruptors in this guy.
Oh, gets a fungal one of these Tempest and the Abduct. The control here is so razor thin. It's sick to watch.
Right now I feel like Neeb's army is so bad compared to what Serral has. I feel like Serral can just push in because there is so much ground units, and Serral barely have anything right on the ground. And it's actually very big.
How would you try to swap out of this? Like, you want to get rid of your Immortals and your Archons?
Yeah,
or?
Probably, because on this point, at this point he has 10 Void Rays, and like with Void Rays you can just like kill everything on the ground, so you don't really care. And like you just get more carriers, and I think the army is quite good at.
Yeah. The moment the Ultras and the Lurkers disappear, you have kind of this anti-run-by squad that doesn't really work as well against Brootlings.
Yeah. Because, and it for some reason actually feels kind of even now, but like the question is only like the left bottom base.
Yeah. The funny thing is that there's a lot of supply, like you say, for Neeb that actually isn't fighting in these fights because they're just going to be stuck behind Brootlings. This Brootlord count is insane. Like, what is it, 12, 13? 2 Tempests get picked up for free. Yeah, 13 Brootlords. That's a beautiful number here as well. I almost feel like if the creep continues on, you can just kind of sit on that on top of that ramp, and then you can deny the bottom base as well. I think Serral is being almost a bit too patient. Ooh, that's bad.
Oh, everything getting caught in a fungal. A refungal as well, because the infestors, there's nothing to stop them, so they can just continue to refungal. And Neeb losing a lot here now. Fungals on his air army as well. He does get a few storms off the Tempest helping from afar, and he doesn't get away, but there's a parasitic bomb still in the middle of it all. Oh, a lot of damage taken there. Super battery to try and heal those shields back up, but a lot of hull damage taken as well in those units.
Yeah. Losing those initial 4 infestors looked really bad there for a second. I really thought that Neeb could pick off more, but Serral was so quick. Like, insane reflexes there out of him.
It's a lot of Lings coming in and just going to surround these cannons. Going to force a warp in once again to try and deal with this. Could have maybe had a pile on there, but all good. Just even forcing just Zealots, right, is something you don't really want to have.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant call as well out of you. It's just the Zealots here, it's not just the money is annoying, but the fact that now you almost want to kill them. It's like, I don't want to have 14 supply of Zealots in this army. Like, every little bit matters. Like Skilla said, you much rather have like 3 extra carriers here rather than these useless Zealots. Like, what are you going to do? Like, harass an extractor on the 6th base that has been mined out for 5 minutes? It's like, yeah, okay, good luck, buddy. Like, there's still 32 in there. And these are empty as well.
Neeb is starting to lose production, and his army is very out of position. Also, he needs to protect the bottom base, because like he knows that there is a big link force. He sees it with Observer, so and this base is going.
This base is maybe not gone. There's a few Archons coming in, but Lings are just going to be so quick at killing it, and they will happily give a few of their numbers up. I'm kind of surprised he pulled away after going through the shields already.
I kind of like it. I don't think there's any reason to take out the Nexus quickly. Like, you can also do it with the Broodlords, and it probably costs less. I'm not entirely sure if you want to engage up this ramp right now if you're Serral, because the army is completely in position. You don't have any vision in there.
I feel like you can only engage if you have like ultras, so they can kill the High Templars on the bottom.
Yeah.
Fungal gonna refungal as
Good
well.
fungals.
That High Templar force getting caught in the fungals. Here's the Mothership as well. It's gonna get abducted in, so there goes the 400. You drop a time over the Void's chase, but there's just nothing to really chase with.
That's a good fight.
Tempest as well. The Templar's just not far enough forward to zone with the storms. Now adding some queens, because at this point Serral's quite mineral heavy as well, right? So you want to just do what you can with minerals before you're kind of left with only minerals at the very end.
Yeah. Yeah, losing that Mothership basically means that any aggressive move out of Neeb for the next 2 minutes is not going to be possible. This gives Serral a lot of confidence to take that bottom left side base. Ooh, these drones being stopped is a big deal. Also allows these Void Rays most likely to take it out. And yeah, Serral's going to take out one base. I think Neeb is going to take out one base at the same time as well. We'll have to wait and see what these Lings are going to be doing after they take out the Zealots. Like, maybe they go for the File mining base.
Oh, ground army?
Yeah, these few units going down for free. Not ideal. Serral's going to drop to 17 drones, but it's really only looking for some gas mining at this point.
After killing this base, Serral will probably try to rotate on top to pressure the production, and at the same time his Link army gonna move on the bottom. And actually it's the opposite now.
Yeah, the
try killing
production. I love that, yeah.
Yeah, this is very smart, because the Link army is way faster, so he can just get it.
Yeah. If creep ever comes up that ramp there in the middle base, and you get spores down there, you could try and start mining as well, and at that point it's so difficult to hold and your production and the base. It's technically impossible. These fights, if you have a Mothership, are so much easier for the toss as well, because you feel way safer. There always needs to be an Overseer there. You're always aware whether there's an Overseer there or not. This is a very aggressive move without creep, without spores. It's gonna get a couple of shots in.
There's no money for Serral, so he have to make a move. This base is very important.
Yeah, if he goes start off with a decent fungal, we are going to have the High Templar not able to do much. Massive fungals, parasitic bombs as well. Neeb is going to get at least away from the further fungals, but being zoned by Broodlords as well, the High Templar just cannot get in range.
No batteries here whatsoever. Broodlords already took care of the static. Lynx on the floor as well, trying to help out, taking out some probes. Oh, this is a really tight fight. Once again, the Mothership is going to get abducted. Still have a couple of fungals remaining. Do the Vipers have energy left? I do not think so. And thus Serral needs to at least temporarily go back home, get a bit of energy on there, because fighting without any type of parasitic bomb often is impossible. This is great. This is so good for Serral. He needed it, like you said, and he's getting it. He still has some mineral patches on that right side, which he can mine from. There's one mineral patch over here. Right now, Serral's actually going to be out-mining his opponent for at least a little bit. 4 more Tempest on the way. I feel like that the focus on Tempest has been a little bit too heavy in the later stage of the game. for the past, I want to say 7-8 minutes, it has been clear that moving across the map with a battery force wasn't possible anymore. And in that case, look, I love Tempest as much as any other Protoss player, but I think this is slightly too much.
Yeah, definitely. I would love to see more carriers. This kind of
How many Tempest is it overall?
It's like 16. No?
On our way to 25, man. Fungal goes
Proving
down.
me wrong.
Refungal needs a feedback on that Infestor, doesn't get it. Another massive fungal growth. The Void's on the bottom side. Gonna finally pop that Prismatic. We are gonna have the super battery in the back there, at least helping out a little bit. Serral's supply has dipped. Remember, he can't rebuild very easily on the back of this though, so it's looking a bit better for Neeb, but there's still spell casting to be done here as we go back and forth.
This was not the fight for Serral, it felt like. He's getting some damage right now. A lot of these units are extremely low. If he can finish them, that would be huge. But if he can't, he might just be dead right now. Corruptor numbers are extremely low. Brute Lords dealing with these Zealots. Uh-oh. I think this is not looking too good for Serral.
If the Tempests remain alive and it's the Corruptors that are all dead, obviously the Broodlords just die afterwards. We can get rid of all the Spore Crawlers. It is going to be Neeb that can chase this army away. It's Queens as the anti-air right now, and Neeb is going to survive on the tail end of this fight, chasing it down, but just needs to not die to Spore Crawlers, obviously, as the Queens will try and buy some time. Serral does get away for the moment.
This felt super unnecessary. He already took out the bases, attacking into a position with 10 cannons and 4 batteries, where there's 0 minerals and 0 gas. I don't quite get it. If he's the only one still mining, you can spread creep towards the bottom left side, set up there with your spores. I don't think it was necessary to attack into such an entrenched position at all.
But I feel like he's still winning, right? Because he has some Vipers.
Oh my god, that's a huge fungal. Oh my god.
Refreshes it. Parasitic bomb in the center. The Tempests are going to start going down. Neeb types GG.
wow.
Serral keeps himself alive.
Wow.
I like that Neeb was happy and Serral is...
Yeah, if you would just look at the camera shots here, you'd think that Serral lost it. Neeb was smiling. I was like, man, holy crap. And we really saw a clear difference between the two fights with batteries and without batteries, right? That initial fight on that bottom side base that still was mining had no static whatsoever. And Serral just kind of bopped Neeb there. And then that second fight into a super battery, there's like, what, 10, 8 cannons, like 4 regular batteries as well. Then everything just stays alive with like 100 HP. And it looked kind of desperate there for a second for Serral. You already called it. You were like, he has a lot of stuff. I'm like, well, I don't know. I think if he doesn't get the fungal, it's still tricky. Like, there's almost no air units. There were some Templars as well, so Spellcasters shouldn't. Should they? I guess.
I mean, the thing is, he had like 4 carriers, but no interceptors, almost, and no money for interceptors. So the thing is, against like 10 Tempests, even like, I don't know, 7 Corruptors is like enough if you have like a little bit of like spellcaster force behind it, because the Tempests are so bad in like straight.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I was just thinking he could, if he takes it really slow, like 2 more for 2 more, and just take like, you can pick off like 1 unit and not get caught. It should be possible, but the thing is that he thought probably the Serral still was mining as well, and that's the thing. If Neeb had that base going, I think this is game.
The thing is, both players didn't know what is happening in the game. They knew everything, right? So it's very hard for them, obviously, and like I'm actually very impressed by both of them.
Yeah, it was a sick game. Very high level Zerg versus Protoss.
Super crazy. Super long. I think production said we're going to do a little break, but production...
We don't want to.
I did not hear that at all, so...
5-minute break?
5-minute break?
Yeah. Is that what you heard?
Yeah.
For the players or for us?
I think for us as well.
Really?
Maybe. I don't know. Production's going to do something.
Am I right?
If we stop talking, we'll see if they throw the break or not. Maybe it's just us.
Okay, it was no break.
Maybe it's
hey, we'll just continue then.
Cool.
And I don't mind. It was a good game. We can keep going.
Break is coming.
Oh, break is coming?
Break is coming, so...
Throw it away then. Stay tuned for game number 4.
Yeah. I know you got problems, know you at the bottom, know you took a loss today. Everybody want bottles, living for a throttle, you just want bottle today. Tell me joy, where it's hiding, I've been trying to find it before I go all the way. Cause everybody got problems, everybody starving, but don't you go off today, yeah. Don't you go off, don't you go off now. That's right, don't go off. Look, hey, y'all, I woke up this morning living my best life. And if it isn't, at least I gave it my best try. I'm just enjoying the moments cause ain't no next time. Trying to slide with my people on the west side. Yeah, moving different than all the rest cause I'm about doing it different. New vision and no regrets. Man, I used to be a victim, repented of all my stress. Now, excuse me, I'm just venting and getting it off my chest, yeah. Believing one day we all ball. But once you get your shot, just don't turn to a ball hog. Putting my team on, if I'm higher, we all tall. Just know I got your back. If you down, then we all fall. That's loyalty, baby. That's right, that's right. Can't control it, but that's life, yeah. Let's spend time more than we spend cash. You only got one life and they do it fast. But oh, I know you got problems, know you at the bottom, know you took a loss today. Everybody want bottles, living for a throttle, you just want a bottle today. Tell me joy, where it's hiding, I've been trying to find it before I go all the way. Cause everybody got problems, everybody starving, but don't you go off today, yeah. Don't you go off, don't you go off now. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Don't you go off, don't you go off now. That's right. Yeah, I've been trying to find the light. Waiting on it, trying to get the timing right. Switch it up, had to get my mind right. Now it's my time and I'm gonna shine bright. Yeah, look, I've been trying to find the light. Waiting on it, trying to get the timing right. Switch it up, had to get my mind right. Now it's time and I'm about to shine bright. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shine bright. Yeah, shine bright. Joy in the light. Yeah, look, ooh, everybody got problems. Everybody got problems. You just want to solve them.
Welcome back, everybody, to HomeStory Cup. Skillet is about to enter the aircraft. And we're going to be back into Neeb versus Serral. 2-1 in favor of Neeb, a ridiculous 46-minute game to get Serral into the series and onto the scoreboard for the first time.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous series so far. We were talking a little in the break, Wardy. I think this type of break, after a 42-minute game, is going to favor Neeb in this case.
Yeah. I mean, Serral just picks up the win, right? Momentum in his favor, Neeb a bit defeated perhaps, but now, 5 minutes, you reset. You're like, oh yeah, I am still 2-1 ahead, right? Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, it can feel after such a long game that you're kind of losing the momentum in the series. So having a little break here, especially a forced break, like you're obviously allowed to ask for breaks, but I think it's very often it's difficult to realize when you're like semi-tilting or you just want to play the next game after a crap game like this. It's often best to just take a step back, and I like that for Neeb here. So we'll see a fresh Neeb at the start of game number 4 as well. That's of course what we want. We want the players to perform their best. A 5-minute break I think is completely fair after they played for, what was it, 42 minutes of high intensity. So especially if you look at it from the observer point of view, right? You see everything, and not every single moment is super exciting for us because you see that the armies are nowhere close. But often both players have no clue where the opponent's army is, and just constantly waiting, like just looking at the minimap or just absolutely staring at the edge of your screen, making sure that no infestor comes in, hits a fungal, or Viper Corruptor moves in, or the other way around, the Tempest shoots your Broodlord. Like, it can immediately end your game, and yeah, you have to be, like, for, well, the past 20 to 25 minutes or less 25 minutes of the game, you just have to be super aware of that. But that's now behind us, Wardy, as we're here on Cosmic Sapphire.
And in the top left-hand side from Onside Gaming, he is still up 2-1. This is Neeb.
And on the bottom side of the map, this is Zerk from Finland, Serral.
Ooh, that's a guess first right there, Skillet.
Yeah.
I love this so much. You know, I particularly like it on this map And I'm just gonna keep doing it until someone 12 pools me. But who's gonna have the balls to 12 pool on a map that is this large and that can be walled with 2 buildings? No one will have the balls.
Yeah. Can you actually defend it?
No, you can't. I tested, but
Yeah.
well, at least I could. Maybe you can. I couldn't.
This is not a good wall, no? It's like 3 building wall.
Yeah, it needs to be one pulled one down, I guess.
Probably.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's probably a mistake and not a
Pylon is misplaced. I'm pretty sure it's like
too far to the back. Yeah.
He almost blocked his nexus, right?
Yeah, it's like one block away, I think. Like one hex. What do you call those?
Hex. Yeah.
Hex. You call them hex?
Yeah. I don't know why.
1 hex away. I think that's what it's called in the Blizzard game.
Yeah, in editor, right?
The hex. Nice. Yeah, this is now he turned this 2 building wall into a 3 building wall. Once again, glad he's not an architect. We're gonna have the pylon move here. This is something that I wasn't a big fan of for a long time, and I really got around to this. Just the 3 seconds that your oracle is faster. I like it. And I mean, you're gonna get scouted anyway if you're playing Stargate. Zerg aren't idiots. They see, oh, no warp gate. I wonder what that's going to be. Well, it's gonna be a Stargate. Just build it on the edge. It's going to arrive quicker. I really came around on that. At first I was like, man, I like it when I can hide my Stargate units, or I like it when I can hide my Stargate, but I really don't care anymore. The only time I think it's nice is maybe if you like, you can play robo openers with a delayed warp gate. So if you mix in a lot of robo openers, it might be best to every now and again build the Stargate near your main mineral line as well, just to switch it up.
For me, the theory about it is if you are scared of mutas, then you build it near the nexus because it's so much better. But if you're like playing aggressive style, mass stalkers, mutas are not very popular right now, so it's like, why not?
Yeah. I haven't lost the mutas in a while. At least I've lost games where mutas are in it, but then it's often not because of the mutas. It's because, you know, the link's in at the start or something, or yeah, it's often not the muta list that is actually the issue. When I was playing DreamHack Valencia, I actually lost against mutas as well, against Mio Maika, but that was because he started with a Link Queen Nidus of 25 workers and followed up with a Spire. So I don't think the mutas are the thing that kills you then, you know?
Yeah.
I was still dying already. Like, he could have been building swarm hosts and sending them through the Nidus. I would have died as well.
I was playing against him once and he won me with like 3 gas, muta, Lincoln.
Really?
Yeah, it was impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just ladder game, but it was like...
Still counts.
Yeah?
Yeah. All other games count. But only if you win them, usually. That's how I decide if I'm favored against someone or not.
How many ladder games you won against them?
Yeah, unless I lose them, then I check the latest tournament result. And if I also lost that, then I know they're better than me. They need to beat me on both measures. Otherwise it doesn't count. Alright, the third base is still pretty fast, so he's pretending like it was a full wall. I kind of like that.
I mean, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's just not a wall, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get away with it, of course. This is good control on these oracles, by the way. It's taking a bit too much damage at the final seconds there, but before that, I really like the way he controlled that.
But actually, I think Serral controlled pretty well. It's only 3 drones.
Yeah.
Like, no energy on oracles, no hit points.
Oh yeah, I think the result is pretty good for Serral, but I like the way he controlled it. Like the little micro with the I don't know, it looks fancy. Okay. I'm easily impressed, Gillis. I set the bar very low for myself often.
Okay. Oh.
That is not a wall set. We could have walked in there. No?
I'm confused now because
no, he just didn't click hard enough.
Yeah,
if you click a couple of times, you 100% get in. No shot, that's a wall.
Yeah. Okay, and we're gonna see a 4-gate blink pressure, I think, out of Neeb.
Yeah, but it's gonna hit kind of late, no?
Yeah.
6:30ish, 6:40 maybe.
You think so? I mean, you don't really need to wait for blink, right? Because if you have like enough oracles and you can protect your stalkers with your oracles, you can just go. You can actually make like 4 stalkers and go because like you have oracles.
Yeah, go snipe some overlords, take out a creep tumor on the edge.
Like, this is a very cute move because you force out some links, and links are basically drones, right?
Yeah.
This overlord is actually very big because usually when I play against Serral, it's like, you know, there is like one overlord that is somewhere and it just sees all the run-bys, all the army movements. It's very crucial to kill them.
Yeah, definitely. I sometimes almost feel like it's worth it just to get like a late Phoenix or something. Just to hunt some overlords, especially on those paths. Not a lot of tosses do it because it feels kind of expensive. And because this is such a low gas style already, feels like you can't completely afford it. Although right now Neeb does have 400 gas in the bank. Yeah, he's already moving out on the map, just securing a watchtower, forcing these overlords to retreat back to their the safety of their hatchery. A couple of tumors might get shaved off here on the side, but nothing big will happen until these 2 upgrades finish, right? +1 and Blink, that's when stuff is going to truly start happening.
Is it actually a win? Because there is no force. There is, I think, 8 gateways on 3 bases.
I wouldn't. No, he's gonna take the gold.
Ah, it's a gold base. Do you like it? I actually don't really like it.
I'm not a huge fan of it, but I respect Neeb's build order decisions enough that I think he has something planned here.
Okay.
Like, it's very rare for Neeb to just play a crap build order. Like, I can't say that about everyone, but with Neeb, very often there's very good, a lot of thought behind it. So I'd be very surprised if this is just a very straightforward bad Blink Stalker all in with a gold. But maybe it is.
There is Robo on the way, quite early. No second forge.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't completely mind not having the second forge here.
I think especially against against Roach heavy styles, it's not that necessary because against Lynx you obviously want to have some armor. Against Roach it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. Maybe if he would have scouted a really fast evo chamber that he gets the second forge, and if he doesn't, he just sticks with the 1 forge for a bit longer, adds it later on. Or maybe doesn't add it at all, wants to get into a quicker robo, some immortals out there. There's a lot of stalkers who are getting caught out a little bit, but there's 3 oracles that should be capable of zoning these out. You've seen fights like these before. They initially tend to go very well for the Zerg. Then if they continue pushing, they will lose a lot of their roaches, because batteries, cannons, that type of stuff. This was the perfect moment to retreat, I think, for Serral. Now he can set up for a follow-up attack where he maybe wants to kill a base with. He has a lot of supply right now. This early game, well, it hasn't really led to a lot of supply for the Protoss player. There's not a lot of map control. Creep perhaps isn't brilliant, but that's really the only thing that Neeb has got going for himself.
Yeah, I feel like it's very dangerous for Neeb right now. It's gonna be a very hard time for him to protect his gold base.
What do you think of just adding continuous Oracle production at this point? I think it would be perfect in this scenario, right?
Definitely. I think against Roaches it's must have.
Yeah. The only scary thing is that Serral is one of these players that builds a Hydra then for like 8 Hydras, And then he'll just pull back and be like, okay, you build 5 Oracles, that's cool. I add 6, 7 Hydras and I'm gonna be, well, not 7, but like 10 Hydras and I'll be fine. But yeah, the moment the Oracle energy runs out there and Bailing Speed finishes, this is going to be very scary. I'm not entirely sure if I already like him pushing at this point. I think that might just be too quick once again, especially because it's so far off of creep.
There is a link on Zoun by on top. I think it drew a lot of roaches. So he couldn't really fully commit to this attack.
Yeah.
Prism.
That's huge.
This is very big.
Yeah, good from Serral. He's really all over this game, isn't he?
And
That's...
We don't need to forget that this is actually a win. There is no Hive transition yet. Oh.
Yeah. There it is. Infestation pick going down. So Serral opening up his options at least a little bit later on. Neeb is very serious about actually trying to
what?
Base. Yeah, this is the second time he's queued it up.
I guess. I mean.
Yeah.
If it finishes, it's perfect, but you can never defend it, especially with creep.
Maybe it's like a fake Nexus, You want the guy to attack into it, you just blink back forever. You pretend like you're committed to defending it.
But what will you gain from it?
I have no clue. It's like a bait, You hope that he attacks into it. If he doesn't, it's annoying, but yeah, this is what I'm kind of worried about. So you spread yourself so thin. And I do like this type of run, but I just need to be careful because roaches are so easy to lose against these high stalker counts. If they get in a mineral line though, it tends to be good. At the same time, Serral setting up an attack needs to start moving towards the fort ASAP with these Banes. Once again,
it's a stasis ward.
That's kind of painful. Still a good trade overall though here for Serral. Has a crap ton of money. Look how rich he is. Holy cow.
He has money for days, and he can get the Hive Tech started. Now this gold base is completely unprotected. We're going to recall over here as the Banes are going to go after some probes. I mean, you're recalling into the Roaches. Now Lings show up as well. This was a half recall too. I mean, this is just Serral all over Neeb in this game.
Okay, I'm not into this. GG gets called. Serral, game number 4. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it was.
Yeah, so for me, in my mind, it would go.
This is what it would work. Yeah. Yeah, I really thought there was something there. Like I said, Neeb usually... I think he probably prepared for something that he saw Serral do before, and he thought that this specifically would be good. Because if this was the entire plan, well, it didn't look great. Even if Serral doesn't go for an aggressive push and just goes late game from here on out, what do you have? You're super spread out with that annoying gold base that you need to defend. It's not an 8 mineral patch gold base, so what's the point really?
You can't even wall off.
Yeah.
Because it's so open.
Right, yeah, you can't wall off. You make your natural super vulnerable against this type of plays. Yeah.
How much gateways do you need to wall it off completely?
Like 19. Yeah, 19, probably.
I would say like...
And then there's still like a hole in it. Plug it with a pylon. Yeah, it's a huge area. No, it's a... I find it odd for Neeb to play a build like this. There must have been something there. I really do believe so. He must have wanted to trigger something in Serral, like some type of different attack, or because this just wasn't it. A very odd build order choice, at least from what we can see.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's like it's so like an Alun because he had no second forge robo, so he can reinforce.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. Maybe he saw something and he decided that he can't really execute an Alun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Lambo bouncing on the chair.
Yeah, Lambo's just in the middle of them too, just in case they start a real life scrap.
Checking the, what do you call it, the springs in the chair?
Yeah.
Make sure they still work. We go at it for 15 minutes now. They seem pretty powerful.
All right, it's going to be map number 5. One of these players is about to exit the HomeStory Cup 21. It's Tropical Sacrifice for our final map. And we start in the bottom left with the man that was up 2-0 but is now 2-2. It is Neeb.
And in the top right, as our blue Zerg player, coming all the way from Finland, was down, was almost out, but now is back here, and it's practically a best of one. His name is Serral.
Cool.
Nice.
And look at the Neeb's wall now. This is what exactly I was talking about. Like with this kind of wall, you can do it on every ramp map. Yeah.
Yeah. This is also the type of wall that allows you to go with the first probe.
Yeah.
So you don't need a second probe to block, right?
Yeah.
Does that work on Tropical? The Tropical isn't even that large.
I'm not sure. But
it looks large.
But it was 1000 pylon, no?
Oh, was it actually?
I think so.
Oh, well then he could have built it in his main base and it would have been fine. With 13 pylon, you have so much time to go across the map. It's great. You arrive like 39 seconds. You can like make a little heart with your probe before the drone arrives. Put your spray down as well. Attack the drone once. Type something in the chat. You still won't be able to get the hatch down. He's ridiculous. 13 pylon. God, what an opener.
Not good. You like it?
No, terrible. No, you lose.
Mine time.
I think it's like a little. It's very, very minor things, like five minerals or so that you have less over the second probe thing. And the second probe thing is also completely fine. But the 13 pylon, something about it just feels right when you play it, no?
Yeah.
It feels more optimized, but it isn't.
That's it.
And those are the best type of optimizations.
The ones that make you feel good.
Yeah.
You can't play your best StarCraft if you don't feel your best.
Exactly. It feels perfect.
Stalker first.
Wow.
With Wargate. Interesting.
Interesting?
Yeah, but it doesn't feel like Stargate because even if he cancels, his Stargate will be so late.
Yeah. His Stargate's actually going to be ridiculously late. This has to be a Robo. I'm feeling a Robo here. It's going to be Stargate?
I think.
Serral's just making
an
an
adept.
No. Oh no.
If this is...
No, without Stargate, you can't defend this wall.
Yeah, but he's going to Stargate. He's going to build a Stargate. Look, he's just floating money. What is this?
What?
Oh, this is a new build.
Is it?
I can't believe he's playing, but Stalker is actually... I've seen that way back. Wait, did he scout it? Why is he building 2 extra gates? I can't believe that Serral's doing this. This pylon is super exposed. He didn't see anything that is out of the ordinary, right? He's getting a Twilight Council right now. If the pylon dies, it's game, no?
Yeah, I think it's over.
Wow. Is it? I mean, we're morphing in the veins. We're going to get Ling Speed. There's only one pylon, and Neeb has no idea what's about to slam into.
The second pylon isn't even backing up, is it? No, it's on the edge. A potential Nidus is what he's prepared for. Stalker isn't even in the wall either, so he could also just straight up bust the Adept. Adept isn't even in position. Here we go. Could maybe wall with a pylon behind it. Oh, left side, gate!
He gets the wall off. Okay, but he's still going to lose power to the front gateway, so now he can't warp in anything. He's not finished his warp gate for a while.
Oh
And the
my
pylon,
God.
there's no pylon there at all. Warp gate is seconds away. This is so frustrating for Neeb.
Oh, the Adept doesn't survive. I can't believe it. The first pylon that's being built will not power the cybernetics core. The other pylon gets cancelled.
This pylon was so bad because he couldn't revolve. And this
Yeah. Oh no! Oh my God, Serral with the sickest play. I've never seen him do this.
No. Just kills the guy. This was a whirlwind after the 40-minute game, wasn't it?
What a killer.
Damn.
Holy crap. I don't think I've ever seen him do this in a game 5.
In game 5? No.
Especially because he looked so good in the macro games.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate play.
The ultimate play.
The response out of Neeb was sick, by the way. The gateway wall, pulling both of the Adept and the Stalker in a little corner. If he gets the recall on the Adept a little faster, and he realizes that the topside gateway is going to fall, the first pylon is powering the core. I'm not saying he's holding, but he's going to get a 2 Zealot warp in. He has an Adept behind it as well. It might actually be possible. That response was crazy. But that build was even crazier. Holy crap.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey. It's a nice little Bane bust to wrap up the series. Feels good.
Yeah, I don't think it was supposed to work, but it did.
It did, yeah.
Was it a response to the pylon in the wall?
Yeah, a pylon and no chrono on the gate. Yeah.
Okay. So you knew it was a Stalker, or you just...
No, I didn't know it. No, it was a Stalker, but I figured out he would keep the Adept anyways home, since I had 2 links on his side, so no.
I'm surprised that you went for this. Have you ever done something like this before? In like because especially because you're looking so dominant in the macro games. You take him out in like a 40-minute game. It was very close. Then the last game, you kind of destroy him. You feel really good after the break, or at least from what we can see. And then you come out with this.
I don't know. It sometimes your mind does tricks to you. All I see is a pylon in the wall, and that angered me a little bit. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I feel like after the 2 games, I wasn't too happy, and even the 3rd game, I feel like I normally don't have that close late games. The 4th game was like the only really comfortable game for me, so I wasn't insanely confident going into another macro game. But yeah, obviously that was my plan initially.
Any questions, Skillet? This is a 6 series overall. Yeah. I kind of just thinking back of the first games. I can't recall too much. What's the first map? Do you remember?
It was that as he did an Archon drop into.
Yeah, Archon drop.
Into just normal stuff.
Oh, on Data C. Yeah, that wasn't too interesting. Second map, though, on Inside and Out. It felt like you were in a pretty decent spot after the initial hold on the 6 gate.
Yeah, I do think I was in a good spot most of the game. I think I did a couple mistakes there, and yeah, I guess my main problem is that I never actually got an army that could beat his maxed out army. So I did try to go for the double lurker then in the end there, but it was a bit too late. That would have been an easy win if I got those out, but I didn't.
Did you feel like in that final fight that you perhaps pulled the trigger a bit fast? Because he was on the bridge, you just killed like 20 workers on his fort base, he had no 5th, and you attack onto the bridge.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought that was the best fight. It was a bit bad. The right side flank was coming around the corner a little bit. It wasn't the best. Also, I don't think my units were on attack move actually even there. So it was a bit of a mistake. But I felt like if I let him go any further, it might be even harder.
Okay. Yeah, fair. Get your reinforcements cut off. Yeah. Then the 3rd game honestly looked over. You looked pretty dead during a lot of that. I think until like the 15-minute mark, it felt like it was completely over.
Yeah.
What happened there in the early game?
Well, I'm not sure how bad the early game was exactly, but I felt like where it went wrong the first time was when I did the attack and then he sent the Zealots across and the Adepts. That's kind of where I got completely... I messed up a lot, and yeah, that was a good move. I felt like after that I never kind of had any tempo anymore. And but yeah, I mean, I didn't feel like I was insanely far behind at that point. Still, I felt like if I just play good defensive game, I can still come on top. But yeah.
I think there was one point in that game specifically when he walked up the ramp with like a bunch of stalkers. Your Hydras get caught on the retreat, and your lurker then literally just finished. You have no lurkers there. it felt like if he had a prism with that, and 12 more zealots warp in, it's completely
I was
over.
kind of waiting at that point that 12 zealots come after him and it's over because I had no units anymore, but yeah, they didn't come. I think he maybe had that's like one point where he could have killed me probably a bit later as well. Just I had like 2 lurkers after that. He could have just revalidated that and went for it, but obviously hard for him as well to tell how much I have stuff.
Yeah, then you really grinded him down in the late game. Is this just a scenario you're super comfortable with once you get there with the Infestor, Broodlord, Viper, Corruptor stuff?
Well, yeah, I mean, I used to be at least. I haven't been. It's not in the meta anymore, so I haven't really been practicing it too much lately. But yeah, I think Neeb's also one of the better ones playing the Tempest late game, obviously. So I'm always confident, but it's never easy either.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you actually think that Neeb's army composition was perfect, or like?
Well, it was a lot of Tempests.
A little bit less Tempest, right? Maybe more carriers.
Yeah, well, I think like 6 carriers max. I think he had like 3, right?
Yeah.
But I think 3, 6, if that is about the number. Not sure which one is better.
Cool. You got Lambo or Zoun next. Do you have any preference? Want to play more ZVP, or are you happy with the ZVZ?
Well, for once in my life, I think I would just want the CVC this time.
Yeah, bit too much Protoss today.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row now, and it's getting too sweaty.
Amazing. Well, that's obviously going to be a little bit later, so we look forward to seeing you play. Any more questions, guys? We're all good?
We'll let him get back to his AC room.
Yeah, you can go back in the nice room. All right, thank you, Serral. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good job bringing it back. All right, guys, that was quite the best of 5. That's the last time I'm letting you sign me up for a series, Austin. Every time I sit down with you, I'm here for like 3 hours.
But we have a good time.
We do have a good time. That's what gets you out of trouble, isn't it? So we are going to go, I believe, to a break. We're going to have more StarCraft coming up. Of course, we've got lower bracket, Lambo vs. Zoun a bit later, Clem vs. Astrea. Serral stays alive as well, as only 5 players remain here in HomeStory Cup 21.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. Krefeld von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cap 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da nochmal ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. high off life in the spot though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mind. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Como ya la vi, solita, pues me pregunté qué pasa cuando me bailó cerquita. Eso fue descomunal. Dale, dale, tra, tú sabes cómo es. Vamos a hacerlo, mami, contra la pared. No me dice nada y todo se le ve. El perreo no se acaba hasta las 3. Dale, dale, tra, tú sabes.
Yeah. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 21 Lost Island. My name is Maddox, and we have co-casters from the Alpha X. We have Rushi and, well, the man here who is surviving in the top 3, Mr. Astrea himself, by the way.
Hello.
Give it up for him. How are you doing?
I'm good. That's a lot of cheering for me. Wow.
Well, I mean, nobody expected you're going to be in the top 3, so, well, we're really hyped for you.
Nobody
expected it.
The disrespect, the actual disrespect.
Oh, sorry. Well, we have 2 Alpha X members and a Korean, by the way, in the casting couch, so it might be a lot of, bias somehow, but we're gonna treat Lambo in a better way. So don't you worry, but we have a game. So let's talk about game.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Germans are gonna come after us if we don't give Lambo some proper attention here. But
yeah.
But it's okay. As a resident Zerg, I'm happy to bring it back just a little bit because I mean Lambo's coming down from the bottom side or the top side of the bracket here. I mean, a really strong series against Clem, just not able to capitalize in any game wins, and that is going to send him into a ZVP against Zoun, who I mean hasn't been playing a lot of PvZ in this tournament, but playing really strong overall. I mean, the last game that Zoun played last night at 12:30 in the morning was Zoun and Laser, and I mean, he 3-0'd him.
I mean, he was pretty exhausted, so he didn't want to go late game. So, well, there you go. And he did a lot of Blink Stalkers and a Glaive Adepts, and it just crushed him right away. I'm really surprised that the Laser couldn't put up a really good fight, but still, well, we have a lot of PvZ going on, and Zoun has to go through Lambo and Serral, potentially.
Yeah, this is just the unfortunate part of the event where you put up a good fight and you win, and wow, your prize is going up against Serral. Okay, well, I mean, it's a little bit of a punch as the gift is opened. So, Stray, how do you feel about this here from Zoun's position as a PvZ?
Yeah, I mean, I think Zoun is kind of like me in that he does not play what the other players play. He's not playing the hero meta right now. He plays a lot of Glaive builds, and he still builds Void Rays from time to time. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
Okay, I think statistically on paper, Lambo is definitely maybe the more favored player here, but Zoun's had quite the run on the bottom side of the bracket so far, and momentum can go a long ways. But this is his first game of the day, so it'll be interesting to see if he can turn some of that into his own energy.
Yeah, he's an unconventional player, honestly. So I'm kind of expecting his more, not in a weird way, but really, exciting dynamics onto the game, like using disruptors, especially. That's his real weapon. That's his prime weapon he's using right now. So, I'm really interested in his play, like using a lot of unconventional plays.
Yeah. I mean, Lambo is definitely a pretty scrappy player himself. I mean, he's been the one that's been putting out a lot of really good resources for players of all levels in terms of ZVP.
Yeah.
Especially with the modified openings and that's been really good. So I don't think that he's definitely going to be out of his comfort zone in this. I think if Zoun wants to get scrappy and if he wants to go for something a little bit more aggressive, I think Lambo's definitely capable of doing the scouting he needs to get that figured out.
Yeah, Lambo is definitely a really smart player, and I think he's got depth builds really well locked in on how to handle them, and I'm sure he studied all of Zoun's PVZs this event. So.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, I've got good news for you guys. The game's starting.
Oh.
Game is getting boiled in here. So we are going to run some of our graphics as we get a chance to see these two players as they are moving towards the lower semifinals. There's Zoun, the final, and I don't think we talked about this, is the final South Korean. In the whole event, I mean, we're used to talking about this is the final foreigner that's fighting for the foreign hope, and now it's quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. The South Korean fighting to stay alive in this event and go on to possibly take Serral.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the translator over here, and I had 8 lives. There's only 1 life left for me. I mean, if he's out, then I have no one to translate.
Well, we'll have to see if we get a chance to get that interview in. It's a best of 5 here in the lower bracket quarterfinals. Spawning in the top left, it's our blue Protoss player playing for Alpha X, the Protoss, Zoun.
And in the bottom right, in the red, representing Shopify Rebellion. And he's in the hometown, Germany. He's from Germany. Let's go. Give it up for Lambo.
Sounds like the cheers were a little bit louder for that one.
Oh, well, we're in Germany, so we got to suck it up.
That's true. I mean, right now, I think this is important to think about. This is the last possible player that's not going to have a really awkward time trying to take a trophy through an airport. I mean, at least Lambo has options here. could be a little more complicated for the other players. So I think production is kind of fingers crossed here. Yeah, let's just make it easy, man.
But I heard the trophy was a Hydralisk.
Yeah. Yeah, it's right behind you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, check that out.
I actually haven't seen it yet. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the one you can potentially win. So
yeah, I was gonna say that's what you're fighting for there, man.
Yeah.
That'll be hard to explain going through security.
We could just split it in half. I'll take half of it. I'll just mail it to you when I get back to my place. It'll all be good.
Okay.
No. So Lambo does get chased out to the third base location here. As a Protoss, what do you feel is the major value in getting that block? I know it's valuable, but from your perspective, how do you feel when you get that block down? What are you looking for?
I mean, first of all, you're looking to get it down, obviously, because it could be a 15 hatch that sometimes you can't block. But I mean, other than that, a lot of the players have been talking about it, but some people think it's good, some people don't think it's good, depending on if you ask Protoss or Zerg players. And it's just it makes the builds a little bit worse from both sides. So I'm not 100% sure if it's worth it or not either.
For sure. It is going to be a Stargate opening here as well.
Oh, Void Rays.
Yeah, this is Zoun style for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is out of style for quite a while, but Zoun's bringing it back.
Yeah, so I think me and Zoun are pretty much the only 2 players who I have seen still go Void Ray first. And Zoun will sometimes go up to a higher Void Ray count. He maybe go 4 Void Rays. He has some builds off of this.
So does he really go double Stargate with upgrades, or just he's trying to trick it with mind games?
So earlier in the tournament, I saw him get +1 and go for 4 Void Rays off of 1 Stargate. So he might pull that out again.
Maybe. Wow.
Okay, this is going to be an Oracle follow-up, so
yeah,
not going to be a huge investment into Void Rays. I mean, so many times we've seen this just kind of like transition right into a little bit of ground army, not getting too many Oracles, especially with the Void Ray opening. But there goes +1.
Oh.
Okay, so +1 air weapon's going to go down. I mean, that could easily be a second Stargate right behind.
Yeah, but instead of a Stargate, he's building another gateway. Oh, there's goes to
it is
Stargate. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Zoun's going to double down here. I think this is kind of a little bit of the scrappy the nature that we were kind of talking about. This would definitely be a lot more aggressive.
It's Phoenix, not Void Rays, which is
Whoa.
All right.
So it's going to be key for Lambo to see if he can spot that Cybercore spinning, because that's obviously a very big tell that something's happening.
Seems like I think I saw Raynor doing this against maybe Elaser did that? Solar, maybe? Yeah. When he took down Solar, I think he went to Stargate Phoenixes.
Yeah, I remember the one we're talking about.
Yeah. So I think if he's caught off guard, maybe we're getting Zoun, like, getting easy out of game number 1, but we'll see.
All right, well, nice little harassment here by Zoun as he is starting to dive in and out of mineral lines with that Oracle. Does get a couple of workers for the trouble. Lambo right now on path. He is getting his lair put up, evolution chamber going down as well, and he's getting some really decent scouting. He's using those Zerglings to keep that information flowing. Hasn't quite maybe parsed together the direction that Zoun is going with those Phoenix, because the Phoenix have been relatively hidden so far, but that's something that can really surprise a Zerg player if all of a sudden like 6-8 Phoenix just come flying at you and you're not prepared for anti-air.
Right. Lambo's a really smart player though. He saw the 5th and the 6th gases go up, so I'm sure he'll be thinking that some kind of heavy tech play is coming. He might even be expecting a double Stargate or something like that. So we'll see if he's prepared.
Double Robo.
Oh,
I like this. I mean, this is just a lot of wild tech switches here. So going from double Stargate into double Robo, it's going to give Zoun some options here. Okay, now we are going to see the Phoenix shown for just a moment. They are going to pop on in, and these are going to start finding some valuable targets. Getting 3 Overlord right away here. One of those is going to go down before the Queens come in to reinforce the position here. But it is a nice little wraparound. Some Queens from the top will push things down, so it does limit the damage a little bit. But a couple of Overlords killed does mean a supply block for Lambo.
Yeah, but there was an attempt, but I think there was no damage to the Stasis ward.
Yes, I think it's going to be pretty crucial for Lambo. Obviously, that he defends as well. First of all, tries to lose as few workers as possible. But I'm not sure. He might actually be going for some sort of attack here, because normally you would just build a lot of drones as soon as you see the Phoenix. But he's still building Roaches and Ravagers, so this is almost certainly some kind of big attack coming from Lambo.
Yeah, there's a unit massing up in the center. I think it's a runway with Queens. Yeah, it is. It is. Wow, that's a lot of Queens. I mean, like dozen maybe? Walk? Oh yeah, sorry. Walk by. Sorry. I don't know like all the words in English, so well. Sorry, Mapu. Oh yeah. Thank you, Mapu. Thank you.
Well, Zoun's got to really set up for this, because this is arriving at kind of an awkward moment for him where his gateways aren't quite finished yet. So the warp-ins are going to be limited to some degree, but good amount of sentries here will keep the opening force fielded, at least for now, but that means the destructible debris is going to go down. A couple more force fields force some of those Queens forward, but now the left side is going to be open. That means Lambo's going to come pouring on in here. It is a sizable army advantage here for Lambo, but the force fields continue to keep things back. Zoun trying to stutter step. The Phoenix getting some really nice liftoffs on some of these Ravagers. It does limit the biles that are able to be used here. And some of these units are now starting to fall here for Zoun. I mean, Lambo's really pushed forward. I think he's going to be able to push down that third base.
Yeah, and the Queens are still standing strong, so they have a decent anti-air. So there are no Phoenixes left right now. Only 3 of them. Oh, and then there goes another one, and only 2 left. 1, and there goes the last Phoenix. Oh my god, Lambo's going to take this one. Oh no.
I mean, those are so many Queens there that right now are just going to start working on all of these structures here. Zoun really doesn't have any warp-ins available, and the supply does not lie. 144 to 88, and that's going to be too much. Zerg, Lambo, with a very solid build game number 1. He wasn't phased by those Phoenix at all.
Yeah.
actually really thought Zoun was going to hold there because he had a really good setup. He had like four cannons, 3 batteries or something. And the double immortal, the double robo is a perfect response for a build like that, but it was close, but Lambo got through.
Man, a queen walk in this economy, man. That's crazy. It's good stuff. I mean, so many times. We've seen a lot of players that could get rattled by that kind of surprise interaction there. But Lambo was really comfortable in just running his build down and just keeping those timings taken care of because Zoun, in his own transfer, not having the warbins that he needed and wasn't able to really secure that base, and that just made it a really solid push for Lambo in game number 1. But how do you adjust as the Protoss player?
Well, it's very unlikely Zoun goes for 2 double Phoenix builds. That type of build is usually to catch your opponent off guard, and you usually pull it out once, maybe twice at most per series. So I kind of expect that he doesn't really need to make an adjustment. He's just going to change the build because it's probably his plan all along to play a different build next game.
Sure. Really sturdy play for Lambo. He could just run that down again and feel really good about himself. For sure. Map number 2.
Oh, by the way, I think the command is wrong. The casters are not Neeb, it is Astrea, by the way. Sorry for that one. That's kind of a insult to the injury.
I know all us Americans look the same, but
come on. Cringe.
That's a statement. That's a statement right there. I don't know how to feel about that one.
Yeah.
Okay, Data C. It's map number 2.
Okay, it's a good standard map.
Okay. And I believe, what would that have been? Would that have been Zoun's choice, I think?
I'm not sure. I'm sure Mapu will tell us pretty soon.
If only Mapu could type over top of just the camera work as well.
Oh,
Wouldn't that be awesome? All of a sudden you just see the chat window from StarCraft pop up and he just starts typing. I feel like I need that just in daily life. Words from Mapu. Words of wisdom.
Yeah. We need all the things for the S+ tier observer, who makes all the thing going.
It's true. It's outstanding. So, we are into Data C. It's map number 2. Hello, Mapu.
Hello.
Looks like we are bottom left here with the red Zerg currently up 1-0 in this best of 5 for the Shopify Rebellion, the German himself, Lambo.
And in the top right, we have Alpha X Protoss player, last hope, Zoun. You have more cheers for Zoun this time around. I like it.
Yeah. Especially as a Korean. Well, I'm impressed.
Okay, so I think probably what we start looking for here after we go through the navigated, very standard opening for both players is the adjustment that the Protoss player is going to need to make, because tries to get a little creative in game number 1 doesn't quite pan out, and that can go a couple of different ways. That can kind of tell your opponent that you're not interested in playing those longer form games, and we did talk about that a little bit, where maybe he doesn't feel quite as confident in his late game, or maybe just not even as interested in playing in the late game, because it can get a little drawn out. Not that we've had any drawn out games in this tournament, for sure.
Well, honestly, last game, it could have turned into a late game. It was Lambo who was the one actually that decided he didn't want it to be a late game. He thought the Queen Roach push would work, and it did. So we'll see. I think Zoun has plenty of builds he could go for. He could play Stargate again. He likes Glaives, as I said. He has robo builds. He has a lot of builds. He has a wide range. So I don't know what Zoun's going to play, and that means Lambo also probably doesn't know what Zoun's going to play here.
That's kind of a good way to go about it. If you don't know what you're playing, how can your opponent? Just freestyle the whole thing?
Sometimes I do that, not often.
Whoa.
Oh, you heard it here first. That's good scouting information. I'm kidding. Okay, so Lambo does push out to his third again, and actually Zoun going to go into that Stargate opening once again. It's not super out of the ordinary. It'll be the next step into where that heads, but Zoun keeping that probe on the opposite side of the map for a little bit longer. He wants to get the right scouting information as well.
Yeah, but eventually, Zerglings chase him off, so he has to go back. But there goes the Adept. So it's gonna, switch in and then try to go in. Ooh, nothing going on here. So, talking about things for Zoun. He had a long day yesterday, right? On the other hand, Lambo had like plenty of time to think about his plays. You know, even though he played last game, but it's still game 2, and well, he might be able to adjust it to the plays. So I don't know if Zoun has the same, you know, adjustment as Lambo in this game.
I think it's worth noting that Lambo's been off of gas for quite some time. I think he just now dumped a little bit in there, but Zoun did scout that. So that's something that if he wants to try and get aggressive, I mean, there's going to be a little bit delay on the tech that he could capitalize on. So that's worth maybe keeping an eye on how Zoun wants to unfold this. But it is very similar, but now we're going to see the Twilight Council goes down. So that is not going to be as big of a commitment here. You got it right, Astrea.
Yeah.
Not going to do the same thing twice.
Yeah, I expect this to be a Glaives build out of Zoun, probably third base, 4 gates, 2 more gates after he throws down his third right now. Yeah, try to get something done with maybe 12 or so adepts. Oh, actually there's a Robo though, which you would not get if you were playing Glaives, normally.
He's going to add on the additional gateway, though, so I think there's definitely the potential here for something that is relatively aggressive. I mean, a Warp Prism back behind that gives us some charge.
And you see, Zoun just pulled off of gas. He's not building any more probes.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be like a
all-in. This is an all-in. This is an 8-gate Zealot all-in.
As Artosis likes to call it, the caveman all-in.
Oh, the caveman. Yeah, right. Oh my God, I miss Artosis. You know.
Yeah,
I mean,
great.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, I think this is a decent map for a lot of charge lots to come piling in. I mean, it's got a couple of wide ramps there at the third base location that Zoun could use to engage on a couple of different fronts and really flank the army. But Lambo's got a couple of choke point opportunities that he can utilize as well. But I think the scouting is going to be really important for him as well. He's going to want to determine that this is coming. And right now, he's only able to really get a read on the fact that it's a third base location. Doesn't necessarily know that the gas has been pulled here for Zoun just yet. But all things considered, in a moment he's going to find a lot of information very quickly.
Yeah, seeing the Warp Prism would be big, but it looks like he just missed it. Lambo has no clue this is coming at all. He's building drones, he's building a lair. I don't think there's a single roach on the map yet. This is going to be a tough hold for sure.
Yeah, he didn't see that one as well. Oh my God. Oh my God, he avoid all the Zerglings.
This is so roaches are now being built, but I would be very impressed if Lambo could hold this. I expect about 12 Zealots. Oh, it looks like he's going straight for the main, which is a great move.
Wow. Did he even notice? I don't think he even noticed that. Oh my God.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult position for Lambo to try and play from. He's going to get queens to the ramp, so that's a good start to try and limit that surface area as much as humanly possible, but that's going to leave so much of the tech structures in the main very, very exposed here.
Oh, no!
Oh, a giant stasis trap grabs all the units on the ramp. That's going to protect a lot of things, but it's not going to help with the defense at all. 16 drones have gone down. More roaches are finally going to pop out here at the third base location, but the damage is coming down in the main as well. That's not where the units need to be, and it's only going to be now that the stasis trap is going to release those queens, but I think that a lot of the damage has been done, but the supply is kind of hanging on for right now, but there goes the base. That's kind of rough.
Especially the lair going down at this moment. This is so bad for Lambo. And another surround for the Zealots coming in. I mean, the queens are still holding on, but the queens are pretty much dying there. Lambo will try to save the rest of the queens, but there's only 2 queens left. Oh God, I don't know what to say right now. And there's another Warpins. So trying to seal the deal, by the way, for Zoun, but I think Lambo defends the main. But at what cost, honestly?
Well, I mean, I think it came at the cost of the main, right? It's not even a base there right now. So it's kind of a weird position here for Lambo, who's got a similar amount of workers, and he's got double the army supply, but I mean, he's missing so much stability in that main base, and there's still continually units of Zouns trying to run around and cause more distractions. And as every minute goes by here, I mean, Zoun's going to be able to close that supply gap. He's going to be able to get a little bit more done, and he's going to stay across the map here. He's got a Warp Prism full of Zealots. He's going to continue harassing.
Honestly, all in all, though, it was a pretty impressive hold for Lambo, considering he saw it so late. Staying on the ramp was a great move for him with the queens and the roaches to minimize the surface area of the Zealots. So this is still a game, even though it's really good for Zoun right now, I'd say.
And pushing out the Void Race for safety, that's a good move for Zoun as well, because knowing there's not much left for the queen, so there's no anti-air. So only you need to think about is roaches, and roaches don't shoot up.
They do not.
It looks like Lambo's just going for it. He's building nothing but roaches. No more drones on the way. He's going to pull a couple queens. So yeah, this looks like the final try from Lambo is going to be an all-in.
And he saw that. Only 2 queens, by the way. Well, there's another 2 queens, but still, there's not much mana for. So that means it doesn't have many transfuses as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like I said, every minute that goes by here, Zoun's just going to be able to close the gap even further. So nice little defense starting to form here for the Protoss player. A couple extra pylons going down, some shield batteries to help aid in that defense. Getting those additional run-bys as well is going to be very valuable. A couple of force fields are going to go down in the middle of the army, but Ravager Biles will be able to clean those up. Good amount of warp-ins popping in the shield battery overcharge, reinforcing from the backside. That's a lot of roaches here for the Zerg player.
But there's a lot of Immortals. I mean, 2 Immortals is always great. And a lot of firepowers, by the way. And there's another warp in, which Void Rays backing in. I mean, I think it's still a hold for Zoun.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Zoun. He just has to hold here, and he's going to have a very good advantage.
Yeah, there goes the last queen. That means there's no AA, and then still a lot of units survive for Zoun. I mean, 15 probes, well, that's not a big deal. If you seal the deal, then there goes the game.
Yeah, it's a bit of a precarious position. I think Lambo found some of the good damage that he needed to in that engagement, knocking down the worker count to at least be closer to even, I think was really important for Lambo. But he'd love to try and get additional damage done here. It's disruptors on the follow-up here for Zoun, which will give him a little bit more fighting power to work with. But we're now just seeing the lair be reestablished here for Lambo. He's been on hatchery tech for that entire push, which is, I mean, I think it was a necessary evil. He needed all of his resources to get into units, but that still sets him back quite a bit.
It does set him back quite a bit, but the most important upgrade is probably the roach speed, which it seems like he got before the hatchery went down.
Well, that's something. And the Banelingness is going down. So what he means by going lair, so you're trying to stick into the Ling Banes. Maybe.
Yeah, it looks like a Ling Bane transition from Lambo, and the game is a lot closer than I thought it'd be, considering how the start went.
Yeah. But Zoun is still building units, and with disruptors, I think there's a moment that Zoun will gonna push out.
It looks like Zoun might be wanting to posture up for his 4th base. I mean, he's moving over to kind of secure it, make sure there isn't something lurking back behind. But I think a lot of the focus is going to start coming into this harassment again as those disruptor counts are going to start working up. And we're getting to a point where I think Zoun would be able to start taking a little bit of his army mass and moving forward with it. But yeah, what a giant shot. Talking about that disruptor harassment there, I mean, equalizing some of that army count brings it dead even. And now Zoun is going to take that 4th base when ahead, get further ahead, and he's just going to embrace that at least for now.
Yeah, looks like we're going for a push, or maybe we're just trying to clear up some creep, but it does seem like he actually wants to go for an attack there after that big disruptor shot. This is a pretty scary one for Lambo.
And the +1 is going on for Zoun, and there goes the disruptor shot, but nice target fire, by the way, for Lambo. But he still has to go a long way to defend that, and another disruptor and warpins are for Zoun. Oh
yeah, the 4th base is going to be a little bit exposed there. At least is going to start pulling apart some of these units. Lambo really needs a lot of his army to fight together, and every run by that pulls Zerglings away or pulls units away to deal with them is going to be more difficult for Lambo to deal with this. But this is a bit of a tricky situation here. Disruptor shot chasing those Ravagers off to the side. It's a lot of Stalkers here. Big blink forward, picking off some of the units on the right-hand side of this engagement. Disruptor shot going to land! That is just enough to equalize the series. 1-1.
Nice. We got a tiny fist bump out of Zoun there too. I like to see.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Lambo didn't even want to see that disruptor shot land. He knew it was going to happen, and he just tapped out right before it happened.
That's a classic. Lambo's done that to me before also. Right before the disruptor lands, just leave the game.
If you don't see it land, did it actually? Like, did it happen?
I mean, I see it land. He doesn't see it land.
True. The replay sees it, for sure. No, I think that was a little bit more scrappy game there for Zoun. The kind of adjustment that we were expecting him to make, and now that equalizes the series 1-1.
Yeah, this is honestly the type of play I was expecting from Zoun because he goes Void Ray, Oracle, and then the tech is really hard for Lambo to figure out because you have the Void Ray to deny the information. And he's mixed up his build twice now, so I expect we'll have a new build game 3 also.
I kind of like that. I think that adds at least a little bit of interest to the series as a whole.
Yeah.
It might make the series go long because sometimes that can be a coin flip rather than just running the same thing over and over again. But who doesn't like Game 5? Game 5 is pretty good.
Mixing up the builds is important.
I mean, so the question is, does Lambo go aggressive? I mean, like pull first or like even 12 pulling, you know?
I really expect Zoun to be the one to dictate the series with his opener, because the Zerg player has to respond differently to Twilight openers, Robo openers, and Stargate openers.
Yeah.
So Zoun might be aggressive, but it would only be a response to what Zoun is doing, like in Game 1, for instance, where Lambo was aggressive because he saw a bunch of Phoenix.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, Lambo could easily just run back to his original build game number 1. I mean, that was really strong. Very, very confident playstyle.
He could. That's the type of build that beat me all year last year when the 4 queens got there.
Oh. Okay, so map number 3 is going to be on. Hold on. I know this. I'm not looking it up. What are you talking about? Inside and Out. I knew that.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You don't just like know information?
Well, I don't usually search for information. They bring it to me.
Oh, wow. Must be nice being so important. I'm not very important.
oh, come on.
Okay. Game 3 is just getting underway here. Oh, man. So fun. Bottom left of it, Inside and Out, is our red Zerg player. Evened up in the series 1-1 for the Shopify Rebellion. Make some noise for Lambo.
And in the top left, the only Korean survivor. Representing Alpha X, it is Zoun!
I don't know what happened, but Germany seems to be turning against Lambo all of a sudden.
Wow.
Cheers for Zoun are really loud.
Yeah. I mean, everyone calls him Zoun, but he's actually Zoun. So, maybe. Maybe I said him like Zoun a lot of time, but yeah. And Mapu, I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan of you, Mapu. Always. Respect.
Imagine if we could get Mapu on the couch.
Yeah.
Cheeky little interview.
That would never happen. He has to stay in his dungeon.
Yeah, I know. I try to like replace him today, but like give me that keyboard, you know. Like he's trying to grab me, you know. So.
I think that's actually one of the great memes of StarCraft 2 right now. Imagine pronouncing Zoun's name the same way twice in one cast. I still think it's possible.
I always say his name correctly when I'm actually talking to him. When I'm saying Joan, but I mean.
Oh no! Now you've done it. Everyone in chat's now going to come out and they're at like, I actually have my doctoral degree in Zoun's pronunciation, and it's actually this. Yeah. And I can already hear Beowulf typing his tweet, going back to when like Alpha X had to make like the official tweet, like this is how you pronounce his name. This is what it's based off of.
Did they do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like right when he started playing in GSL.
Yeah.
And people were like kind of confused because it's Zoun. What is it? Yeah. It's actually kind of cool. That tweet's out there somewhere. I'm sure someone will post it at some point. Oh, there he is. It's like it's better than Beetlejuice. You only have to say his name once, and he will just appear.
I mean, but even he wanted to be like pronounce his name properly, but eventually he's given up. So I've talked to this like a lot of times, but every time I call him Zoun, like he cringes.
I mean, I feel like if you see his name in English written like that, almost anyone is going to say Zoun, right? Like,
yeah.
You have to hear it from a Korean, say it properly to get it right.
Maybe we can ask about that if he gets the interview. He can set the record straight for everyone, right here, right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, not now, but like.
But yeah, if he wins,
yeah.
But he has to win to get an interview, so yeah.
Okay, all right. Stuff we can talk about the game here. I know people get bent out of shape sometimes over
Straight into Disruptor. Yeah. I said it's his prime weapon, so let's see what he does.
He's built disruptors every game so far, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, he went disruptor in game 2, but that was way later. So this is a first time he's getting an opening. Yeah.
Or no, he didn't build disruptors game 1. Actually, he died to the push. But yeah, Zoun
no.
definitely loves his disruptors, and this is one of those builds he pulls out from time to time on the shorter maps, the disruptor drop.
All right, so we are getting that robotics bay finished up here in the back. No third base just yet, so that could be important information. Lambo's going to start scouting for that and trying to check that base timing. And that's going to give him valuable information that something a little bit out of the ordinary should be coming. He's going to scout at the wall, but definitely sees no third. He is going to get vision of the warp prism as well. I think that's really valuable info for Lambo.
Yeah, but it's still a little hard to say what's coming. Like, Lambo doesn't know for sure this is a disruptor drop. It could still be like some weird delayed glaives or TT type build. So I think that's one of the advantages of this build, is that it's really hard to figure out what's going on.
So we are going to get gravitic drive, the fancy name for warp prism speed here, and that first disruptor going to go zooming across the map. As a response right now, I mean, Lambo's doing a really nice job of maintaining some map control. He is getting those patrolling Zerglings, so that way he can see exactly when that is going to move out. I like how it's like 3 singular ones and then just like a giant clump in the middle there. So, I mean, obviously there's purpose to that. It just kind of looks funny on the mini-map. But there goes the vision for that speedy, zoomy warp prism. And it's going to start getting some work done.
And a Colossus, by the way, not a third. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of Zerg pressure in the middle, so I mean, he is not going to have a third for some time, but still, going to the tech unit first, it makes me wonder.
Oh, that's pretty big actually, getting some damage on that warp.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Now he has to, play much more carefully, or he loses the prism. And the warp, if the warp prism gets down, then Zoun loses immediately.
All right, so the 545 third base expand. I mean, it's a little bit later than maybe comfortable, but not. I mean, has he really found kind of any sort of advantage here by delaying that? Not entirely, but he also hasn't lost anything either. So, I mean, there's 6 to 1, half a dozen the others. A couple arguments that you can look at there, but Blink +1 as well on the way. I mean, how do you feel from this position? Like what you see so far?
Yeah, personally, if I were going to play a build like Zoun's, I would, like you said, take the third a lot faster. But because Zoun got his tech so early, maybe he's lining up for a Blink +1 attack of some sort with a Colossus.
Ooh, that is a scary Queens.
I think, Lambo has been doing an excellent job. As soon as he saw that the warp prism was faster than normal, he knew exactly what he was playing against, and I think he's been defending really well.
Yeah, a lot of Mapu did a really nice job of illustrating that there hasn't been a whole lot that's happened here, and that's very deliberate. I mean, Lambo's doing a really nice job of zoning things out from the Protoss player. So the pressure is gonna not relent here for Zoun. He is getting 4 additional warp gates at this point, and +1's going to start making things a little bit more towards the forefront of his mind here. But Lambo's got a really nice setup here. He's 157 to 100. He's got a decent army supply of roaches. I mean, it's starting to look a little bit like game number 1. Strong little push coming here.
Yeah. I mean, a Hydralisk Den is up, not a desk, and now Infestation Pit is now up, so he's going to go Hive sooner or later, and it means eventually Lurker's coming out. Oh, there goes the Lurker then. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, actually Lambo built the Baneling Nest earlier, canceled it, and changed his mind, so I'm not sure what triggered that, but Lurkers will be the choice. I expect the Hive to go down pretty soon. It looks like Zoun is going to try to make a push and punish the tech.
Oh yeah, he's being greedy with the tech though. I mean, he's been, producing a lot of units, but it is mostly counterable, with disruptors, so.
Well, and I think he's played such a solid opening to this game, and that might feel a little bit more confident trying to get some of that greed in. But this is a really good push here. Lambo moving to the third base location. Gonna start picking off some of those probes. They do start running away, so now the Nexus is going to be under fire. But Zoun's gonna respond with the kill on the hatchery. I think it did get canceled, so not a full kill, but that is gonna be a full kill on the Nexus. That's a great grab for Lambo. If he can manage to hold on to this, that's a lot of army here. 4 disruptors, that is a dangerous amount that Lambo's going to have to respect. Queens get caught out towards the front. A few of them are going to go down as the transfuses do start to dwindle in supply.
Oh.
Disruptor shot gets on top of one of those Ravagers, does dodge out of the way with the ball of roaches. And now roaches are going to start working their way into the natural here. Zoun wasn't expecting to have to protect that wall as well, but now roaches getting divided. That's going to be a little bit better connection as well, using the force fields to zone this army out just a little bit more. And Lambo is juggling this rather well.
I mean, Zoun is now committed. I mean, this is full commit. He was supposed to be defending this, but he just chose to go all in. So if this push is defended, then Lambo takes the game. This is the ultimate all in Zoun is playing right now.
Yeah, Zoun's definitely on the clock, but he still has 3 disruptors left, and he's been microing really well. So maybe he can hold on 2 bases, but.
Ooh. I mean, there's still roaches in the natural.
Yeah.
That's pretty rough for Zoun.
And Zoun's economy is in shambles for now. So, oh, what a shot. And then there comes another one. Well, 2 roaches.
And the thing is that the only thing Lambo is building is roaches, and Zoun can fire disruptor shots all day. Pick away at the army, even if his economy is not very good.
Okay, second base is finally cleaned up for Zoun, so is all focused here on the opposite side of the map. Good blinks back and forward. Disruptor shots trying to get into the army here. Now Zoun's going to rotate into the natural, start forcing the issue here for Lambo, but Lambo's got to be careful. There are just enough units here that these Ravagers could get blinked onto, and that would not go very well.
Wow.
The drone count is going to start dwindling here. 20 workers picked off so far. Big blink forward onto the ball of the army.
The
Protoss player.
Wow.
Overwhelms.
I was just impressed how committed he was. I mean, he lost the economy, like he was potentially losing all of his, natural and even main, but still he held on and he was dead focused on his push.
Yeah.
I mean, well, one by one disruptor shot, like taking all of his, some chunk of his army, one by one. Well, that was really impressive commit by Zoun.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a surprise to see him not send anything back, really. And I mean, a recall of that main army, nothing really got moved back across the map. It was just warp-ins back at home to really clean things up. And yeah, fully committed on the opposite side of the map, and he makes it count.
Yeah, that was sick. That was definitely a Zoun game where I feel like his build isn't exactly optimal, and maybe his first thing doesn't do very well, but then he just builds disruptors and makes an attack, and it works. It works a lot of the time.
All right, so now the Zerg player's down 1-2.
We got a small way from.
I think he needs me.
Oh.
Okay. There's some issues going on with his own computer. I think he needs some translations, I think. So, okay. Yeah.
You okay? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think I should be needed. Well, I'm the translator. Yeah.
Okay. So now, I actually probably have to stand because I'm like 1,000,000 feet tall. Too much leg. Not enough space. That's
the classic when you have to go pee in the middle seat and you have to, bother someone to get up. I hate that.
Dude, I try to aisle all the time because I have to kind of angle myself out so that way I can fit.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah. Economy, am I right?
Do you buy the extra legroom seats or
when I can?
When you can. Yeah.
When I can. It gets spendy. It's expensive being tall, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I can only imagine that's such a I'm relatively tall. I'm 5'11", almost 6 feet, but it's still pretty tight on the airplane seats.
So Lambo down 1-2 right now. He's not out of it, but starting to look a little dicey. What's going to be? What's going to be the call here? Do we try and go back into something that's a little bit less dependent on what Zoun decides to do?
First of all, what's the map? That decides a lot of what's going to happen.
It's going to be Moondance.
Moondance. Oh, that's a very interesting map. So this is actually a very good map for Lambo to cheese if he wants to. I don't expect him to, but because Protosses sometimes take a super fast third on this map in the backdoor base, sometimes cheese can just work.
Oh yeah, this is backdoor base map.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
It's really short and it has a backdoor base. Honestly, this is probably my favorite map in the map pool right now. It makes for really interesting games.
Ooh.
It seems like we had some technical issues, by the way, before we start game 4. So I think we should have some.
Not just using the bathroom or something?
Well, I don't know.
Is that a technical issue, the bathroom break?
Well, maybe. well, it is kind of
it is an issue.
Yeah, it is an issue. So
It's technically an issue. Okay.
Well, I think we're kind of having a short break, I think. So when we come back, we're going to be seeing more PVZ.
Okay.
All right, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back soon.
Mm-hmm.
The best till last, we're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had, the future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last, we're bringing passion back. And we put our names in lights, it's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We bring it passion back, and we put our names in lights. It's coming home tonight, 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 home tonight. It's coming home tonight, home tonight.
Oh, we wildin', we drinking cherry wine and we dancing on an island. We going back the finest. Yo, young Miss Tequila and call me señorita. Ay, papi, got me dreaming. My legs up on the ceiling. Oh, yeah. I know when he come, he ain't never gonna leave. No. Hit it the night run and that's the way I wanna be. So don't think I'm the one to won't ever be enough. Mix until I know, bitch, I ain't the one. He don't want love. He just wanna fuck. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun. We just having fun. Give a little piece of mommy, got somebody. Touch up on my rum pum pum, he craving that Bacardi. Got him talking dirty in the daylight. He be trying to weather, baby, no sight. Don't make it a string, he's a Wi-Fi. Hit and run like I know when he come, he ain't never gonna leave. No, hit it the night run, and that's the way I wanna be. So don't think I'm the one to won't ever be enough. Mix until I know, bitch, I ain't the one. He don't want love. He just wanna fuck. Ow, little vacation. Drink it till we naked. Talking with our tongues. We just having fun. We just having fun.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a fire like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Tengo piquete, la gente dice el chamaco le mete, ey. Solo en la cabeza tengo los billetes, tengo piquete, estoy bien. No tengo de 100, pero tengo los míos, hermano. Aquí estamos todo bien. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Cuando necesitas mula yo sé que te pones coqueta. Porque no busco trabajo, al menos vendiendo paletas. Gozo la vida, trabajo, lo tuyo no te comprometas. Me gustan independientes, también que tengan sus metas. Todo el mundo busca dinero, también busca la fama. Como Jim Carrey nos dijo, la plata y la fama no hacen mañana. Por eso veo mi regla y trato de tener una vida sana. La envidia no enferma, también nos saca la cana. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple Rain. Sin nada de flex o jugando games. Me gozo lo mío, gente, estoy safe. El dinero no se rico la gente. Gente rica de dinero y no de mente. Todo el mundo mantiene tan pendiente de lo que hagan otros porque no son suficientes. Dímelo, dímelo, es que no sé si porque no lo conozco. Todos son bicis que tienen dañado todito los focos. Poco de lo que ellos hacen me parece muy loco. Usa la lógica como un vicio, se la come poco a poco. Como José, que la vibra no rellene. Que no desee todo lo que el éxito tiene. Yo no vendía con plata, pero no la de la acera. Tener una esposa que se mueve como Salma, soy Antonio Bandera. Me gozo la vida, pa' mí es la ley. Con todas las rolas como Purple
let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never like those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running up the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my.
Lion with a burning neck. It's all about positive energy. So man said, dubstep thing, funky music. Listen.
Keep the funk in their music.
As long as you're music, we still a one of as long as you're music, we still a one of as long as you're music, we still a one of as long as you're music, music. You're not one, we still a one of joy. Don't know for them, this is them.
You've survived longer than I thought. Now show no mercy.
Hello everyone, welcome back to HomeStory Cup 21. It's the final day of the tournament. We're experiencing a couple of issues. So before we continue on with the StarCraft tournament, we've got an epic battle coming up. One of the mini games that we've been doing here over the last couple of days. We've got 3 contestants over here representing the different races. We have Zerg, Terran, and Protoss. We've got a target shooting competition, guys. Pretty basic rules. You get 10 darts each. First off with the bow. Got to shoot the targets. And then we do 10 darts. Well, I guess, I don't know how many are in here. With the automatic one. The automatic one, you have to hold down.
You have to, alright.
Yeah, so you have to hold it down and just, spray down as many as you can. There's apparently one bonus. One of the targets is Zanster. If you shoot him straight through the eye, you get 10 bonus points. Yeah, so the line is right over there. I suggest you get 1 package each. Who wants to start?
I think you guys.
No. He has no mic. He has no mic. He should go.
All right. Yep. No, use these because it's 10 in total. So you get 10 shots each.
But that was already full.
No.
Right?
I mean, you can also just use 10 fresh ones.
I guess.
You can also reuse the same one 10 times, but... Yeah. I want you with the highest quality material, Mark.
I'm getting stressed
out. Yeah, so just make sure behind the line. Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually getting stressed out.
Oh.
Alright, that was pretty bad.
No. You do 10 shots with that
10,
one first, and we do a second round in a little bit where you get the automatic one.
Are you aiming for the eye or what?
Okay, he's aiming for the eye. Bad skill shots, man.
I think you should start with the easy targets and then...
He's going for the gamble.
Oh! That's still a point. Yeah. But I guess he has to remain standing, I don't know about casters.
Points.
There's no casters right now anyways.
5 points. 5 points.
No.
I don't think so, bro.
We don't put him back up. We put him back up at the next contestant. I know.
How many is that? 4?
You're very good.
Doing pretty bad.
Your skill shots are not that amazing. You're gonna do sideways?
Yeah.
You're gonna act cool now too? Yeah.
He's actually aiming for the production crew, I think. Yeah.
Camera guys are running away, yeah. Oh, nice.
I don't know.
All right, 2 targets so far, 3 darts remaining. 2 targets so far, 3 remaining.
He will get the last 3.
You gotta go for the hard ones first.
Do you get bonus points for the guy in the back?
No, they're all 1 point. Ooh. Last one.
And then do you shoot whatever that's left with the gun?
No, we'll put that
Try
one
to get
back up.
two.
We'll
Try
put the
to
ones
get
that he
two.
hit back up.
Try
And you guys get to go.
Try getting two. Two at the same time, yeah.
Oh. All right.
So free.
Who wants to go next?
I will go.
Yeah?
That was tragic.
That was pretty tough, yeah.
That was this one.
Tough life.
What's over here?
I just wanted to hit Anton, really.
Yeah, I want to hit Anton as well.
All right. You better try Anton as well.
Like he's even counting how many there are, you know, to make sure there's 10.
I would ask how many points I
show
got,
off.
but it's too low anyway, so.
You got like 2 or 3, I guess.
Hitting him through the eye. That's the goal. You gotta shoot Anton. That's the goal.
He's already been practicing, by the way.
Oh, yep, sorry. Oh!
No way! Show off. That's more like it.
Oh. I guess you can get doubles, right? If you, it's like dominoes, yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. It's harder than it looks, he says.
Nice. Nice. Ooh. Almost
for
turned
another
off the
double.
audio equipment right there, but. Nice.
Oh
my God.
There we go.
How many do you have? Last one? Okay. All right, close.
Oh, I got the caster.
Nicely done, guys.
6 points?
I think so.
You pick the purple ones, yeah?
All right.
Or this one. Oh, okay. He's gonna get the eye, I think. Oops.
No way. 0 points.
Oh, wait, sorry. I need to put one back up. You don't need it, though, right?
Ah, this guy's good.
Clean, clean.
I got the doubles. I was lucky with that. But no, he looks professional.
The form is insane, actually.
Yeah. The technique
Yeah,
on
the
this guy.
stance is good, right?
Huh?
He's got like
stance and everything.
We need a slow motion shot here.
But I think it's just the stance. Like he actually has no.
Just the stance is good.
He's pretending.
Yeah, pretending a little bit.
Oh, nice.
That was like.
You hit Zenster straight in the forehead.
That was close.
It was very close, no?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Oh.
Oh, the double?
No.
Absolutely ruined.
Will you just leave it like that?
Yeah.
I guess so. I guess so. Yeah. I don't touch it.
Turn it around again.
Oh. 3 remaining.
The game is rigged. Ah, that's a good shot.
No, he's cheating a bit.
Yeah. Look, you saw what he did.
No. His toe was on the line. It was okay.
goes like this. What is that?
God, yeah, of course.
Peter.
It's like darts, you know. You can go forward.
Come on, man.
All right.
Nice try.
Was that the last one?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, we've got ourselves an automatic rifle. Okay, so the only rule is that you have to hold down the button continuously. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I think yeah.
Okay. Mark was first, right?
Yeah. So the only rule is that you hold down the button all the way until all the darts are gone. Okay. Yeah? Just give me a second. I just need to put them back up.
So how many did I get? 4? 4.5?
I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I don't know how production is gonna count that one. So are you just gonna spray? What's the best strategy?
Like, I'm glad to be playing last on this one, honestly.
Yeah? Oh.
I have no idea how it shoots.
All right.
All good, all good.
No. We're good. I think we're good, yeah. Just don't stop holding it down.
Look at the technique on this guy.
Oh my god.
Oh! Oh! Nicely done.
Oh my god.
That is sick. That's sick.
You literally.
You got them all.
Yep. Oh my god. You're so good.
Yeah, it's actually pretty easy.
All right. Elazer's up next.
Now we find out if I'm good or if it's just really easy. It's probably just really easy.
Here we go.
The eye? Yeah.
Woo! Oh! He had 2 darts remaining even. I think you get bonus points for that. Yeah, production will have to figure out the
details
details
of
of
that.
that.
Shots at the eye.
Sorry?
You should get 2 more chances at the eye.
If you want to try.
I want bonus points. I don't want the eye.
Yeah? Okay, all right. He wants bonus points. Fair. I don't know if you get bonus points though, but production will let us know.
No,
I
they will
guess.
give me bonus points.
So wait, is the rifle just way easier?
Yeah, because yeah.
Or the gun or whatever? I don't know.
But it's okay. He's gonna mess it up.
The pressure right now. You were glad to go last, but not anymore.
What is it easy enough for a Protoss player? That's the question.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh.
Oh. Not easy enough.
All right.
Not easy enough.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
You tried your best, guys. One remaining. It's okay. All right, there's the final score. What do we have? 12 Terran, 13 Protoss, 15 Zerg.
Finally, I win.
Well done.
Let's go.
All right.
Wait, they didn't give me bonus points.
You got bonus points?
I didn't get bonus points.
I don't know, but you won anyway, so it doesn't matter. All right. I think that about wraps this up. I see the players back in their seats, so I think we can continue on with the StarCraft 2. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to HomeStory Cup 21, powered by Shopify. Man, you thought you got rid of us? Ha! We're back. And we're back with more things now. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
we got, like,
Oh.
I think the tribal tournament has just basically been moved over to the casting set. Like, this is really quite good. And speaking of the tribal tournament, I think that was the final mini game, right?
It was.
It was.
Oh, there's one more. It's one more.
Oh.
So we could see the point totals right now. Protoss in the lead.
All the way, you know. Let's
Zerg,
go.
Second place, 72. And Terran lagging a little bit behind, 67.
I mean, it's so close. It's still so close. I mean, there's the last game left, so we still don't know who wins, who gets off this island.
Oh, yeah. So I mean, it's definitely within the realms of anybody's game. I mean, we're still looking for which faction is going to be able to get off the island. It's very important. But we've got a series midway through here that we're going to jump back into. It's currently 2-1. Zoun over Lambo right now. We're getting ready to go into game number 4. And, I mean, there's been a little bit of reset maybe and some momentum. I mean, we're kind of picking back up in the series. That can do a lot of different things for a lot of different players. But overall, I mean, the fact doesn't change that our Protoss players still one map away from moving on to face off against Serral in the lower semifinals.
Yeah.
So.
All right. And spawning in the bottom of the map, it is my teammate. It is Zoun.
And on his final tournament life here, needs to win 2 in a row if he wants to go on to make a ZVZ against Serral. For the Shopify Rebellion, this is Lambo. All right, so Moon Dance. We were just starting to talk about this before we took the longest toilet break the world's ever seen.
Oh, yeah.
And this is going to have the pocket base. So we're kind of speculating a little bit that this might be a really solid map choice for Zoun, especially where he's looking for his final game to clear the series. Do you still feel that way, Astrea?
Well, yeah, I like this map because I think there's so many ways you can play it. You can be creative on this map. You can play standard on this map, and it's still fine. So I'm excited to see what Zoun does. I personally think he tends to play a bit more standard, and I don't think he's going to have any special build prepared, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope I see something really cool here.
Well, I have one secret that I have to tell. I mean, I had a little chat with Zoun a little moments ago during the break. He had a particular build set up for this map. Oh. So I really don't know what it is, but he seems like it's dead serious. So.
He just told you he had something special, but
yeah.
But he didn't say what.
Yeah,
exciting.
Yeah, it's a secret. That's why it's a secret, you know?
Well, so far we see Twilight.
Well, yeah.
Well, I mean, this is already fundamentally a little bit different here. We've seen Stargate out of Zoun for his previous games, and now it's just going to go right into Twilight with a Robo. I mean, this could just be an accelerated version of the Glaive timing, but it's going to be a Stalker in the production.
Yeah, so far this is all pretty normal. We're expecting to see Glaives or Dark Shine, most likely Glaives, but we don't know until we actually see it, so.
Okay.
Oh.
Is it going to be There's going to be glaives. I mean, this is, I think, one of the fastest version of the glaives rush that you can get out here. And he's going to get a really nice pull of all of these drones. Even if he doesn't get any of the actual workers, he's going to pick up 2, but he gets a lot of soft damage done. They're going to turn and fight here. 4 going to go down. I think the 5th one will finally fall. I think that's great for Zoun.
I mean, all the mining losses plus 5 kills. This is such a great harass by Zoun. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, immediately a giant income advantage. Short of, I mean, even losing the 5 workers. I mean, so much time spent off of the mineral line before the 4-minute mark can be really, really critical.
And now he's trying to push it with Zerglings, but he's got a block, and Warp Gate is coming on the way, so he's got a Warp in. I think he's safe. Losing a Stalker is a bit of a rip, though, but he's still in the game, and his Prism is going to be out. And then there goes the rush.
You know, Zoun may have said he has something special up his sleeve, but to me this just looks like an 8 adept build.
Yeah, I know. It's a little bit of disappointment, but...
Oh, here's the roll. Okay.
Oh,
we have the Disruptor
yeah, Disruptors, of course. The secret weapon, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, you need to keep an eye on his Disruptor shots.
All right, so Lambo's gotten the scout, so he knows that this is on the way, but the Roche Warren is rather behind here, not quite done just yet. So trying to see how he can stabilize this. Going to try and get some more information. He will see that Robotics Bay being built as well. So Queens are going to have to rotate around to help us drive this back just a little bit more. And he's kind of in a critical place right now.
Yeah, the thing about throwing down this Robo Bay so early is that, as you could see, the Adept push, it really wasn't there. Like, he has the Warp Prism, he has 7 Adepts now, but it's quite late, and he actually hasn't done anything yet. And I think Lambo's picked up on that really well, because he's gone back into droning really quickly. Lost the Stalker?
Nah. Yeah.
Okay. We are going to see those first Adept Shades come in here to the natural. Not going to complete just yet. Going to start forcing Lambo to make some decisions on how he wants to position against this army, and that's going to allow the Protoss player to get some decent harassment done on opposite sides. Warp Prism on one side, the Adept's going to dance back and forth on the other, and actually they're just going to go back home for right now.
Mm-hmm. I think he's waiting on the Disruptors to hop on, so maybe once he gets the Disruptors, we're going to see another wave.
I think Lambo's done a really good job of not overcommitting so far. I think his Overlord managed to scout pretty much everything, so he knew he was safe to drone up pretty hard. And we see he's got a small worker lead right now, and he's got 6 more on the way.
And the lair coming up, so maybe potentially, if he holds on, maybe he can go to Mutas or at a Banelings. He can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I really like how Lambo's capitalized on the fact that Zoun didn't really get super aggressive. I mean, he pushed across the map, he had all the pieces there, but just never really went in and made an issue of anything. So yeah, holding down the drone key, being able to get his economy back up and running, and now we see that supply advantage looking a little bit more healthy for Lambo. But I think now things are going to start winding up here. One Queen with a lot of energy does go down, so that's a nice little start to this, but going to just recall everything back, I think that's a smart move so you don't accidentally lose everything to Lings.
And back of the natural, there's the 2 Adepts over
nice
the
from Zoun.
Yeah, he managed to save all of those. Oh, that's surprising. I thought he lost them.
So right now we see 4 gateways on the way, no probes on the way, no Forge on the way.
Oh,
Link, we have Disruptors, and I think we know where this game is going for Zoun.
Yeah, this is committed, for sure.
We saw this work in game, was it 3?
Yeah, it was game 3, yeah.
It looked like Lambo had a great opening, and his army was quite big, but Zoun with the Disruptor Micro just managed to win the game with 1 solid attack, so I kind of expect the same game plan from Zoun this game.
But the Baneling list coming up will be a game changer.
Yeah, I think that's going to help at least neutralize a little bit of the ground army trying to body block for those Disruptors. So I think that's going to be a good call on Lambo's part, trying to keep himself as mobile and aggressive as possible.
Yeah, I remember last time he tried to go to Lurkers, and they didn't affect the game at all because he didn't manage to get there before Zoun attacked.
This is moving out, and it's going to be unscouted here. Lambo trying to get that Ling at the 4th and 5th base locations, but doesn't see this army pushing across. At least the Roach Ravagers are in a decent place to try and hold this back, but I don't think he's seen the severity of this army. But good catch on this Disruptor. And he actually grabs all those Lings. What great control by Zoun here. Not only getting a huge chunk of that army, but protects his Disruptor at the same time.
Yeah, he could have chosen to run buys, but choosing the disruptor made of just. It was a judgment call, but it turned out way worse.
Well, Zoun had to have the hard read on where the Zerglings were going to go, and I wouldn't have captured those Zerglings there. I probably would have lost the disruptor, so it was really impressive micro from Zoun.
Yeah.
Okay, so 11 more roaches on the production tab. I think Lambo's just going to go straight up to 200 at this point. He's got the production that he needs. His 4th base is secured. His 5th base is actually going to be the focus of attention here for Zoun right now. That's just immediately going to get canceled. Disruptors towards the front, and it's a large enough number here that Lambo's going to have to respect that. But at some point, I mean, Lambo's going to have to turn and start fighting this army. He's going to be maxed out in just a moment.
Mm-hmm. And another hat trick comes down to the upper right side. So he's trying to defend, and then goes the economy.
Yeah, this is looking like a really tight game so far. I'd say Lambo has a slight advantage because last time Zoun went for the same-ish push with a bunch of disruptors, but Zoun didn't feel confident enough to actually go for the push this time. He just stopped at the edge of creep. So Lambo's got a nice counterattack set up here. He's got his main force still near his base. Things are going well for him, I'd say.
I mean, well, it's point is a bit stalled than the last game, so he's going an upgrade and another Nexus on the downside. So maybe he's not that committed this time, but still, there's the fights going on. There's a disruptor shot. Oh, a lot of them, and then another harass of with the depths, and then recall. Oh, this is a really awkward recall though. I mean, like half of the stalkers are still left in the battle, but still, well, he managed to fight off the, well, natural, so.
I think more than anything, he got the disruptors out, which was important since those banelings were rolling on in, and that was probably the most vulnerable target for those banelings to get into. But right now, I mean, units lost is pretty close in terms of overall minerals and gas lost on both sides, so Lambo doing a decent enough job to really get himself back in. You can see the income graph right now, and Lambo's just done nothing but improve his economy since the early parts of the game.
Yeah, I would say overall the multitasking went slightly better for Lambo there, and looks like he's going to set up for a nice attack. And it's all going to come down to the control of the disruptors, honestly.
Okay, so now Zoun is putting up Archon here, but there's the surround fight with the Lings and Banes. I think he cleared the right, but the left is still strong for Lambo. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no!
17 probes traded out for those banelings. Lambo's got to be feeling good about that, and he's going to be able to tap down the 4th Nexus as well. It's a great, decent splits, I should say, with against those disruptor shots. Lambo able to maneuver his valuable Ravagers back and out of the way. So losing Roach is not ideal, but way better than losing those Ravagers.
Yeah, that was a great trade for Lambo, killing the 4th base. He's already got Vipers on the way, which is one of the best counters to disruptors. So Adrenal Glands +2 melee rather. Lambo's playing very well.
So for now, can Zoun stall back to come back?
He can either go for an attack before the Vipers are out and before there's too many more units, or he can just chill and try to take the 4th base, but it looks like he's going for the sack. He might find a Viper.
There's a Blinding Cloud to save himself. Well, that's a nice micro by Lambo, and eventually the Viper is saved. But a run by Zevlets in the main, but it's still countered. There's a lot of pickups of the drone, but still it's being defended, but I don't think... Where?
That was a great move. Where did 12... I didn't...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah. I think it's like an upper base, I think. Yeah, there's stalkers coming in, and he's target firing them. Overlord. That's a decent push by Zoun, though.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit here and there, but not really putting major pressure on the bulk of his base. Now, actually, the back corner is having a little bit more of an impact there. Zoun's got a little warp in that's in the back corner. But this is a really nice focus by Lambo here. A decent amount of damage being done in the back pocket base. Baneling's trying to roll on in. They don't do as much damage against those stalkers, but it's still nice to soften up those shields, allowing those other units to get on in, especially if you get Lings with +1, almost +2, able to kind of wiggle away at him.
And with an Adrenal Glands, the Zerglings are much more powerful than ever. A lot of Lings and Banes are much more producing. Oh, this is a really awkward moment. Oh! That was really close.
Oh, okay. He's going to get those out. I'm a little surprised, but
yeah.
All right, fourth base going to be pressured once again here. I think the main army should be able to get in to defend here, but that's a lot of Banelings. The Archon's actually trapped towards the back side. The Disruptor is going to have to be used defensively there to push those Banelings off, but that's just going to allow things to maybe transpire a bit closer to the natural expand there, and so that fourth base goes down once again for Zoun. He just can't hold on to that fourth base.
Yeah, he's struggling, but Lambo's economy isn't the best ever. Let's see how this trick goes.
Okay, another Disruptor shot coming in. Oh, no, what a decent shot by Zoun. Taking all the Roaches and the Ravagers on along the way. Oh, another shot coming in. I mean, this has gotten a little lot closer to Zoun.
I mean, ideally, this is starting to really shape out to be an army battle because both players rocking at about 57, 58 workers, so it's a lower eco game, especially at the 15-minute mark. But losing hatcheries at this point, not a good thing. So Lambo's going to have to deal with that and make sure to take care of business there. And this army is still trying to find some good damage, good connection with that Disruptor onto Banelings, as Lambo does need to find a way to get this army back and out. And it looks like there's another drop in the main base once again. Looks like the Warp Prism getting more damage, but it does get picked off by Biles, so that's going to relieve a little bit of pressure here for Lambo.
Did Lambo lose 2 Vipers there? That's pretty big if Zoun managed to snipe those both. Yeah.
Yeah. He did. He did snipe off those 2 Vipers, but there is still another Viper coming on. Oh, well, he needs to transfuse on that. Yep.
I feel like as long as Zoun keeps keeping his Disruptors alive, which he's been doing a very good job, and gets the value over time, these low econ games can be good for the Disruptor player because the trades can be very good.
But seems like Lambo didn't utilize those Vipers pretty much well. I mean, I seen like some of the yoinks like getting the Disruptors, but still, like somehow Zoun makes a really big loss. Oh no! That's really... Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh, makes my heart shaking, by the way. Well, there goes the circling run by to the fourth base, but still, with overcharge, he defended pretty well. And
I think I like the opportunity to get into +3 here for Lambo. That's just going to be finishing up. That's going to allow those Zerglings to deal some more damage and be a bit more aggressive, especially since the Stalkers are still maintaining a lot of the army bulk for Zoun. We're starting to see more of those High Templar get warped in. I mean, where are we at for the Archon count? There's a really solid amount here at 4, building up into 5. That's going to do really good to help with that. But this is a really nice concave for Lambo. Takes a couple of those Disruptor shots, though. That really sets things up for Zoun. A nice one from the backside. And some good Blinding Clouds actually forcing those Stalkers to be a little bit further back than they otherwise should be, and that should give Lambo enough room to bully down that base once again.
I mean, it was a little too late, but still, well, he managed to push back, and then if he takes fourth base, maybe he can lock it in, but we have to see for sure. But oh, there goes the fourth base, so I think he's okay, but can he save those Roaches and Ravagers?
This is a really sick game. It's still really close.
Blink. Oh my god, I don't know what is happening. If Zoun can pick up all those Roaches and Ravagers, maybe he can push out another wave? Another attempt, maybe?
The economies are super low for both players. I'm imagining Zoun's almost out of bases, so he really needs to get that out of minerals, so he really needs to get that base up, and he needs to hold it.
Yeah, and also Lambo also have 1 base to mine. I mean, like natural and the main also mined out, and the third base also is kind of mined out. Like, there's only 4, like 5 chunks of minerals left. I mean, Lambo also is struggling on the economy, by the way.
Yeah, this is the type of game where every single unit matters. Like every little pickoff is going to be really important because the economies are so low. And if either player takes damage to their fourth base, if they lose a base, that's going to be a really big deciding factor.
So it seems like Lambo's in an okay spot because he is going to get that pocket base back up, so that's going to be a little bit more defended than one of the outer bases at this point. So that is a bit of a benefit if he needs to try and preserve as much economy as possible. So I like that position for Lambo, especially since he's already up on his supply. Look at the units lost right here. It's rather I mean, on the close side, I think. I mean, this is, like you said, it's been a very scrappy game. A lot of back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like Zoun's going to try to take another base, so we don't have either player going for some big all-in attack or something. We're going to try to transition back into a bigger macro game, but for the moment, economies are still quite low for both sides.
Okay, so another Zergling run bys. I think that might be great if they focus on it, but oh, there's another engagement going in for the upper right side. I think. Ooh. I think that's an observer, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's observer going down.
I like the Viper count that Lambo's getting up to. I think he's going to be able to utilize that in a really good way because he's lost 5 so far, so he needs to try and get those back. If he can keep the Vipers that he has preserved, that's going to be very useful because every single one of those is an incredible amount of gas that he is, I mean, not really flush with right now in his bank.
Yeah, and it's kind of a mini micro war between the Vipers and the Stalkers because it's really easy to get those Vipers picked off. They're armored units. They die to, I don't know how many Stalker shots, but not too many. So the micro of the Vipers versus the Disruptors and Stalkers will be key also.
Okay, there goes the engagements. Forward blinking to get rid of the Zerglings, but he managed to get them out. But still, Lambo is trying to poke one side or the other, trying to make some damage on it, but still Zoun is holding on pretty well.
Who do we think has the advantage here?
I don't know. Honestly, this is a really crazy game for both of them, so I need to see the main
Vipers!
like this.
That's what I mentioned.
Whoa!
Picked off just like that, and
Yeah.
only for a single Stalker or something like that.
Nice job. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, Zoun with some really good control, getting some of those critical picks as he can get them without having to sacrifice too terribly much. Baneling's a little bit far back. Those need to connect with those Zealots if they're going to find any value in that push. And again, this is all very valuable gas that he needs to try and preserve as much as he possibly can. That's going to be a huge disruptor hit. Doesn't back up quite far enough. And he takes a second one as well. Now finally uses those Vipers for what they were intended to do, pulling those disruptors, canceling those shots. Now he will be able to neutralize that down a little bit. Does he have enough still to be able to push this back? Lings are going to come in from the bottom side of the base. A couple of force fields trying to keep that shield battery alive, but I think this might just be a little bit too much Zerg.
Oh, that was a nice round by Lambo, and I think this is it.
We have the corrosive bows coming down. Almost all the units of Zoun are gone. Oh, we have one more disruptor shot.
It was
split by Lambo.
Much better split that time around.
Lambo takes it to game 5. Wow. He managed to hold on.
The Germans are waking up again for Lambo now.
Oh yeah.
Now the hype's coming back. They remembered where they were.
I think we all just want to see good StarCraft, right? 2-2, close games.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
This is sick.
But for me, it's gonna be a little bit, down to the spiral. This is my last chance to have a Korean interviews, but if he goes down, I lose my job.
Yeah. You haven't interviewed a single time a Korean or translated a single time, have you?
No.
Interview? Yeah.
Not a single time. And as a translator, this is a really heartbreaking moment.
A little bit of an existential crisis, maybe?
Maybe, yeah. That's why I'm here, ladies and gentlemen. Try not to cringe, but, well, this is what you get.
Oh, there you go. You're getting some love. You're getting a little love. All right, so map 5. Going to Tropical Sacrifice.
Oh, that's going to be a little interesting map. I mean, I think it's going to be a little Zerg favored because there's a lot of bases to cover and a lot of routes to pull the Zerglings away, a little run bys or something.
How do you feel about this, Astrea?
Yeah, I mean, I actually vetoed this first Rainer, but I think it's a fine PvZ map. But it's a bigger one, so it definitely favors the Stargate openers. I don't expect another one of these types of games that we've been seeing with the disruptors, and whoever micro is better ends up taking the game. So.
Well,
the games have been so micro-focused. There's been so many engagement, and it's focused really around if the Disruptor's got the shots or not, how well Lambo's been splitting, whether or not he could get the Viper pulls.
Imagine having exciting StarCraft. Imagine.
No, I just want to see Void Rays.
Oh, Void Rays. Like my heart just went through my chest there. Unbelievable. Okay. Well, fortunately, it seems like we're not immediately going to another 4,000-minute break. That makes me happy. But the player's taking just a moment here. I mean, it's... Lambo, I think Lambo's done that in a lot of series too, where he's really been able to manipulate himself a better position just because of his micro and his ability to make some really, really quick decisions. And that, I mean, that game 4 was critical. It could have gone either way. It could have really killed his momentum because of a bit of the break. But now he's got a chance to close this out and move himself on in the bracket. We're gonna have to see if he can get that done. We're on Tropical Sacrifice. Astrea, do you want to introduce the first?
In the bottom left, fighting for his chance to face against Serral, it is Zoun.
And in the top right, our red Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, and also Germany, it is Lambo.
All right, I think the Germans finally won on the truth there.
There's a few Lambo fans here, maybe.
Yeah, just a couple. Any Lambo fans in the building today? Okay, there's one guy. There's one guy. Ah, perfect. Okay, so super fun first 3 minutes of every game.
Yeah.
What do we want to talk about?
I mean, I don't know. Just a little bit praying mode for Zoun, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit praying, a little bit of, hype maybe. But still, I'm in a casting couch, so I need to be neutral as possible. So I'm really struggling how to make my, statement into the game, No,
I don't think anyone's aware that that there might be some bias. Like I don't think that's been clear.
Nah. Oh, thank you, Mapu.
Mapu, who are you cheering for?
Yeah, I really want to know. Oh. That's a trick.
Oh, nice.
There was a poll beforehand, by the way. It was actually Lambo favorite. Lambo 67% and Zoun 33.
Is that for who is expected to win, or who people are cheering for?
I mean, who expected winner?
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think it's pretty close to 50-50, honestly. These are both really good players. But.
Yeah, seeing all the games makes us even,
I got nothing. I'm sorry. I know. My brain kind of just went empty for a moment. I was just listening to the static, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, I should be talking.
Rishi, you got to make it hype. All I'm here for is the game knowledge and maybe my good looks. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Well, I don't think that's entirely true.
Oh, shots fired.
Unlucky.
Well, no, I meant that the other way. Okay. Yeah. Well, so we are starting to see things unfold just a little bit. It's Stargate. Going to be first here. And we've seen a lot of different pathways from that Stargate just in this series alone. So I'll be curious to see where this goes. It seems like it's just going to be Oracle first. So yeah, we're going to get a different pathway once again.
Yeah, this is exciting. So every other time Zoun has gone Stargate, he's gone for the Void Ray first. This time he's going Stalker, so I don't expect... Oh, he might get a drone here. Nope, not quite. I know I heard Lambo say once that anytime the first Adept gets a drone, he gets tilted. So maybe it's a big deal if he could have gotten that. So what do you guys... oh, we have a second Oracle. Are you guys expecting to see a hero style here, maybe? I haven't seen Zoun play it before, but so far that's what it's lining up to be.
I mean...
Did he get that?
Yeah, he got that. Yeah. I mean, well, there's a no-look shot,
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I have seen it Okay, Mafu. Yeah. I have seen Zoun going at similar style, but it was a little bit different, using tech units, of course, like Archons, or maybe like the Colossus or the Disruptors, maybe. Yeah. It's not entirely gateway units. That's for sure.
I've seen him play the blink style, but he gets sentries, like 4 or 5, sometimes more sentries. And he goes for a push that way, whereas most of the Protoss these days are focusing on the oracles and the lower sentry count.
Yep.
So we could see that. We see it Forge in a Twilight. What are you feeling, Rishi?
I think this is just going to start devolving into a pretty standard not late game, but mid-game timing here. I mean, getting that Twilight Forge, more than likely going to see that Blink come out. Although I wouldn't mind seeing Charge, honestly, because that did work out for him in a strong capacity, and that could be a really good way to overwhelm here. Although I like the drone pickups here. A little bit of a split aggression, getting 5 of those drones with the Oracles, and it's a nice little diversion, gets a little bit of damage.
Yeah, but being Oracle, having taken a lot of damage, then he should be a lot of care with using another time. So.
No, this is pretty surprising to me, actually. We just see the +1 blink. It seems like he's going to go into a normal hero style, but
oh yeah,
I say it's surprising because like I said, I've just never seen Zoun go for this before. So we'll see how well he has it practiced and if he can make it look as good as Showtime and Neeb did earlier. They made it look really impressive, honestly.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Who knows? Maybe this is the build that that Zoun was talking about.
Yeah,
during the break.
Yeah, maybe this is the secret build that he was prepared for.
The not so secret.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a reverse strategy.
Like, what are you going to do? Play the most standard style? It's a secret.
No, I think this is good. I mean, that keeps his opponent on his toes, and maybe it's not something that Lambo will have been able to study from Zoun's perspective. Obviously, there's like a million different games that he can look at for this kind of style. It's not necessarily unique in the sense that it's unpredictable, but still could be very good here. We are going to get some good production going, 5 additional gateway, and once we see Blink and a +1 finish up, I wouldn't be surprised to see Zoun start jockeying for more control of that 4th base here, but it looks like Lambo already starting to put on some pressure.
Yeah, Lambo went for the +1 melee build, which we didn't really talk about much, but he definitely has a read on what Zoun is doing. He knows exactly what's happening right now, and I'm sure he's had tons of practice. He's pressuring with things the 3rd base and the 4th base at the same time. Might get a stalker or 2 here.
Yeah, utilizing a force field and killing some. I think it's the sentries are dead. Yeah, picking up some sentries and forcing a force field. That was a good push by Lambo. I mean, Zoun saved the 4th base, but still, it's still damage.
I just don't know how I feel about Hydraling Bane. It just seems to be more prevalent right now in the meta, but there just seems to be a lot of variability on whether or not it actually leads to really solid success. And I mean, Lambo's taking a little bit of a gamble in Game 5, I think.
We all know Hydra is best unit in the game.
Yeah.
Lambo knows it too.
Okay.
It's a bold statement.
I'm just kidding. I'm just continuing the meme.
Oh, yeah. Memes and dreams abound here at HomeStory Cup. That tracks. This is really good harassment here by Zoun. He's going to have to find a way to deal with the Lings that are harassing at that 4th base location. I believe the shield battery does get picked off, but it doesn't look like a lot of workers go down. As a result, Blink Stalker's going to be able to get away. But I think a couple of Queens actually did get picked off, so a decent amount of damage at least.
A little bit back and forth for both the players, yes.
Yeah, we want to see where Zoun's going to take this, because sometimes you just keep building Stalkers and Zealots, and sometimes you take a bunch of gas and tech up. He is taking gas, but he's also pushing. So I think Zoun probably just wants to keep trading out his Stalkers for as many pickoffs as he can get as he keeps stacking up. And there's the Templar Archives.
Yep. So would you prepare for the Storm or Archons?
If you know it's Ling Hydra Bane, personally I would get Storm, but a lot of players, like Neeb and Showtime we saw earlier, kind of skip the Storm entirely. Sometimes. So we'll see what Zoun's preference is.
Well, the 2nd Forge is going to go down, so that's going to be more upgrades for Zoun, especially against something that's going to be rather mobile, like that Hydraling Bane army. So it looks like Centrifugal Hook's going to be upgraded as well, just getting started. So that does leave Lambo in a little bit of a limbo, if you will. We can get the wordplay going there, as he's going to have to wait for the Baneling speed to really find some good connections, unless Zoun finds himself really out of position.
Yeah, so we saw Serral going for Lurkers earlier. Do we think we're going to try to get the Lurkers, or are we just going for a big attack here? We're morphing 23 Banelings now.
I mean, this is a good timing attack if he wants to get some good damage done, but he's going to have to find some critical damage if he doesn't plan on going to Lurkers. Otherwise, I just think that's a bit of a folly.
But he needs to choose the entry point wisely, because if you stuck on the little ramp on fourth base, then one force field can just manage to push you away.
Yeah, like you said, looks like we're splitting. It seems Lambo's a bit indecisive on which way he wants to come from, but we did split our army in two. It looks like we're going to go for a giant push from 2 ramps.
That's a really tight choke for Zoun. Banelings aren't going to cut it, especially against predominantly Stalkers. We got to keep an eye on that stasis trap on the left-hand side. There's a lot of army for Lambo that can get caught up in that if he's not paying attention, and he's definitely looking at the Banelings. A decent amount of Lings get caught up in the trap, but that's not going to be enough to slow down this army. Tons of Banelings come pouring on in. The army of Zoun does have to retreat for now. Those Banelings actually looking to connect to those Archons, which wouldn't be a great trade for Lambo, but instead pulls those back. He's going to get a base for his trouble, though.
But he has actually managed to save his probes, so just Nexus going down is not really that bad for Zoun. So Lambo needs another wave. I mean, another victory here.
Yeah, it's a lot of Banelings he gave up for not a lot of return, and now those Zealots are going to be able to get some decent damage with those charge forwards. That is not a word that makes sense. We're going to just keep moving forward with that. More Banelings on the backside for Lambo, so he will be able to reinforce his position. I think he's just going to push this forward. I don't think he has any intention to get to Lurkers at this point. I think he just wants to try and win.
He's committed, for
we have
sure.
2 Disruptors on the map. Those are going to be huge for this defense. He's going to need to land some Big Novas if he wants to hold this. Fires both shots at one. I think that's pretty good.
Now he needs to stall the time until that loads. Okay, whoa, that's a nice split by Zoun, but he used the overcharge. There's no energy on the shield batteries.
This is looking like a GG maybe.
Oh,
there go all the probes. There's so many Hydras left over. I don't see any Protoss units left over.
Taking it down.
Oh, big Disruptor shot. Oh, Disruptor's out of nowhere.
The second Disruptor goes down. GG. Lambo takes it 3-2. Wow.
Man.
And the Germans done it. He held strong, even with the long delay. Very, very well done. Good game for Lambo.
Yeah.
And there it goes.
There he comes.
My last life. Oh my god.
We'll get Lambo in here. Lambo, well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah. Talk to us about that game 5 there, going Hydra Ling Bane against Zoun's army composition. You didn't have any desire to get to the late game. You just wanted to push it down?
Yeah, I think against that style, if they don't get fast Storm, you can have a really strong timing with just mass Banelings and some Hydras behind. Also, the only time I've seen him play Stalker and Oracle was when he did like a Stalker all-in, basically, with like the proxy pylon. So I just stayed really low drone count and wanted to play +1 melee Lings. I actually forgot my Baning Nest though, so if he did, I might have been in some trouble. But yeah, that's why I made so many Lings at first. So I wasn't sure if it was going to work, but yeah, that was the game plan basically.
Well, I mean, and we saw a lot of different moments in that series where you were able to like rescue yourself from the brink just from really good micro tactics. You had some really cool splits against Disruptors and just some good decision making in general. So I guess it's not incredibly surprising that you'd go for that in Game 5. I mean, that's what kept you in the series in general.
Yeah, I think at some moments also my micro failed a little bit. So like Game 2 and Game 3 I wasn't too happy, especially Game 3 I think I was in a fantastic spot to win it, but I don't know, somehow I just lost units the entire time and he had like 4 Disruptors, he kept firing, and I should have just went for it at some point when he had like only has 1 Disruptor left, because I'm pretty sure I was like up in supply by quite a bit there. At least I'd imagine so yeah. I was quite mad about that, so the pause might have actually helped me to calm down a little bit. At first I got even more mad because of the pause, but then it was so long that I was like, okay, calm down a little bit.
Oh, hell for the mind control.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. And you actually sent the final South Korean player in the event out of the bracket. So now it's all, I guess, I mean, can we even say foreigners at this point at a German event?
Oh,
I mean, it is.
It's not a thing I've actually like had to think about before. What questions do you guys have?
Well, I don't know. I have just lost words, honestly. But still, I mean, like you have managed to overcome your, you have managed to overcome your situation while you left behind after the Game 3, and I was curious that did you want to skip Ling Banes when you tried to push in the game 3?
I thought about going Ravager Bane, but then I was like, nah, I'm just going to go Lurkers. Because sometimes on this map, it can be pretty hard to attack into the Protoss. So I was like, okay, let's just straight up go to the late game in game 3. So that's why I wanted to go Lurker instead of Ravager Bane. Ravager Bane probably would have been better, but either way, I think I would definitely would just roach Ravager. So, I mean, the gas and minerals for the Hydrogen and Infestation Pit kind of went to waste, but I don't think that's why I lost.
I thought you had really clean early games throughout pretty much the whole series. Did you feel like you just had a really good read on all the builds he was doing throughout the series?
Yeah, besides the charge.ln one, even though I read that in time as well, but I was a little bit too cocky. I probably should have started some spines, and I also just didn't see where it came from. Because I think against that, if you make like roaches at like 60 drones or whatever I was at, and you have all the queens together, usually you're fine. But he had like also that stasis ward at the ramp, and I was just out of position. If I don't let him warp into my main base, so I was also not too happy about that early game. But other than that, I know he plays pretty much everything, so I just try to play safe overall.
And I was actually surprised that all-in worked. Were you pretty confident game 1 that Roach Queen all-in was going to work out in the 67 drones?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I saw him play that build against Zoun in the group stage, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's quite safe. So he went double robe against me too, probably. He went double robe against him as well, but he just didn't have any like real units and not that much money for static defense. So even though that choke is kind of bad, as long as you can muscle your way through, I think just by pure numbers, I win.
Wow. Oh, now you face off Serral next game. I mean, Serral wasn't having a great time during this tournament, but he is still the world champion, you know? I mean, you know him better than me, right? So, how would you feel against him?
Yeah, I'm not too happy about it, to be honest. Like in the upper bracket, Showtime was winning against Clem, and I was like, nice. And then he threw, and then Neeb was winning 3-0 basically on Moondance. When the first 2 adepts came, I already thought it was over. Yuna was next to me tilting already. I was like, nice, avoiding Yuna. But now I have to play him as well, and I mean, those 2 are my nemesis, so I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, to be honest, like his mechanics look clean as always, so I'm not sure how much that's gonna help me, but I don't think he has as much practice on these new maps, so we'll see how that factors into play. Not very confident though against Zerg.
I don't think they're happy about your treatment of Wilson.
Oh, that's
yeah.
My apologies.
I was like, zoom in like that for free? Jeez, production. Okay. Well, let's talk one more step. It could be a little silly because one of the players is here, but of course we still got our upper bracket finals. If you can get past Serral, you've got to face off against one of them to get to the grand finals. Who would you rather see?
I know who he'd rather play.
I lose against Clem always, so I'd rather play against Astrea.
Okay.
I mean,
it's just, I'm not offended. It's just how it is.
It's an honest answer. I'll never beat Clem, so.
All right. Well, I know we won't drag this out too terribly long. It's been a long day, and we've got a lot of StarCraft left to play. But very well done. 3-2 over Zoun. You'll be loading up here against Serral very soon. So good luck to you, and we'll get a ZVZ. It's been a little while since we've seen one, all the way back, I guess, to yesterday. So, yeah. Anything else, Lambo, before you go?
Shout out to my team, the Shopify Rebellion, best team there is. And shout out to the fans here. When I was coming outside, they were cheering. I couldn't hear anything. It was actually crazy. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Thank you.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Lambo. Very well done. We'll get to see you just a little bit more in a moment. We're going to go to a really quick break, hopefully not nearly as long as the last one, but it's a ZVZ coming at you next. Serral versus Lambo here at HomeStory Cup 21, powered by Shopify.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das XXI auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da nochmal ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt, und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Is it a chameleon or a gecko?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Oh my God, who just sat here? I just sat down about 3 seconds ago, and this headphone. Oh my God, these are incredibly loud. I believe we're casting the next series. I'm just waiting for Rotterdam to show up together with Rainer. At the very least, that's what I heard. Can't believe the production just threw it to me over here. Anyhow, apparently the previous series took a little bit longer. We were downstairs playing a little bit of cheeky poker. That was pretty fun. So next one is going to be Serral versus Lambo. Should be an interesting one. Can you lower the audio maybe? That would be great, thank you. Test, 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 test.
Do you mean your mic?
No, my microphone is incredibly loud, yes. Could you lower it? Oh. Are you going to Okay. I cannot, I don't know who was sitting here, but this is, they don't have the greatest ears, and I say that as someone who doesn't really have the best ears. Anyhow, I guess we're waiting for the next game to get started. Welcome to the Loco podcast, guys. Yeah, this is now the Loco show. It just accidentally got thrown to me, I'm pretty sure. I didn't know that this was going to happen either, but I'm not sure exactly. Okay, yeah, it should be Serral versus Lambo coming up very soon. Astrea was sitting here. Really, chat? Astrea was sitting here? Okay. I cannot, like, talk to myself. Test, 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 test. Test, test. All right. Test, test. For those of you wondering, I've had about 6 ear surgeries on my left ear, and my left ear is really bad. This is much better, yes. I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly with or about Astrea's ears, but where's Wilson's headset? I don't know. Wilson's having a hard time apparently. All right, guys. Do I have the slightest idea where Roddy is? Well, Roddy was downstairs. I think most people were done playing. So they were just wrapping up, and I was like, okay, guys, wrap me up, first. Try and get it done. So, how are y'all doing, chat? Hello? Did you have a good time? Hey, finally. There's Rotterdam. What's up, Roddy? I've been sitting here awkwardly for about 4 minutes now.
I love how you turn me into the bank. And then you run upstairs and then you're just here. And you're like, I don't know where Roddy is. Like,
No. I was talking about how you were probably going to be a couple minutes.
Yeah. I love how I'm like, okay, I'm going to cash out. And then suddenly it's like, yeah, Roddy, 9 people. And then you're like, Roddy. Counting chips for like 6 minutes straight. But
I was going to
everything's
look
good.
for Rainer. I was like, oh, maybe Rainer's over here. And then I hear production saying, Loco, 10 seconds. I'm like, okay, I guess I'll sit down.
No, Rainer is still outside because he was on his way to the ATM.
Oh.
Stuff like.
Well, it's been
But
a long time.
Rainer
It's been a
will
long
join.
time since he
Like I
left.
did tell Rainer as well that there is a good chance the series will start before he's back, so it's all good.
That's okay. We can go into the game as soon as we can. Production. It's already 8 p.m. over here. We've got quite a few games still to go.
So how did we do, Loco?
In a poker game?
Mm-hmm.
Up to the last hand, I wasn't doing well. I was doing quite well, and then I got unlucky. For some reason, I lost with pocket aces against 6, 7 suited.
I see Twitch chat already going crazy. So Rainer lost. Rainer actually didn't play yet. It's just that Rainer spent his money in the bar yesterday, and he did want to play some poker.
He played a little bit.
Today? Oh, yeah, he did. Like 10 minutes. Yeah, Twitch is right. He wasn't very good. Nah.
It's always fun to play over here, though. We had a good time.
I love when the Koreans bluff and they get caught. They make the funniest face.
Oh.
Yeah. The creator is like bluffing, and some guy just snap calls him, and he's like, and he's like, almost hides in shame. He's like, this is the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to me. He's like, it's okay, mate.
It's always fun, though. Koreans like to play a little bit of poker as well.
Mm-hmm.
Got a nice little game going over here most of the day. Ooh, we've got an actual hunting bow now. Right over there.
Are we expanding?
I think we are.
I like this one.
Yeah. So initially, that hunting bow was supposed to be the one that we used for the side game.
Which side game?
We did a side game while you were downstairs playing a little bit of poker too, and we basically had a bunch of Nerf darts being shot at Zenster's face, a cardboard cutout of it.
Zenster?
Yeah. Got bonus points if you hit Zenster in the eye. Anyways, apparently originally we were going to use that bow, which sounds like a great idea until you think about the execution.
Production is talking to me, but somebody has touched the buttons again, and they are legitimately like 2%. So I know you guys are desperately trying to tell me something, but I have no idea what anybody's saying because it's
I just learned that apparently Astrea's ears are not the best. Like my ears are absolutely horrible, and I could not talk to myself through these headphones.
Yes, it's better than... Okay, now you're very loud. Somebody's... He's like, is it better now? He's like, yeah. It's like, willkommen auf Deutschland. It's all good. So apparently Lambo needs a few minutes. So then I don't even really know what all the rush was all about.
Well, the rush was
Let's
that
talk
there was a
about it.
countdown, and the countdown was running out.
Yeah, well...
And then I awkwardly sat here.
Since when does TaKeTv stick to a schedule? Come on now, Lem.
That's true.
All right, so we are officially in the top 4 of the tournament, of course, for everybody that perhaps stepped away for a split moment. After this series, we're going to hop into the upper bracket final, but first it is time for the lower bracket semi-final.
Right.
And it
He's
is that
excited.
match
Let's go.
between Serral and Lambo, a ZVZ deep into a tournament. I always love them because to me, they're quite rare. So whenever I get to cast a proper one between one of the big boys in Europe, it always gets me excited.
Yeah, ZVZ is one of those matchups that, if you watch me play it, it's pretty bad. It's not the most exciting thing. It can accidentally end at the 2-minute mark. And while that does happen at the pro level too, the higher you climb, the longer the games tend to go. And both Serral and Lambo definitely are guys that like to play the macro game.
Yeah, but I think whenever Lambo goes up against Serral, it's going to get pretty wild. Like very often he will have a specific game plan on what he wants to do on a certain map. He does not want to play Serral's game, even though Serral is perhaps like not as untouchable as he was once upon a time. But it really felt that unless you catch him completely off guard, you can't win. Lambo's damn good, like we just saw. There's always a chance, but I still think that Lambo is going to try to win mostly on strategy. And that's great to say because obviously the units are so fast, links, roaches, banelings. But I still think with just certain builds, certain openers, you can absolutely get a massive advantage or pretend like you're doing something but do the complete opposite.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to see a lot of mind games in this series.
So just to clarify, we have 4 more series for this particular tournament. So we have this particular one, which is the lower semifinals. After this, we have the upper bracket finals. Then the loser of the upper bracket finals goes up against the winner of the lower semifinals, which is the one that we're going to be casting next. And then after that, we have the grand finals. So 4 more series coming up. Judging by the way that the last 15 or so best of 5s that we've streamed have been going, I think we're going to be here for a good while.
I mean, I'd love to see Lambo versus Serral go to the rubber match. I think that'd be very exciting. But I do think normally Serral's a pretty big favorite. But Lambo knows that too.
Yes.
And Lambo was very eager on having a proper run. This is not the best run that Lambo's ever had at HomeStory Cup. He's had a couple of good finishes in the past. But top 4 when the lineup was as stacked as it currently is, I think that's something that he's already happy with. But obviously once you're here, you want more.
Yeah, no, 100%. And Serral already looked a little more mortal this tournament than we've seen him in the past. Obviously, well, especially like 2018, he looked absolutely unbeatable, essentially winning practically everything. And I mean, he's been looking a little more mortal over the years, right? It feels like we're currently at a level where he is at the very least beatable. And Zerk versus Zerk being as volatile as it is, I do agree with you that Serral is definitely the favorite here, but I don't think anyone would be too surprised if Lambo ends up winning this. You think so?
I mean, it's not the craziest thing ever, but if we do it right now, a prediction in Twitch, it'd be like probably 85 to 90% Serral.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's probably about 3-2, 3-1, 4-1.
Yeah. So it's going to be exciting, though. Lambo and Serral are obviously very good friends. They do discuss a lot of things, but Lambo's also a man who sometimes has his own unique view on how the game is supposed to be played, and he doesn't always necessarily agree with all the decisions that Serral makes. And it's just that Serral's execution is so damn good that he can obviously make a lot of things look very good. Then you try it yourself, and you're like, man, this build sucks. I know you've been there.
I've been there many times, Roddy. All right, we'll be getting this game underway very soon. You can see that the players are already sitting in their booths. They are ready. We are ready. Are the servers ready? Ooh, the game is starting.
CVZ, baby. Top 4 of the tournament. Serral versus Lambo. Coming up, HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island. powered by Shopify. A beautiful Sunday night in Krefeld, Deutschland. We're getting closer to crowning a champion. Could still be anyone. Any of these 4 players could realistically win the tournament. Perhaps this man is the biggest underdog. That is Lambo. That'd be sick. And it'd be one hell of a party. Like, I plan on driving home tonight, and I know it's the same for you.
Yes.
But if Lambo wins this tournament, then I think I'll stick around, because I know it's going to be one hell of a Sunday night in Krefeld. And I think a monumental effort like that deserves to be celebrated. But let's see if we can get off to a good start in this best of 5 with this tournament live on the line. Obviously, as it's the lower bracket. Top right side, representing the Shopify Rebellion, your German Zerg player, Lambo. They're still alive over here. They're still awake. Let's go.
His opponent in the bottom left-hand corner of TaKeTv. From Finland, we have the man who many consider to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. It's Serral. I like that about the German audience, right? They always cheer for everyone. It's not just, the favorites from the tournament that, get the cheers, because I can imagine a lot of people are like, yeah, I'm here for the German players.
That was really cool, even when Zoun was taking maps of Lambo, still definitely a solid round of applause going through the building. We saw that earlier in the weekend as well. We have a great audience here, but we already knew that.
People are
missed
always
them.
super nice.
I mean, it's Stay at HomeStory Cup. I'm a big fan of you, Loco, but after 3 days of having you on my side, I'm like, damn, I wish there was another face I could look at. But
I didn't have that problem, Roddy. I was like, oh my god, if I could only cast for 3 more weeks with Roddy by my side, that would be a dream come true.
It's okay, mate.
I had to settle.
Even too much of a good thing can be a curse.
Alrighty, hedge gas pool right here from the both of them in game number 1. TaKeTv is a pretty standard map. Not the shortest rush distance either, so not too surprising. This is a build that they both favor. We do obviously see a lot of pool first in this matchup, but this is definitely not surprising at all.
We all know that in the past, a lot of the foreign players did find success against Serrals with the Mudas, but you can't just rush into Aspire every single game, because if you do that, Serral is going to punish you with a couple of devastating attacks. I think it's going to be Lambo who will most likely strike first in this best of 5, whether it's like a committed +1 Roach attack, or maybe some Ling Ravager, or indeed a very greedy Spire. But I have the feeling that Serral is going to lean back and just scout as much as possible, and then Lambo is going to once more try to catch him off guard.
That Crab Beetle is about as fast as the slow Zerglings, apparently.
Perhaps as slow as Raynor is, because I don't know why Raynor takes 25 minutes for a 3-minute walk.
Yeah.
Is he lost in Krefeld? Oh no.
That would be horrible.
Yeah, it is.
We might never hear from him again.
I mean, it's 8 p.m. It's still bright outside, no? Yeah, absolutely.
It is definitely still bright outside, yeah. It's 8 p.m.
There's no way that Raynor gets lost in daylight. I take that back.
No, he'll probably show up in a little bit, just maybe stopped along the way a couple times by Raynor fans. Apparently Raynor, very recognizable. A lot of people will be like, Raynor, who's your favorite for the tournament? He's like, oh, it's me, but...
Bailing Nest going down on both sides. And so far, nobody really doing anything too out of the ordinary. We're making a couple of links now. We're going to keep a close eye on that production tab, but it's just a few safety links. And we could, of course, always morph 2 Bailings on the other side of the map and see if we can pick the opponent apart. Serral is already kind of hiding those 2 links, but I don't think that Serral really wants to be too committed here.
No Evo Chamber. Okay, I was going to say, Lambo a little bit later on the Evo Chamber. The norm is to start it up right around the same time that the Bailing Nest finishes. So he is going to be a little bit later. You wonder where he's going to be using that gas of his. There's obviously a bunch of variety in the early game that you can go for, whether or not it's +1 melee or +1 missile or even armor. Okay.
There we go.
Serral opting to go for the armor. That's usually a huge indication that he wants to, or a huge indicator that he wants to go for some aggression, since it benefits the Roaches, the Ravagers, the Zerglings, the Banelings. All of those units do benefit from +1 Carapace. Whereas if you want to play a longer mid game, you really do need to upgrade the Roaches primarily.
Still making drones though, a lot of them even, as Lambo obviously has fired up his lair. That lair is now halfway done. Lambo is just going for the +1 missile attacks. Also has a Roach one, of course. It's pretty much mandatory. Even if you want to go into a quick Aspire, which I really don't know if Lambo wants to do that. At this point, he hasn't taken too many gases yet.
Yeah, Serral's going to push. He's going, whoa, he fires up 2 more drones here. He just fired up 4 Overlords as well. That is a little bit surprising.
I think you're still spot on. I mean, the lair is still not done yet, so it has to be a lot of Roaches. Unless Serral's completely misreading this game, but the last time Serral misread anything, he was still in elementary school.
It's like 3rd grade Serral.
Yeah. He's like, Raynor?
All right, here we go. 13 Roaches coming up for Serral. He may follow this up with Zerglings as well and then Morphin Banelings on the other side of the map. That's usually what we see.
This is pretty perfect though for Lambo, because I have the feeling that Serral is expecting Lambo to be a little bit greedy, maybe make a couple of roaches, but then plant down the Spire, do nothing. But Lambo is actually getting, I think, the perfect answer. Like 8 workers more, I think, is a sweet amount of workers to be ahead of your opponent. As long as Lambo makes absolutely nothing but the roaches here in game 1, I kind of feel like he should be okay. He's even dropping a spine crawler as he sees all of these slow roaches heading towards his side of the map. It's always going to be tough to survive a dedicated attack from Serral, but I kind of like where Lambo's going in his game. He just needs to buy time.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this engagement right here. +1 carrot base is finishing up in about 5 seconds. About a half minute later after that will be the +1 missile. Serral apparently already thinking about settling for the drones instead. Looks like he's winning the roach battle, at least for the time being. Killing a bunch of the workers will definitely help, but he does have a tech disadvantage because roach speed is going to finish here for Lambo.
Yep, a couple of roaches are still alive for our German Zerg, but his numbers really are dwindling at a pretty rapid pace. He will have the defender's advantage, but he's just running out of firepower. Only 2 roaches are really left there. 1 more queen does fall. Roach speed is about to finish up, so we do have some more micro potential on the side of Lambo, but I think Serral has already dealt the damage that he was looking for. He is now the one who's 8 or 9 workers ahead, and he's not even done yet. He's going to try to pick up these final few roaches, and I really think there was a potential there for Lambo to potentially hang in there.
Yeah.
But in the end, it's Serral who strikes in a devastating manner, and he takes the 1-0 lead.
I think if you want to defend with like 55 drones, you probably need to like go straight to 55 drones and not make a couple roaches in the meantime. Like that is like, I think the absolute max you can probably go for. Ideally you settle, I guess, for like the same amount that your opponent has plus like 2 or 3 additional workers. But yeah, Spinecrawler wasn't done just yet. Serral hits a sharp timing attack. This is one of the classics though. This is a build that we've seen for like ever since the Ravager was added to StarCraft 2. So it shouldn't be a build that yeah, it's going to catch him off guard. But regardless, maybe there was like a small little story that Serral tried to sell right there with like the amount of drones at the 3rd base. Maybe he transferred a couple of those bad boys from the natural over there just to like, you know, throw Mr. Lambo off a little bit. Either way, game number 1 goes in favor of the finisher.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a frustrating one for Lambo, because this wasn't one of these games where he was ultra greedy and he made 4 links and tried to go into a Spire and he's like, well, okay, I got caught off guard. No, he actually just had 8 more workers, which normally, especially on a larger map, like if this was Waterfall, okay, maybe you say like 8 workers, few too many, like 5 is kind of the ideal amount.
Yeah.
I really think an 8 worker advantage should be perfectly fine to then actually be able to hang in there. But it just took a little while for all of the roaches that Lambo was building to pop and actually be in the same place.
Yep.
The fight just started immediately, and obviously all the kudos to Serral for being as decisive and committed as he was. Because if Serral's just kind of dancing there at the edge of the hatchery, shoots a little at the hatch, disengages, every second that goes by is so big for Lambo. In the end, it didn't quite work out. So a very quick 1-0 lead. Mapu's having some fun.
Yeah, Mapu doing some great observer micro right over there. Can we see one more, Mapu? Ooh, there you go. There's a couple people that weren't paying attention that still missed it. Doesn't matter. Game number 2 is going to be on Waterfall. You were talking about it, Roddy. This is a much shorter map.
Yeah. So it could get pretty wild. We're going to keep a close eye on everything that these 2 players are doing. In the top right side, taking the 1-0 lead. He's had a very strong run so far in the lower bracket. Not a place that he normally finds himself at, but he's still going strong. Representing Ants, it is Serral.
And his opponent from Deutschland, it is a Lambo. Representing the Shopify Rebellion.
A 13-4 run right now in this lower bracket for Serral. Obviously, Neeb got ultra close to getting Serral out of the tournament. That 2-0 advantage, and things looked really good in game 3. One point, Jonah walked downstairs, and Waddy's like, I don't know if it was Waddy, somebody else was it. Like, he said, Rainer said you're dead. And Serral's like, yeah, I was kind of dead in game 3. And then still managed to turn it around. And obviously, overall, things are looking up for him.
This is not a situation that Jonah finds himself in very frequently, having to fight his way through the lower bracket right from the very beginning, not making it out in top 2 of the group stage.
And we're going to have to go back to many HomeStory Cups ago to find a time when Serral did not make top 2 in a group. Or really any tournament. Like, Serral's just kind of a top 2 guy.
Yeah.
Most of the time he's a top 1 guy. Of course, in the playoffs it has gone wrong a couple of times over the last 2 years. But it's almost impossible to expect Serral to be as good as he was in 2018 and the beginning of 2019. Because the numbers he was posting back then, they were out of this world.
Yeah, Zerk got a little bit nerfed as well since then. Maybe partially due to Mr. Serral himself.
Like, mate, you're literally winning everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe queens shouldn't be, everything you make every game. It's like, oh, man.
I remember after he lost in IEM Katowice back then versus Sue, Serral made a tweet. He's like, well, I guess you can't win them all. And Mana responded to the tweet. He's like, but the thing is, you did win them all. You've been kind of doing this for like the last 9 months straight, Serral, so don't worry. Keep your
I guess
head
you
up.
get used to winning as well at some point, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, GSO was the world. He goes there, he wins. Goes to BlizzCon, wins there. Obviously came into that Katowice is the big favorite. What is really crazy is that ever since he lost to Sue, he's now on a 16-0 streak against Sue. Like, mate.
16?
Yeah. He's like, I'll never forgive you. All right, let's talk about this game because we have a Baneling nest going down for Lambo and he's firing up 10 links. So Lambo really is going to be a lot more aggressive this time around. And that is not a Baneling nest. It's very obvious and it's in the front. Nope, it's going to be pedal to the metal. The German Zerk is going to go for a very dedicated attack here for all the marbles. Serral's firing up a lair, making a lot of drones. He is absolutely not in the know yet. And that panic is about to hit because Lambo is going to send all of his links to the other side of the map. Serral needs to wall up and Serral needs to get a couple of spines up and at least get the queens in the right position. But this is going to be very difficult to hold.
So he skipped Zerkling speed this game. He did also skip. Oh, he cancelled it. Okay, so he did also skip the third base. So at least he's got that going for himself. But he's going to need to hold right here at the front.
Is there a transfusion now? Yes.
Yeah,
wow.
there's one transfusion available.
That's
apparently.
very big, man. That's actually so big.
He's already setting up a second layer as well, right?
The double
I don't
coverage.
think he needs it, to be honest.
One queen is going to go down. Here come the Banelings. The other queens are going to take a lot of damage, but Lambo's not quite getting yet what he's looking for. Now he finally gets the surface area on these queens. The first Baneling connection with all the drones in the natural is really damn good. All of these drones are one Ling attack away from falling, but Lambo needs more than he's getting so far, and I do think he will because the floodgates are open, and there are still a lot of Lings in the main base of Serral.
He's desperately trying to make some slow Lings over here. Turns out the cancel Ling speed was maybe a little bit much. A couple of Banelings are just about to finish up. He's trying to target fire that down with the drones, and he does get him. Problem is, though, he loses a lot in the meantime, but so far it's actually playable.
It is definitely still playable. Plus one missile attacks is more than halfway done. And Serral is already going back into droning. He thinks it's over. Lambo is now indeed going back to droning as well, but there are still two Banelings morphing at the bottom of his ramp. Pretty sick hold, because at one point it really felt that Serral had absolutely nothing.
Yeah, if you look at the work account right now, it's not all too bad right here for Serral. Obviously a bit of an awkward game to play. A couple more drones may very well end up going down. Nice micro there in the middle line from Serral. At the same time, the Zerklings here at the front are trying to break through. Plus one missile is going to finish up soon though, and that will definitely shut this down.
All of these Lings and Banes there for what in the end? One Roach and a Queen, I believe. Serral's defense is impeccable here.
Did he actually remake? I thought he was making an extra Evo chamber there, but he made a second Roach Warren, didn't he? Yeah. That's actually really sick. Otherwise, it definitely would have gone down, and then he couldn't do much either.
Maybe you don't want to find yourself in a position where you can't build any more roaches if that's the only thing that you're really going for. So plus one missile attacks is now done. That means the roaches of Serral only need 2 attacks to kill a Zerkling instead of 3. And that obviously makes a night and day difference because the roaches, they attack somewhat fast, but not quite as Steam Marine.
All right. So this is the moment, right? Are you brave enough to actually move on? Well, Serral apparently thinks he is.
That's very hard to deal with, actually, all these roaches, man, with plus one missile attacks because the Lynx is not enough. Lambo actually doesn't take it all that serious.
No.
He cancels one of the spines because he also sees that the roaches are moving back. This would have been a really good move out, just to send all of the roaches to the other side of the map because Lambo honestly had the 0 units left after that final attack, and he would have been in all sorts of trouble because how do you clean up?
I think he probably would have if he had link speed. He would probably go for like another flood or something along those lines. It's kind of tricky to say. Problem is he doesn't know exactly how many links there are still being made on the other side of the map. I don't think he's seen the natural of Lambo in quite a while.
What do you think Serral's going to do? You think he drops his own spy and could we potentially see like roaches and corruptors here against the Mutalisk of Lambo?
It's hard to say. He just finished up the lair. He goes +2 missile. I think he's just going to scout and then see that we have Lambo transitioning towards that spire. This is a situation we've seen Yona in many times before, and I've always, kind of thought he doesn't like it, right? He's not a huge fan of playing a ground-based army, especially on 2 base, versus someone who's going Mutas, but this is also Lambo playing just on 2 bases in total.
Maybe we can just like knight his queen or something? Is that a possibility, or is it way too late for that?
I think it would be really hard to pull off against Lambo. He would probably
sniff that out just because the mutas are also going to scout, right?
So Serral did do something interesting there. He cancelled +2 missile attacks. That was already on the way for a solid 45 seconds, and he fired up +1 carapace instead, making the queens a bit more tanky. I see that Raynor has finally found his way back to TaKeTv over here in Krefeld. I don't know how this boy always gets lost. Everywhere he goes, everything he does. Should have seen him when he tried to take a metro in Rotterdam, loco. Disaster.
Welcome back.
That loco.
How was Krefeld?
It was nice, except that I got attacked by a bee, so I dropped it. No, legit, like the thing was harassing me, man. I had a kebab, and I dropped it.
If it's only a bee in Krefeld, it's probably fine.
Kebab.
Yeah, no, but it was legit attacking me. Like, I've never seen anything like that.
There can be so many other things that attack you in Krefeld. I think a bee, you should consider yourself lucky.
I like how even the bees are aggressive in Krefeld.
Yeah, they're gangsters.
All right. Raynor, we are 8 minutes in. This game started off with 2 base versus 2 base. Lots of links and banes for Lambo. Did a lot of damage, but wasn't honestly all that far ahead. But then he went for a very greedy follow-up. He basically went for his spy. Serral could have attacked with a bunch of roaches, didn't do it. And in the end, Serral just wasn't quite ready for these Mutalisks. This is a completely different game, man. If those 7 or 8 roaches with +1 missile attacks, they actually do commit to the other side of the map, that would have been, everything would have been different, because Lambo would have had way less resources to make mutas. Serral would have had a way bigger heads up that Mutalisk were on the way. I think Lambo kind of dodged the bullet there, but a job well done, and we're all tied up. So you joined in time for the best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't it best of 5?
Yes. The best of 3 now.
Really?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It is.
Well, I mean, we are playing a best of 5, but it's 1-1.
Ah, okay. Okay.
I thought you hated that, Ronnie, whenever someone says
Absolutely.
that. Yeah, I was going to say. I feel like I've heard you say that like a dozen times, that you're not a fan of people calling it a best of 3 after it's 1-1. It's like, that's not
and then
how
it's like 2-2, and it's like, it's a best of 1 now.
It's not.
No, it's not how it works.
But yeah, I'm excited to see the games. I didn't see the first 2. I mean, I just saw the end of this one. Queens died. Game was over.
Game 1 was Data C. Roaches with +1 carapace and a bunch of links from Serral and a couple of Bane links.
55 drones from...
Ran to the other side of the map. Serral had 47 workers, no lair tech. Lambo had 55 drones and lair tech +1 missile attacks. Plenty of roaches, but they just weren't quite in the right place when the attack hit of Serral.
Okay, so a timing attack from Yona. Second game I saw.
Yeah, game 2 was a bit of a strange one. You see that one?
No, I just saw the end. I mean, it's not supposed to look like that.
Serral went quick lair and he cancelled metabolic boost. And Lambo went for a Bane bust, which Serral did hold, and then the follow-up was a little too much.
At one point, Serral basically had like 8 or 9 roaches left with +1 missile attacks, and Lambo went already into spy, had 0 units out on the map. Serral kind of moved them out, but then he just pulled them back, just kind of pump out some units. But Lambo didn't really take the bait. He built 2 spines, then canceled the spines, and he was in a great spot. But enough about the previous 2 games. Let's go ahead and focus on game 3, as we have loaded into the inside and outside. Loco knows all about that. In the top right side, we are looking at the main base of the Finnish phenom himself. It is Ensis Serral.
Woo!
And his opponent winning the previous map. This time around opting to go for a bit of a faster gas and a faster spawning pool. It's a Lambo.
Woo! Yeah. The Germans are popping off here.
Yeah, the Germans are getting excited now. I think I made them think. I mentioned earlier that they are also, cheering for example, Serral and other guys that are not from Germany. And they're like, wait a second. We are. Gotta
remind them sometimes. So yeah, but this 13-12 from Lambo. It's a very aggressive opening. You wanna, most of the time you're gonna kill the hatchery, but you also wanna get some drones. I actually played against this versus Elaser yesterday, and you just obviously most of the time you're gonna get the hatchery, but as I said, you wanna get 6 or 7 drones for the game to be even or end up ahead. Let's see how Yona is planning to hold this one. I would say give up the second base, make a bailing nest to cover the entrances of the mineral lines, a spine, and just 1 queen in the main. That's what I would do. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah. Always still a little bit dangerous. He doesn't cancel the natural, but he decides to go double queen. So do you have to hold on right now?
No, I would give up the second base, but there's also a chance that he misreads this, and this is exactly what he's doing. He thinks this is a 12 pool. So it's
and this is also not starting off that well. There's a lot of damage on one of the drones immediately. He's going to try to build a spine crawler on the low ground,
I
but
don't think this is gonna work actually because the spine is too late. Like if you want to hold this, you
here are the banelings. He's going to get the heads up now, and
Now
I
he
think at
knows.
this point, Serral knows that he is probably in a bit of trouble.
Oh.
Decent first connection, couple of links going down, and 3 drones are very low on HP. This is starting to look really promising for Lambo.
All right, so he's going to try and just hold on to the best of his abilities. There should be 2 queens out right now. So far, I mean, he hasn't lost too many workers yet, but I think more are going to fire in a little bit. Spinecrawler also gets cancelled.
What do you think, Rainer?
I think there's a mistake from Lambo going from for the queen in second base instead of going to the main base with a bailing and a lot of links. There would have been at least 6 or 7 drones dead, but I don't think this is enough for Lambo. And he's not making any links, so...
He's giving up on it. He's going back to droning right now.
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 links and 2 bailings, which is clearly not
Oh,
enough.
nicely spotted right there as well by the finisher. In the main base, in the meantime, we do have a couple of Zerglings trying to pick off a few of those drones, but Serral also on point with the micro over there, and suddenly he finds himself in a pretty good spot, right?
Yeah, it's kind of even, I would say, because he has no gas, he's no manning gas. He's a little behind in drones, but he has the second base, and he has double queen, which Lambo only has 1 so far. He's making a second. I would say this is not a bad spot for Lambo, since Yona made a lot more links after he actually held. So yeah, those 12 links could have been 6 drones, and then the situation is completely different.
Maybe we get something done though with these Zerglings that Serral did make. I did feel like there was a little more potential for Lambo, because the first bailing connection I think was really sweet. Multiple drones going down, or multiple links.
This is actually getting really good right here for Serral, grabbing the drone, grabbing the Zerglings, grabbing the queen, maybe getting 1 more worker.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to look very good for Serral now. I thought Lambo was going to be ready for a kind of some sort of counter attack because he
Another queen?
saw the links.
No.
But this one is not going to die, but still, like, Yona ends up with a drone advantage. The only thing he has not going for himself is the fact that he doesn't have a bailing nest yet, which Lambo could punish since he's making 4 more links, but it all depends.
Bit of a supply block as well.
Yeah. But I think he really needs a bailing nest out
Yeah,
there.
it does make it.
He's gonna be fine because he has 4 queens, so even holding future aggressions is gonna be kind of easy.
Well, the dust has settled. This game, in a weird way, is still kind of even. Serral definitely has like a little more to work with right now because he had the queen advantage. Should have some more larva that he can be creative with. But Lambo definitely not down and out yet. He was floating a bit of money. It's making 5 banelings.
He's gonna go all in, right?
Yeah, it is an all in. I mean, Serral is gonna see this coming and wall off. I don't see this working, honestly, but let's see.
There's already 2 evolution chambers building.
Ooh,
all right.
That's nice.
Decent start, but...
What is the natural currently looking like, though?
Nah, it's a
Queens and Evo chambers.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a wall with 4 queens. Good luck breaking this.
The great wall. I think at this point, Lambo, can you still give up?
Can you go back into the running? Maybe, but like at this point, you're kind of...
Oh, he even cancels the Evo chamber at the front. Maybe that's a little bit overly aggressive.
That's a flex.
Yeah, that's just... Oh my god. Oh, geez.
Well,
I mean, maybe that was a mistake, though, right?
That was a bit unlucky, actually, for Serral.
The hatchery is also very low on HP, guys.
Oh my god, yeah. The hatch would be a sick pickup.
Oh, but the banelings are coming. Oh, he could...
He's gonna try, but not quite. Transfuse available.
Could have
as
gone
well,
for
right?
the drones. He could get at least 5 or 6 drones. They're all red HP.
I don't think Lambo actually expected that this would go as well either. He saw that that Evo chamber being cancelled. Serral really didn't need to do that, right? That's like, I don't want to have to kill my own structure later, but that really wasn't necessary.
I mean, there were so many banelings clumped up, and somehow the banelings of Serral did not quite get the juicy connection with all the banes. But then a few banelings did go down here and there, and in the end, Lambo ended up dealing a lot of damage to many different things. The hatchery, a couple of drones, a couple of queens, but didn't manage to get a whole lot of kills. So Serral just kind of extends his lead here in Game 3.
Yeah, now Lambo has to go super greedy to try and match his disadvantage, but I mean, Serral is already looking to punish that with double gas Roach Warren. He's also gonna scout the lair most likely now, which is a giveaway that this is gonna be Muras. Yeah, he knows. He's gonna fire up 7 or 8 roaches and probably end the game.
GG.
Yeah.
Lambo knows it. Bit of an awkward game, though, because the timing at which he pulled those drones to the low ground was an indicator that he thought it was a 12 pool, right?
No, I mean, I think he knew because usually against a 12 pool, you want to pull around 10, 12 drones, and he only pulled 6. But I actually think if Lambo goes into the main base instead of focusing the queen, which was stuck behind the miner row.
But also at that moment he has link speed, and obviously Serral doesn't have link speed. So the fact that his links are so fast, there's a lot of things that you can do with it. Maybe even like find one more bailing in the main base, connect with a few more drones. Wasted a lot of time.
Watch out! Watch out!
I'd make fun of Reina, but I'm kind of a coward too.
I mean, man, the B was legit the most aggressive B I've ever seen in my life. It was going into my hand. It was attacking my head. If I could,
I wish there was a camera there, man.
I mean, if I could fist fight it, I would. But you
So
can't.
wait, he took your kebab? Is that what you said?
It went into the kebab, and then it went into my hand. I was like, fuck. So
So the B1?
The B1.
The B1. Renner 0, B1.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we're going to see a really fat B because it has consumed the entire kebab.
Yeah.
This is what he does every day. That B has been chilling there for weeks.
That
He
was
needs
so
to do that
sad.
like once a year, and you know.
I didn't even get to taste my kebab. I just got it, and the bee attacked me. It was waiting for me.
So you didn't eat?
Was it like still a full kebab?
Yeah, man. I just opened it. I got to eat at the very end of it, but there was no meat left. There was nothing left. It was the bread.
And a lucky bee.
A Neil kebab?
No.
You know the bees aren't doing so well, right? So you just saved at least one. I think that's beautiful.
Yeah, fuck that bee. Honestly.
Are you sure it wasn't a wasp?
No, it was a... could be, actually.
Okay, you know what? Fuck the wasps. We don't care about those guys.
Yeah, fuck them. Useless. And very annoying. Stargazers. I feel like this is the first time I see it.
Before we hop into this and introduce the players, why wouldn't Lambo stay in that game a little bit longer and build a couple of spine crawlers on 2 bases if he's worried about roaches and try to make some magic happen?
He was just too far behind in drone count, and he knew.
He was actually up in drones when he left the game.
No. Was he?
37 against 34.
Okay, but he had no third base going, and even if you make spines there, you need legit 10 spines because the spire didn't start yet, and Yona could make like 12 roaches.
And then you're behind again in workers.
You're behind again.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe a little tilted as well. He's like, you know what? This game has not been going my way at all. So many mistakes. I'm just gonna leave.
No way he could win that. Like there's so many things you can do. Like I could understand not leaving if he has the spire on the way and then it gets scouted, but getting scouted when the layer is not even finished kind of sucks.
Alrighty, that brings us to game 4 then. In the top right side, looked like he was in a little bit of trouble in the beginning of Waterfall, but never doubt the man from Finland. The Finnish phenom himself, 1 map away from making it into the lower bracket final and securing another top 3 finish at the HomeStory Cup. This is Serral.
Take a look at the opening of Lambo, guys.
Lambo's crazy.
His opponent going for a hatch, and then probably a gas and a pool if I were to make a guess. From Germany, we have a Lambo. Oh, he's just going straight into a pool.
Imagine if we would have built another hatch.
Yeah, you know, the...
hatch.
I think Firecake did this against Serral once. 4 hatch before pool.
4 hatch before pool?
I swear,
what do you even do at that point? Is that's not even good.
I tried it. It was dog shit.
You just don't have any way to spend your money.
It was so bad. It was the worst build I've ever tried.
It sounds good in theory, but in reality, it's like, no, I can't actually do anything.
It's going gas 3 hatch before pool gasless. Like this is the most greedy thing you can do, except 4 hatch before pool.
Which one is once more dog shit?
Yeah.
So is this better against hatch gas pool? Like is hatch pool better than hatch gas pool?
Yeah, if you skip the gas, yes, but then like if you go standard gas pool, like a hatch gas pool, then it's actually not that better than hatch first.
Okay.
Reina, to simplify things, obviously what Lambo's doing here is incredibly greedy.
Yeah.
If you're Serral right now and you scouted at this point, what is the best thing that Serral could do?
I mean, most of the time you want to go for a timing against this kind of stuff, but since he doesn't know about the gas timing, I would just drone up because that's like what most 3 hatch players want. It's like taking a gold base, you know. You see a gold base in ZVZ, you don't have the gold base, you're like, I'm gonna try to punish that, but in reality they just have more units and they have bailings, they have queens, they have creep. So it's very hard to punish. But
I mean,
like
Serral's or Lambo's opening here is kind of ridiculous.
Like in this case, yes, it would make a lot of sense, but obviously Serral can't know that. Like he's 3 hatch before pool, no link speed. he's gonna play with 3 queens as his defensive.
Like if Serral makes 20 links right now,
yeah, like
the game is over.
12 links and the game is over.
Well, Serral is making a couple of links, but he goes back into droning.
So you're saying he's expecting it could be a hedge gas pool, so there should be link speed finishing right now?
This opening is not normal. Like
exactly.
You never delay the gas this much whenever you go for a.
He has gas for link speed. He's just not getting it.
No, but it's too late. Like there's no point in getting link speed now.
Maybe this hatch is almost like bait. Like Lambo's like, I want you to attack the hatchery with 22 links.
Yeah, it is easy to like overestimate the advantage though, right? Like it's the same with a gold base. It's really easy to think, oh my god, my opponent is gonna have all the money in the world.
But this is the amount of links that Lambo can actually defend, right?
Yeah,
with just a couple of queens.
Yeah,
like losing the hatch here is actually a little bit of a mistake, but once more Lambo obviously doesn't see everything that we see. So Serral with like the first 10 or 12 links that he actually gets a kill on the hatchery. Now this game is pretty ridiculous for a very high level ZVZ.
Yeah, I mean this is the classic Serral links where he makes a few links to keep you in check, make sure you're not going too greedy, but like that's 10 links, you literally could hold that.
Oh, he's gonna go for a +1 roach push once again, it seems.
What a game.
Yeah, this game is insane. I wonder why he didn't do this at the beginning.
Cool. What do you mean?
Like if you want to go gasless, I feel like having a pocket base is way better than actually having...
You're actually right, yeah.
A base exposed. I get that you need to mine the minerals, but like if you go a hatch pool, you're gonna have...
You could probably figure out the timing, right? You could probably send like 2 drones or
You're
something.
gonna have extra drones in the mineral line anyways, so might as well send them.
All right, so Serral once again looks like he wants to go for a push. Does at the very least have +1 carapace coming up first. It is Alair as a follow-up this time around, so at least compared to game number 1, it's not nearly as all-in. But he still needs to like do something here, right?
So Lambo's the one with the economic advantage, but at this point, he's only saturating 2 mineral lines, obviously. So how much more is he really mining, right? He's probably mining less at this point. Yeah, we're reaching the point where Serral's actually going to mine a little bit more, despite the fact that he's down 10 markers. But at least he's already saturating 3 full bases. It's a confusing, complicated game over here, Rainer.
Yeah, I'm not quite understanding the 3 hatch before pool. Like he got some drones off of the hatchery, but...
Like that was the absolute least amount of Zerglings you could expect, right? Like 12 Zerglings, that is what you make every time after the inject
I
spot.
feel like Rotti was spot on. Like that was almost like a bait hatch, where he was praying that the opponent would make 60 links. Now I think what happened there is Lambo wasn't sure if Serral actually made a lot of links and was hiding them.
If he moves out of position and 20 Zerglings run in from the top right and they surround his queens, then the game could be over.
Yeah.
Straight infestation pit right here from Serral. He's scouting right now. He's looking around. He's already been checking for like a potential Nidus worm or something along those lines in his own pocket base.
Yeah, no, it's just this is an infestation pit to play against Mutas. But now that he confirms it's not Mutas, he actually cancelled the infestation pit. He also made extra queens, so yeah, he was definitely scared of Mutas, which I can understand. Playing against a guy that goes 3 hatch before pool and then gives up the 3rd hatch.
I think Serral was very confused as well that those 10 or 12 links.
But that was the perfect response then, right? That was really nice.
Yeah.
So he was hoping, like Lambo here was hoping probably that it was like 20 to 30 Zerglings instead.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe a couple Banes.
That's what most people do when they see 3 hatch before pool. They just make a crap ton of link.
That's what I would do 100%, and then I would do a filled Baneling bust through the natural.
Yeah, I've seen those local.
In the end, it's still very close, right?
I would say Lambo came out ahead of it. But, yeah.
Nidus.
Oh.
That's interesting.
That's like a strange timing for the Nidus too, right? Because he could have planted that down like a good minute and a half, maybe even 2 minutes ago, but he decides to plant it down right now.
Maybe trying to hit when he's got +2 missile attacks and +1 carapace.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
should have a little upgrade advantage over
This
his
is going
opponent.
to be a timing from Lambo, but Serral is going to see it actually.
Yeah. That was a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, that's huge.
All right.
The question is, did he actually see it?
What else could it be at that location? He clicked it? Okay, thank you, Mapu.
Okay, he's sending the roaches in the main base. So I was looking at the minimap and I didn't see him send anything to the main base. So I was wondering if he actually saw it or not.
Serral drops his own Nidus.
Wow.
You Nidus me, I Nidus you.
Nidus Wars. All right. In the pocket base, not an unsurprising location at all. Serral left a couple of units in the main base to deal with that. Lambo is the first player to max out.
Yeah, what's the Ravage account right now? I feel like that's
about even, I think.
somewhat important. 7 Ravages on the side of Lambo, 5 Ravages on the side of Serral. Second Night is going to go down all the way in the bottom side of the map, and Serral does not have any vision of that location. So Lambo is going to get slightly quicker reinforcements there, but obviously we're fighting near all the hatcheries of Serral. So I don't think Serral will be too upset. We have a few Morlings getting on top of this hatchery in the center of the map. Now we have another Nidus attempt in the main base, but at the same time, Serral is going to show Lambo how to drop a Nidus, as he's also going to try to get a Nidus network up. And I have the feeling this game is just kind of falling apart for Lambo.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of roaches moving in, but Serral is kind of in position. He's gonna hold this. I'm kind of wondering how many roaches there actually are in the Lambo's Nidus, because his arm is very small at the front.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of units in there. I think he's emptying it again at home, though. Or no, he's actually moving them towards the bottom right-hand corner.
It's crazy, man.
Another Nidus is now going to go up inside of the pocket base of Serral. There's still a Nidus worm inside of the main base of Lambo, too.
No, he's just worried that he's going to lose the roach farm.
Lambo still has the upgrade advantage, by the way. Oh, just as I stated.
Technically, we're even now. Very smart, and like, I'd love to see how far Serral's thinking ahead, realizing that there is a chance he loses his Roach Ward. He's gonna lose the Nidus. No, not quite, as we have a couple of units coming in from the bottom left and also from the natural. Serral is eating a lot of these balls, though, to the face from all the ravages of Lambo.
Nidus in the main base.
Yeah, he's trying to get some work done over here instead. I think a couple of reinforcements showed up through that worm.
Good luck, Mapu. Observe this.
Oh, he tried to burrow underneath to save some of those units, but an Overseer was nearby for Serral. Still, though, there's a lot of units right now from Lambo inside of the main base of Serral.
Yeah, but I think Lambo actually misclicked the borrow. I would never see
the Ravagers, right?
Yeah, a situation where you would borrow that.
Yeah, but this is actually not a bad fight at first. Obviously, Lambo needs a little bit more because he's taking a serious beating at home. Now all the extra units of Serral do start showing up, and Serral is still coming out of this with a 30 or 40 army supply advantage, and that is massive. Lambo is sent home packing, saves whatever unit he can save, immediately tries to drop another Nidus, but I mean, Serral's ridiculous. This man is bulletproof. No matter where we look, it feels like there's always a couple of units in position, and Lambo truly is running out of steam. Serral has a 14 worker advantage. We're going to micro roaches like it's happy in Warcraft 3 with a couple of fiends. Why the hell not? Serral really showing us how great he truly is here.
Yeah, Jon is playing very good, and I mean, he's in position literally everywhere. It's really hard to do this kind of stuff against Nidus, while he's also Nidusing Lambo space. A very good play from Jon.
I think this is pretty much going to do it, guys. Peak Yona here in Game 4, showing us a little bit of that magic on why so many people call him the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. That was beautiful. 3-4 fights happening at the same time, and it felt that Serral never really lost control of the game. He knew exactly where to look. He knew which battles to focus on. Crazy stuff there by Yona in Game 4.
Yeah, that was very good. I felt like Lambo lost control of the game when he borrowed all of his units. He lost it.
Yeah, like there was so much chaos, right? He probably was trying to play as fast as he could. And sadly, right there for Lambo, not quite fast enough.
That means that we only have 3 players left in HomeStory Cup 21, the Lost Island edition, powered by Shopify. And all 3 races, obviously, still in this tournament. We've got an upper bracket final coming up between Clem and Astrea. But first, I think we're going to have a couple of words with Yona himself, as he's going to join us over here on the couch. We're going to keep it short. Because
you're a huge fan, right?
Obviously,
you can finally ask him some of your questions.
I can finally meet a great Finnish player.
Congratulations, Serral.
Thanks.
Well played. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine.
Yeah? Are you happy with your gameplay here? The fourth game in particular was very exciting with the Nidus wars going all over the map, and you just seemed a little bit faster than your opponent.
Well, I'm not sure if I was faster there. I felt I was kind of just running from side to side there. I wasn't really splitting my army too much, but I felt like there wasn't necessary need. He didn't really have 2 Niduses up at any point, so he kind of always had his army on one side. Yeah, I mean, I think I played pretty well in pretty well overall, but obviously some mistakes here and there. Could have lost the inside-out game for sure. I didn't know it was 13-12, and I wanted to go for the best defense, but it's not easy to defend the natural.
You thought it was a 12 pool? Or?
No, I knew it was 13-12. It was so late, but I mean, you can defend the natural there. It just takes a lot of. I mean, the first bailing to see it so badly, I guess.
Yeah.
Rainer, any questions for Yona?
What do you think of the build on Stargazers from Lambo?
Yeah, I was 3 hats, then he didn't make a link speed or anything.
Yeah, it was 3 hatch gasless. I mean, the gas was very late.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a confusing build, right? I actually checked the worker graph after the game, and I was actually way behind the workers in that game. But naturally, he had no third base. But his third base was very late, so the eco was actually kind of even for most of it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on the build yet.
When you made those 12 links and they ran to the other side of the map and you got on top of his third hatchery, were you surprised there was like never an attempt to save it, or did you kind of figure that he just had absolutely 0 units?
Yeah, I kind of thought he was going to do some sort of I mean, there has been these builds where you just make like 6 roaches and defend the base with that really fast, since his roach burner was decently fast. But yeah, I was kind of surprised that he didn't defend it at all. And then I was kind of worried that maybe he could have some kind of a Nidus behind it or something. But luckily I got the scout on the back base there relatively fast. I think I probably should have changed my OV pattern so that I actually have that back base checked a bit earlier.
I mean, it's been one hell of a run so far in the lower bracket. We're back in the top 3, Jona, perhaps where we belonged all along as the reigning defending champ. I know we had a couple stay-at-home Story Cups, but when it comes to the offline, you've won the last 3 editions. How do you think this upper bracket final between Clem and Astrea is going to play out?
I mean, it's a close one. I think Astrea already beat Clem before. I mean, before this tournament, I would have said Clem's going to win that quite handily. But just because Astrea has been playing so well, and he already beat Clem as well, it might be a pretty close one. But I'll still go for Clem 3-2.
Obviously, your intention is to win it all. That's why you're always here. That's what you always go for. Do you care in what order you play who? To win the tournament, you're going to have to defeat both players. That's obviously the way it works if we're in the lower bracket. Do you care in what order you beat them, or?
Well, technically, it would be best for me if I would beat Clem in the next round already, since then I had done... Because I think it's the same system as always, that I have to beat the best of 5 and best of 3, right, in the finals.
Yes, probably.
So yeah, I would probably prefer not having to face Clem there.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Any final words before we let you go?
I think I said everything I wanted yesterday.
All right, Jona. I wish you all the best in the upcoming matches, and obviously enjoy the show for the upper bracket final. You can relax a little bit.
Well played, Jona.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank
well
you.
played.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty, so there we go.
I'm a big fan, guys.
Big fan.
Finally got to meet my idol.
You finally got to meet your idol. You got a little quiet there. Starstruck.
Yeah. When you see a man like that, nothing to say. You know?
I understand. Alrighty, you already mentioned it, Roddy. We have Clem versus Astrea coming up next. That should be a bit of a banger.
Yep, and it's a rematch of obviously, the match that they had early in this tournament, Group D. I believe Astrea was the only one that managed to win a best of 3 over Clem. Group C, excuse me. It was on the second day. Yeah, it's going to be good, man. Astrea just one hell of a run. Top 3 already in this tournament. I think it's something he can be very proud of. And of course, for Lambo, his journey ends here, but I still think top 4, one hell of a run for Lambo.
Yeah, he must be happy about the result, honestly. Like, there's no shame. He lost to Clem in the upper bracket and then lost to Serral in the lower bracket. There's no shame in losing to those guys.
So definitely much love to the run of Lambo. I think he can be very proud. But yes, I think it's time for us to get ready for that upper bracket final. Astrea versus Clem. I think it's going to be really good. We're going to go ahead and take a little break, give or take 5-6 minutes. And after that, we'll be back with the upper bracket final of HomeStory Cup 21.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt. Und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch. Wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
The best till last, we're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had, the future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last, we're bringing passion back. And we put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight, home tonight, home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. We save the best till last, we're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had, the future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last, we're bringing passion back. And we put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight.
Whoa.
Welcome back to HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island. I am Petit Drogo. I'm joined here by my good friends Mikolaj, aka Elaser, and Diego, aka Kelaser. How are you feeling?
Feeling amazing. How about you?
I'm feeling great. What is this, Diego? Are you trying to intimidate the camera with your smile? I'm falling in love.
Say what now?
I'm falling in love with you, smiling at this.
I was just staring at a fly in the wall.
Very cool.
Very cool indeed. But you know what's even cooler than that?
What is even cooler, Diego?
Clem versus Astrea.
Is that what we're casting?
That is what we are casting.
That is the luckiest day of my life.
Mine too.
Amazing. What about you, Miko? Is it the best day of your life?
I have no idea what I got myself into. this is the combo. I don't know.
Yeah, Mikolaj is a Zerg player, so he has no idea what's going on as long as there's no creep involved. But we got him with a casting crew. He's going to ask a couple of questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a lot of questions. I'm with them, with all the crowd, because I have no idea about this matchup.
It's going to be great to have you with us.
Yeah.
What do we think about our match, though? Astrea has been on fire. Surely he's going to win, no?
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy. You know how well he's doing, and he's like owning every single Zerg, every single Terran so far.
He's owning everybody. He's even owned Neeb, 3-0.
Yeah, so PvP too. So like he's playing really well, and I always thought he's like one of the most talented players actually. So finally he's popping off. So
yeah, talent. How do you tell if someone is talented or not?
Well, I mean, not talented, but well, I don't know. He's like always played pretty smart, I thought.
Very big brain.
Yeah. He always had like his own stuff that he plays. It always kind of made sense, A lot of people play their own stuff, and then you look at it, it's like, no, this is terrible.
That is very true. Astrea likes to play his own build orders.
But they actually are good, so.
Very good build orders.
But I think you guys are overseeing one thing.
What is it, Diego?
Astrea has only played one single Terran this entire tournament.
But who was it?
He was this guy from Brazil. And that really doesn't show how good he is in PvT. If he gets a free win in the group stage like that, you cannot gauge how good he is at PvT, actually.
But there's another thing you're forgetting, Diego.
What?
He didn't only play a Brazilian Terran. He also played Clem in the group stage. Right here. You didn't see it, even though you have your glasses on. But he already won against Clem in the group stage.
Wait a second.
You don't believe me? You have to check it yourself.
Yeah.
Right here.
There was a smudge on my glasses.
It was? You couldn't see the truth?
Ah. So let's see here. Astrea 2-0 Clem on Moondance and Inside Out.
Ooh, very impressive.
Yeah.
I would like to remake my statement.
What is your new statement?
Astrea only played against 2 Terrans in this tournament so far. Can we really gauge how good he is at this matchup, really?
Maybe he only got lucky 4 times in a row.
It is possible, because you see here, he only played, let's see, 1 guy from Brazil, so that doesn't count, and he played 1 Terran from France.
Yeah.
I
mean, he's not even Parisian.
Yeah, but so far he's 4-0 in that, right? So it's looking pretty good for him.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't know how good he actually is because he never dropped a map.
That
so
is true.
we cannot we don't know where the ceiling is.
As far as we know, he could have 10,000 MMR,
Yeah, as far as
like just not losing a single map.
So is it safe to say that, mathematically speaking, this is going to be a 3-0 for Astrea?
I think all of the mathematics points, we like it too. I think we all agree.
USA. Yeah, they got it.
Yeah, so the crowd is cheering for Astrea, and I think we can all agree that it's looking like a 3-0 victory for Astrea, like pretty convincingly.
Yeah, definitely.
And another thing, he's like warming up throughout the matches. Like every single match, he's looking better and better. Like versus Raynor, it's 3-2. Versus Neeb 3-0. Versus Clem, it's gonna be like, well, you cannot be better than 3-0, can it?
Yeah, you can win very fast.
Win very fast.
Really quickly.
Okay, so we know it's gonna be 3-0, yeah?
Yeah, on some time, what you can do as well is you can win a best of 5, 4-0, 5-0 if you have won games, but then you throw them on purpose. Just to show
then
the
it's
guy.
technically a 5-0.
Yeah. So it's like you can 5-0 a best of 5 if you really want to.
Yeah.
Happened a couple of times already.
That was basically what happened between Lambo and Zoun, right?
Yeah,
that was a 5-0.
It was a 5-0 for Lambo, almost definitely.
I did that many times.
Yeah, you
The
did.
5-0,
You did that a lot.
5-0.
Yeah, the 5-0 Miko. That's a special.
Yeah.
All right.
Miko is the kind of guy to lose 2-3, but still call it a 5-0.
It happens sometimes.
Sometimes it happens. What can I say? Sometimes they rob you a little bit, the Protoss players especially.
Yeah, it's always the Protoss, man.
Like you feel like you outplayed them 5 games in a row and you lose, let's say, 3-2. It's like 5-0, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, can a Protoss really ever win a game, like for real, without resorting to tricks? I've heard it happen once in 2014, but outside of that, I'm pretty sure every time a Protoss wins, it's some bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think the last legit Burrows win was when Stats was still around. I would
Yes.
Ah, that's true.
It was Stats.
Stats and Classic.
Oh. I don't know. Versus.
Dead.
Astrea looks powerful.
Oh, yeah. He looks so much more powerful. That was crazy.
I'm the Hypecaster.
You're the Hypecaster.
Oh, you have to do the intros then.
Alright, top right corner from USA. It's Astrea. Woo!
And on the bottom left, playing for the greatest team on earth, Team Liquid, it is Clement Deplanche.
And we're hearing
Also
like
from the
people-
USA.
Yeah, people screaming USA. in the back.
Fun fact, Clem is from Texas, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, little known fact here. Deplanche, typical name from the cowboy era. No?
Yeehaw. My name. Clem Deplanche.
With a big iron on his hips, and already we see something fancy from Astrea here. Because he's doing two things at the same time. Wait, is he scouting? No, he's scouted, but he's going Nexus before core, right? Yeah, he is.
Wait, what do you mean doing two things at the same time? Is
Yeah,
that like
he's
a-
Protoss. You have to notice it, man. He took an expansion and he's scouting at the same time. It's crazy.
Whoa!
Wow.
He's making workers too, bro.
Yeah.
There's three things at the same time. Holy moly.
But yeah, he's making a Nexus before the core. Isn't he gonna lose some probes against the Reaper?
Not if he micros his probes really well.
Diego.
Am I asking too much?
It's
here?
I'm sorry.
a bit much, I think.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I'm sorry.
Oh, but wait. Oh, no, Clem. Oh, no, Clem is doing the thing. This is what Clem likes to do. Every time he sees Nexus before core, he'll always try to get the bunker up in the natural.
And it's random, or if you get it or not?
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the map. But Astrea, you have to do this. You have to pull the probes. But it seems like he's going to get up anyway because the Reaper is here. Oh, no. But there's a probe in the back. He's going to try to finish the ACV, but no, the RNG is too good. Is he going to micro the probes?
Oh, this is big, this is big. And the other probe also might be dead.
Yeah, this one might just die. No, I think he's going to be able to run away. But nevertheless, okay, we have a very low health ACV, but Clem is very good at microing this ACV. Pulling it back in the bunker every time the stalker gets close.
So to answer Elijah's question, yes, it is random if the bunker goes up.
Yeah, and how big of an advantage is it if you get it up?
It's pretty good, man.
Pretty good, yeah.
It's pretty good.
And if you don't get it up? It's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
Oh, you got it. USA power right there.
Does he just escape and salvage?
Yeah, I think someone just ran away and you sell the bunker, right? Like right now?
You think he knows the timing? Oh,
What?
oh, he got the...
Wow.
Wow,
But,
wow,
but,
wow,
but
wow.
it's not that
Huh?
great because now he loses the Reaper without scouting the deck.
Yes.
But you can expect it, Twilight.
Well, you see two Stalker, but really often against this, like it could be Stargate, you know? Like most of the time it's gonna be Blink, but sometimes Protoss players are like, hey, I'm smart. Especially because it's Astrea, right? This guy likes to trick people.
And what
That's
do
how
need
you
to
make.
do against Stargate?
That's how you make Gabe mauled.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. You cannot go two Stalkers into a Stargate. That makes no sense. Is what Gabe would say right now.
Exactly. No. We'd still get the Nexus up, though.
That's important to deny that, right? Like, that's really big if you would deny it.
Yeah, it would delay at least 20 seconds.
Yeah, and that's big,
Yeah,
right?
pretty
Oh,
big
no.
delay. But we're gonna go for a reactor medium mine though. I kind of like this for Clem. Like I don't think you mind it too much if you go like massive amount of mine drop against a blink opening.
Honestly, that was very brave by him doing it without scouting his tech, like let's say he was going 4-gate blink or even 3-gate blink with Robo, he would be in a tight spot if he tried to defend. He would have literally nothing at home except, you know, 2 Marines and 2 Widow.
Oh wait, he's doing the Piotr special. It's when you just keep queuing Medivac with Widow Mines, when you close your eyes, when you pretend Forget Blink doesn't exist. It's a very powerful build because he was right. Forget Blink doesn't exist in this game.
I really like the way he's coming with the drop from the top. Like, this is not something I would expect.
Yeah, usually you do the drop in the main and you run by the Hellions into the natural. But I guess he'll keep those Hellions alive for now. Just go in with the drop. I like it.
You have to pull back with everything here. You can't do a Zest or a hero.
Nice shot. First shot very good. Second shot also very good.
That's good.
Stalker to pros is not bad.
It's a very good drop, yeah. Only lost 1 Widow Mine too.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good for Clem. I don't think he's unhappy with killing
and now
a Stalker
all the Stalkers are in the natural base, so the main drop might do some work.
Yeah, it's
Okay, this is the anti-proto special. When you drop 2 places at once.
Oh, this is so big.
It's guarded.
And
he's gonna pull back. Oh wait, no, be careful!
Oh,
wow.
He killed the Stalker though. It's also good.
Yeah, like. Okay,
and now drop the natural base.
Okay, go back to mining with the probes, but he's going the mineral base. Okay, I think we're gonna kill the Medivac, but you have to pull away with the probes.
I mean, good micro so far by Astrea.
It's good micro, but this is like constant damage, you know?
Yeah.
Like, this is not for free, and behind it, usually I see people going 3cc behind it, but it feels like Clem is not doing that. He's just making a bunch of units. Yeah, the 3cc is starting just now.
Clem loves his 3 racks.
Oh, come on, Clem. Stop showing off.
Ah, he's trying to bait the blink. Okay, I didn't realize.
Wow. You say show off, I say buying time for the Hellions.
Yeah, very true.
This is what we call in Texas the Kansas City Shuffle.
Yeah, Clem, you know, when growing up, he had all the time in the world to learn the trick in the field. It's great, but to be fair, I like Clem's position here. I feel like his drop did the damage he wanted to do, and this army is going to be pretty rough to defend for Astrea. But kiting the Marines with the Stalkers, a very good move. But not a good move if there's some Marauders from behind, killing a Stalker.
I wish I had a name for this move, because that was
I'm too scared to say anything, honestly. Oh, we don't have a shield battery yet, so we're going to use a couple of force field, but a few Marines are going to get in. So far, so good for Astrea, but the Widow Mine, no. 6 probe went down. I couldn't be bothered to look where they died, but they died. No, not good. And the Widow, I mean, the Medivacs are going to run away.
It's just like flight across.
Yeah, but like, this is so annoying for Astrea, right? This is like your nightmare when you play Blink opening. Just dead space on Medivac with Widow Mines everywhere. It's really rough to defend everything. He's trying to chase this bio a little bit. But I think Clem is going to be more than happy to just run away and drop somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. As we see Medivacs number 3 and 4 moving out, and you still have 1 drop here. This is going to move right now. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah.
He always teases you. Sometimes he does this. You just boost the Medivac. He's like, no, actually, never mind. I'm not going to do it.
This is what happens when your fingers are faster than your brain. Like, well, I'm going to do something, and then your brain thinks, no, you probably shouldn't.
Yeah, it's like just to see if Mapu is paying attention, you know. Hey, Mapu, watch this. Psych.
Yeah, but you really want to do it at the same time with something else at this point in the game, right?
Okay, Astrea has more than enough units here. He's gonna get broken in the third base, but there's this mine drop in the main base. I mean, just usual drop. A Colossus on 2 Stalker. Yeah,
he doesn't really have much at all.
Yeah, it's not much, but like, I think if you're Clem, you don't commit into that with just 2 Medivacs, like, because you don't know what's behind it, right? When you blink, you can't really commit when there's like almost enough to defend. There's a big supply link for Clem, though. How is Clem gonna push his advantage, Diego?
Usually you wait for the pros to get the 4th base, because when they try to defend the 4th base, until the Nexus is ready, they cannot overcharge their shield battery. It's the perfect timing for you to hit at a good angle, but there's no 4th base from Astrea, so Clem is more than happy to sit back and chill for now.
We were gonna take the line 4th base. Usually I feel like that. Oh, wait, the Widow Mine is gonna come here.
That's a nice timing, right?
Nice cannon, bro.
Nah, he's not getting it.
Oh, into the gas. Oh, that's a miss right here. Not on target.
Well, you miss all of the shots you don't take, Drogo.
That is very true. But I'm not sure if Clem agrees to that. I think Agam wanted to really kill some probes here. We're getting Warp Rhythm speed though. That's fancy. I like it. With a Dark Shrine. I don't believe that's gonna work though, is it? There's already a turret in the main base, and usually Clem is very good at spotting these things. Oh, actually, Astrea is really dumb in upgrade. Look, Clem is almost 2-2. I mean, and by almost, I mean, he just started 2-2, but you know what I mean.
And is it normal to have like super late +1 as Protoss?
Sometimes it happens if your opening is not going so well. Like you're trying to make a lot of units to survive, and the thing that sacrifice are upgrades.
Okay.
So yeah, right now Astrea is doing the anti-Terran mechanic, as you will call it. It's just you're behind, just 1 DT in each mineral line. But just as he's doing that, Clem gets the scan in the main base, see the Dark Shrine, and we can see 3 turrets are being queued, so they shouldn't do much of anything.
Yeah.
Well, as I said that...
That will do a lot.
Oh, he's gonna kill a little bit, and we have the DTs in the main base, denying the timing of his DT Shrine.
And no turret in the natural base too. He needs to scan, okay.
Very nice scan, he's gonna screen up. He's gonna kill 13 ACVs.
Yeah, that's big, that's big.
Yeah,
he, needs to send a Viking to that War Prism. Did he recall the War Prism?
No, he did not.
No, it's in the bottom left.
It's still there, okay.
But he's only sending 1 Viking. Oh, it's low HP. 1 Viking should be able to handle it without giving time to recall.
Yeah, this was a pretty good move for Astrea. I think.
But he can escape with it, right? The War Prism is faster?
No.
With speed, I think you can.
With speed, you can, yeah.
It has speed, it has.
Oh no, the F2!
Ah, what is he?
Oh,
That's
wow.
Oh. Oh.
It didn't work, but...
that was fancy.
That's like
that was
plus
very
10
cool.
for style points.
Very cool.
Bam.
He actually lost it. That's the difference.
This 3 Stalker like, just flexed on the 1 Stalker and dying.
No, but that's the difference between Terran Micro and then Protoss Micro, like 5 seconds later.
Come on, man, you can't always click on the correct Stalker.
Comparison.
I usually just select a bunch and I hope I have the correct one selected. But I like Astrea's position here. I mean, I think he's a little bit behind, but he's giving himself the tools to potentially stay alive in this game. With the Disruptors and the Blink Dignities, usually that can buy you a lot of time. You don't agree?
All I know,
No,
if I
I
see
agree.
Disruptors, I think Protoss winning. Correct or not?
It depends. Sometimes you have Disruptors, but when you know what Clem does, it's very smart. He spreads his units in a concave, in a big surround, and then he kills the Disruptors.
Wait, I don't understand. Can you draw it for me?
Well,
let's see it happen, Drogo.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna happen, man.
Where are the speeds?
It's the Clem special.
Drogo, what's happening?
Well, he's not. He's running away. But no, look,
this big. Let's go in. Go.
Wow.
He got all five.
That's a dunk and a half.
And he's gonna escape too. Baited overcharge, he's gonna kill him, like next push.
Yeah, let's go. At the same time in the 4th base. Clem on the planche, and there's no overcharge on his base, so his Colossus are just gonna die.
Yeah.
With a split.
The split.
Wow.
Exactly like Drogo said.
It's too much. The young Terran player from Texas winning game number 1, Liquid Clem.
Putting his cowboy boots on the table and saying, "Get out of here with this Californian micro."
Very nicely played for Clem though. Solid game plan. I like the bunker, I like the window mines, and once he was ahead, never really lost it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it's all about the last move too, like catching the...
Yeah, exactly, right? There was 5 Disruptors. He was like, I bait 1 shot, I go back 2, 3, 4.
And then on the 5th one is when he goes.
Yeah, there was 6 Disruptors.
It's like with your mom, you know, like don't let me count to 3 or 1. You're like, oh no. When Clem counts to 5, he just kills all of your Disruptors.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very nicely played.
No mercy. That was very clean, actually.
Yeah.
Thinking back, I can't really think of many mistakes Clem made.
Let me think.
He didn't deny the 3rd base with Helions.
Okay, yeah, that's one.
That's one.
He lost the Reaper in the early game. He wasn't scouting the tech.
Did not scout the tech, but he did kill a pro, which is nice. And denied a lot of mining time with the bunker.
Yeah, he did. I think he could have done similar damage and just scouting the tech.
Yeah. But I felt like he didn't win fast enough, so that's
Yes, that is very true, actually.
F2 with the Medivac drop from the...
Oh, yeah, but when he did a fancy thing on, he almost saved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's...
That's a redemption.
That's called redemption, exactly.
Yeah. Redemption, but mess up at the start.
No, I think it's cooler if you redeem,
okay,
if you do a redemption.
Then I should have...
Like, if you always perfect your entire life, it's kind of lame, no?
That's true. You need a few ruins, and then you need a few saved.
Yeah.
Very good. And we're going into game number 2. A laser. Who is that in the bottom right?
In the bottom right corner for USA, Astrea.
And on the top left, playing for Team Liquid, it is Texas.
For
Clem.
USA. I wanted you to
The
say
Blanche.
The crowd is silent.
I wanted you to say for the USA. Yeah.
The USA. Wait. So, if you just say those 3 letters, it starts a chant.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I feel so powerful right now.
Yeah, man. Everybody loves the USA.
What if you just say US?
No, you have to say the 3 letters.
Hey.
Okay.
It didn't work. This one didn't work. Okay. If you say U, I say S.
I say A.
U.
S.
Hey!
USA.
USA. USA. USA.
That's what I'm talking about.
It feels good, man. Just lovely to see a final between 2 powerful Americans. And what are we seeing? Is he going Nexus before core again? This map is dangerous, no? Like, it's like a super short distance, no? Alright, thank you. I wasn't paying attention. Core into Nexus. Thank you, Mapu, for telling me what's happening.
So this time no bunker.
Yeah, but it makes sense, right? This map is so short. The Reaper is here so quickly, it would be like almost suicide. But you can still go for a bunker. You can always make a bunker if you want us to run. Can you, though?
Debatable.
Just make the bunker.
I think you just make the bunker.
Just make the bunker.
Just make it, bro.
You can definitely always make it.
Yeah,
you can't always finish it, though.
And it's good?
Yeah. You block the minerals.
Oh, right.
You know, there was a time we used to build engineering base in the mineral line to block the patches.
Yeah.
Wow.
TY started that.
TY was very smart. Powerful player. And as we're going here for an adept, moving across the map, Astrea was playing pretty blind last game. I think he just kept his first unit at home because, you know, he was being harassed by a bunker. So hopefully this time the adept can do a little bit of work, but no, they're just keeping it at home. And going for Twilight again. Now, I have a question for you. We had this talk earlier, but I thought it was interesting. How about forget blink on this map? Because it's very easy to blink in the main base. Why wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah, I think we were talking about this before. The thing is, the way you position your infrastructure here, it actually can make kind of easy to defend forget blink.
Yeah.
So you get 2 tanks. One will cover the natural, one will cover the main.
Yeah, tank right here as Mapu is showing us.
Yeah.
And that would cover everything.
And that should be able to cover everything. What they can do is blink on your natural tank, but if you leave your units there, there's no way he can jump your tank in the main because it's well protected.
I see.
And most importantly, you can take your pocket base
Exactly.
without having to lose units trying to land it. It's actually quite nice.
So you Astrea, you always take the pocket, right?
Clem likes to take his forward base.
Really? Okay. I would think that Astrea, because it's quite vulnerable always.
Yeah, but there's also less minerals in the pocket, so like for some time until you land your 4th, you're actually mining at a deficit. But honestly, I enjoy the comfort of it so much that I don't mind the less.
And you can always just start the CC on the location, right?
Yes, yeah, that's my favorite thing. Just starting it on locations is great.
The Reaper is going to kill a probe very casually here. Maybe 2?
2 and out.
Oh, we're going to lose a hell in the natural though, but that's 2 probe dead.
No, he got stuck.
No, not for dead.
He actually got stuck there.
You got a full scout, 2-gate blink.
Yeah,
3-gate blink. Actually.
Yeah, it's just 3-gate blink. It's kind of a hipster build, no? It's not like the 2-gate is very macro, the 4-gate is very aggressive. It's something in between, which I like. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
What does the Raven do? Is it for harass or for defense?
The Raven is going to single-handedly win the game.
As what? What is it gonna do?
It's going to win the game, man. I don't know what to tell you. So it's the Terran hero unit. You
I
know,
guess, in a way.
it can do everything.
Disable like 3 of your units, right? Or
Yeah,
4?
you can disable the powerful unit. You can just -2 the armor of everything, and then you can drop a turret that has infinite HP.
All of that at once?
All of it at once.
That's sick.
Like imagine one unit being able to do that. All right, you have the queen. My bad, sorry. And we have we have the turret here, the natural. That's already very annoying, and it's gonna do make Astrea lose some money, some mining time. As he's gonna try to blink into the main base, and he's gonna do just that. The tank is in the position we exactly described. A second tank is popping out. So I think he's gonna kill like a tech lab and a supply depot, then is he really gonna be able to do much of anything else?
That's so sick that Clem was able to start the tank right before the tech lab was sniped. That's actually
that's
super
so big.
convenient.
Yeah.
Alright, he has a third tank queuing up with no tech lab. Hacker?
Hacker.
hacker. Sending the screenshot to Blizzard right now. But yeah, honestly, I would be super scared if I'm Astrea. Like, I see a guy with Raven and tanks, and I know this map is short. Like, the push is gonna be super powerful from Clem.
Nice micro on the Blink Stalkers.
Oh, we're trying to hit the Stalker
nice.
the main base. That's pretty nice, but he'll have to pick up the Stalker here so he doesn't die.
And the Viking, oh, okay, has to be super careful so that he doesn't lose his War Prism.
Oh, no, why?
Oh, Astra messing up a little bit
indeed?
here. He's gonna lose everything. Oh no.
NA micro?
Why indeed? Well, NA micro on both sides.
True.
Yeah.
But one is much different than the other.
NA micro is a subjective term in this case.
Honestly, guys, I'm not feeling it for Astrea right now. I would be super, like, I'm so scared for him. How do you stay alive? I think you know how you stay alive in this situation? You make a disruptor. You don't make a Colossus. You make a disruptor and you hope to get like a connection when the Terran is moving out.
You just leave a disruptor outside there.
Yeah, that's what dude, Zoun used to do this every game.
Yeah.
And he won against Maru one time in JSL doing this. I really think it's the way that, as I say that, we're going to make a Colossus, which right now, without the Templar, as we see the Raven's like, nah, I don't want to do any damage. But I understand it. Honestly, right now, I think keeping energy to disable the Colossus is like the correct call. Kiting the Marines a little bit. We don't have combat chiller in Imidivac, so we can kite all day. That's some good damage.
Yeah, so nice micro. Do you just keep going and you just keep losing Marines like that? Or like what's the
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah? This is how you guys roll?
Yeah, that's how we
it's the
roll.
American way.
What if the Protoss actually micros perfectly and just like...
It's very hard. Like at some... Oof.
Like that?
Yeah, see, like you just like a Stalker.
Okay, but I'm saying like what if he micros perfectly, like a bot, you know?
We're talking about Protoss players here.
Yeah, I'm saying like...
Pretty sure partying is in the army, so we're good.
You guys are chilling.
I'm just theory crafting here.
Theory crafting.
Alright, this is an amazingly powerful push.
Oh,
We're gonna
wow,
blink a little bit. Can I get one of the tank? Tank's actually very key here. If you can kill all of the tank, but from behind.
Oh!
Disable. He has to force field this, but it's not enough. The bio is gonna go in on this Immortal. The battery overcharge is not enough. It's gonna kill it now. The two tanks are sieging up, and this is looking at like disaster. Another disable on the Colossus.
Oh, from the back line. That's an illegal move right there.
From downtown.
Yeah.
From Texas.
Completely illegal move. Clem is gonna play safe a little bit. The two Colossus are still alive, but he's gonna kill the Robo. And I don't know. Like, I don't think he can even produce enough units to really hold this right now. As we see the two more Medivac joining in, and I think after his Medivac arrive, Clem is just gonna try to clean up and finish this game.
Oh, Colossus. Okay.
Can you dodge Colossus shots with like pickup micro?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Go, Marauder. Just dodge everything, let's go.
Well, we might see that. Oh man, it's
Come on, like show off a little bit. Like you won this game.
Do you show off sometime, Miko, when you win a game?
I try for the clips, yeah. Sometimes.
We have another overcharge though on some tanks from behind. That is not bad. It's like as good as it could be here for the American Protoss player who's gonna actually survive. Hey, he's still really low in supply, but I can appreciate the hold.
Yeah. He deserves that applause for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Like the Zealots from behind with the Marine Mine triggering on the tanks, doing a little bit of splash damage with their like battery, perfectly healing the Colossus. That was good play. We're still massively behind in supply, but if we keep playing like this perfectly for 15 minutes, maybe we can play an even game.
I'm not sure.
Okay, force field. Force field the
ramp?
ramp. Oh man, that's not a very thick force field. Oh, the Raven is still alive as well. That's so annoying. Yeah, I don't know, Kev.
What if there's like a War Prism? You can just like dodge the matrices, right?
Yes, you can, but as of right now, there's just a crap ton of Terran units and not much of anything Protoss-wise.
Oh my.
It's looking like a 2-0 here for Clem on the planche, as he's just killing everything in his natural. GG!
That's rough.
I really like the Clem jersey actually, the red one.
The Spider-Man?
The Spider-Man?
Can we play in this?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, or just Clem, like, I don't know.
Yeah, you guys are all on the same team. Why don't you have a red Spider-Man shirt?
I don't know. We need to ask the managers, I guess.
I don't know. I got in after the Marvel hype, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
But I think before I joined, they all had different superhero shirts.
Yeah.
Mana was like Captain America for some reason. I think Uthermo was Iron Man.
We're all American on this blessed day.
Yeah.
It's looking rough for Astrea though. Like these games are like very typical Clem games where you just plays a very tight early game and then you're just kind of dead when the push arrives because it's so strong and it's so well micro that you can't really do anything.
And with like even that Raven was kind of illegal.
I mean, to be fair, it was about the defense, no? Like losing the war prison with 4 stalkers.
Yeah, well, like
no, definitely for sure.
Definitely lost way too many units, but like
especially if you have the War Prism alive, it makes it much harder for the Terran to move out with every single unit he has. He needs to leave at least.
Because it's true that Clem doesn't know what type of a follow-up Astrea was playing. Like if Astrea was playing like low gas, many gate charge lots, then moving out can be very scary. But Astrea was not doing that. He was like taking up the Colossus, which to be honest, against Tank Raven opening is really like risky.
Yep.
So already Astrea was playing a strategy where he really needed like everything to be able to hold, and by losing these stalkers, he had like no room for to come back early.
Yeah, but I'm really enjoying the storyline here.
Of what?
First, Astrea showed us that West Coast is better than East Coast by beating Neeb.
Very true.
And now Clem is showing us that Central Coast is better than West Coast.
Showing us that in the South we know how to play StarCraft. As we're going into game number 3, on the bottom left, playing for Alpha X from America, it's Astrea!
And the top right, for Team Liquid, from USA, Texas, it's Clemo.
You guys didn't see it, but both Diego and Elaser were both pointing to each other to do the introduction. And Elaser caved in. He was like, all right, I'll do it. He is the hypecaster. Very true. That's why we have you here. As we are... Do you think this map is good for Terran, by the way, Diego?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm glad we can agree.
Really?
Good talk.
Good talk. All right.
Glad we got that out of the way.
And why is it good for Terran?
Because it's short.
So that's it?
That's it, yeah. Like.
So if a map is short, it's good for Terran?
Well, also it's good for tanks. That's a big factor.
Okay.
Yeah. Tanks in general are pretty good.
Waterfall is broken for Terran, yeah? It's very short. And good for tanks, right?
Yes.
So I'm correct.
You're correct.
You are correct.
You're very often correct.
Are you happy?
StarCraft
Do you feel validated right now?
StarCraft is a simple game.
This map is good for Terran. We figured it out.
Now, like all those platinum.
Look at this. Look at Astrea. Like he's so scared about the bunker. He has the probe here. He's just fearing. Even though he went, I think he went core before Nexus, right? Yeah, the core's finishing right now. Has to be. And even then, he was still scared of the bunker.
That's so much respect.
It is a lot of respect. I understand though. It's annoying to have to deal with a bunker. But it also makes me think he wants to go Stargate, maybe? Oh no, I mean, no, he's gonna go Twilight because he started Warp Gates. It's too bad, I really like Stargate. I feel like if you go Twilight 3 times in a row, you're kind of asking to get memed by Raven on drops. As we might lose a probe, no we're not. Very good defense. Are we committing here for another shot? Yes, we are. Are you going back upstairs? No.
No, no, no.
Oh, the probes?
Hey, he pulled one off gas.
Aren't you supposed to like run away? So
yeah, it was a lot of probes to transfer. I don't know, maybe like one extraction on the probes. Felt like a lot of probes too, because you're natural.
Twilight again.
Twilight. Yes. Are we going to just blink again? Probably, right? Yep. So Astrea, really believing into his mid-game plan, believes he can play a better game than last time. And it is true that last game he lost a lot of Stalker, right? I feel like Astrea it's very like reasonable to think, hey, I can just play the same game as last game, but I don't lose like 6 units for free on a Warp Prism.
Yeah, I would like to see him play 2 Gate Blink this time. It's a bit more conservative. You get to play a longer game if it fails.
Yeah.
I like it.
And we have the Sentry here, so yeah, as you said, it's a very different build. I think something Zest used to do, like the Sentry on the 2 gates, allows you to see what's going on. You have Blink to deal with everything. It's not a bad plan. It's a little bit passive at times because a Sentry is not the most useful unit to deal with, like mine drops and Hellions and that kind of stuff. But it's good in general, just to see what's up. As we have another probe that's gonna go down. That was a little bit annoying. And the Hellion at the same time. Oh no. The 1-2. The 1-2 punch.
One more? Yeah.
You just pull that boxing move on him, you know? You throw a body punch, so the guy is like worried about the body, then you throw the knockout punch.
The knockout punch?
Yeah, you know, like Mike Tyson from America?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he just did a Mike Tyson.
He's also from Texas, right?
Mike Tyson from Texas?
Yeah.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah.
Very famous boxer from Texas.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Look how he moved the sentry to like the middle of the map to get that even further.
Yeah, man, that's,
Man.
it's the little things.
Yeah.
We used to do this in PvP, by the way. Like, everybody will go Stalker Sentry every game, and both Sentry will meet in the middle, do the hallucination, then go home. It was actually a thing, it was kind of silly. And he's gonna see the Raven at the very least with that, so he knows exactly what's going on and what he's playing against, but already, you know, losing these 3 probes in the early game, you don't really feel so good about this. Like, the margin of error when you only play a 2-gate blink is not that great. You need to be able to defend everything fairly well.
Yeah, you can see the worker count still doesn't look that great. I'll only feel comfortable for the Protoss when he starts getting in the 60, in the high 60s as pro count against 47 SCVs. But until then, it still looks kind of sketchy with the mules.
Yeah, it really does. As we see a different game plan here, Charge and Templar Archive on the way with 4 guys. I used to play like this a lot actually, back in the day. It's you really want to get a very fast Storm with this in general. And if you play everything properly, for the first push that they throw at you, you have Storm ready. So you can feedback the Raven, you have a bunch of charge lots, and Storm make sure you don't die. So if you can actually do that, I think it's going to be in a much better position than last game. But you still need to be very precise. As you can see, immediately Krefeld boosting the Stormers before the first Templar. But we see, oh no, the Templar is not quite going to be in time. We're going to feedback here, but honestly, I don't even think it was worth it, right? You prevented, what, 20 energy? And now that means that this Templar is never going to get a Storm off. Because you have to morph an Archon with it, so I'm not sure if it was the best call, and the push is already moving out. We have 7 get on the way, so Astrea should be able to not die. I'm not worried about that, but I'm a little bit worried that it's going to cost a little bit too much for him to not take damage.
He doesn't even have a War Prism as well to micro the High Templar.
Yeah, it's actually kind of important, because sometimes, like, if the Terran drops you in the main base or something, it's very cool to be able to put the Templars in the War Prism to just defend wherever the Terran is going. This is a tight push from Clem. Storm should be out in time, but because of that feedback, we only have 1 Stormers here. Nice position for the tank, pretty fancy. He needs to be here next to his battery so he doesn't die stupidly. Okay, Storm is almost done, but the tank here from... But he killed the Templar that didn't have Storm.
So he can click the High Templars right now, but he's probably afraid of the Storm, right?
Okay, so he has 1 Storm, but like you want to have more than 1 Storm, man. It's just not enough. This is so scary. Is that the Raven? I think I saw something somewhere. Is the Raven still alive? No, it's still here, man. That is so annoying. So hard to deal with this. It's gonna move in the natural. No shield battery here. We have an Immortal here. It's gonna die. The Immortal is getting focus fire. Just gonna die like this. Can we force field? No, we're gonna use Guardian Shield. We're gonna move. The tank is here. Is he gonna kill the Templar? Yes, the Templar is gonna die to 1 Storm before it dies. It's gonna do some damage, but just not enough. We have a big shot weapon though. Maybe there's gonna be enough to hold, and Clem will have to move back. As we see the Raven here, gonna poke for the turret again. And that's just so annoying to deal with. 2 probes are gonna go down. No, the shield battery is gonna heal them up.
And you
oh no, never mind. Still gonna die again.
You cannot get that Raven with Stalkers?
You either like leave 2 Stalkers on each side, or like you make sure, like if he was in a better position, he could just like warp a Templar and just feedback it like every 30 seconds. And that would be no big deal. But because he's very low eco and he has to fight for his life, he can't really afford to do this. But he has Double Forge though, like Double Forge is trying to get up to 66 probe. Clem is a little bit ahead, I would say, but if Astrea defends fine from here, I think it's playable.
There's no Storms. There's no Storm on the
No Storm yet.
10 more energy.
Yep, like he clicks them, he knows, doesn't even need to split.
He can jump on him.
Oh, that's a lot of Widow Mines.
Now he has Storms. Now he has Storms.
Okay, 1 Widow Mine does pop on the probe, which is nice.
That 1 Widow Mine will Templars.
Forces an overcharge.
But next time I don't mind those High Templars, they're all dead. Like,
yes.
Even shields is not gonna
it would be very cool to have him in a prism right now, because one of the things you could do with this build, which was Zest really like doing this build, is you had a really powerful timing with Storm, right? Because you had it with the War Prism, the Templar and the War Prism to Storm in the heart of the bio. It's a very powerful timing, but here we don't see this at all. We see an Astrea on the back foot, just trying to survive. So it's a very different game from what you used to expect when you play this opening.
But I think once he at least gets a Colossus out, he should be able to stabilize a little bit. I feel like when you get to that Archon Colossus army, you can finally consider taking your 4th base.
You can, but man, like Astrea's supply is so low, and he's not even feedbacking this Raven in between the 2 bases. Or maybe he's looking at it, I see the camera looking at it a little bit. Come on, man, 1 Templar.
I think he forgot about it.
Oh man, it's gonna be so annoying whenever Clem looks at it again. Oh wait, I think I'm fine. No, we just see a Templar here to defend with Storm. Not a bad idea in general. I'm just a little bit annoyed. It's the nice Storm.
Yeah, nice killing rocks. That's good.
Very good. Yeah, we have like some charge run buys, but like very small, just like 2 at a time. I'm just gonna die to Widowmine.
There's like 3 Widowmines at this bit. That's it.
Yeah.
I like this.
Jeez, this army is hurt.
It's very hurt. Like there was a storm coming from upstairs, but I think Raven.
100 energy, 2 turrets, go. Ah no, maybe safe.
Man, so much respect. It was like one stalker, but he just threw 2 turrets. Come on.
Good scan.
Good scan.
Yeah, he's actually not afraid.
Wait, do we have? We don't have a single stormer left, no? Oh, we got it.
He killed it.
Yeah, he killed it. Yeah, for feedback. You could have done that so long ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, throw the turrets, dude. This Raven is not supposed to be here. But anyway, now it's cleared up, finally.
Doug is getting triggered. Comes out of retirement just to show how it's done.
Well. Maybe later, Astrea here is gonna... He has 2-2 on the way. He has 2-2, it's not too bad. He's gonna have a 2-2 down before the Terran if he can survive until then. I'm a little bit scared that there's a lot of ghosts. I feel like as long as you can micro your Templars very well, you can always survive. But I'm a little bit scared here. I don't know, it's a big army for Clem. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Clem has the complete control of this game. He's landing his 4th before the Nexus is even starting for Astrea. I really don't know how Astrea comes back into this game.
Disruptors.
Honestly.
When are we getting Disruptors? After this Colossus?
Yeah, has to be. How many does he have? 2?
I think he has 2, yeah.
Yeah, so he goes into 3, gets a Disruptor.
And he's gonna have 2
hits a 30 supply shots.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see it. Okay, I'm visualizing it now.
I mean, this is what happens in your games every time.
Excuse me?
Ooh, the shots.
There's no shot. I'm just watching a lot of Kelazur games.
Oh my god,
Very
threw
big
me
fan.
under the bus just like that.
Oh, the prism from the side.
Oh,
the storm.
That's gigantic.
Oh, gigantic storm here from the American player, but that's still a lot of Terran units, but that was not bad. The charge rods is gonna be warped in, and this is a hold. Hold?
No.
Are we holding?
If Clem can retreat, it's a good trade for him, but...
The 2-2 upgrades are finishing like juicing a little bit. Like he hit him right before 2-2 upgrades, right before Disruptors, and there was no super battle.
You say it's a good trade, but look at Clem. He's remaking so many Vikings, and like Astrea has 1 Colossus, and he's remaking pure Disruptor. So just because of that, I feel like Astrea is going to be able to not die for a very long time.
Yeah. This is the moment where you can usually scan the robos and see what's popping out, just so you know what to remax on.
Oh, really?
But what if you scan when nothing is popping out?
Exactly.
Then you can zoom in on the robo and you see what's building.
No, it's not true.
Yeah.
No, Diego can. You have to like have very good eyes.
Yeah.
You never knew that? Come on, Miko.
Actually, look at the there's a ball there.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's a Disruptor. If it wasn't a Colossus, it would be something different.
Yeah.
I Mapu, I saw that. You missed the engagement. Uh-oh.
Oh, Disruptor here.
There's 2 more Disruptors popping out right now. They might come from downtown and actually kill this army.
Oh, the storm!
The flanking storm, I love it.
Very nice play here from
Now
the American
4
player.
Disruptors and 2 more on the way. Like when he gets 6 Disruptors, he's back.
Yeah.
True or not?
And it's kind of rare these days, but he's gonna have 3-3 done pretty soon, so he's keeping up upgrade very nicely. Oh, the storm again! Oh my god!
I really like how Astrea is playing this. He has like everywhere those High Templars without like unhotkeyed and just like manually.
Yeah.
Goes.
It's very cool.
That's an old school.
The first time ever I've seen Miko praise a Protoss player for having no hotkeys. You'll love to see it.
This is what the old school Protoss players, the OGs, were doing. Like MC, you know, and
the real
stats.
OG.
Yeah.
Rain.
That's what I wanted to say.
Wow.
Rain.
That's a blast from the past right there.
Blast from the past. We're making 2 more Colossus though. So we're trying to have like that perfect Colossus Disruptor Templar army. We did lose this Nexus. That kind of sucks. And like Clem feels like he's happy to just take it slow. Just take more bases, get +2 air. Probably gonna get some Liberators at some point. I don't know, I feel like Astrea, when he gets maxed out in a big macro game, he's actually like super comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm glad we're finally getting to a game where Astrea is playing to his comfort zone, which is the mid-game, fast-paced, split army kind of engagement. I feel like this is really where he shines.
Yeah, I agree. Like you could really tell here, like thanks to his control, he was able to stay alive. But it's still gonna be hard though. Oh, the 2 balls. Oh, risky. 1 more. Okay. Oh, but there's a lot of units here. From Clem, we have the show battery overcharge, but it's a lot of Terran units. We don't have any Templars anymore. With the charge warping on the Archon, this is gonna be old, man. Yeah. I love battery overcharge, dude. Great ability.
You love it, huh?
I love it. Oh, the balls!
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh! Wow, more balls!
Not this time, not this time.
Not this time, Clem. Look, you could see Clem here. He did a little smirk.
Yeah.
It's like, ah.
Imagine if this was a repeat from the previous game. That would be painful, but...
And it would have been, but no, Astrea learning from his mistakes. And honestly, the supply on the banks looking pretty close. Even if Clem has a lot of infrastructure, he's queuing Liberators, making 2 more CCs. Cloak for his Ghost. He's also winning away. The Viking has tried to the Viking on the Storm.
Okay, Viking.
Okay, that's bye-bye all of the Vikings.
Also the Colossus died, so...
Yeah, but that's a lot of Vikings.
Yeah, that was a lot of units.
But if there's no Colossus, there's no need, right?
The Vikings are crazy, man. How do you engage? There's a lot of production actually. He's gonna blink in, chase this army.
I mean, the Protoss army is crazy, and he has just 3 upgrades finishing right now.
Yeah, he has, but there's some units on the left, but I think Astrea already has some units to protect it. Oh.
There's super battery.
And the super battery.
And the super battery, so nothing's gonna happen. And also a
Wait,
million
all the balls are
disruptors.
here. I thought he wanted the balls with the main army right now.
I don't know, man. Astrea is just too fast, too furious. He was expecting more units. He was like, you only have this? That's good. I mean, he's in a good position. I'm just worried about Astrea, because like, at some point, if Clem can get up to like 8 Liberators with +2 on range, it can be very difficult to fight that army.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like that he's going back into the Colossus. He already killed all of the Vikings, and you really need that extra range to maneuver around the ranged Liberators. Very nice.
Yeah, that is very nice. Oh, this disruptor here. I always panic a little bit when I see like disruptors on their own like that. I'm gonna this one Marauder gonna try to deny this cannon. Clem still has an army on the left, but I think Astrea is more than aware of this and is always leaving a bunch of units. But one Templar is gonna get EMP'd. I don't think we have the overcharge just yet. Plus he has to live with this. Oh, but Astrea here moving in, killing the Liberators. The balls. Ball time. Oh, the split from Clem is pretty good. But it's still, I mean, he still lost a bunch of units.
I mean, he has more disruptors than he has bio, so
yeah.
How can you split?
Yeah, Clem is just trading by splitting his army. It's pretty good. I would love to see like Astrea committing here a little bit because like Liberators, you can't really run away with them, right? So if you can just like, gather around or make a lot of units on one side, you can really clean up a lot of the Terran army most of the time. Okay, Diego, what does Astrea win this game?
Oh yeah, what's the next step? The Blink DTs?
I think he's in the right step already. Using balls.
Yeah.
And then you just want to keep the Liberator count as low as possible.
What if it goes out of control? Is it like very bad for Protoss?
Out of control? What do you
Yeah, like, I mean, 15 Liberators.
Then it might be tricky.
Actually?
Yeah.
Oh, here, that's pretty nice. Here, the Liberators are just not gonna do much of anything, and are they all gonna die? Wow, is he dropping in the main base with that? Clem, you're crazy. These Liberators are just gonna run away. That is a very good call by Clem here. Very good, quick decision making. As he's gonna clean this one Garcon, but on the bottom right, they're fighting again. The Liberators are gonna take position. That is a lot of Liberators. I think you have to give up his base here.
Yeah.
I think that's
either that or come
so
from
scary.
behind is the only way he can break this position.
He tried to go from behind with 2 Templars, but Clem saw that, and he had the Ghost perfectly in position to EMP. You're just gonna change focus with the Liberators. How do you run away with this army though with Clem? I guess you don't, you just slowly roll back with the circles.
Just
yeah.
stay here forever.
Yeah, just stay here forever, no worries, no problem. Ooh.
That's a like really fast switching target.
Are we going for it? Astra's going for it, gonna blink in, try to kill as many as these Liberators as we can. This is a confusing fight. Diego, take it away.
He's killing out the Liberators, balls everywhere. Zealots chopping up and dicing those Marines and Marauders. He does clean up most of the Liberators. Astrea fights back for his life. He wants a point. He will not go down easily against Clem.
Yeah, this was a really good fight for Astrea actually. Like before he was like down for the supply, and now it's suddenly even. He's gonna kill this PF. He's gonna just keep going. There's just a bunch of Viking here, but not that much bio. Astrea blinking in again, killing so many of his Viking. Jesus, since when do Stalkers have so much range? And you could see here on Clem's face, he can't believe this game is so difficult.
He's gonna have to fight for this point. He's gonna have to fight for this series.
Yeah, but how is like he can't defend his base. He can't. He's gonna lose all of his SCVs.
Oh.
I mean, this is like Astrea right now is a train that does not stop. Like, you feel like he's just like advanced towards the map, since like the last minute and never really stop at any points.
But he does have to be careful not to deplete all of his balls here. He only has so many balls that he can send towards Clem. And if he depletes all of his balls, then Clem can actually pounce on his balls. He has to be very careful here.
Yeah, could you smile a little bit less, Diego? But very true nonetheless. Very accurate analysis, as this harassed Liberators was very quickly dealt with by Astrea. But we see a nuke here. There was a nuke in the production tab, and I think he's going to nuke this base, but there's not much of anything to kill, is there? Just like 2 cannons building.
I hope he cancels those.
I hope so too. Oh, he does. What a god. Yeah, like that one probe here that just died from the nuke. Oh, and
the bottom right.
I guess you have to send some detection. Man, ghosts are so broken.
2 shotting probes, that's great.
Yeah. Can you imagine an invisible unit killing probes so quickly?
In the next patch, DTs can nuke now.
I think it would be nice.
Those cannot really break this position if the Liberators are siege, right?
Right. He usually wants to maneuver around them, so maybe even breaking those rocks wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Widen the angle.
Yeah, but even that, I think the rotation is just so long, like you kind of need to go somewhere else.
Yeah. But honestly, I think he doesn't need to jump the gun just yet. His economy is okay. He has a decent amount of bases. Maybe he could remake that probe count a little bit.
Yeah, the probe count is so low. I don't like this at all.
Yeah, it's kind of worrying because his bank is so low. He's one bad fight away from throwing this game.
You kind of want like 80, right? 80, 90 even. No?
Yeah, you want a lot of them. Right now, I don't think he needs to go that high because like the number of bases left is not that great. Just a couple more to mine the gases, but he's pushing on the left here with a bunch of charge lots and stalkers. Don't think he's going to do much of anything against the planetary fortress. Just like here to defend. Yeah, as you said, Diego, Astrea needs to get a very good fight because Clem's army is very good. It's like a ton of Liberators on Ghost. In theory, this army is like unkillable if you fight into it.
Right. But surely he won't.
Surely he won't. I agree. Oh, a Liberator here. Like the Liberators on the left, we are not doing much of anything.
Oh, and the range upgrade too.
Yeah, with the range. Do you think Stalker can't reach it? I think they can reach it.
Definitely.
They can reach it.
But I wouldn't mind him starting at least 1 Stargate just to be safe.
Oh, he doesn't have a Stargate on the field?
No. And I think the Oracles are actually quite nice in this situation for the Revelations.
But that's like 1 more spellcaster. That's like a lot.
If he puts like 2 Liberators there, then he can like kill so many Stalkers, I think. From the bottom right?
Yeah.
Because there's very few Stalkers that can actually hit those Liberators.
Yeah, very true. Like some Terran likes to do this. And I think it would be pretty nice. Man, the Liberator count is really insane.
Yeah.
It is. He doesn't even need all. He's gonna blink in. Target good, 1, target 2, target 3, storm the rest. 5, 6. Well, oh! Clem was looking on the top left, not paying attention, loses half of his Liberators and a ton of bio to 1 well-placed shot. That was so well micro by Astrea here.
Yeah, if just not that Disruptor shot, then I would say it's a good trade for Terran even. Like, it was quite even, but the Disruptor...
Yeah, but I think as a Protoss, you're happy to take an even trade against Liberators.
Oh, yeah?
Because you can just remake Gateway units, but the guy to remake all of his Liberators, it takes a while.
Definitely. And it's way easier for you to remake your Stalkers than it is to remake Liberators. Honestly,
nice hit on the High Templar target fire.
Spectacular.
Very nice. I don't know, man. It must be frustrating for Clem. Like, he keeps like trying to move out, and every time, somehow, some way, he gets deflected. On the top, that's a lot of Protoss units. Come on, man. You're supposed to do this with DTs. Can't Vizelot kill this PF? Oh, he has a storm! Oh, it's so old school. Oh, he's running away. Oh, he could have committed here. He didn't know like exactly how many units were actually going to come. Now he realizes. He's like, hey, wait a minute. That's not that many units. I can actually kill that. But he has to run away. It's too bad. I would love to have seen him just actually kill that base. He's going to do like a little bit of SCV damage, but it's not like game-ending or anything.
Do you have armor upgrade on the buildings or no?
I mean, I would assume so.
Does it help?
It does help, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Especially against Zealots.
Oh, you do have it.
Yeah.
Zealots attack twice, therefore the building armor counts twice. That's 4 armor per hit.
No, don't do it. I think he really wanted to blink in here, but there just was a little bit too many Liberators. By the way, like Astrea, he has like some opses that gives him very good vision. Like I feel like he knows what's going on at all time, just because of like the two that he has in the middle, where he sees like how Clem splits his army at all time. So that's very nice for him. Like,
Do you ever want Ravens at this point in the game? Or quite useless.
No, like they kind of hard to handle, and they get feedback just most of the time. But sometimes some very good, like Maru gets like one Raven in late game.
For the Seeker? For like
yeah, because like
anti-armor?
you just like use it as soon as all of the Templars are dead, and it's always very useful. But it's very expensive.
Yeah, because they don't really have Liberators, they just have like Bio, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's all about the Liberator.
Yeah, like honestly, if you have the APM for it, you could make a Raven at all time, but you have to make sure it just doesn't get EMP'd, like, feedback just like that, right? Oh, one Storm on the left, gonna feed. Whoa. Jesus.
He's playing really good.
Templar with full energy is so scary. Oh, he's gonna try to go for it, because he's gonna kill one Disruptors. We're making Tempest, boys. That's it. America wins. He's gonna have Tempest. I'm sorry, but like Tempest in this situation, I didn't even see when he was making these targets, but I think it's like a really good choice right now. There's just so many Liberators.
Yeah, I just hope that he doesn't go too hard on the Tempest, just a couple.
Yeah, like three Tempest. Bueno number, very good.
Push back those libs, and then he's good to go.
Yeah, but at this point we have like a split map scenario, so it's like about getting efficient trades.
Oh, look at this Disruptor on the right. No, I think he saw it. I think Clem saw it.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay, he's gonna trade one Marauder for its life. So it's not like the end of the world. And here we go. We have Tempest number 1, but I mean, there's a couple of Vikings. You have to be careful with that. He's gonna try to go for us around. I don't know, never mind. Just backing up a little bit. It's a little bit awkward though. This one Templar is gonna storm this. There's still a few Vikings, right? So these Tempests are just gonna die very easily. Yeah, like Clem's army is just so good. It's not like two Tempests are suddenly gonna make a change. He's gonna try to go from behind. He's gonna blink in.
That's scary.
It is a little bit scary. I think he has to give up his base. Oh, his storm though. Very nice. Oh, look. Astrea, all of the units of Astrea on the left are coming back to flank this army.
The Reapers are on siege right now.
And siege, like all of the Zealots are coming here. Like he can do a massive flanking, and he has to. I think he has to crush this army. Otherwise, he's gonna just be a little bit dead. Massive whopping. Oh, but Clem realizes Clem had some units on the left. He's gonna pounce, but at the same time, massive fight from Astrea. Gonna try to come from all angles. Gonna clean up his entire army, and all of the libs are gonna die.
But he's gonna escape with all the bio. That's so good for Clem.
Yes, it was a massive trade for Clem. He killed a ton of units doing that. He's gonna escape with most of the good units, and at the same time kills the base on the left.
Even killed the Tempest.
I mean, that fight was insane, and he was fighting with like half his, no, well, like 2/3 of his army.
Yeah, 2/3 of his army. But that's the point of Liberators, right? Like, if you force them to fight into you, it's always very, very difficult to take a good trade. Some nice balls here. Oh, he's gonna kill the SCV, and maybe all the ghosts are all gonna go down. That is, he can't even commit. He has to run away.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's losing another Nexus, and he might be forced to recall at this point.
He might have
or just
to.
run back.
I'm not sure. Like, to be fair, like all these losing.
He can run to the main base. He can run to the main base at this point.
Oh no, the Disruptors. Oh, hello?
He's not
hello? The Disruptor popping from the robot does it again.
Not again.
Not again. But I'm not. Isn't gonna be enough? I don't think it will be. Clem is still producing 4 Liberators at a time. His army is still looking massive, and he can just like run away if it's too much.
Yeah, just go for the Nexus. Go.
And go. The balls. Go. The balls. Go.
Nice.
One is gonna connect, but everything is gonna die. His bio is looking nearly unbeatable, and the Astrea is bleeding, like dropping in supply. I think he fought very well, but I think it's gonna be the end here for the Californian Protoss player.
Like it's so close at the end. Like Clem's supply is actually not that high. 120 supply, no bank.
I mean, it's 40 supply. It's like 3 times that much. GG.
Really nice win. I feel like that fight at the bottom right is just way a bit too what.
Yeah, like at some point you have to protect your base, right? And Clem's army was just so good.
Yeah.
So good. So many ghosts, so many Liberators. And it's just very difficult. But Astrea played an amazing game. And
He really did.
Yeah, he really showed that like he's very strong right now and he's here for a reason.
And what do you think about the like two Tempests? He just made 2 Tempests, they kind of just died. What was the
I feel like if you have like more static defense, more cannons, you're more well set up. It can work, but like you have to get Tempest at some point. Like, you can't just like run around forever. At some point, you have to get a unit that can actually deal with the Liberators. So I don't mind the trust of Tempest too much. We're just maybe a little bit too far behind. Well, hello, Clem.
Hello. Hi.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
It looked at the
sound
same.
tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so scary. Disruptors.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one Nova away from losing the game.
You got couple Novas the last game. Oh man.
Yeah. You got Storm, you got Novad.
Yeah.
That's fun to see.
At the very end, to the last two Novas at the very end, like every single Nova was like a bit Do you also do this? Like, do you do sounds like when you get hit by Nova?
Sometimes, but it's usually like I shake my head and I'm like,
Just like, ouch. Like, do you feel pain?
Yeah,
Physical
it hurts.
pain?
It hurts. It really hurts. Yeah. It's like I'm getting stabbed.
Do you guys have any questions for Clem?
Let me think. Were you scared at any point during game 3 that you would maybe actually lose the game? Because at the beginning was very good for you, and then at some point it felt like Astrea was just at very good momentum and was like crawling back into the game.
Yeah. So at first I was like, okay, if I played like after the start I was like, if I play well I should win. If I don't do like any big mistake. But then at some point when he crushed my army in the bottom right and he pushed on my third base and I looked at my supply, I had like 130 supply. I was like, oh god, I'm actually losing this one. So that was really scary. But he never really transitioned to Tempest except towards the very end, which was maybe a mistake because on that map it feels like I can log the game pretty easily actually.
Yeah, he was always like fairly low eco, like just had a lot of units. He had very fast upgrades.
Yeah, but when he was pushing your third base, I think he came back with like 6 Disruptors, he sent them home.
Yeah.
If he takes the 6 Disruptors to your like natural base, like I didn't see how you would defend that actually.
Yeah, that's true. It would be like really scary. At some point I'm sure he was winning actually. Like after the big fight I'm sure he was.
Yeah, maybe if he was all-inning a little bit more, but he was always really respectful of your ability to counter-attack on over bases. He was always like leaving units.
Yeah, that's true.
He
always had like defenses in position for the counter-attacks, that's true.
Yeah, it was very nice. By the way, did you realize that during the entire game, he had like a wall of ops in the middle of the map?
Not really, but also I kind of knew it because it's like the style they usually like to play nowadays in the league game. Like the protesters, they make like a ton of observers and try to have pretty much map pack.
Yeah, well, he essentially had map pack. He had like a line where he saw everything at all times.
There's nothing you can do about it, right?
You can scan it, you know, it's allowed.
Absolutely nothing you can do.
I mean, yeah, you can scan it, but like scan this one, and you have to find every single
It's like I know he has a line of observers, but whenever I scan, I don't see any.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very tough one.
Yeah.
Who do you want to play in the finals?
That's Zerg player, yeah? Zerg player, for sure.
I mean, I haven't been playing against that many Zergs except Lambo. So.
Well, the last Zerg is Serral, right? He's the last one standing.
Yeah, that's true. I wouldn't
so
mind
the question is, do you want Serral?
Yeah, maybe. I feel like I wouldn't mind either of them, honestly. It's like...
Are you saying they will both be equally easy for you?
It's hard to say. I
saying
haven't been
Serral
playing against Serral for a while.
Serral will be easier, yeah?
No. That's not true. I'm not sure. I kind of want to play against Serral actually, maybe. Just because TVZ in the finals, that could be cool.
It's fun, yeah.
Yeah, it's really fun. That would be nice actually. And also it's a rematch of the sad HomeStory Cup, the last one.
Yeah, but do you want to play versus the guy who like won the last 5 HomeStory Cups in a row in the final?
Maybe. I can stop his streak.
Break his streak? Now that's a statement.
Now that could be nice.
I would love to see. I would
love to see that.
I love the confidence. It's like, baby, I want to play Serral, you know? I've never seen anyone in the world ever be like that against Serral.
Wait, so who's left? There's Astrea, there's
Serral.
Serral? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. I have one last question. Are you able to pick up that ball with one hand?
No, never.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
The Chad? Ah, Chad right there.
Chad.
I don't know.
Kinda hard to do, actually.
I didn't know if it was because it was big or because it was heavy. Just wanted to see.
I don't think it's that heavy. It's like a volleyball, right?
Yes, a volleyball, yeah.
I just put sand on myself.
Oh no. What are you going to do?
That was it. That was the last question I had.
Very nice. Do you have any more questions, Miko?
I would feel like the Terran players are like a bit afraid of balls at this point, you know? They could get like some phobia, like they see a ball, it's like...
Yeah.
Whoa. Hopefully it's not gonna shoot me, yeah?
Nah, that's so
You're
scary.
not getting that yet? Okay.
So scary. Disruptors.
Very scary, but looked like a pretty easy win for you. We're gonna... What are we doing now? Do we just wish him good luck and then we talk about life?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Yeah, how do the real casters do it?
I don't know. That's why they get paid the big bucks.
Usually they're like, okay, any final last words, but I never know what to say.
Okay, well, any final last words?
no. I don't know. Just
come on, man.
Do you have,
Give me
do you
something.
have anything to say to the fans from the USA?
Yeah, the fan from the USA.
USA. But actually, I just beat a USA player, so.
Yeah. Team kill.
No, yeah. It's a USA player. You're also from USA.
Yeah, we kept saying you were from Texas, from your mother's side.
It's what everyone says in the chat. They're like, go USA, Texas, Clem, let's go.
Yeah, that was why.
Okay.
Well, that's it. All right, you can go away now.
Thank you, Clement.
Thank you, Clement. Look at him, he's so good. Can't really
so
go happy.
cool.
He could at least pretend he was gonna, struggle against Serral, right?
Yeah.
He could barely hide that it was gonna be so easy for him.
I don't mind either one.
Yeah, but to be honest, like I really think Serral is like kind of worst, So I think if Serral plays versus Clem right now, it's going to be like easy for Clem, easy for Liquid,
I think so. It's that liquid power.
What do you think?
I think Serral's gonna win, man. Like
back to back to
dread
back
it,
to back
run
to
from it. Serral still arrives.
Yeah.
He does have that plot armor, I feel like.
Yeah,
And also,
very big plot armor.
And also Terran best of 7 is like, it's a Terran thing, no?
It is a Terran map pool.
It's a Terran map pool.
Hold up.
Hold up.
Let's talk about
What?
this.
All right. Let's ask the chat. Type 1 if it's a Terran map pool. Type 2 if it's not a Terran map pool.
There you go.
That's how we're gonna know for real if it's a Terran map
That's
pool.
how balanced discussions are done.
Yeah, it's a democracy.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's a Terran map pool. Because
One is the Terran map pool, right?
Yeah, one is a Terran map pool.
The chat got my back.
Yeah, most people are saying 1.
No.
Some
no.
people are saying 2.
I see
Most
only
people
ones.
are saying
You have to realize.
I see only one.
Usually, you would expect only 33% of people saying it's a Terran map pool. No, actually, no, 66.
True.
Because the other races are saying.
So if it's 40%, it's a Terran map.
So the one has to win by a lot, because you would expect at the very least 66% of the people saying it's a Terran map pool.
Ah,
There's Dragon the
that's
Protoss
what you mean.
saying
Oh.
that. Yeah.
True.
Right. Do we throw into commercial?
I don't know. I'm expecting production to tell me what to do since like the last 5 minutes. Usually, I guess maybe Rotti is. You guys want to talk about the new laptops?
I think we should talk about the next match.
Oh, is the next match?
Serral versus Astrea.
But the laptops.
The laptop.
My
man.
laptops.
You don't like the laptops?
I like them. They're pretty good.
Yeah,
We
I
play
agree.
on them, right?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we played the tournament on these laptops. We were actually scared because when we saw they were laptops, we were worried about performance issues.
Yeah, and then
Exactly,
they were better than my PC at home. So.
Yeah. All right. Production just told us we're gonna go into a quick commercial break, but stay here. Astrea is still playing. He's still in the tournament, so don't miss that. See you very soon for Astrea versus Serral.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cap 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da nochmal ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch, wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Go ahead.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
What is it about this place that everyone got no patience and everything's in your face, killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home. The pressure, the rush is all too much, and it's killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression. So full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing
The best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back.
We only wanna make up
tonight.
Couple with a war. Only make wanna go war.
We are down to the final 3 players of this tournament. To find out who's facing off against Clem in the grand finals, I'm joined right here by these 2 gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Pretty damn good, honestly.
Yeah? Got a ZVP
Pretty hyped.
coming up?
Yeah.
I'm very excited for this match. Astrea has shown great ZVP against Rainer, specifically, who usually is on par, I would say, nowadays with Serral in that matchup as well. So we'll see how Serral handles his style, because it's kind of more of an old school style, and he has his own way of playing the matchup. So Serral obviously had the chance to now study his games as well. I know I've spent some time with him already in the morning, and I saw he mostly prepared for Astrea. He actually expected Neeb to win. Then Astrea crushed Neeb, and then he's quickly checked Neeb's games as well. But he had quite a lot to prepare, because Astrea played a bunch of CVPs in the past. He's played against DRG. He also played against me. He plays a lot in the World Team League. So I would give a slight advantage to Serral just because of that, since there's more games out there from Astrea to study. What do you guys think?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Serral 3-0 Astrea, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's a stage of this tournament where Serral's going to feel probably a bit more comfortable. And Astrea hasn't been there quite there yet, so I don't know. And also, Astrea is a player who likes to surprise opponents, right? And he showed a lot of strategies already in this tournament, which Serral was able to study. So I would expect Serral to take the clean sweep.
Yeah, he plays pretty aggressively. Definitely tries to go for some cheeky build orders and all that. And Serral in the past, at least, has never really lost against those sort of builds, I suppose. And if that's what you rely on, and there's a lot of games to study out there, it's definitely gonna be a bit tricky here for Astrea. We'll be jumping into the game shortly. Players are already ready to go, I believe. Yeah, Astrea's over there in the back. Serral staring dead at us.
Looks like he was gonna murder all of us.
Yeah, he's got a killer stare on, that's for sure.
He's like, God damn it, I want to go to bed.
He's nodding.
Yeah, he's nodding.
Yeah, and he's yawning as well, yeah.
He probably knows he's on camera at that point. Anyways, guys, the players are ready. Mapu, I'm sure, is ready. We'll be getting this game started very shortly. So you guys think it's going to be a pretty straightforward win for Serral?
I think so, yeah.
I personally think this late into the tournament, anything can happen. I think there's some special things that just happen late into the tournament. We've seen it with Haas once in a DreamHack, where he just started beating players left and right that he was not supposed to beat. And I felt this myself, where usually I don't really have hopes against the people like Serral or Clem, and I just take some chances. I just somehow also play better than I usually do, and then the series can get close, but I definitely would say that Serral is a big favorite here. Astrea also doesn't have any pressure at this point anymore. I think getting third already is a great result for him, whereas Serral, for him top 3, losing against Astrea would not exactly be great, right? And yeah, I've heard the game is ready, which means let's jump straight into it, right?
Awesome. Alrighty, so that's the trophy right over there at the corner of the desk, the Hydralisk skull. Both of these guys, more than ready. The American's already getting excited over here. We need to introduce his opponent first. Game number 1. It's on Waterfall. In the top right-hand corner, playing here with the blue drones from Finland. We have the man who many consider to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time, and his name is Serral.
And his opponent, representing Alpha X and USA, it is Astrea.
Always nice to see the Americans doing well in tournaments. I know there's a lot of American fans watching this as well. It's always good to see a little bit of representation from the NA region. Astrea and Neeb are both looking very good in this tournament.
It's actually been a while. We got 2 Americans like top 4, right? Neeb is top 4 as well.
Yeah.
No,
very
not.
good.
I'm top 4.
Oh,
yeah,
you're top
6.
4. I'm sorry.
He's top 6. But yeah, I mean, Neeb almost beat Serral. So Neeb is actually in insane shape right now. And yeah, Astrea 3-0'd him, which means he can't be that bad either.
Like Astrea, that's a sick run actually. 2-0 Zoun, 2-0 Zoun, 3-0 Neeb, 3-2 Serral. That's pretty insane actually.
He also beat Clem in the group stage, right?
Yep. I believe so, yeah. Playing all very aggressive games, right? He definitely likes to make a lot of Zealots and Stalkers, which is definitely something you can do in this matchup these days as well.
To be fair, he doesn't do that as much against Zerg. He actually played quite passive against Raynor, so he always did an army composition, which is usually very aggressive, and I wouldn't mind seeing that here either, where he goes into roll bay units, and then he kind of pretends to attack, but he actually is taking up to Storm, and he just wants a very strong maxed out army, and then still is aggressive with that, but it's quite tricky to play against with Zerg. I would imagine after Serral watches these games, he's going to go into lurkers against that type of stuff. But one thing that I'm quite certain about is that Serral actually knows what is coming, because basically on the short maps especially, so far Astrea has gone for Twilight every single game. So I think Jonas is going to be prepared for that.
And speaking of Twilight, he's going to do Twilight again. And the thing, has he done any glaive against Raynor earlier?
Yeah, he usually does glaives on inside and out almost every time, and then he usually goes for DT drop on this map. So I wouldn't mind him seeing at least switch that up a little bit, because his DT drop build is a little bit greedy. So if the Zerg knows it's coming, you can actually punish that if you go for a quick lair and then you just try to bust the third base, because it's a 2-gate build. So we'll see if he mixes it up or if he just goes for the same again. But we already see it's
a very specific DT drop, because he only makes 2 gates and he doesn't morph the DTs into Archons, right? He tries to keep 2 DTs alive, keep the bring an observer, kill the crypt tumors.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's a very good build if you get away with it. It's quite economic.
Oh, it's glaives.
Yeah, and this one is glaives. So exactly, he mixed it up again. He also has a slightly different version of glaives. He makes 2 gates a little bit earlier, so he has 5 adepts at first. This is a tell though that you can learn quite easily as Zerg. So if I was Serral and I watched the past couple of games, I would now skip Spore Crawlers. The moment I see that there's 5 adepts, the moment the warpin is finished.
It feels like the 4th gate was a little bit delayed, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
he added like 2 gates extra super quick, and then 1 more gate. You can see it's quite a bit delayed compared to the 2 others.
Yeah, it might be just on time. We'll see how it goes. I think he also delays the second gas with his build, so that it lines up even nicer. But yeah, he has 9 adepts at a time where the normal Protoss player has 8 adepts, so he can catch you off guard with that. Obviously, I think Serral will know about that, and here on this map he even has an Overlord pillar, so he's going to see the warpin. Here's the 2 adepts. And here's the 3rd. So at this point, you kind of know it's not the DT drop build.
Yeah, exactly.
So you talked to Serral quite a bit, right? Did you talk to him before the series as well about these threats?
Not before the series. Once I lost, I'm going to be honest with you, I just went straight to the bar. So
fair enough. No, I don't blame you. But no, I was just curious. Maybe you gave him a quick rundown as well of what you learned about Astrea.
Yeah, I played against him in a World Team League as well, so I learned a thing or two. But I trust that Serral figures this stuff out by himself as well.
All right, well, so far it's looking good. He does decide to go for a couple of those spores as a follow-up, just in case of DTs.
It was like 4:23 for adept warping, so pretty early, honestly. It's a pretty decent timing, especially if he has 9, you told me.
Yeah, this is 9 adepts, so now, yeah. This is quite a tight build order from Astrea for sure. I like it a lot. As you said, Serral actually going for the Spore Crawler, so he might have thought that Astrea thought Serral knows this, so he goes for the 5 adepts and then he goes for delayed DTs instead of glaives, which would be quite the mind game, to be honest. I would love to see that, and Astrea is quite a smart player, so I don't fault Serral for not cutting a corner there. So far only losing 2 drones for 2 adepts at the same time, also losing some mining time against the War Prism. So overall I would say this is a decent start for Serral.
He also definitely cut drones quite early to make sure that he's got enough an army out. So at this point, Astrea looking strong economically. He still took a, what was that, like a 4.5 minute third Nexus, maybe a little bit later than that. So definitely still respectable timing on the third.
The geysers in the natural are pretty late, so you can see he's got pretty low gas count, so it's going to be difficult to make blink, get forged, and also no sentries to scout later on.
Yeah, also no stalker to deny the scout of the Overlord, so he sees there's no third gas, so he knows by now that it's not a disruptor drop follow-up pretty much, which is quite big, because at that point you just make Roach Ravager against the Immortal follow-up, and you should be fine if you don't really lose too much at first.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually moved out with 2 Immortals in the Prism and a bunch of Adepts, because he didn't commit with them, right? Like he only suicided 2 to get a bunch of drones, but still has like a dozens of Adepts ready to make another attack.
Yeah, I think he will almost certainly do that. I don't think he can commit too much, especially since Serral scouted the fact that there is already an Immortal. Usually if you go for the Disruptor drop, which is more of the economic opener, there is no Immortal, so I'm pretty sure both of them know what's up. And Astrea is also not committing to a super committed Immortal Adept follow-up, but I would still like to see him, as you said, just move out. It's not really a high-risk play.
So are you expecting a Roach play as a follow-up? Do you expect a Spire at all? In these sort of circumstances?
I think
it's become a little less common over the last couple of weeks, right?
I think you can only go Spire if you have an insanely good early game, like if you catch the Adepts. Otherwise, you're kind of... like the Protoss attacks as you kind of would make the Mutas. So it feels a lot... It feels a lot like you just have to make Ravagers, and at that point you don't really have gas.
All right, here comes the push from Astrea. Trying to see if he can potentially get some damage done. Serral's been making a lot of units here for a while, though. He does commit with the Adept, so they actually managed to get into the main base. Spore Crawler wall, trying to slow this down. Another Spore Crawler on the other side, too. Micros the drones away from the mineral line. So far, he's dealing with it, and honestly, this Shade, it's probably... Okay, I was going to say, if he commits, he's going to commit right in the middle of that Zerg army.
Yeah, great defense from Serral, and at the same time he's going up to Binding Nest. Now Astrea is actually ahead in workers for now, which is nice, but after this cleanup you can just make drones. Like you can instantly saturate your fort base pretty much. I wouldn't want to see any units in production right now. I think the next run of Larva should go into drone production.
Alright, well he does finish up Roach Speed here shortly, +1. Also about 80% or so of the way done, so maybe he's gonna try and attack. He's not making a whole lot of drones as a follow-up just yet.
Yeah, Astrea kind of forgot his +1 attack, because like the Evo Chamber and the Forge was built at the same time, and you can see the +1 melee is quite a bit far ahead, as my microphone is a bit further away. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I think I'm a fan of Astrea's position, honestly. Like he's got a pretty good economy. Bunch of disruptors, and I think he's going to try to attack later on with a bunch of Archons and eat a pre-Viper timing.
Yeah, we'll see. That's what usually Protoss players go for, but Astrea usually goes for a Storm, actually. So... I'm actually also looking forward to seeing how Astrea actually approaches this, because he is warping an extra Stalkers right now, so he might even go without the Templar Archives if he feels like that is the play. It's a very short map, so it's a good map to attack on. So I wouldn't hate seeing a pre-Hive timing.
Does he have any sentries at all? Like he's moving out with the Prism, but he doesn't know if it's Muta or not, right? I mean, at this point, you kind of know, right? But earlier on, I would have been a bit scared, honestly.
Baneling speed is just a couple seconds away from finishing. SimCity here, though, from Astrea at the third base, pretty good. Love that Stalker stepping forward as well, right? Just giving him a little bit more time to respond against these... Well, now he sees them. Against these Banelings. There you go. They're going to try and roll their way in. A couple more Stalkers also do get warped. Is he going to be able to get into that mineral line regardless? Okay. Almost looked like he was going to be able to, but... Yeah.
And that was the case.
Yeah. So it seemed like since Astrea was all over that, he saw that from a mile away. He... warped in a couple units, but definitely not enough.
He needed a full wall of Stalkers. Stalkers behind the shield battery are actually insanely good against Banelings. Like if you have one Stalker in a wall with gateways and you try to blow up the Stalker, and that there's a shield battery, the gateways will die before the Stalker. This is an actual fact. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny though, right? Because he did see that coming. He had a good amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, he even could have warped in a sentry if he wanted to.
Apparently feeling maybe a little bit overly confident.
Oh,
the Colossus goes down. Wow.
Astrea maybe looking a little bit shaky. Honestly, Serral played it very safe this game. This is how we know Serral, right? He just plays it super safe and then tries to go into late game with Ravager Bane, but if he gets stuff done at the same time, then usually he ends up winning the game, so we'll see how that goes. But
Viper's coming up right now. Amazing against Disruptors, amazing against the Colossi here as well, although I don't actually know if there's still another Colossus available. Yeah, there's at least still one. Anyways, those Immortals look also very abductable, so he's going to have a good old time. And now finally is I think the first Sentry Warp in.
Yeah, that's way too late because the Vipers can cancel the force fields at this point. So I would have much rather seen a Templar Archives and trying to play defensive. I think if you have a game where nothing really went your way so far...
Here we go again.
Yeah, this time a better defense, only 5 probes go down, and...
Oh, Prism.
Astrea is almost maxed out. That Prism is a little bit far forward.
I don't think Serral expected that Prism to stick there for so long either. Could have definitely biled it down, but playing it safe.
Okay, at least he uses all the force fields before the Vipers are out. So he uses that to poke. Also, his work account is just not that good. He's starting charge now. Serral actually went for a Hydroden, then cancelled it and replaced it with an Ultra Cavern.
That's a super comfortable position for Serral at this point. Like, I think he should be able to handle that push quite fine. Let's see.
Yeah, I think
There come the Vipers. There's Colossus Abduction number 1, Disruptor 2 and 3. Fantastic start.
Wow, good. Yeah. I think Astrea has no business being here once the Vipers are out, but obviously he didn't know. So with the reveal of the Vipers, Serral cleans up the entire army and GG Scout.
Super comfortable game right there for Serral, right? In control from start to finish, not really running into any issues there whatsoever. Yeah, read his opponent like a book.
Yeah.
Pretty easy. It felt pretty easy for Serral. Like, he played a very comfortable game. He had nothing to worry about. Very textbook, honestly. Like, if you want to learn a proper glaive response, this is the kind of game you look at.
Yeah, he didn't even cut any corners. He didn't even read his opponent. He even made the spores in case of LTs and was fine. He stayed on the low drone count for quite long, even though there was no real aggression. And then, yeah, it was just a super straight out game like he would play on the ladder as well. So it's a good sign for him. To be fair, also it's the Zerg map pick, right? Waterfall is probably the hardest map in the map pool for Protoss. I'm not sure what Astrea vetoes. What do you think?
Why would you veto as Protoss? Well, Astrea's got his own style, you know, but I think you would veto maybe Inside and Out, perhaps?
I don't think so. I think it's a good map for him.
You think so?
I think he vetoes one of the bigger maps, probably.
Maybe Tropical Sacrifice then?
Could be. Yeah.
Seems like a popular veto against Zerg.
Yeah, mostly from Terrans, though, to be fair.
Yeah. What do you think is the worst Protoss map in this map pool? Definitely Waterfall?
Honestly, like, it's 50-50 between Waterfall and Inside and Out, because there's PVT as well, and both these maps are pretty similar in terms of layout and length. So I think both these maps are about the same, honestly.
Okay.
So someone in Twitch had actually asked how the Vipers can cancel the force fields. It's if you abduct a massive unit through the force field gets broken. The Colossus is a massive unit, just like the Archon. So if you abduct either of those, the force field gets broken. If you're playing at 2v2, you can also abduct Thors if you want. But that's the way the Viper can break the force field.
That sounds like a thing that I like to know, and then I try and execute it, and it doesn't work so well for me. I'll accidentally abduct a Disruptor instead, you know. Goes, I guess it's still
it's not the worst.
Yeah,
it's not too bad, right?
As Stalker,
oh, you're right.
Heavy
there you go.
Tropical
Okay, yeah.
Sacrifice.
So good call there. Okay, on the top right-hand side of Data C, can he make a comeback? He's down a map. Let's see how it goes. It's for Alpha X, Astrea.
And in the bottom left, for Team NC, representing Pornainen, it is Serral.
The great city of
The
Pornainen.
great city.
I would have never heard of it. All right.
Merkele. I have no clue what he said, actually.
There's probably like one Finnish person in the room besides Serral.
There's Mixu, actually.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe two.
That's twice the amount.
Alrighty.
So here we can see like a little probe harassment. Actually, I had like a little addition as of late. I changed my hotkeys and I put like the gather thing on rapid fire.
Okay.
It's actually a pretty big deal. Like you can say in between two mineral patches and just press G and just bounce in between both.
Yep.
I learned that from the Lambo stream a long time ago. That was the easiest defense you can do. So
I think it's more important as a defender, honestly.
Yeah. For those of you wondering, basically you can bind the gather command for a drone to a hotkey. So rather than, you can see Serral using it right there as well. So rather than desperately right-clicking the mineral patch that the probe is trying to harass, you just rapid fire down the key instead, and it works surprisingly well. So there's a little bit of probe harassment over here. These guys with the repeat rates as well, as low as they are.
Because honestly, when you try really hard, at the end of the day, like
it's
your
annoying.
finger is actually hurting. You know?
Yeah. your right or your middle finger, I guess, desperately spamming right click.
That is actually why I changed it, because my finger would actually get sore. Because if you played a lot of ZVPs in a row, like if you play customs, it actually would hurt.
At some point, you're like, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna let him do it.
because theoretically, also one click is faster than holding down the button. But if you have very fast repeat rate, or repeat delay, it's fine.
Because like what I like to do is like click on a patch, bother, like press S to stop, then click again. And then when you have to build the Nexus or the Cyber Core, you just shift click on the other side of the mineral line, and then when you come back, the probe is mining, and then you can go again.
Astrea actually has quite good probe press as well.
All right, this time around it's going to be a Stargate opener. That has become the gold standard. It has been the gold standard for a very long time. These days, though, mostly for oracles.
And little thing to notice is that Astrea decided not to block the natural, but it still chrono boosted the adept. So what do we think about the level of enlightenment of
Very low. The lowest level of enlightenment according to Hearthstone, for sure.
Exactly.
There's Protoss levels of enlightenment? Yes. You're saying? Yeah?
And this is not it.
This is not it.
This is a 0 on the enlightenment scale.
So either you block and you chrono boost, or you don't block and you don't chrono boost. But you don't cut it in half, you know? Cut the pair in half, as we say in French.
Going full NA already?
I mean, actually, maybe this is a higher level of enlightenment, because I think the lowest level is blocking and then not chrono boosting, according to Hearthstone.
Or just not using your chrono boost at all. Just not chrono boosting anything.
Yeah. Well, either way, Astrea
actually... it's a Void Ray, actually.
Yeah, opening up with a Void Ray, he likes to do this. He likes to conceal the way he's gonna play, killing the Overlords and making it harder to scout for the Zerg player. So he's not really a fan of the hero style so much, but he sometimes plays it, and he also plays it with a Void Ray as an opener, which is very interesting, because usually I think this is a very momentum-based style, and with a Void Ray opener you don't really expect to get any drone damage done, right?
No, it's also not like you expect Serral to go for a super aggressive push here, right? And I guess Oracles would be quite good against those as well. So.
Yeah, but like when you go Oracle and Quick Throw, it kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you can play glaives, I guess, and there's some mind games. If you go for a stalker, you can also do some weird charge shot all in.
But even with glaives, like if you go like +1 melee and a bunch of queens, should be alright, right?
Absolutely.
With the Binding Nest, right?
Yeah.
All right, so there's the Twilight Council, the Forge, already the Robo facility too.
Yeah, so this is just a 6-gas opener, very standard. This is actually good against, for example, +1 melee opener. This is what you don't really want to play against. It's not terrible, but I would rather have more drones in the early game against stuff like that. You can't really make use of the +1 melee, and Protoss has very fast icons with this style.
You could even go charge with this. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm expecting. Charge shot and a Templar Archives.
Maybe a Prism first and Archon drop?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good build against +1 melee, yeah.
Yeah. Not the case here, though. So what Serral is doing right now is pretty good against it. I'm kind of feeling Mutas here, personally, but I could see something else as well.
Like as a Protoss, I really think +1 melee is by far the best against the hero style, but Serral really likes the reliability of roaches.
Yeah. I think we saw Elaser doing a lot of +1 missile too, right? If I'm not mistaken, going to like Baneling speed and roach speed at the same time.
As an all-in, yeah, probably. I mean, we saw also Raynor try to play the +1 melee on this map against Astrea. No, it was actually Neeb against Serral earlier. And there Neeb actually managed to sneak by an Icon drop, and he managed to get ahead with that.
So one pylon powering a lot of stuff in the main base.
The Arctosis pylon.
Yeah.
It's well
I know it's not going to really come into the play here, but if Mutas do come in, which
exactly.
yeah, the Spire has dropped down, it might.
I like this a lot. I think Spire is great against these type of builds. Very late fort base from Serral, so he's going to stay on 66 drones, which will work out quite well for him, because there's going to be some sort of pressure, which means obviously if Serral were to make more drones, they wouldn't mine efficiently, so he's going to make roaches right now no matter what, which is perfect against what Astrea is doing. It's some not very dedicated pressure, it's just some Archon drop with some charge lots, and behind it he's going to take a fort base, but as long as Serral is making some units in advance, he should be good to go. Also, Astrea's Oracle is super low HP, which is actually quite important, because it makes it a lot harder to go in and scout for the Spire.
That's one of the downside of this build. You only have one Oracle, you have no sentries, you have no idea, so I think the plan is to scout with the attack, basically.
So this is even a little dangerous right now, right?
Yeah.
I think it's alright, honestly.
Yeah?
I mean, it's very difficult to judge if there's a possibility of Mutas, because the other guy could also just have a Baiting Nest and double upgrades and this amount of roaches, right? So I think it's a little bit sketchy to just to just gamble on being able to tell what's going on by your attack, because Serral has enough units, but now you don't really know what's going on, so there's Storm on the way. But I'm really afraid for Astrea that he's going to get completely blindsided by the Mutas.
Okay, well there we go. 8 Mutas coming up right here for Serral. Yes, up to this point, all Astrea has seen is just a bunch of roaches. He hasn't really had a look at the main base of the Zerg in a while. Prism over here should also get the Knight Queens. Oh my god, whoa, he's not even going to fly it back, so it gets killed. And that's a disaster. Honestly, right now he's not going to find out about the Mutas until they're probably in his main.
Dude.
Yeah, the Prism would have died either way, but it's still nice to slow down the Mutas a little bit, and I think you can confirm them as well.
Can we check Astrea's main right now? Is he making cannons in the main, or is it at the 4th base?
There's absolutely
dude, I'm
nothing
afraid we're going to see an instant GG when the Mutas show up.
Yeah, so it's either a Baneling follow-up with like double upgrades, or it's this, right?
Pretty much. It could also be Lurkers theoretically, but not as common.
Well, there we go. He's going to warp in a couple of Stalkers. How many workers will Serral be able to get?
He's shaking his head.
And I like the focus fire on the Stalkers as well.
Yeah.
You know there's no Phoenix being built right now, so you should really go for it and push the issue. And you can see he's making 8 more Mutas.
I love it, Absolutely. Just like you said, he sees no Phoenix on the way, and it's absolutely the right call, especially because he didn't get scouted. So there's no way that he already has a second target or anything like that. At the same time, he's going to start attacking at the front. Astrea panicked, moved all of his Zealots and his Immortals even to the back. And, I mean, Serral is just picking him apart. There's Storm, so theoretically he's fine against the ground army, but Blink is starting now, and Blink is a very long upgrade.
Yeah, that's the panic right there, right? Trying his very best to desperately storm down those Mutalisks as well. There's 8 more Lebeka this, maybe even more than that.
Yeah, he's playing, probably I would see around 20 to 25 Mutas, and after that you just start making Link Bane. That's usually how you play.
So that's plenty as well to start taking out the Stalkers.
Yeah, exactly.
+1 flyer attacks is even going to finish up here for Serral as well, who's taken a 5th base. Again, in full control of this game so far, just like we saw in the first game of this series. Not really running into any issues.
He did forget Baning speed though, so you can't just kill him maybe. Unless the Mutas just win the game.
Yeah, he's just working with Stalkers.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you play with Stalkers and then you have to commit quite a lot of Stalkers against like 20 Mutas in your main, and then you can go with the Mutas plus your entire ground army and run into the 4th base.
That's a move you like.
Yeah, that's a move I like a lot. And that's probably what Serral was planning on doing, but he actually forgot the Baning speed, man. Serral is just playing around those storms. He knows exactly the range of the High Templars. Once again, Astrea out of position, but that wall is actually quite nice at buying time.
Alright. He is playing a very low HP type of army, so he does need to be a little bit careful, but no sentries in his force either, right? So he doesn't really need to like go back too soon with the roach push, that is. We'll probably kill off the void, or kill off the void right here in a little bit too.
Yeah, honestly, Astrea has done a pretty good job, honestly, considering he had no idea that was coming. But still, the next push is going to be pretty difficult to hold. I think he got pretty lucky that Serral forgot Baning speed, honestly.
Yeah.
But he did a pretty good job at holding, honestly.
Absolutely. I honestly would not have even faulted him for just GGing.
As soon as you saw the first 8 Mutas?
Yeah, that was the least preparation ever for the Mutas. And now Serral is diving on top of the gas units. And it's just not even enough Stalkers. Okay, with the battery overcharge, that should be a good fight in the main. He's also holding on at the 3rd base. And Astrea actually taking a couple of very, very nice fights.
Alright, 50 more Zerglings on the back of this too. Serral didn't really make that big of an economy, right? So it's not like he is in an absolutely dominating spot here. Astrea holding on is the most important part. So Astrea, is he just going to try and make one big army and go? Or like, what do you think his best goal is?
Probably, but like, as Astrea right now, your goal is going to be to take a 5th. And this is where the tricky part begins, because Serral is really not going to let him. The creep is not too far forward. But it's going to be very difficult to take a 5th, and I think this is Serral's game plan as of now, is to try suffocate Astrea on 4 bases.
He just keeps on fighting. Another High Templar goes down. This is not normally what we see with Mutas, right? Most of the time Mutalisks are meant for primarily mineral line harassment, but this was just a response as to not seeing Phoenix production?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's trading well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There's another battery overcharge, flies away again. The same time, Banelings, oh my god, well, that wall-off is working against Astrea right now. Storm desperately trying to stop some of this, but it is an absolute disaster.
Still 74 probes remain, so not too bad for Astrea. But then again, like his main base is gonna run out of cash, so is the natural. And in a few minutes, you're gonna see Astrea gonna be starting to run out of money.
He's actually lost more army here, Astrea that is, than Serral.
Yeah, Mutas trade pretty damn well against Stalkers.
They really do, they really do. The thing is that Astrea's economy up until now was pretty even, but now that he's also taking a hit in economy, It's starting to snowball quite a bit. And once again, Serral finds a pylon. He depowers the cannons, and he's not watching. Oh no! 28 probes and even more to come. 31. Can we get... Oh my god, all of those are exposed as well.
Getting
Plus the
greedy
melee
now
is done
too, right?
40. 42 workers
Yeah, no, he's
go
not
down.
done yet. The Mutas are still in the back of the 4th base, and well, he's happy to fight the Stalkers, as we already saw. As long as there's no Archons and Storms, he will, well, continue flying around.
I mean, how often do you see +2 Mutas against 1-1 Stalkers? I mean, Astrea is down to 27 workers. He kind of needs to go, but obviously that's not the play. There's no way his army will win a fight against Serral on
Lurker then, and the back it is too.
Yeah, Lurker then Hive. Serral is prepared for everything.
Yeah, Serral just rubbing salt in the wound over here right now.
It's kind of a checkmate situation, honestly, for Astrea, because even if he goes out across the map, like Serral could even base trade if he wanted to.
He doesn't even need to fight the army necessarily, but I think he probably will,
But I
right?
think either way, Serral would win.
He has the base trade, yeah, as you said, he even has the base trade bases set up at the corner of the maps. So...
Oh yeah, you're right. top left and bottom right are already taken. Serral about 4 steps ahead of his opponent here in this series so far. All right, he does need to be a little bit careful though. This is still a scary Protoss army. Am I going to do the caster thing?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Protoss here does look pretty scary. High Templar full of energy. Should be a Prism out there somewhere as well. You guys have given up on it.
Well, the issue is on creep, these banelings will always connect usually. You need to like pre-storm them, and at that point you can just run away and back and forth a little bit with the banelings. But in the end, on creep, the banelings should connect with something, and this something is Stalkers. So, I mean, good guiding by Astrea.
Yeah.
He's taking a pretty nice fight here. Man, the army supply... Am I doing the caster thing right now? Because the army supply is looking pretty alright for Astrea. The thing is, can he stabilize at home at the same time? There's a lot of bases that he needs to go through, but is this army actually beatable at this point?
That is a very large army. Protoss doesn't have a whole lot of economy anymore. The only thing Serral needs to do is clean up the force. Is he going to be able to do so? He needs to be very careful though. Those Archons are soaking up banelings.
Yeah, all the Archons go down though, so decent target fire there by Serral. He still has 70 workers. The issue is just that there's so many bases to go through for Astrea to actually completely kill Serral. Now he finds an extra High Templar in the main base, he gets off the Storm, but that's not really that useful. 30 Stalkers. I mean, if we look at the unit count, there's really 30 Stalkers and not that many units from Zerg.
Yeah, those Immortals also not messing around. There's not a whole lot of larva. Serral actually missing a couple of injects over there, it seems. He decided to pull a couple of the boys. Even Overlord's right now up above. This could actually be a win, guys.
It could be, yeah.
I think it is. Dude, Astrea's doing it, man. He's killing the last of Serral's units, and Serral has decided to go for the engagement, but he cannot clean it up at this point. He can't even kill any of the Stalkers anymore. As long as Astrea has good Blink Micro, which he absolutely does, he keeps a lot of his army alive, and GG's called.
Oh my god.
Even Astrea laughing. Bro, he had no Blink, no Phoenix. The first time he saw the Mutas were when they were in his own main base, and he somehow came back from that.
That was Serral winning for about 98%, and he knows it very well.
He's laughing as well.
Yeah, he was winning for about 98% of that game, and then eventually Astrea came out with a huge army. That is a tough loss, right? Probably not bothered by it too much, but you don't really want to see it.
I think Serral is going to be kicking himself.
I would be pretty bothered by this loss, especially because like I would have done the exact same thing as him. I would have just engaged into that army because I'm like, okay, I'm on creep. As long as my banelings come from all sides, some of them are going to connect, and I should be destroying this game. He didn't need to do that, obviously. He could have just given up his bases one by one and fight as late as possible.
He even had Lurker Tech.
That is the correct call for sure, is to delay that fight until as long as possible, because you're still mining and the opponent is not, or even base trade. But he just went for it because he was winning, and I probably would have done the same. I also would have thrown.
I think honestly, like base trade would have been a better call. Like, you had both bases in each corner. You had only 4 bases, Astrea that is.
Yeah, I think
you can just base trade and get the easy win, right?
You can't really base trade if his army was like mostly banelings. So
I mean, I guess you morph the baneling at the last second, right? So you can keep them as.
Yeah.
If he was also out of lava.
If he has those as Zerglings, base trade I think is unlosable. But even if he just tries to delay for as long as possible, but man, if I'm in that situation, I can see myself also just going for it.
And I don't know if you noticed, but the upgrades of Astrea at the end was like +1 attack and 2 armor, and the Stalkers never died, you know.
That's true.
All right, unfortunate loss right there for Yona. He was smiling at himself as well at the end of that game where we had a quick little shot of him on the camera. I wasn't too happy about that.
He knew he should have won that game.
Yeah,
I don't think you ever really lose games where the Protoss doesn't scout Mutas. Really, the not.
I mean, it all went in his
speed,
favor too, right? He must have killed like 70 workers that game.
Yeah, that was crazy.
All right. We did just now see Astrea walking just past us, so I'm assuming he's requested a short little break. We'll continue the series as soon as he's back in his booth, but tough loss right there for Serral, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna be kicking himself, honestly. Like usually, I'm pretty sure on ladder or even in any cup, like Serral would win this game like 100%.
But I mean, it was really justified. Like he played it well. He forgot baiting speed, but other than that, it was just the engagement that he took. Like as I said on creep, you can run back and forth, and you can bait out all the storms. But there were a lot of storms. So what you can do then is come from all the angles, and he didn't really come from behind. So Astrea could kite while storming, and then none of the baitings actually connected, which was huge.
You really don't think going for a bait trade is a better call either way?
It is, yeah. Knowing what we know now, yes.
Because like Serral really had all the map. Astrea only.
I think in Serral's mind, he was like, okay, this game is super
Exactly.
over. Like,
exactly.
I don't even really need to
That's
do
why
it.
I don't really judge him for that.
Yeah. I think everyone's been there at least once or twice. It just sucks for Serral. It happens in one of the final stages of a tournament. Either way, though, at least as far as the series goes, he probably is going to be feeling pretty confident, right? Like, I mean, game number 1 was complete control. Game number 2 was complete control for, like, most of it. Don't think he's going to change too much here in game 3.
Yeah, even though he lost that game, overall he was pretty much in control both games. So I think as Serral, you keep going with the same plans pretty much.
Alrighty. Astrea's back in his seat. Hands are back on the keyboard. Headphones are back on. We'll be jumping into the third game very soon. Should be Serral's map pick?
Yes. He might pick inside and out. I've been telling Yona it's not actually that good for ZVP, so we will see if he changes his picks.
Why not? What do you have against this map?
I don't want to tell you because...
You don't want to tell me? Whoa, that's rude,
Cosmic
man.
Sapphire.
See, he changed it. Last time that we played up ZVP, it was his second map pick.
Inside is fifth.
He didn't pick it.
So neither player wanted to play this map, actually.
Exactly.
All right. Spotting here in the bottom right-hand corner. From the USA. Playing with the red Protoss probes, we have none other than Astrea. There's about 3 Americans in the room. They make noise for about 12. Keep it up, guys.
And his opponent, representing not only ENCE Esport, but also Finland, and according to Twitch chat, also the USA, it is Serral.
He's from Texas, right?
Yeah, from Texas.
I believe that's the... I was going to say a meme. I mean, that's the truth, right?
Of course.
True.
Where's from Astrea, actually? California, no?
I think he's on the West Coast, yes.
Yeah,
I believe he's from California. At least in the... what's it called? Like the Signature Series. It looked very California. It looked very...
yeah, he lives
very
there
hot.
for sure. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, what do you do right here if you're Astrea, though? Because he definitely knows that he just barely ended up winning that game. Like you said, he probably was thinking about tapping out about 4 times already there, too.
I mean, to be honest, if you scout the Mutas and he plays the same thing, like it should just be better for him on paper, right? So I could see him play Stargate again, to be honest, on this map.
Yeah, the bigger maps you kind of want to play Stargate, honestly. Like on the smaller maps, he likes to play Twilight, but on a big map, you like to play Stargate, perhaps 3 Oracles this time around, and try to play a more economic style, and try to play around that gold base later on.
Yeah, I think he will still go for Voider because it's kind of just his style, but I wouldn't hate him playing Stargate again for sure, one way or another.
Yeah, probably makes the most sense. Cybercore is going to finish up very soon, so we'll find out within the next couple of seconds.
Is there going to be a chrono boost on the gateway?
No.
If there is no chrono boost, that's not enlightened.
I think it's chrono boosted, yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
there
nice.
You go. All right, it's going to be that Stargate.
What do you think about double depth chrono boosted actually in early game plus block? What do you think?
It's quite strong on. It's a slightly map dependent, but it's pretty strong.
Because sometimes like you commit with both adepts, like the Zerg had to make like a bunch of links, maybe 8 or 10, and you still kill like 3 or 4 drones. I think it feels pretty good as a Protoss, honestly.
Oh, if the Zerg makes 10 links and he loses 3 or 4 drones, the game is pretty much over. So yeah, then I hope it would feel good.
Like usually they build 8 and go 4-4, right? Split.
Well, usually we go 5-5 actually.
5-5?
If you go 4-4, it's pretty hard to not lose any drones. But you can go 5-5 and not lose anything. And then usually the game should be around even. One thing that caught not only Serral but also me off guard is on Moondance, because you can double chrono in depth and you can't see the wall on Moonbase. So Zoun went for a block against me and double chrono in depth, and I got behind against it, and Serral also got behind against it. Although Zoun did even an extra mind game, he did it with the warp gate right away. So there it's really uncommon to sack two adepts with like glaives.
And you can also shade in the back natural, at the back third rather. And you have no clue if you commit to the shades or not. I guess you don't have too many overlords, but they are spread out
not
other
not
places.
over
No, it's
So Void Ray
Oracle
again.
into Void Ray this time around. It's not what he did last time, right? Only
Yeah,
was
it's-
Void
Oh,
Ray
yeah,
into
right.
Oracle then?
This one is gives you a little bit less options, I think, as a Protoss, because the Void Ray is out after you would make a Twilight, so you can't really go glaives, for example, with this. If you wanted to go glaives, you usually go Void Ray first to deny some sort of scouting.
Okay, getting 2 drones so for now. Gotta get out of there right there with the Oracle, but...
Okay. I used to think this was bad for Zerg, but then I played against Hero and he always gets 2, so now I'm like, alright.
I think it's worth it as a Protoss. Like you,
For sure.
even if you take damage, you kill 2 drones.
Yeah, I think it's good for Protoss for sure.
Alright. Third Nexus coming up at the conventional time. There's the transition once again that we've been seeing time and time again. The Twilight Council and the Forge.
And a Robo as well, I think. I'm expecting just a complete standard opener here from Astrea. Gets a Stasis Ward down.
Oh.
I've talked about this before. I don't think it's actually worth waiting for that long if you only have 1 queen. Now there was a second queen. I'm not sure about the exact math for the difference of time it takes, since you lose a lot of mining time if you keep move commanding all your drones away instead of just giving up 1 drone worth of mining time for slightly longer.
Like the amount of time I see Zergs trying to pull drones and mess up, like it's actually pretty hilarious. Especially in PvP, it's even better. You'd be surprised, like when you put the stasis trap in the middle of the mirror line, sometimes you think you can kill it with all your probes, and suddenly they're all trapped, and you're sad.
You've been watching my stream, DNS? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just watching my own replays.
Do you know, Loco, if 2 queens can kill a Stasis Ward in time if they fire right away?
Yeah, they can.
Okay. Just testing you.
Yeah, no, they should. But you also need that confidence, right? Because I always, like, even if you know it, in those scenarios, you're still like, do they though? Was I there fast
you need to focus fire right away, because if
Yeah,
you waste
yeah.
the first shot on the Oracle, then they don't really anymore. If you waste like 1 or 2 shots on the Oracle.
So yeah, Astrea is pretty much doing the same build as the last game. And no Spire this time around. I mean, the lair is not even done actually.
This is more gateways than last time.
I mean, you go up to 8 with this build order.
And then straight forward base again. Probably a small move out once again. Goes for the War Prison right away. Archon morphed in.
There's the
Once
Spire.
again, the Spire. I honestly think the Spire is just good against this. I would also have gone Spire every single game against this.
So is he gonna try and scout it this time around? Because he does have that Oracle. It is located over here at the 3rd base.
I mean, he should try to scout it for sure, but if he does it is another question. This one is very scoutable for the Observer. If he doesn't,
Yeah, but it's funny, right? Because you'd imagine you hide it in the back of like the main mineral line or maybe in the natural or something. This is technically very exposed. He's actually even hovering a couple Overlords as well over there. Just to, I guess, make it a little bit harder to see.
Yeah, nice little trick.
Yep, the Overlords are blocking the site right there for the Spire.
So little Templar warp in is gonna go deny some creep. Oh, actually, it's the Observer accidentally.
Yeah, did he attack the Observer with the Archon? Not what you want to do.
Now we'll see if so far the no baiting speed is on purpose, but we'll see if he gets baiting speed a little bit earlier this time, because I think you can actually hit a timing against this and be a little bit more aggressive. So far Serral is playing it super safe. Oh, there's no shield battery here, so that cannon should go down. There's 1 Zealot warp in. The probes are starting to attack, and a recall is forced at the very least. Okay, that was a useless recall if I've ever seen one, but at least it might have scared the Zerglings a little bit.
And Serral is making more roaches actually. No mutas in sight so far, despite the lack of scouting on Astrea's side.
No extra gases as well from Serral. So if I was Astrean, I would scout everything but the Spire. I would definitely not expect a Spire right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's gonna attack.
Serral's thinking about moving out right now. There's a huge amount of roaches out. He did actually just spend all of his gas on Ravagers, right? So he's purposely trying to play around this?
I think this was a fake Spire. The thing is, Astrea didn't scout it. So
Yeah, this is a strange mind game right here. You make the assumption that the opponent is going to spot the Spire. Anyways, storms are available, I believe, right? So, wait, does he get
storms?
Yeah, no energy.
He doesn't have energy. Oh, did he morph the wrong High Templars into Archons?
No, I believe he had energy on most of those High Templar, or maybe he just barely did not have enough.
I think he didn't have energy. Man, he's just getting completely overwhelmed. Astrea went too high on the worker count. He did not scout the saturation at the 4th base, and Serral is just moving over Astrea right now.
That is unfortunate. I'm not entirely sure what happened to those High Templar. It seemed to me like they had energy, but maybe just barely did not have enough. Either way, Serral is breaking through. They had 65? Okay.
Mapu showed it, but there should have been High Templars with energy, so I think he morphed the wrong ones into Archons.
Oh, okay. Well, he's desperately trying to get some damage done on the other side of the map, but the supply count rather does not lie. He's gonna kill a couple drones, I suppose, but
yeah.
Yeah, once again, Astrea getting a bit caught off guard with the lack of scouting, but that's the issue with this build order. You only have one Oracle, you have no sentries, you have no Phoenix, you have nothing to actually know what's happening, and that's the weakness that Serral is abusing, once again.
So he does still have the Spire, right?
Although this one was actually a fake Spire,
Well,
it just didn't get scouted.
Yeah, he wanted the Spire to be scouted, and then the Spire didn't get scouted.
But even then, you know, like he didn't see the move out, like he had batteries in position.
This one should be really easy to scout though, because there's just no drones on the fort, not that many drones on the fort, and no gas. And he didn't fake transfer drones or anything, so Astrea, he didn't scout at all this game, and he's getting punished for it. I think Astrea knows that the writing's on the wall. GG is called.
All right. Despite that loss in game number 2, Serral's still looking very dominant here. You enjoying your apple juice?
Yeah, it's very refreshing.
It's important.
I try to get it in before they.
That's
under
okay.
production.
Gotta be quicker, man.
All right.
Are you hiding behind? Oh no, it's the Ultralisk, I think. Or
it's not Anton.
It's not Zenster.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, Zenster's down over there, man. Oh my God, he's got an arrow sticking out of his eye.
That's messed up.
I tried my best to shoot Zenster, but
did you tell the story why that gave extra points?
No.
So
I'm not familiar with the story.
There was one HomeStory Cup where.
Oh, I am familiar with the story.
where Dennis ran around with the whatever they used, the soft gun or whatever, and he started shooting at Anton, and he sadly hit his eye. So Anton had to go to the doctor, and he played with one eye that HomeStory Cup.
Yeah, he was wearing an eye patch, right?
Yeah, he was wearing an eye patch. He looked like a little pirate. So shout out to Anton if you're watching. We all miss you, and yeah.
That was a while ago, man. Yeah, that happened at HomeStory Cup, obviously, as well. That is funny.
I miss Anton, actually.
Absolutely. Anton is from Finland? Almost. He's from Sweden.
Almost.
Oh, I don't know if they'll appreciate that, man. Do you know, originally they wanted you guys to actually shoot with the bow that's right over there?
That's way too dangerous, bro.
Yes, that's an actual weapon.
It's an actual weapon. Yeah.
That was the plan. Figured it wouldn't be a great idea. Would have been, maybe fun to watch, but yeah, we decided to go with the Nerf darts instead.
And you need to have a proper form as well. Like you can actually hurt yourself. Like,
yeah, you can definitely hurt yourself.
Like I used to shoot these bows when I was a kid, and I would obliterate the skin of my forearm if I didn't actually have the proper form.
Look at that trophy, man.
That's so sick. The fact that it's all handmade as well here, right?
Yeah, it looks great.
Would you be concerned at all getting it through security?
No.
No? You're like, it's not an actual skull, guys. It's fine. He's got one golden tooth, but I'm not concerned. No?
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much.
Alrighty, guys. Next up, we're on Moondance, the map with the nice, easy-to-take pocket base. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner. From the United States, we're looking at Astrea's main Nexus.
And in the bottom right, also from USA, from Houston, Texas, representing Team ENCE, it is Serral.
Quite impressive to have 2 out of the top 3 from the USA.
Yeah.
Well done, NA.
North America really dominating.
In every
as always.
esports.
Yeah, as always, man.
Yeah,
they have been for the better part of a decade in StarCraft 2 as well, right?
Somehow the winner always comes from the USA. I'm not sure how that works. Or all 3 from the USA? Okay, Twitch is saying all 3.
Yeah, Clem is
I didn't
well.
know Clem was from the USA already.
Well, that's what he said on stream yesterday.
I see.
He just moved to France when he was very young, so he lost his accent.
Yeah, it was from Louisiana, right?
He said he was from Texas, but maybe, man.
His name is...
Louisiana, they used to speak French there, right? I mean,
Could be.
French, quote-unquote, Or Canada, I guess.
What is this opening, DNS?
Sorry?
What is this opening?
This opening? Oh, that's very interesting, actually.
Oh, it's a double gateway. Yeah, is he playing Protoss vs Terran?
Hero would do that build, actually.
I think MaxPex used to do this against me on Curious Minds.
And Parting as well. Parting.
Yeah.
Oh, it's double Zealot, like what, double Adept?
Yeah.
Yeah, you push with like 3 Zealots and then 2 Adepts on the third.
What you're supposed to do against this as Zerg is you just oversaturate your main base and you mass Zerglings, and you can make a spine.
And you make a pylon underneath the hatchery, so where the larvae spawn, you have a zealot in hold position. We have a super good surface area.
That's actually pretty sick. So you needed to plant down that pylon as well before the creep spawned, right?
But you need to do a lot of damage. Like there's no base for Astrea at all.
Yeah. So this is all about, does Serral remember the correct response against this? I think. Yeah, I like that he's not transferring drones here, because those just lose mining time. It's better to long distance mine with them in his own main base. He's actually mining gas with them right now, which is not perfect. I don't remember if a spine against this was good. I think I used to make a spine at third base against this. He's deciding not to do it, so we'll see if he can actually save his hatchery with only Zerglings and Queens.
All right, Adept on the back of this too. Zergling speed is not going to finish for like another minute or so, so Serral's going to be in a little bit of trouble for now.
Oh, gets a surround on Adept. Oh no! Great micro by Astrea, and Serral a little bit indecisive there. Does not get the surround, so good start so far for Astrea.
It's a very good start for Astrea actually. And the Queen is going to get trapped. He's going to kill the Queen.
Micro. Some hyper-aggressive openers right here from Astrea. Now keep in mind, his Nexus is very delayed as well. Serral obviously cannot lose this hatchery.
The Queen from the main is really cute. Well, okay, so Serral actually adapting on the spot, but it's just not enough Zerglings to fight this, is it? Now the next Queen spawns, and it will help quite a bit. It also zones out the Zealot from the pylon spot.
Yeah.
So
that Queen from the high ground is actually huge.
Yeah.
That may very well just make this build completely... Like, we've obviously not seen this before on this new map, right? But this may very well just make this a completely pointless push on a map like this.
Astraea's going to come in with the shades, but...
those are going to die.
Oh my god. Did they both die?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So now what?
Well,
what do you do now?
I mean, is he actually...
yeah.
How far behind is he right now? He didn't spend his money at all. Is he just going to make a third Nexus? I think so.
Well, he needs to make sure he doesn't lose here, first and foremost. He does a good amount of Zerglings available. 2 Adepts, though. Should be okay.
Barely going to survive, I think.
Oh. Yeah. 5 kills, not bad.
No tech building, and he's not spent... Okay, third Nexus. So it is a very early third Nexus, and he's just making sentries. This is a... I'm almost certain that this is, at this point, pretty freestyle. I've never seen him do this. But it works nicely for the map, right? The thing is, I'm not sure I like showing the 2 sentries. Because as a Zerg right now, I would be worried that there's an Oracle follow-up or a Glaive follow-up.
Yeah. So you can just cross those off the list.
Yeah, the moment you see 2 sentries, you can just make just drones. Like, I would have preferred seeing 1 Stalker and then 1 hidden sentry. Something like that.
But did Serral see the 2 pylons in the main? Because if he did, then there's no problem showing the sentries, honestly. Because you know there's no tech. Then yeah, I guess. Like, there could be a Stargate in the top right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also... I wouldn't know how many pylons Protoss has to use for this build. Like,
no,
it's
they
hard
could
to
have used the pylon in your third base, right?
Because the Nexus is so late, it would be hard to make the math. How many pylons really do you need before the Nexus? Because the Nexus gives a lot of supply usually.
Yeah, but also like the pylon in the Zerg's third was up and running for a long time there.
Yeah.
And there might be one in the top left-hand corner.
But yeah, I don't know what to think about this build, because it felt like it was going pretty well for Astrea, right? Like,
absolutely.
A bit of links, and at the end of the day, he still ends up being behind. So I'm not sure if this build is that great.
I think he's in a...
But that's okay.
He's not super far behind so far.
It's definitely a playable position for Astrea.
Yeah.
And also with the 4 sentries this time around, he's going to be able to scout exactly what's going on. He's got Blink, which is way better against Mutas as well.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see Mutas. This is like a Ravager Bane game or even a Lurker game.
All right. So Serral gets to do what he likes here for the foreseeable future. Apparently what he likes to do is go into a lair, still at a pretty conventional timing, maybe a little bit later than what we normally see, but nothing too crazy, just adjusting.
He's playing super safe. How many roaches did he make?
I was about to say, like, would you really want to make those roaches at this point?
It's just 2 roaches, I guess, to make Ravagers in time if there's an actual sentry move out, but yeah, you don't really want to make those roaches.
That's pretty cute, actually. I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
It's very risky to move out with like 4 sentries and 2 adepts at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. So just to morph into Ravagers just in case?
Yeah. This looks to be... Do you think Astrea is actually going to take a 4th? I think he might just 3-base Stalker push.
Yeah, he's not mining the gas over here either. So just 4 gases in total. Serral's actually going to scout that. Sees the additional gates.
Is he chrono boosting both upgrades, actually?
Serral's drone count is so bad. He keeps making roaches. He wasn't even sure that there was a 3rd Nexus up until just now, so he played it super safely, which means Astrea right now is mining a little bit more than him, which is huge. The thing is, if Serral keeps playing super safe and he keeps making roaches once he's at 66 workers, the blink push at least shouldn't work, right?
Yeah, Creep Threat is looking pretty good at this point as well, so at the very least, getting close with those Stalkers is going to be quite hard. He decides to go into the Infestation Pit. You think that's a misread?
No, I think just making an infestation build already, just in case you want to get lurkers, is good. In case the Protoss takes a fort base, you kind of need that tech building very fast. It's just 100-100 after all. But as long as he just keeps making Roach Ravager on 66 drones, on paper, this is the perfect response.
Yeah, it's not too big of an investment.
Got his own Jupiter.
Like, it's very difficult on this map to actually push the issue. I think he's gonna try to kill the 4th. But that's about it. Like, you can't really go for it as Astrea.
I don't think so. At least he's going to use the sentry energy, right? Try and catch some Ravagers and Roaches. I mean, the supply is honestly looking quite good for Astrea. Serral is really respecting it, cancelling his fort base, while Astrea already is taking his own fort Nexus, which means Astrea is going to be up a base. And he's already going into the Robo base, second Robo. Great read from Astrea. I really like it.
Yes, Astrea playing a tricky game over here, right? Like, not really opening up in the way that we normally see, and then the follow-ups are all difficult to scout as well. Just because of that pocket expansion, it changes the dynamic right here quite a bit. So Serral decides to play super safe, but it may very well cost him here because he's playing so safe that he's not cutting any corner whatsoever, and he falls behind economically.
Yeah, it feels like he's playing a little bit too conservative, but then again, we all know like how good Serral is in late game, so I feel like if he can get safely to the late game with Lurker, then Vipers, I think he would be pretty confident to win regardless of his position in early game.
Yeah, especially if you watched that Neeb series earlier on, he was in a way worse position against Neeb on the same map, also going into Lurkers, just starting to get up the Brood Lords as well, and once those are out, Serral is truly unkillable. So that's probably his game plan for now. We'll see how he can execute it. I mean, Astrea, unlike Serral, does have the Disruptor tech, so he can be more aggressive on the map once those are out and actually have a counter already for the Lurkers.
Yeah, Astrea doing a good job at cleaning the creep, but Serral is actually spreading back again all the creep. Not too many active tumors actually, but does the job, I guess.
Yeah, so Serral taking a step back in this game, right? He's been playing a very active style in general so far, at least in the mid game. Now he's decided, you know what? I'm just going to try and play my my late game army instead. Most Dirk players don't really feel too confident, it seems, playing that late game, but Serral always been really good.
Yeah. He actually goes for Vipers first as well, which is really good in this scenario. I'm not sure. Did he scout the double Robo?
Yeah, he probably thinks that it's likely to come, right?
Oh, he did see it. Yeah, so that's why he went Vipers first. I would have been very surprised otherwise, because usually you go Lurkers first against the Hero style, for example. But he knows, so he's going for the Vipers right away. So he already has the tech for... Oh my god, these queens are perfect.
They are all the way at the bottom of the map. Very uncommon position for them to be in. And you can tell here that Astrea wasn't going to look at that for a while. Astrea even... Like that was an impressed little smile, right? He's like, oh my god,
this guy. You got me, bro.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, there's definitely some respect there.
Yeah.
It's like in tennis, you know, where they applaud with the racket.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like that a little bit.
All right, so he's already going to go for the +1 flyer attack. The Stargate, it's coming up. Astrea preparing for that late game too, but it's going to be, I feel like, an uphill battle, right? Anyone probably is an uphill battle against Serral in the late game anyways.
Yeah, I mean, Neeb got really close, but he's actually known to have really good late game. Whereas Astrea is known to be really good with this type of army composition. So I actually wouldn't hate Astrea to just stay on ground, maybe make a mothership or something. But, I mean, he's also very late to the transition, so I feel like Astrea should be on the map right now, so Serral can't just borrow on top of his bases. But he probably feels like he doesn't really have the perfect army to do so, and if he just stays on his own side, I think Serral, in control of this game, can just walk across, as he's doing right now, and then start abducting units.
Yeah, you do kind of need those gases, right? Here at the 5th base.
Yeah, especially on this map, because for now he's just on 7 gas, so if he wants to go into carriers, 9 gas would be necessary.
And Serral's gonna give me a PTSD of Sue on Catalyst by dropping Lurkers in both bases at the same time while attacking. Actually, he's retreating back home, he saw War Prism.
Just saying the word mothership apparently is enough to trigger this in the chat. I see how it is.
-400 for it.
Once upon a time, the mothership actually had to die.
All the Stalkers are getting obliterated by the Lurker.
Dude, Serral is out moving Astrea right now. It's obviously it takes a lot of attention to clear up one Lurker at a base, but it took quite a while. A lot of mining time is lost. 12 Lurkers are lost. Some of the static defense as well. Another Lurker. Serral's being so annoying with those. He's also getting melee upgrades right now. He's getting Baining Speed. He's getting Lurker upgrades. Astrea is starting 3 carriers, which is the correct call, I think, in this scenario. Serral just now starting the Spire. So if those 3 carriers come out, can we see how much anti-air Serral has right now? Because I think it's not that much. Yeah, 6 Hydras. So once those 3 carriers are out, I think Astrea will have an easier time defending these attacks, but for now, he needs to be very, very careful with how he treats this attack from Serral.
Yeah, I would like Astrea to start +2 attack as well for his carriers. That's a very big deal, as we all know. Especially if you're... Yeah, there you go.
My Hydras are pretty sick though, right?
Poor Lambo getting trolled.
What the?
I mean, you'd be surprised. Hydras with +3 armor. It's not too bad, actually, with the microbial shroud.
Yeah, none of which is the case here, but... yeah. I mean, Serral is going to have Corruptors by the time the carrier count is going to be super big, but for now, the carriers are going to be a little bit of a surprise, and I don't think he's prepared for them super hard. He sees the carrier building here. That carrier should also be able to deflect. Good Disruptor hit here. Decent Abduct. I mean, Serral's bank is just so much bigger. Can we see resource loss? He's also taking the... Yeah, resource loss is even, and Serral has been outmining Astrea for the last bit. Now forward blinking, actually catching a bunch of these Ravagers. Now this looks great, and this is a good trade. But I actually like losing the Ravagers at this point in the game. They're not that good against what Astrea has left, so...
Yeah, Serral is going to be able to replace that lost supply with good units like Corruptors. Do you make Broodlords in this scenario? You don't make any, right?
No, not yet, I guess, right?
You will eventually, yeah, but not for now.
Needs to get rid of those carriers first and foremost. Okay, just chasing around the prism with a couple of Vipers. Could be a little dangerous.
Does he have the upgrade? I think he does.
He has Prism speed. So that Prism is a speedy boy.
He needs to be careful though. There's Corruptors now. It's a Porsche. Yeah.
It's more like Airbus.
Alrighty, here we go. The Banelings apparently starting to roll around.
Okay, just settles for the static defense, which means the next run by is going to be way scarier. So let's see if Serral tries to capitalize on it. He's still morphing more Lurkers. Actually, since he slowed down, I actually wouldn't have minded seeing him go into Broodlords right away.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Zerkers either. I'm not sure why. Maybe he's spread out a little bit thin, he thinks.
Yeah.
How many Lurkers does he have now? Like 12 maybe? 13?
Yeah, he has 11 Lurkers. I think going straight for Broodlords against Astrea's army composition would have been quite nice, but either way, Lurkers also work fine for now.
And you really want to work on the air upgrades as well, because soon it's +2 against 0-0 as well. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, he even went double Spire for it. He just didn't start it yet.
This is good though for Astrea. He catches a bunch of those spores as they're still morphing in.
I think you should keep engaging there. Once all the interceptors are out, those have insane range, so you can start focus firing down the Vipers as well once they approach.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, you should really keep going, especially when you have the upgrade advantage as Astrea. Like, there's only like 15 Corruptors maximum, right?
There's also not that many spores yet, right? Like I think this is the only spore crawlers that we really have.
There's gonna be 16 with the 10 Dias already on the field.
Yeah, for sure, I think Astrea should have committed there. He would have forced Serral to go back. I mean, at this point, Serral's bank is starting to get depleted. This is part of the reason for that is that Zerg upgrades just cost quite a bit. We can see in the production tab right now that Serral is getting all the tech ready and online, and as long as he's safe, this should be fine for him. But it's not like he's still in the lead, I would say. I think for now the game has evened out quite nicely. And Astrea is actually the one that can start moving across the map and start doing stuff. Does he actually have a mothership? No, right? I would love to see a mothership for some recall strategies.
Yeah, I don't know if he clicked on a Corruptor, but if you notice they are 0-0 and you have +3, which is like a third way down, I would really love to see Astrea go with +3 attack. Oh my god.
Yeah, those Lurkers hit like a truck. He needs to be very careful with them. In the meantime, though, this army over here is looking quite scary. Do you think there's anything he can get done with that? Because it's... Nah, I guess the Spore Crawlers and the Corruptors here are already a little too much, right?
Yeah, I can't do much thus far, but I think once you have +3 air, you could probably try to push on the Spore Crawlers and commit.
Since there's no Broodlords or Ultras, Lurkers are not that great actually at zoning carriers. So you can just start shooting at the Spores with the High Templars below the carriers. And then the Corruptor Viper can't really engage. Good run by here from Serral. And Astrea needs to do something about this. I don't think Warbins will start taking care of that. Good abducts as well. It takes out down 2 carriers. Nicely done by Serral. He always tries to distract the Protoss at one front, and then while the Protoss is transitioning with his army from one point to another, that's where he starts coming in from an unexpected angle to get the abducts. That's why we see him get so many of those. And he actually takes down that Nexus, which is the freshest base of Astrea. So Astrea is like, okay, I don't think I'm winning a late game here, so let's send it, but that is a scary position to push into.
Well, he was in a similar spot earlier this series, and then it accidentally almost worked out for him. There's Microbial Shroud on top of all of the the lurkers, dealing a lot of damage. As long as the Archons are alive, I guess the Corruptors can be pushed back. A couple of lurker donations.
I mean,
oh my god.
Astrea's army supply is not looking too hot right now, but he warps in an extra round of Stalkers, and what does Serral have for anti-ground right now? Because it doesn't look like he has a whole lot.
I think he lost all of his lurkers.
Yeah, it's one lurker left, 33 links on the way, and a bunch of Hydras. Can Astrea do it once again?
He was in this spot in the second game. Now, once again, his army is looking very scary. He doesn't have a whole lot of mining here. He's going to try and once again engage right here with the Corruptors. Corruptors, though, do fly over the Archons for a second.
Kill the Prism.
Oh my god.
Good focus fire. Oh,
my god,
all of the Stalkers actually get cancelled. That's huge. If those Stalkers continue to go in, Astrea would be in between all the Zerg bases, starting to pick those off. All the Corruptors go down, though, and those carriers are still very high in interceptors. Man, Astrea has such a bank. If he can spend it on Warpins and that those units actually come across, I'm getting more and more worried for Serral. Oh no, 3 lurkers, there's no detection here.
Yeah, it could be a saving grace for Serral because there's a bunch of zealots about to come, but there's... Oh, there goes the Observer, actually.
There's an Observer coming up. Only Hydras are available. Serral going for a bit of a roll-by, and that's nice and all, but he needs to address the units right now of Astrea that are in his bases.
It's just 60 army supply, but Hydras are spawning from everywhere, and they keep dying in between the bases of Serral. Now there's 10 Hydras from the left-hand side. He's trying to flank. All the Interceptors are shooting the hatchery. That's not what they're supposed to do right now. There's only 2 Immortalists. The Zealot flank, though. There's nothing to take for the Hydras. The Zealot are going for the Hydras at the bottom, now towards the top. Once again, a little bit indecisive there. I mean, Hydras alone are not that strong.
So the split of the Hydras here actually works out decently well, I guess, in the end for Serral here, because he's killing all those Interceptors while they're flying in between the multiple locations. Couple of Roaches coming up. Eventually the recall will be utilized as well. Oh my god, he keeps them all alive.
Yeah, but you need to go again here, right?
But it's pretty bad for Serral because there are 3 extra carriers on the way, 6 Templars about to have energy, and a lot of static defense. Like, it's going to be super tough for Serral now to finish the game. I think he's in big trouble, actually.
That's actually a crazy call to me, that you're about to win the game and you start 3 carriers instead of spending everything on gateway units, no?
But it could actually be the correct call, because as Serral, what do you do when you're in trouble like that? You make a lot of Hydras.
You make Hydras, for
sure. They suck against Templars and carriers, so I think it was a very wise decision by Astrea. It could actually win him the game.
The fact that Astrea actually pushed into all of that static defense and lurkers on the ground with Microbial Shroud on top of them is actually crazy, though. Like, that was a wild indignation.
Yeah, that's why usually we get Broodlords one way or another. Otherwise, these pushes are really hard to hold because the carriers outrange everything. Good snipe by Serral here. The War Prism goes down, and Astrea has to reproduce all the Interceptors to get full Interceptor count. But as soon as he has it, I think he's going to send it again.
He needs to, right?
He absolutely does.
All right. So what was once again Serral's game to lose is getting awfully close. Well, maybe that's not entirely fair to put it, but it definitely did seem like Serral was in a really good position, a really dominant spot.
There's no way you can push as Serral there, can you?
No. He doesn't even have the Vipers there, does he?
He does not. I think it's very hard to judge right now if you're actually mining more than the Protoss, because you denied the bases very often, so you're not sure how fresh those bases are. And you're also not sure about the work count. He's actually moving forward. There's no way you can. As the DNS said, I don't think you can move into that. I think Astrea would love for Serral to move into that, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure it's a play for the Zerg here.
Oh, he really wants to, though. The High Templar are super important here. He's trying to feed back, obviously, to the best of his abilities.
Dude, that's a really nice concave with the lurkers.
Yeah, you could even send the Interceptors.
Oh my god, he's going to try and go in. Here come the High Templar. They're inside of that prism.
Okay, one carrier gets abducted. It's not that many Hydras here, to be honest. He's dropping on top of the Hydra. Storms are raining down from above. It's 5 carriers still standing. How good are those Hydras really with the +3 carapace upgrade? It turns out they're pretty good because the Interceptor numbers are dwindling and Astrea doesn't really have a bank anymore. He can't really reinforce. Only 1,000 resources in the bank. One carrier goes down, next one goes down. Only 2 remain.
GG. All right, Serral, very happy for that win. Sick moves. Yeah, that was still surprisingly close right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Still some USA chants from the crowd.
Awesome work. Now, where is our 4th headphone?
The 4th is like there, because I was using the other one because of the production thing.
So you guys, I guess, all both give one more to the right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So take mine.
All right, Serral, congratulations.
Holy shit, it's loud. Thank you.
How are you feeling after that win? That was a crazy series.
Yeah, pretty exhausted. Got the really easy first game, really convincing first game, but after that it was nowhere near easy.
So the second game, you were very far ahead. That's the one with the Mutalisks. And then you moved across the map. Did you think you had that game in the bag?
Well, I wasn't too far ahead if I just died there.
Well,
was I?
You were, honestly.
I don't know, man. But
you had like
yeah, I mean,
12
I thought I had the control. To be honest, I don't think my mutas did that much, but the bailing rampage did kill a lot of Hashiko. The first 8 mutas I made, I should have just went for probes. It was dumb to kill the stalkers. But yeah, I mean, I probably would have won the game if I just sacked that base. Like when I took the last fight at the ramp with all my bailings, I should have just sacked that base, moved all the drones on the bottom right, and then just when he comes to my fourth base, then sandwich him there probably or something like that, and it would have been a won game. But I mean, it was a bit annoying because he was at 2 pros at the end there. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like he did defend the mutas quite well.
So when you went for that engagement in that one game that you lost, did you think you had it won already, or how come you didn't just fall back further? Because obviously you killed all of his economy. He had like 10. At that point, he had below 20 probes remaining, but you went for it. Was it a confidence move, or was it just?
It was a mistake, not a confidence move. I I actually kind of knew I was gonna lose that fight, but I just went for it and hoped the Banes connect. But that was a dumb play. I did figure out instantly afterwards what I should have done there, and yeah.
I have a little question about the last game. What's the reasoning behind making like extra lurkers later on instead of making broodlords when he's already got like 6 carriers? That's a tricky one.
What was the question?
Like you had 3 lurkers and you had like 6 carriers. Why would you make more lurkers instead of making broodlords?
At what point? At the very end, or?
Like not exactly at the very end, but like at 3.
Before he does the big push?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I made any extra lurkers. I did make the 6 extras just to put a little bit. This is constantly hitting my face. I did make 6 extra lurkers just because I wanted to put a little bit of pressure. But I mean, those were like way earlier. I didn't actually make them at the point where I already had the Broodlord tech, I don't think.
You did have Broodlord tech, and then you morphed one big round of lurkers. So we were wondering about that.
Yeah, I mean, I do think Broodlords are better there for sure. But maybe I had a reason there. Maybe I went to push some location or something. Maybe I felt like I had some momentum going there. I'm not sure. I can't remember anymore exactly.
Okay, I mean, that's fair. Now, not really talking about this series anymore, but for the grand finals. Now, I know you're a back-to-back-to-back, maybe HomeStory Cup champion.
3 in a row, I believe.
Are you confident going up against the Clem? 2? 2 in a row, but a couple of state HomeStory Cups as well at the very least. So are you confident going up against Clem? Because he actually had time to prepare. I'm pretty sure he prepared for you. And he also won his last couple of series very convincingly against great Zerg players such as Lambo. So
yeah, Twitch chat is correcting you as well, and
no,
so
it's
is production. It's definitely 3.
Oh,
I guess it gets, at some point when you've won a lot of stuff, it just kind of blurs together.
So how do you feel going up against Clem?
I feel confident. I think it's gonna be hard with this format especially. Well, everyone say me the format isn't that bad, but it feels so bad from the loser's bracket wise.
How does the veto work? Do you get to veto one map, or
I have no clue
you
yet,
guys both pick 3 maps?
I would guess it's just a normal BO5.
Yeah, I think it's a best of 5 first.
Oh, it's best of 5 and a best of 3?
Oh, yeah, that's
best of 5 first.
Okay.
If Clem ends up winning that one, he wins. If you end up winning that one, we go into another best of 3.
That's
apparently it's not a bad format. It's okay, but it sounds very bad to me always.
It's a lot of games.
It sounds very scary. It sounds very scary.
To me, that sounds better coming from the loser's bracket than being down 1-0.
Sure. Well, it's better for me. Okay, nice. I think I'm pretty confident, but I had some lackluster CVT already in this tournament, so that's obviously haunting me a little bit. I did lose to Gumiho at pretty tough games with, well, basically all the games I played were pretty tough, I think. So, I think Clem's a bit ahead of those players, so it's always going to be hard, but I think I can pull it off. This is a pretty nasty lower bracket run anyway, so I'll want to finish it with a win.
All right. Well, I think we're going to let you go because obviously you need a little bit of time to breathe and to make sure you're ready for the finals. Congratulations, Serral. Good luck.
Thank you.
All righty. There it is.
And I was ready to leave.
You were ready to leave?
I was ready to leave.
Oh, you were also going to leave?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I think we're also going to be heading to a short commercial break, guys. It's time for the grand finals of HomeStory Cup 21. We'll be back right after this.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt. Und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist wir fühlen uns so pudelwohl mit euch. Wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
Lumix G. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Chameleon or a gecko?
We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back, and we put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. We save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back, and we put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. He's coming home tonight, home tonight.
Everybody move them body, red, green and the light. Now business with no trouble, just a dance and a sing. Move your body, jump in and the hero so we swing. Songs about the passion, songs about bell ring. Open this cookie, we'll rock it till the morning. What we do? So homie love the party, follow me. Homie dance, so I chew me get the disco key when me do. Mingle with the posse, believe you me. Gala pressure me, turn your hand and see how when me dance. Watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, watch me, I shake me head. Follow me, follow me, follow me, come, come, follow me. And when me get tired, respond me, get it true or not. No matter hip hop, but hard, they want Hey, yeah, what me do?
You've made it far, little insect. Plan, build, float. And you are free.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our final minigame before the grand finals of HomeStory Cup 21. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by the representatives for each of the teams. Gentlemen, it's time for the final minigame.
That's correct.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah? Yeah, we've been Googling knotting techniques and how to best design a bamboo raft.
Yeah, so basically we have a little DIY project. Right in front of us we have a couple of different tools that our competitors here can use to build the best raft in about 20 minutes or so time. The goal is, well actually, let me clarify, it's not to build the best raft, it's to make the most beautiful raft. Because the ultimate move we're gonna make is that, other than the fact that it needs to float, it needs to look beautiful, because Twitch chat gets to vote on the most beautiful one. So, while we're switching it to the couch here in a little bit, you guys get to build. A little bit later, we switch to the pool in the middle of the studio. It has to float, and if it does, Twitch chat gets to vote on the most beautiful one.
It will float.
It will float.
It will float.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
Those things float, right?
I think the bamboo should float, yeah.
I studied engineering, but
Oh,
revealed that.
you think you have an upper hand because you're an engineer, or?
I think not. I think maybe I should, but I don't think I do.
I saw Harstam already quickly Googling how to pull this off, how to, you know, do your knots and ties.
But I share the knowledge. I'm not gonna hog it. I'll show them and we'll go through the process step by step. It should be about who has the prettiest boat, and the minimum requirement is floating. I think we'll all manage that.
I was preparing for this challenge by drinking from the very start of the day. So it's gonna be awesome.
So you feel well prepared?
I'm buzzing.
All right, guys. I think you can go and get started if you want to.
All right.
Do you have a design in mind?
I have nothing in my head right now.
Sorry, what did you say, Laser?
I have no idea what I'm gonna do.
You have no idea? It has to be beautiful. That's the only thing that really matters. All right, you guys have some paper as well if you want to use it. You can make your own sail. I mean, it's important you can get away from the island, I suppose. We have some pens, some different colors. When people ask what you do for a living, just show them this clip. Yeah, put it on your resume. All right, guys. Looks like the guys on the couch are ready to go. Before the grand final start, let's switch on over to the couch real quick and hear from Dennis.
Welcome back on, well, a lot of people keep saying it on the couch, which is not really the couch, but it's really hard to not say it. I saw it even on Twitter all the time. People say it, hey, there's these guys on the couch. And it's like, yeah, okay. Really not used to it. I heard that Mr. Rotterdam wants a coffee, by the way.
Absolutely.
He really needs it.
Me too.
Oh, to be ready for the big finals. As you know, there's always before the big finals, we talk about our sellout segment at HomeStory Cup. This one actually is it's pretty rough times lately, I would say, in general, everywhere, for everyone. And frankly speaking, I thought about what would I say. I don't really feel comfortable at the moment. I said it to Kevin already, asking for your support. Actually, I want to be super frank with you guys and give you my thoughts on that. Lately has been really rough when we think of what we had to do to bring everyone here. We had a lot of cancellation because of a mess up with ESL, GSL. Actually, we wanted to be in EPT, which was great. We also get some support, which is awesome as well. But we also had to cover all the flights and all the hotels for everyone, which we never did before. And that was all covered pretty much by Shopify, to be honest, which is an insane support. Like, it was the biggest support we've ever had. So much love for you guys. But as you know, there's like a lot of stuff in the world happening, and the prices went up crazy, like especially for flights. It almost doubled up. So it didn't really work out how we thought in the beginning. And we had to pay a lot more than we actually thought it would cost when we calculated it. I mean, that's already 1.5 years ago or so, when we really wanted to do the HomeStory Cup, before it was delayed like a few times. So that's what I really want to say. I appreciate that you are watching the HomeStory Cup, that you enjoy the HomeStory Cup, that you guys are coming here, everyone here at the event itself. It already is great, and it's just an awesome experience here at HomeStory Cup. But as you know, there's the coffee coming for you.
Thank you very much.
That much needed midnight coffee before we get ready to cast potentially, 7 44-minute games. Couple Senza Towers, couple goals. It's going to be good.
I mean, lower bracket Serral has been freaking phenomenal, by the way. Started off in the lower bracket, now he's here in the grand final. I mean, that's amazing. We're all kind of wondering if he was actually going to make it through the group at one point, but he's been blasting through.
Well, I guess we're getting a little bit derailed right now, Dennis.
Absolutely.
Sorry to derail your story.
Absolutely. I mean, that's okay. So, I mean, what I want to say is, like, any support is always appreciated. Because what we really want to say is we really want to do a next HomeStory Cup in December in the EPT circuit, which is at the 15th to 18th of December, which is part of the circuit of the ESL, which is meaning for us we still have to cover every cost there again.
So I guess for the people who don't really know esports super well, I guess the best way to compare this to the past is that we used to have a couple of HomeStory Cup qualifiers, and you guys used to pay a few flights and a few hotels, but the rest was kind of covered by all the teams for the players. But if you're part of the EPT tour, then you need to cover the cost and accommodation of every flight and every hotel room for all 32 players here, and that's the main reason why everything
plus the talents and everyone who's helping out, because there's a lot of people helping out beside the team on top of that, right, which is working and did an amazing job, which I really have to repeat. I can't repeat it as often. Even more. The theme, everything, the media day we had with all the players, with all the videos, everything was cut in like 24 hours right after the media day itself.
Yeah, that was amazing. These guys actually did a killer job, and I did love all the graphics that you guys put in as well. Because, I mean, even if it would all be a relatively boring, straightforward show, it seems like our Marauder just tripped over.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good sign for the final, just saying.
Oh, no. No, he's stuck on the desk. But yeah, I think we would always have fun, whether you guys go the extra mile or not. We're going to have a great time here. It's Krefeld, 4 days, but seeing all of this, seeing all the graphics, the branding, it does make it a little more special, and it's just nice to see that so many people care on trying to make the show as awesome as possible. Not just for the players that are here, of course, but also the viewers at home and everyone that attends the live event.
I mean, it's for you guys, right? And what I realize, it's all for all of us, pretty much. So, yeah, and we also did this awesome trophy. It was like motivated by the people working here at TaKeTv, doing it because they love to do it. And have an event like this, and that's awesome. And yeah, every love from your side is appreciated, and it will help us a lot, to be honest, to bring what we did. This HomeStory Cup, beside the 20s, I think we have never put so much effort, time, money into something.
Number 10 was pretty crazy too, I guess.
Yeah,
though,
but
right?
I mean, it wasn't like not even 1/10 of the cost.
Really? That
like the highest cost for us, frankly speaking, it's always the people. Like I pay everyone in full time, right? I mean, if you think of like everyone is working a month on the project, you can imagine how much money that is, right? If you think like it's pretty much like 30 people or so.
I don't know if it's just for me, by the way, but your microphone is kind of going in and out. I don't know if production is noticing that.
Yeah. Really? I don't know.
It's just all the head swinging tennis. I know you're really into it and stuff. Showing off your long locks right next to me. I'm not jealous at all.
Wow. No, but I mean, that's pretty much like, I mean, it's just a lot of time people are investing into it, which is great. And it's, it's one of the projects the team really, really loves because they can do what they like to do. They can try out stuff. If it's a trophy, if it's the design, if it's the videos, it's more like, it's not like what we, beside HomeStory Cup, do is like white label stuff, which is like you get money for what someone asks you to do, right? This one is more like you do what you really like to do, and then you can show it to you guys watching, right?
Yep.
And this is like, that's why it's in a community event, actually, because the guys working on that is really the guys who think of great ideas that could actually be the perfect fit for the community watching. And I hope you feel so as well. So
I do think there is one thing that is important to already let the viewers know, is that we obviously really appreciate the support, and as you just said, it is honestly much needed despite everything. With all the help that you guys are getting, things are still kind of crazy, but it's not necessarily the only thing that's going to make something happen in the future, right? Without it, we could still potentially already tease some good news.
what do you exactly mean with the next HomeStory Cup?
Yeah.
I think I said it in the beginning, right?
Yeah, sort of, but you didn't really say a whole lot yet.
Okay,
Not officially.
I mean, as I said in the beginning, I think probably I missed it, but I said we really want to do a HomeStory Cup in December in the EPT circuit. I thought I did it.
Yes, you absolutely said that.
Okay, and it will be at the 15th to 18th of December.
You didn't say that yet.
Okay, so that was the plan, and we really want to do it, to be honest, because, I mean, it's what we really love to do, frankly speaking. And it's happening in December. It's part of the EPT. And we are opening the ticketing right away for you guys, that you can prepare for that and plan out everything, book your ticket, and be ready for the next HomeStory Cup. I've seen so many new people at this HomeStory Cup, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of people who haven't been here around. They told me they have been here for the very first time, and that's great, honestly.
Okay. I didn't hear the date, but if you already said the date, I apologize. But 15th to 18th, why that weekend?
Because we had to.
Second?
We had to, actually. It's a ESL schedule around it. I think that's one of the free weekends they hopefully keep free and don't put someone else in it. To be honest, that was not really nice for us. As you know, there was GSL as well for us, which wasn't planned out before.
Is it planned for here?
Yes.
Okay.
We really want to go back here. I mean, it's also like a lot of effort bringing it like to something like Tropical Island, right? That was a big move back in the days. And yeah, we're planning to come back here. I mean, it's where we started or kept going in Germany and Krefeld. So yeah, I'm really happy about that, and we really want to do it again. So thank you for all of your support, actually.
I mean, for those out there as well, like getting to see it, 'cause I mean, it's been a while, obviously, getting to see everybody have a good time, getting the casters on the couch as well, everybody having a good time, having a few drinks as well. And I mean, it's been some absolute banging StarCraft. I mean, it's nice to have HomeStory Cup back, first and foremost. And it's nice to know that it's going to be around for at least another edition. And yeah, it's also cool that you guys are on board with Shopify. They've been such a big help. ESL coming into the mix as well. Yeah, it's just all positive news, even though the world is obviously in a bit of a crazy situation right now.
Still, yeah, and we never know how long this is going, right? How much, like, what did you like the most this HomeStory Cup?
Just honestly seeing all the familiar faces again. Like I said, I've obviously been here a couple of times for the Stay at HomeStory Cup, and it was fun, and especially the last one when we finally had a couple of players here again, and it started to feel like a little bit of the old times, but this is a whole different vibe. I mean, it's been very busy since Thursday, and I think we're all very proud of that and very happy, because in the past, HomeStory Cup 17, 18, 19 is the ones we had here. Always people, and especially the Fridays and Saturdays, those were always quite wild. But to still see this many people in this building now as well, Sunday night, midnight, I mean, don't you guys have to go somewhere or something? But I think that's fantastic, and that just makes me more happy than anything else.
Yeah. What about the games? This HomeStory Cup, I felt like
really good.
A lot of long, great games overall, right? Like, I mean, upsets, turnarounds, anything you have in mind where you said like, okay, this is crazy, I didn't expect this to go?
I think the amount of 3-2s that we've had is very cool because people often focus on some of the tournaments where we have a lot of 3-0s in the bracket, and then people will point that out. I feel like in this tournament we had quite a few series going to the wire. Sometimes it was a 3-1, but it actually looked like the underdog was going to potentially close it out 1-3 or something along those lines. So I really think that the quality of the games has been very good. It's obviously nice that we played on the new maps that are finally on the ladder as well. I believe that happened while we were traveling here. Haven't been able to really try them out myself yet, but I think it makes all the pros happy. And so far, everything seems good. And despite the fact that we sometimes feel a bit forgotten as StarCraft 2 community, it is good to see that the game is still in such a good state.
Yeah.
It's also, like, one thing that's really struck out to me is how well the Americans did, both Astrea and Neeb. I mean, you know, there's Protoss fans out there, even though there isn't a Protoss in this final. Astrea absolutely held the flag high, as did Neeb. I mean, the fact that both of them were in the semis of the upper bracket was amazing. They both fought very well. Neeb almost knocked out Serral 3-0. They had that really long 45-minute game. So, yeah, well played to those Americans. I mean, it's been a while since we had a super strong show, and I think this might be the best American showing in a long time.
In a very long time. Astrea was, I mean, also his motivation and emotions. I mean, I have seen a few really great pictures overall, and that was actually, I love to see the pictures. Like he was like really
passion.
motivated and hyped after winning the games. Not seen that too much, to be honest.
No, Max Angel is a great guy. I mean, he's still traveling to Korea quite often as well to practice. He's been on the road for a while because obviously I think he went from Korea over to Paris to compete in Nation Wars. Stayed a little bit longer, or first to Valencia, and then he stayed in Valencia a little while longer. Went from Spain to Paris. I mean, that man is like on a 1-month marathon in Europe, and it's great to see him tipping it off with such a good showing here. Even if he didn't go all the way, I still think it's showing that he can be very proud of. And yeah.
No, I mean, absolutely. Third place is nothing to scoff at. I mean, the lineup that we had here were actually insane. I know we had a lot of replacements, but still, the lineup that you had, that you were left with, it was freaking phenomenal. So, yeah, thank you for bringing them all over. And speaking to all the players as well, they've all had a great time again, you know.
Yeah.
And the fact that it all started off on Thursday, like it started straight away in Gear 6, you know, like it was freaking heavy on Thursday. There was no slowing down for everybody partying. I think the fans have been really nice as well. There was one fan that told Kevin something ridiculous about his casting, which totally out of order. But yeah, the whole event has been super duper nice.
The party yesterday
was good. Gabe had a great time.
Oh, Gabe. Beer pong Gabe into party Gabe was just a great game.
Into shot Gabe.
Yeah, 2-shot Gabe.
And referee Gabe.
Oh, yeah,
What?
yeah.
What means referee Gabe?
He said he was the referee of beer pong because he's so good at beer pong. And I think he might have potted one in the whole game.
No, Gabe had a great time. And Gabe's brother was here too.
When? I didn't see him.
Does he look like
I mean,
Gabe?
I know him.
No, not at all. Not one bit. He's still here, actually. When I was walking around 2 hours ago, Gabe went home earlier, but Gabe's brother was still here.
Is this a troll? Because
No, I don't think. I mean, unless everybody trolled me.
Okay, because I haven't seen him all weekend, and I know him from the past.
Okay, well, walk around.
And Gabe went home.
Yeah, Gabe went home very early today, but I still saw his brother afterwards.
Okay.
Unless everybody trolled me, but I have a hard time believing that's the case.
Let's talk about the final a little bit. I mean, Serral went all the way from the loser bracket, from game 1 to the overall final. I think, you know, it's always a KO game. Every game is a KO game. He went. I mean, and you mentioned already, there were a few games where he almost went out, right? I mean, he was out, kinda, and he came back every game. Have we seen that at a HomeStory Cup with Serral before? No, right?
Well, most of the time it's kind of upper bracket Serral. That's kind of where he finds most of his comfort. But it's been a great run. We all knew that he was capable of it. Of course, in the group stage, it got a bit dicey, where in the final series, if he would have lost it, he could have actually been eliminated. But once that was passed, I think we all kind of expected at least a proper run out of him.
Yeah.
First 2 series, he looked amazing, as always. But Neeb really did push him to the limit. And I also think Showtime made him work really hard for it, because Showtime was dominant in the first game. Had Serral in a bit of trouble in the second game, but Yona, once he finds some momentum, he keeps on going. And I do think this is a bit of a dream final. It's obviously a repeat of the last stay-at-home Story Cup, and we did love that event, and I think everybody had a good time watching it at home, but that's not the same. Like, this is a real HomeStory Cup, and it's great to see the guy that won the last 3 be in the grand finals to potentially defend his title.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got to give credit to Clem as well. You know, we've all kind of questioned his offline performance and stuff, and he just sailed into the final.
Yeah.
He kind of did so by not playing any of the Koreans, which have been his weakness, but that's kind of look of the bracket, right? But going up against Serral, I mean, that's an awesome European rivalry between them. Like Clem, by far and away one of the best TVZs on the planet. Serral, he's a real warrior, man. Like, he's had to play like twice, 3 times more than Clem. I'm just thoroughly looking forward to this.
Sarah talked a little bit about the system we have, best of 5 into best of 3. Back in the days, usually you had a 1-0 lead as the winner bracket guy. We decided at some point it might be better for the players not starting with a disadvantage in a best of 7.
Yep.
What do you think about? Because Sarah seemed not. He said, "Yeah, it's good for me, but you know, like I don't know if I'm a fan of this system, to be honest."
I think I like it. I think it's pretty fair. I think it has given us a couple of great finals in the past. I think back of the one at Tropical Islands, I think we had a very good final back then between Serral and Reiner, where I do think we saw the system go all the way, with Serral winning the best of 5, then winning the best of 3 too.
Yeah.
I think it's cool. I just hope that the players will still be able to play their best. I think this is kind of where Clem peaks normally. Yona over the last few days obviously getting used to it right now, staying up a bit later. So I think it's fine. I mean, I like it. I think it's cool, honest. But
what do you think?
So it's a best of 5, but if Clem loses, then it's a best of 3?
Yes.
It's a bit brutal. It feels a bit brutal. Like if Serral goes 3-0, but then goes 1-2,
yeah, then
he's down. Like he's out.
Yep, then he's still second.
I think that's brutal, man. I think that's really brutal, actually. But I mean, any way you do it, it's going to be brutal, right? Because I mean, you have to have some kind of advantage coming from the upper bracket. But I think you could almost say that the advantage was the fact that Serral literally had to slog all the way through in one way. But it's interesting. I like mix-ups for sure.
Yeah, we've done it for a while, I feel like. Naruto loves it. I mean, he's the main reason why we do it in the first place, right?
I think we asked some players, to be honest, in the beginning, if they like it more. Anyway, guys, we already kind of late. Thank you so much for all your support here at HomeStory Cup in every single way. It's really hard for me. I'm getting old, man. Yeah, what?
They're not that small, Dennis. The numbers are kind of small, but they ain't that small.
Yeah, but
you're going to need some glasses then, mate. If you can't read it from here to there.
I mean, I'm also kind of tired. I was also casting all the time.
How was it to be back in the casting seat then? Because I know that's obviously how you started. Maybe a lot of people don't even know this, but you used to just be a full-time caster yourself. And then obviously you started taking on 1 million other obligations and you became kind of in charge of running it all, passed a lot of the casting duties to Naruto.
Yeah.
So how's it to be back?
I mean, it's always great casting. Having the community watching and giving feedback is always great. Casting the game you really love, being involved directly into what you started with, right? Is just amazing, to be honest. And for me, HomeStory Cup, even though it's always long days, you come early, you go pretty much the last, is exhausting in a way. But it's like for me, honestly, it's more like a vacation, even though I'm really tired after all these days. And yeah, it feels for me like I step out of my normal job when I'm here, you know. So that's the good time. And I really love to do everything here, like cleaning up a lot. I'm cleaning up all the bottles later in the days, usually do like the stuff I usually don't do. And it feels just great to have the time to actually do it. And
where can people already find tickets for HomeStory Cup 22?
If you go to the chat, there's the link all the way. You can see, I think it was spammed there, so that you can find it again. We will also post it on Twitter. We will also have it on Instagram, like the typical communication tools we use to get in touch with you guys. So better check it out, Twitter, Instagram, the chat on Twitch. And you can always reach out to us also on our regular streams. You can always ask Naruto on the TaKeTv channel when he's streaming tomorrow, for example, the EPT Cup. He will be around at 6, 7, and will cast it and wants to see Gabe winning it again. Who said he will win it? So yeah, there we will always keep in touch with you guys. So check that out.
Awesome.
Well, thank you so much, guys, everyone. A lot of appreciation for you, to you, for everyone who's still here at the venue watching it live. The final is about to start. I think the other guys are still doing the ship. I don't know. Do we go to you? I have no clue what's actually next. So yeah, I think we're gonna check that out a little more, and the players will be ready really soon for the big finals. Do you have any guess, or like would you give a prediction for the finals?
Let's just hope for some great StarCraft.
I mean, I was just out the bathroom and like solo watching. I'm like, who do you think's going to win? He's like, Clem for sure. But I'm not sure, man. Lower bracket Serral, he's been a beast and he's got a title to defend. I think this is going to be a cracker.
But are you still in the lower bracket if you made it all the way to the grand finals?
Well, I mean, he has to win a best of 5 to knock Clem down to the lower right. Meet him on his level.
So the initial best of 5 is still lower bracket Serral, but if they then play a best of 3, it's no longer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
All right. Once again, thank you so much for all your support. It helps a lot for us to actually host the HomeStory Cup and be here with, I think, the StarCraft 2 community event. It's always a great pleasure to be around and have all the players, all the people here, and have a really nice long weekend with all of you from home, but also from here. Probably we meet next time in person. That would be also great. So check it out. Well, I mean, be ready for the big final. Enjoy it. I hope, honestly, for a best of 5 into best of 3, I really want to have it a close game. I think it can be one of the sickest games. I love the matchup, to be honest. It's one of the best for me ever.
When that was our final at Stay at Home Story Cup number 4, the last one we ran during the pandemic, it was actually a banger final. Like, the games were very, very good back then. It was a long one, but they were very good. So if it's anything to go by.
Yeah.
And whatever Serral was going through with his miss at Valencia, like we've got to see so much Serral at this event, and whatever was happening, like it's just so good to have him back, right? And like this event was not easy for him. That group stage was difficult. That lower bracket run, phenomenal. Just a big welcome back to Serral.
Yeah. You stay tuned. We are back in just a bit.
Drop me like who that? And put me through that. But baby, it's useless. I'm living my life. Don't need you in mind. Me feeling just fine. One of a kind. Who better than I? Oh. Shawty, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I relocate. I don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I know my place. Shawty, I know my. I got a lot to do. At the crack of dawn, in the dark of night, what I got to do? I'ma make it loud, how I made you scream like a cockatoo. Turn the pussy wet by the shoulder rest, what the cockatoo. What you expect, how I forget these thoughts of you. Don't need no reps, I'm in the jet, gon' fly the coop. Shawty, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I'll relocate. Oh, don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I won't keep you safe. Time that I'll relocate. Don't play that game. Shawty, don't play that game. I know my place. Shawty, I know my place. Shawty, don't play that game.
Save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. Look at the times we've had. The future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back. And we put our names in lights. He's coming home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home tonight. Home tonight, home future is in our hands. Yeah, we save the best till last. We're bringing passion back, and we put our names in lights. It's coming home tonight, 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 home tonight. It's coming home tonight, home tonight.
You've made it far, little insect. Plan, build, float. And you are free.
We are almost ready for the grand finals of HomeStory Cup 21. The players are currently setting up in their booths. However, we have one more battle to decide before we jump into the finals. Gentlemen, do you want to present your art project? Harstem, you go first.
Can I start? Okay. Well,
Yes.
So I decided to go for a very sound structure here. I started with some solid knots that I Googled on YouTube, and I watched the tutorial. Started with the left side. It took me 15 minutes. I realized that in the remaining 10 minutes, there's no way I could do the other side. So I glued it and invented a knot myself, which is, by the way, copyrighted at this point.
Can you turn it so we can see the back?
I rather not. I'm not entirely sure how sound the structure is right now. The mast is what took the remaining 7.5 minutes, as I spent 2.5 minutes coloring the bamboo green. I'm not entirely happy with the effect, but I think it will float, and that's what's most important. Can I put it in?
Yes. So to clarify, Twitch chat gets to vote on which of the rafts they think is the best and most beautiful raft. The only criterion is that they do have to float. All right, let's see, Harstem.
Good luck.
GLHF. Oh. Hey. Beautiful. All right, Elaser, you want to present for Team Zerk?
Yeah. So this would be a child's play if I wasn't totally mashed. So I came there. I didn't know what's going on. I just copied what Harstem did. Same note on this side. And then I figured he doesn't know how to do the other side. I also glued the other side. And then I figured I need to do something different. And I figured it's all about cosmetics.
Yes.
So I did a Zerk battleship.
It's about making the most beautiful ship.
I did forks and spoons. Very sharp. It can like attack his ship very easily.
Mm-hmm. You've got the... Oh, okay.
Oh.
Whoa, yes.
Let's test it in action.
All right, let's see if it floats.
If it floats, I don't know.
I think it will. It's made out of bamboo and spoons. What else could possibly float? It's huge, though, in comparison. Oh.
He's pushing mine.
Wow. Well done. I think Harstem's...
Harstem boat just sank.
I think Harstem's raft may have just, sunk a little bit, but that's okay.
Fighting with the battleship, not so easy.
All right, Raza for Terran. So wait, you're an actual engineer?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, let's see.
But not a naval engineer. My boat is called the Maru.
Okay.
Inspired by him. It's a triangular design to make it fast, like Maru. and it's got 2 scythes on it called Big Gabe and Clem.
Ooh.
And then it's got a rudder on it to steer. It's got more weapons on it, Ryung and Beyond. And yeah, it's got some Terran writing on it and some anti-Zerg and Protoss comments as well.
It's very streamlined.
Yeah. There's a lot of glue on it, so it might not float, I'm worried.
It's built for speed. That's all that matters. So maybe the momentum can keep it up.
I hope it sinks.
I hope for you guys that it sinks too, because otherwise, easy. Well done.
Oh, hello.
No, sinking, sinking.
That's sinking.
He's going straight down. He's going straight down.
The word Terran is floating, guys.
No, just wait a second.
Just sit over there. All right.
No, it sank.
Okay, so just to clarify, Twitch chat, you can go ahead and vote right now. The poll should be available. Gotta find out. I think, okay, it's 2 minutes to get your votes in. Do you want to take another shot?
Another shot?
He already had a shot. I think it's our turn now to shoot his, no?
All right, sure.
You don't have the weapons.
I feel like you all get a shot each.
You don't have weapons on your ship. Only I have weapons.
Loading. Oh. Are you gonna take all the shots? Sure.
Another miss.
I mean, the Hearthstone ship is already on the very bottom, so it cannot...
I feel like yours does have the best, like, it is floating very well.
Yep, that's what I went for.
Yeah. That just happened to be what you went for in hindsight.
Stability and safety.
Yeah, makes sense. You're also very spottable. If like something flies over.
Yeah, very flat.
Yeah, you're very flat. But like if someone comes to rescue you, they can see you from the sky.
He's taking his best shots. It still doesn't sink.
No, amazing.
And the other 2 are on the very bottom.
I was gonna say, yeah, I can't help but notice that the other 2 are on the floor.
I can't believe it floats.
All right, how's the poll going, production? Oh, Terran is currently winning so far.
What?
Okay.
Oil points.
I think you have about another minute or so to put your points in.
Guys, the Terran ship sank like after 5 seconds being in the water.
You have a little bit more time to convince the voters.
Yeah.
You feeling confident, Harston? You don't need to.
Bottom of the pool. I'm not confident at all. I stayed afloat for a while though, like a solid 2-3 minutes, until I got hit with the first arrow. We were a peace ship.
Yeah.
Also, I figured the Zerg symbol is actually the easiest to draw.
Yeah?
It's a good drawing.
Yeah.
Is that the Terran symbol right over there?
It's trying to be the Terran.
It's not it.
That's why I wrote Terran, to make it extra clear.
Oh, okay. Now it's a good thing you wrote Terran, because I wouldn't have figured it. Okay, 328 votes for Laser.
How many?
487 for Harston. 681 for Raza.
Ah, come on.
All right.
Terran.
The final points of the minigames go to Terran. All right. All of the points have been added up over the course of the last 8 games. Let's see the final ranking. Where are we at, guys? Terran wins 85 points. Protoss 83, Zerg 72. I believe that means that the Terrans get to leave the island.
Nice. We'll win the tournament as well, I think.
Oh, okay. Production wanted me to clarify that the rest, dies. So I don't know if you guys realized that part. This was very important. Protoss and Zergs, apparently you guys don't get to leave.
That's okay. I love Krefeld.
All right, guys. I think it's about time for the grand finals of HomeStory Cup 21. Serral versus Clem. Let's go to the couch.
Thank you, Loco. That was absolutely lovely. And Loco will be joining us for the grand finals as well. Yona looks pretty damn ready. I believe Clem is quite ready as well. Benny, at least a best of 5, potentially a best of 3 to end 4 long days of non-stop StarCraft action over here in Krefeld. You pumped?
I'm super pumped. Like, could this be Serral making like the dream comeback run, especially after missing Valencia? Or is it going to be Clem's kind of I don't want to say his first big offline win, but
I think you can kind of say that. I know he's
almost.
had some success, obviously, over in France and a couple of the local tournaments. But when it comes to big international tournaments with this many strong players attending, I honestly think we can say it's a first. Because what if it's not this? What would it be?
Exactly. And I mean, he's done it in style too. I mean, Showtime was a real warrior. You know, he put up a real good fight against Clem. It was 3-2. Then against Serral as well in the lower bracket. So, you know, we could be looking at a totally different tournament. But after that, Clem just breezed through the upper bracket. Took down Lambo 3-0 and then Astrea 3-0 after losing to him in the group stage 2-0.
Yeah, that's big as well.
So Clem's just been getting bigger, better, stronger as the tournament's gone on. And, you know, Clem's bedtime. It's a good 8 hours from now, basically. So he's probably feeling proper fresh at this point.
I was just talking to him, actually, right before the very important final minigame. And yeah, he seemed very confident. He said he was a little bit tired, but definitely not as tired as Yona.
No, I mean, Yona, this run, I mean, this almost reminds me of some of those MOG lower bracket runs. You know, the fact that he's been absolutely slugging it out. He was on the verge of getting knocked out by Neeb, and, you know, that was 2-0 down. Then it took that 45-minute absolute banger for Serral to get it back into it. And also, it's a TVZ, man. Like, we've seen some epic TVZs this tournament so far.
Yep. Yona also mentioned as well that even though he does feel tired, the moment that he starts playing, the adrenaline starts taking over, and he's still going to try to at least bring his A game, and I think there's a good chance he will. And over the last few days, sometimes even when he played a bit early, it was actually a bit off, and then throughout the day, it's in a weird way, he started playing more well. It's like, maybe we should push that bad time back a little further on average, Yona. Maybe playing a few more online tournaments, who knows?
It's been so funny speaking with like some of the players backstage and stuff, and like I was sat there with Cloud and Serral, which yeah, I didn't think I'd be doing that before this HomeStory Cup, but we were talking about like what we felt we did best with in tournaments, and me and Cloud were like, oh yeah, it always felt better to play against somebody that you thought was better, because if you played somebody that you thought was better, there's no pressure. Whereas Serral, he was like, oh yeah, I totally agree. But he thought we meant it the other way round. So he played better when he felt somebody was worse, just because he's like, I'm absolutely the better player. But going up against somebody that's actually, in his mind, potentially better or equal, that's where he can start to crumble a little bit. But yeah, as far as these two go, yeah, you might as well bring it up, Kev. Their history is pretty damn close.
Apparently, guys, the first game is loaded up.
Oh, bloody hell.
Let's not wait any longer. 26 minutes past midnight. 4 long days of non-stop StarCraft 2 action. And it all comes down to this. A mythical creature called Lower Bracket Yona has made it to the grand finals. And he's going to duke it out with definitely a bit of a nemesis of him at one point. Especially when it came to the online DreamHack during the pandemic. Clem often had his number. Offline, they haven't really played too many series against one another. And Clem is looking for that first, a big W, as apparently we're going to kick things off on Waterfall here for the all-deciding, potentially best of 5. I mean, maybe we'll have another series after that, but we'll focus on that later. Let's just get things going then. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base for the man who's looking for his first big offline victory and an international StarCraft 2 event representing Team Liquid. It is Clem.
And in the top right, playing here with the red drones from Finland. We mentioned earlier that he won 3 in a row. He's like, no, I think I won 2 in a row. We confirmed it. He actually did win 3. He's by many considered to be the greatest StarCraft 2 player of all time. He is Serral.
Well, I mean, the crowd definitely have a favorite, you know. I heard some USA chants going on there as well. Obviously, both these players representing the US of A. So that means a top 3 at this tournament, along with Astrea making it in 3rd place. Absolutely amazing run by him as well.
You love to see it, the North American once again facing off against each other. So you were going over the results between these two?
Yeah, it's honestly been pretty back and forth. And the last time that they played against each other was in one of the Alpha X events. Serral did manage to get a 2-0 victory over Clem back then. But before that, we have to go all the way back to the last day at HomeStory Cup. That was the grand finals. Clem did manage to win back then 3-2. He also won in the upper bracket final 3-2. So Clem has definitely had a couple of good series against Serral, and that's obviously something we're all very aware of, especially when it comes to winning the amount of European regionals that Clem has won. But it's not like Serral never wins anymore, right? It's still, like over the last 10 series, like 6-4, I believe, in favor of Clem. But Serral still finds his moments every now and then.
Very standard opening from both of these players, and you expect nothing less, right? Like these two, when it comes down to TVZ, they're both super textbook. according to some, they kind of defined it. Serral is going to go for 6 Zerglings here just because it's waterfall. That Reaper obviously arrives a lot quicker on this map than others. And Clem's one of the best with the initial Reaper kind of shenanigans.
I'm with you. I think we see probably mostly standard builds throughout these series. I mean, Clem probably will favor going for the quick triple CC into Benchy opener that we've seen him play time and time again. It's just his go-to, especially apparently against players that he feels confident against, right? So I don't know if anyone truly feels confident against Serral, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he's going to play most of the time. Serral will probably play his very defensive style, right? Generally speaking, he likes to play that Ling Bane approach. Yeah, he'll probably mix in at least a couple of roach pushes here and there, but...
I always like Clem, as far as his TVZ goes, he's all about just nailing down the key points. Like, he'll scout with his SCV, he'll come with a Reaper, he's got quite a few follow-ups after then, but he's always about making sure that he doesn't die to anything. And that's because once he gets flowing in TVZ, the kind of pressure and momentum and speed that he just throws at any Zerg player, as long as he doesn't die to something sneaky and cheeky, he's a real force to be reckoned with. We could definitely see Serral mix it up a little bit against him, because there was one point in time where it was like, okay, Serral's going to play this way every time, very Snoot-esque. But then, it was during the reign of like innovations and stuff. He was absolutely whipping out these proxy hatches, doing these Ravager builds and stuff. I think it was on the Automaton back then. But yeah, it's going to be a really good series regardless. Mapu breaking the silence. A bit of game of caster chicken going on there. Ooh!
Actually, this is quite wild by Clem. He's just going to go for it immediately with 4 Hellions and Reaper getting 5 drones. Could still get a couple of extra shots off here. 8 drones going down in total. That's honestly pretty damn sweet for only 4 Hellions. And I mean, I guess Clem is really setting the pace here, because quite often you see the Terran players actually be very conservative, chilling quite some time with their Hellions and just trying to play it as safe as possible. Clem definitely strikes first here, and I think he's more than happy with 8 drones.
Oh, massively so. Like, sometimes when you do that kind of stuff, you might hope for like 4, maybe 5, but to get 8 as well as the lost mining time, and I think he did that purely because it's going to hit so quick on this map, right? And again, a lot of Zergs have said, hey, this map will definitely good for Terran, and we're going to see a whole array of maps across the board that are very short, some very large. Clem hasn't been a big fan of necessarily going the full late-game Turley style, but he doesn't mean he can't do it.
Actually, Mappa, what are the vetoes? I guess it's Cosmic Sapphire and Stargazers, perhaps, but would be nice to... Yeah, okay, that makes some sense. But kicking things off on Waterfall is obviously quite lovely for Clem. I'm sure that Clem will look at this as kind of a must-win in this best of 5 if he wants to potentially close it out in the first series. We have an Overseer morphing. Queens obviously need to be in the right position, keep track of these Banshees.
Interesting place for his Evos, by the way.
Yeah, at the very least they're not at the front anymore, right? Remember the times where we used to see those things just constantly getting killed, especially later on. Now, nice little bit of a poke right here from Clem, trying to get some damage done. That Overseer is... Okay, it's right up above the the hatchery. I was going to say, if it's not going to be close by, you might be in some trouble.
Very nice for Yona, though, to not take any damage from these Banshees. After already losing 8 drones against the first 4 Hellions, like, that hurts a little bit, but of course Clem does give up a little bit of map presence by losing these 4 Hellions as early as he did. But then we can't really follow it up by losing a couple of extra drones or potentially a Queen or 2 against these Banshees. So even though Yona had perhaps a little slip up in the initial defense, the follow-up was very solid.
All right, so Serral opted to go for the quick Baneling speed upgrade here. Clem going for not the triple CC Benchy one that we've been seeing him play all too much. I mean, he decided to go for the Banshees first and then the 3rd command center. Maybe it is because of the map size, right? Just being a little bit safer, just in case it would be an aggressive opener here from Serral. Yeah, I think they're probably both feeling pretty comfortable going into the mid game with maybe a slight advantage for Clem.
Yeah, it's got to be said, like, Serral isn't choosing a tech yet. He hasn't gone for Spy, hasn't gone for Hydralisk Den. That Baneling speed, very quick, but the 1-1, pretty damn quick as well. So he's going to be focusing on a lot of Ling Bane to get things done for a while, which, if Clem is going for a little bit of a tank push and he's still making tanks, that's the absolute perfect thing for him to be sticking with.
I feel like Dark played like this as well on Waterfall against Maro and Dreaming Masters Valencia. Might just be something that's very map specific.
Yes, I think we've seen it a couple times so far in this tournament as well. Big Zergling run by attempted, at the very least in the natural. Those Marines stand their ground for a little bit. Eventually they will be taken over. Siege Tank is going to siege up on the ramp.
Yeah, it's going to deal some friendly fire as well, though.
Or sorry, fourth hatchery here.
Quite a few SCVs will fall. 4 of them going down already. If these Marines can get the hatch, that would obviously be very big. But the Queens are in the right spot. A couple of good transfuses going down. Finding some more economic damage in the third base as well. I think Yona overall quite happy with what these Lings accomplished, but it is very important that he keeps his fourth base alive.
That tank positioning from Clem, that has been a nice bunker point for him, and taking out the Banelings as well with his last dying breaths there does clean it up though. All things said and done, not a bad hold for Serral at all, and he's going to have his 1-1 finishing up very soon as well, which puts him on even keel.
But I mean, the creep is almost non-existent here, and it is very important for Serral that he does get it out there a little bit, because that hatchery is still relatively low on HP. A couple of Banelings do finish up. Banelings connect with the Hellbats and quite a few of these Marines, and now Serral successfully pushes this back, gets the Banshee there as well for good measures, fires up the 2 upgrades immediately. Overall, all very good by Serral.
Yeah, it can be a little bit difficult to see sometimes as Terran here how far that creep is actually spread through the glass. Sometimes it may seem that the Banelings are going to have a harder time rolling than they actually do. It can be a little bit tricky.
Pretty big that Overlord is still alive, by the way. Okay, he's getting attacked right now, but Serral had vision of this Overlord all along, and that could potentially help as well, setting up a couple of the Baneling run-bys. There are a few Marines here. Do we get some depots? It's a double Baneling run-by, but Clem is more than ready in both the natural. Now Serral's going to go for that 4TC, and he does get a cancel. That's lovely.
Yeah.
A lot of this has been really good for Serral, and
wow,
there is a massive mistake from Clem that could absolutely come online pretty soon. The fact that he's actually forgot his +2 weapons here.
Oof.
And going up against 2-2. I mean, Zerg, you know, the upgrades aren't as big for them, but for Terran, they are absolutely monumental.
And also we're building 3 Widowmines at a time, but I don't think we've got Drilling Claws yet. There's your +2, by the way, Ben. And hopefully for Clem, he will also fire up Drilling Claws, because if we're building 3 mines at a time, that is an upgrade we do absolutely want to have.
Oh yeah, certainly. Supplies very close between them. The Queens, the creep sprint at the top of the map, definitely not where you want it to be as Serral. So Clem, I wouldn't be surprised if he does hunker down over there, but quite a few tanks moving out onto the map, just clearing out this big open spot. But Serral, he's quick to pounce on this army, and the tanks, they can't get the shots on the Banes.
Yeah, the siege tanks immediately get cleaned up. I mean, that is not what you want here as Clem at all. This is a map that if we end up going the distance, it can be really hard for Clem to actually, or sorry, for Serral to take like his final base, his 7th. That's what we've seen a bunch of times, and Terrans generally feel pretty good in the late game here, but I don't think Serral is going to give him that amount of time.
10 minutes in, I feel like Jona's looking really good here. He's been able to find some economic damage. He's been able to keep the most important bases alive. That Hive is very close to finishing up. He's getting more good Baneling connections. And Clem, despite the fact that he's putting such a heavy emphasis on the Widow Mines, he still does not have Drilling Claws. And he's got to notice it here. Yeah, exactly. When you finally start fighting, you're trying to put the mines a bit further forward. But this is going to slow any further push down by quite a bit. Because you don't really want to go without it. More Banelings are going to try to make their way into this mineral line. Turns around instead.
Oh, that's a lot of Widow Mines that can get blown up by these Banelings, which that definitely slows down Serral as well. But is he getting a bit too eager here? I mean, the supplies still ridiculously close. SCV's fallen. I mean, this buys Serral a lot of time behind this. He's reached Hive despite all the pressure.
Can we take a look at the 4th base of Clem? What's happening there? I guess it's fine. Ooh, that's very low on HP. That's far from fine. And we're going to have to bring a couple of Marines over. Because we cannot currently... One more Baneling actually getting a pretty decent connection. 16 SCVs going down and all of that. That one SCV is trying to repair it. Cannot really quite save the day yet. But not a strong minute by Serral.
Yeah. Beautiful lift up with that SCV, by the way. Trying to repair, does keep it alive. But Serral, he's reached Hive. 3-3 on the way. Ultralisk Cavern as well. It feels like Clem is not getting done what he needed to get done. He wants to have the Zerg on the back foot. Serral's anything but that.
So normally at this stage in the game, you want to have at least a Liberator or 2 or a couple of Ghosts ready to fight against those Liberators, but he is not even remotely thinking about that, right? He wishes he could get to that tech route right now, but he just doesn't have the resources for it.
Can we take a look at the unit's lost resource tab before Serral is looking for more damage? So Yona did lose a little bit more, around 2,000 resources, but obviously he's been mining quite a bit more too. And Clem is once more forced to cancel that planetary fortress. Baneling's getting awfully close to all the SCVs. That doesn't quite work, but Clem is forced to pick up all the Marines. That obviously means he's got no firepower, and there are still plenty of Lings and Banes running around. And these Ultras are getting closer and closer to making an appearance. Adrenal Glands is finishing up. I mean, Serral Serral's just all over Clem here in game 1 on Waterfall.
These Zergling splits, by the way, against the Widowmines are freaking phenomenal. He's really mitigating that damage. And look at Clem. He's actually unburrowing his Widowmine so he doesn't get friendly fired because Serral's microing so damn well. All the Widowmines, they're on cooldown, but what did they do?
GG.
Serral on Waterfall.
That is actually sick, guys. And that is one hell of a way to start the grand finals because that was a map that I think Clem looked at as that should probably be his, and we'll take the rest from there.
You got goosebumps?
I got nerd chills, baby. That was some sick Yona. Lower bracket Serral.
It's like 40 degrees in here.
Mate,
that is getting excited about some good level StarCraft, even on your legs, bro.
Mate, you know,
sick.
Watching some good StarCraft is like, it's so clean because they're both doing everything they can with all the units that they have. Like Serral's unburrowing, or rather Clem's unburrowing and stuff, lifting up the SCV, but it just showcases how much they're actually doing. He started off that game with 8 drone kills, and then it just... I think Clem lost momentum when that right side drop got killed, because his style absolutely means that he has to be on the ball at all periods of time. But to get that done on Waterfall of all maps, what a start for Serral.
And that wasn't even like a Lair Tech based all-in or anything along those lines, right? He had Adrenal Glands coming, +3/+3, he made an Ultra Cavern Chitinous plating. That's thousands of resources he spent on things that weren't even online yet. So the follow-up to that push was going to be even more powerful.
I think Serral did a phenomenal job in just disrupting the flow of Clem. Every single time where it felt like Clem wants to get a nice little push going, a nice little setup, Serral hit him again and again. We had the Ling run by in the natural. We got a Ling cancel on the 4th base. Prevented that 4th base from landing like twice, was forced to repair it, was forced to cancel the planetary fortress, and quite a few SCVs, like never 25 at once, but 10 here, 10 there, does really start adding up, and during all of this, Creep just getting further and further pushed towards the bottom side of the map. Yona had a sick flow in that game.
It felt like he took a bit of a page out of Reyna's book. Like he's got a push coming over to the north top left side, and then he's like, you know what? This is a time for me to attack as well with the Lings. Disrupted the flow of everything. Dealt with the Banshees as well. Those Banelings crash into those Hellbats and Marines. That was very quick play.
Yeah, it was a slightly different style, because in the past we've definitely seen Serral trying to eke out that 20 or 25 worker lead, but then you give all the momentum in the world to Clem, and he's going to be in your face, he's going to have more units, he's going to have perfect micro. Serral was okay with making a few more Lings and Banes earlier, and just trying to get stuff done. And it's safe to say that he got a lot of stuff done. We have already loaded into game 2 of this grand final best of 5, but of course if Serral wins it, we're going to have a best of 3 afterwards. This time around we are on Data C, top right side. We're looking at the main base of the man who's now down 0-1 in this grand final, representing Team Liquid. Give it up for Clem.
With the Polar Bear on the main command center.
Passion still there for all these nerds over here in Krefeld.
And spawning over in the bottom left. He started off in the lower bracket, but he's made it all the way here to the grand finals. Give it up for Ence's Serral.
Yeah, those splits against the Widowmines in, like, what was it, the 3rd base of the Terran in their previous game were absolutely phenomenal. He had some very smooth splits, like it isn't, you know, something that costs hundreds of APM to casually pull off. It's very easy to accidentally just drag it into your army instead, but Serral, yeah, giving us a masterclass in the last few minutes of that game on how to deal with Widowmines.
He hasn't looked panicked at all, has he?
No.
Like, that game was just smooth. Even with the Hellions and stuff, you know, sometimes Serral can look a little bit flustered. Like, but even when he is looking like that, I know that he's always going to give it his all in the next game. Doesn't seemingly feel tilted, but everything that he did, it was just ice, cool, calculated. That was an amazing game by him.
Serral definitely played awesome, but Clem also had a couple of unforced errors, right? Not starting +2 weapons when he was supposed to. Not getting drilling claws if we're building 3 Widowmines at a time. No matter how amazing Serral is, these are things that Clem just kind of did wrong by himself. Of course, Serral's in his face, Serral is being annoying, Serral is making him pay attention to a lot of other things, but this is still stuff that Clem normally will take care of. I'm sure that Clem will look at that game and just be like, all right, wasn't my best showing, let's move on. Let's get it together and just play better in game 2.
I think what you were saying in the previous game is also right, Roddy. Like, that was obviously the map pick from Clem. And winning that one is probably a bit of a no-brainer in his mind. I mean, it seems like most of the Zergs are in agreement that Waterfall is not the best map, except for, I believe, Solar.
Yeah, Solar loves it.
Yeah, Solar's like, yeah, no, it's totally fine. Which is kind of interesting. Either way, this is going to be Serral's map pick, which, yeah, probably puts him in his comfort zone,
I mean,
right?
Dark did win it against Maru as well. Maybe Waterfall is indeed not as bad as we think it is for the Zergs.
I mean, we've seen that in the past, right? With maps like, for example, Blackburn as well, where it sort of changes the favor over time.
I thought you were going to say we've seen it before, that Zerg propaganda going at it again, you know, not doing well, and it's like, oh no, this map's terrible, and then they win the tournaments on it time and time again. But
I think all of them do that, though. All of the players are like, no, this map pool is terrible for Terran, Protoss, and Zerg.
I think the players learned a long time ago, there's no good that could come from saying that your race is very good on something, you know. I think the last player to do it was Rogue, and then people hated him for a while when he was like, yeah, Zerg's just too good right now, and just killed everybody with Swarm Hose.
Got the Nidus Worm nerfed.
Absolutely, he's like, damn, never again.
A little bit of propaganda in StarCraft land. Anyways, this time around, it is going to be that quick third command center from Clem. This map is a little bit bigger. It would take Serral a little bit longer to get across if it would be a roach-based push. Now, if it is going to be a roach-based push, he'd probably already planted the roach one, at latest at like 3:30 or so. So I don't think that's going to happen. He'll probably play similar to what he did in the previous game, just try and defend and hopefully not lose eight of those drones to the first couple of Hellions this time.
Clem went for a bit more of a macro-centric opening, went for the third CC on the one gas build, will go into Hellion Banshee again, but definitely playing the map a bit.
When is the last time you guys saw Clem 2-Rex?
I don't think he likes it. I think he said the other day that he's not a fan of the build. Which is kind of funny because, you know, it's a good build.
It's really weird because I remember thinking the same about Big Gabe for a while. I was like, I've never seen him 2-Rex. And then I remember him whipping it out and then doing the bunker wall off and stuff. I think it was against a laser quite some time ago. But yeah, Clem just feels like this guy that if he gets into his groove, gets the scout off, gets the Reaper out, he's loving life. He's enjoying the matchup a lot.
Inject?
And that really shows.
Okay.
But he would be scared if he started whipping out some Euthermal-esque type stuff, right?
See all of a sudden 2 Thors flying through the center of the map.
3 barracks on the map, and it's like, holy shit, what
Double
happened to
battle
Clem?
cruiser opener.
I actually generally wonder if he's going to bust it out at least one time because nobody just expects it. And you're not even really thinking about it when you're in the lobby of like, where am I going to go with my overlords and whatnot. Maybe there's like a default scouting pattern that Serral follows, but maybe that's something that Clem could take advantage of. But most of the time, Clem is just too damn good in this matchup. So he's like, nah, I don't really want to play like high variant strategy.
No.
As the first Banshee gets picked off 6 seconds before Cloak is done. And this is really turning into a bit of a disaster start to the Grand Finals.
I feel like we've seen that a bunch over the last couple of days, where the first Banshee arrives before Cloak is done, and it takes a few hits, not just from Clem, but it's been not as uncommon as you think it is.
Taking damage sucks because that means you're obviously going to have to be a little bit more careful. And you can't really go as crazy as you would like to be, especially near a spore crawler. But losing it straight up, I mean, that's just a bit of a disaster because one Banshee obviously does not have the potential to one-shot workers. It's going to be a lot less impactful fighting queens as well. I mean, Serral's going to be absolutely loving life. That is just once more a bit of an unforced error. Sure, Serral, great job having the queens in the right position, but that is not supposed to happen to someone of the level of Clem.
No, absolutely not. And Serral, with that extra bit of relief there from the harass early on, he's like, you know what, get the Baneling Nest up and running, get the double Evo as well. Hydralisk Den on the way as well. And upgrades again this game, not too far behind Clem. He's looking sharp, and Clem needs to get back into the groove, which he absolutely can.
Could be a bit of nerves as well, right? Playing a Grand Finals in an offline event for the first time in basically forever. He's had his success in France, but in an international event, Clem has never done as well as he's done this time around. I feel like so far it's definitely affecting him. I don't think he's on his A game yet, but he could absolutely turn it around. We've seen this in the past. Clem can struggle in a game. Clem can be down 0-2, but once he turns it up, flips the switch, everything could still be fine.
I think Serral, though, is feeling really comfortable right now. He seems to be very on point with his macro cycles. The creep spread is already, not even 7 minutes into the game, it's already crossing the halfway point. It's becoming a little bit ridiculous. Clem is trying to cycle between the different locations, but just losing that one Banshee, usually you lose at least like a couple of those tumors to it. So instead he decides to go for a Hellbat-based push. Baneling speed is not done yet, neither is 1-1 here for Zerg, but he's already got Banes.
I mean, it's a great time, and that's a good split. Queen's coming from the north side as well. The splits are phenomenal. These Hellbats are doing such a sick job. I mean, it was all about Serral early on, and he does hold it, but it was nicely done by Clem. And right before 1-1.
Yeah, a little bit of an anti-timing there. Obviously, good job by Serral, like kind of going in, then disengaging for a split second, and then once more sending the Banelings forward, really forcing these Marines to just keep on running, and they were not able to support the Hellbats there at all. But yeah, that also makes you wonder, should Clem have waited just a couple of seconds, at least for his own 1-1 upgrades to finish up?
Look at these Hydra upgrades. Like, he's already got Hydra speed. Getting the Infestation Pit, he's up to 80 drones. Like, he's in the comfort zone right now.
Yeah.
And we compare the creep spread this game compared to the last game. Holy crap, the map is going to start feeling extra extra tight for Clem.
This is right down of the third base, like right down the ramp of the third of the Terran player. He's trying his very best to clean the creep up at the 8-minute mark right over there. That's not the situation you want to be in at all. Hive Deck is going to come up very soon as well for Serral. We'll likely see him transitioning towards Lurkers.
So much energy on these queens too, man. Makes it so hard for these Marines to just stand their ground and actually bring the fight to them. Clem is a little bit more on point when it comes to the upgrades, but I believe now 9 minutes in, we haven't killed a single queen. We haven't killed a single drone. That's not where Clem wants to be.
Yeah, that +2 armor that's missing for Serral, so they've both made that little error, but does come online immediately as soon as I say that, so he's not going to be too far behind. And honestly, getting a Hive on the way, got the Hydras also out already.
I feel like every time we've had a shot of a potential active creep tumor, it immediately moves as well.
Yoink. I mean, Serral's bulletproof so far, man. Like, this is really damn good play out of him, and just everything's going wrong for Clem. I'm looking at him on the camera.
Yeah.
He's grimacing.
Yeah. Clem not feeling it yet. Obviously, it's a big map. It can be very hard for Serral to close it out. Finally, we might get one of the queens there. They have a lot of energy, and they're doing an amazing job at keeping each other alive. Not a single queen has gone down.
Wow, those Widow Mines were huge, though, and he's chasing Clem off creep. There's not actually enough banelings, and that was actually started off good for Serral, but then, bloody hell, micro.
Yep, yeah. Especially off creep. I mean, Clem can micro these Marines like the very best of them out there. We're going to try to get the Ling wraparound, and it does allow a couple of these banelings to blow up. A few Marines at least, as the Lurker then is now halfway done. I mean, if you're playing this style with the 3 Widow Mines at a time, you kind of want to be in the face, because the moment that Lurkers get out, Widow Mines are really not going to be very impactful anymore.
I don't even think Serral really needed to do that, right? He was like, okay, let's get maybe a little bit too greedy, because his game has been going so smooth. Clem's still showing us that he's more than capable of holding those pushes off creep, but it's not like Serral's done yet, right? At the very least, Clem, though, is getting a 4th base up and running this time around, so he will have a counter to late game Zerg.
Oh, by the way, I love whenever a good Zerg hits Hive. They always prioritize getting out a few Vipers before anything else. They can really come in super damn handy. Those Blinding Clouds can be huge. The Abducts on the tanks as well.
Oh,
the
my
Queens.
God. Really?
He saw it with the Changelings on the tower, but that's just a bit sloppy by Clem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess you queue that one up, right? You look back at it when it gets a little bit closer to that Zerg natural. Anyways, Lurker upgrades are coming up. At the very least, Clem will be able to afford a bunch of additional command centers, and now that he's got, well, 8 gases up and running, or at the very least, you know, the potential for 8 gases, he can start thinking about multiple ghosts at once as well, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Securing a 5th base is going to be a nightmare, though.
Yep. Yeah, where's he even going to take it?
That's a good question. Probably 12 o'clock, but it's really not going to be easy.
Yeah, you have to move kind of along the bottom of the map or along the top of the map as a Terran. That's what you often see, but it's going to be very hard to do it. These Widowmine shots, these baiting from Clem, he's definitely trading pretty decently.
I even saved that one Zergling there. That's ridiculous.
But Seismic Spines is done now. I don't know how many Lurkers are on the map, but Serral's rich, man. Like, he can actually start throwing away units like a madman.
Blinding Cloud on 1 siege tank. He's flexing.
Couple of Banelings trying to get the juicy connections with the SCVs, and 11 of them have gone down. It's 13 in the end, as we even had a parasitic bomb going down on one of the medevacs. Clem is going to try to hunt down this army for a split second. Needs to be careful. Burrow's finishing up as well, so we could potentially get a couple of burrowed Banelings in the mix. Serral probably always good enough to just run in there with Lings and Banes, burrow the Banelings in the middle of the fight, and then once you think the fight is over, you move down the ramp. Suddenly there were a couple of Banelings in there. First Night is already going down, and I do love that, because we have seen Zerg players struggle to actually close out games against Terran players on this map. And I think we're about to get a couple of nice battles around that 5th base. Here we go once more. Oh, a lot of units on the left side.
Yeah, on the left side almost got destroyed. At the very least, though, the fight over here is going decently well, I would say, for Clem, right? I mean, this looks like a best-case scenario, although maybe I was a little too soon.
I mean, he's handling it as good as he can given the situation, but he's in dire straits right now. Serral's rich behind all this. He can remax pretty quickly, depending on his lava. And whenever you're this close and resources lost, look at Clem's supply, man. Like, he's broke as a joke. He's got the 3-3 coming online, but Serral's reaching his final form. Like, he hasn't even done that yet. Nice turrets to stop any sort of Nida shenanigans or drops. And Clem's taken the moment before all the Banelings are morphed and before all the Lurkers are morphed to kind of clean out the middle, which is a nice opportunity, but Serral's remaxing really quick.
Yeah, did he go too far, though? That's another 2 siege tanks that get wrapped around pretty easily. Notice as well, by the way, that Clem is not actually making that many ghosts here because, well, he's not actually going up against late-game Zerg units. It seems like Serral saw well, I could make lurkers at this point in the game and you know, make an army that can actually beat that. But if my opponent is already making ghosts, I'll just stick around on Hydra Bane.
I do think we already killed 5 or 6 ghosts, though, right? In a previous fight. 4 of them have gone down.
Yeah, he's making a few more.
Look at this once more. This is a 14-minute game, and Clem has not killed a single drone. How many TVZs do you see where Clem is in for 13 minutes and he doesn't kill a single drone? If that doesn't prove that Jona's on point, I don't know what was. His planetary fortress goes down. Nidus potentially goes up in the main base, and if a couple of lurkers run out of this one, there's a good chance that is just going to be the end for the second game of this grand finals. Serral is just dominating at this point, guys.
He really is. I mean, what can Clem do? He's all over him. He's got enough ghosts to maybe take out a couple of lurkers here, but this is a massive part of his production. And the thing is, Serral's moving in for the kill over on the outside of the map, and even cleaning up these lurkers, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Clem, what can he do? The fight of Serral, bloody hell.
This is like 2018 Serral all over again if he keeps playing like that. That was amazing.
We haven't even started this grand finals 30 minutes ago, and Serral's already up 2-0. And sometimes you win a game, you're like, all right, it was pretty close, could have gone either way. But I kind of feel like Serral's just dominating from start to finish. Not a single drone went down in that entire game. I can't recall the last time I saw a 15-minute TVZ of Clem where he didn't kill a single queen or a single drone. Like, that's mental.
He's on point, isn't he? I mean, like, Clem losing that first Banshee, that takes the wind out of his sails massively, like it really does. But Serral's just making all the right calls. And all these fights as well. Normally, I'm just looking at Clem's micro being like, holy crap, that's amazing. But the way that Serral's taken a lot of these engagements, it's good. He's not overextending. He knows when to trade. When you're looking at these trades and it's like, oh, it's 15k loss versus 14k, it's not meant to be like that in ZVT at all, but he's making it happen.
Especially because Serral did prioritize economy this game.
Yeah. Now, I was just thinking, where did it go wrong in that game? I guess the first Banshee fell, and after that, it was all Serral.
You can't make a single mistake.
Yeah, it was like, even until the first Banshee fell at like, what, minute 5?
I mean, don't forget that the Hellbat Marine push also didn't quite work out. And it was a bit of an anti-timing because it was legitimately 8 seconds before the 1-1 upgrades were finishing up, and Clem's upgrades were a little bit ahead of the upgrades of Serral. But it all starts with just the creep already being dead far out, because Hellbats and Marines with stim off creep are going to do really well against slow Banelings and Marines and a couple of Queens. But just the fact that the creep was going all the way to the bottom right, it kind of forced Clem to be on creep a lot further than I think he would have ever wanted to be.
And it all kind of goes back to that Banshee.
Yeah.
We've seen how much he has the Banshee just sitting on the edge of creep, and then a new creep tumor comes and it kills it.
It kills at least like 3 tumors throughout a game.
Yeah, and also like double Banshee often gets a lot of shots off on Queens, or Hellions and Banshees attack Queens at the same time. Then they are forced to use a lot of energy, keeping each other alive, and that also slows down the creep.
Yeah, it forces attention. I was actually looking at Serral's upgrades, by the way, like as that push came from Clem, even though it was right before the 1-1, it was also kind of right before Speed and his own 1-1 was finishing up about 20 seconds later. So it was a well-timed attack by Clem. He just, I think it all stems...
If he pushes later, it's good Baneling speed.
Yeah,
like, what are you going to do?
I really think, like, against a player of Serral's caliber, those early game mistakes, it's all down to, like, the first 6 minutes. If you can survive, if you can do everything right then you're in it. But if Serral shuts everything down before it begins, it's going to be a rough one.
Alrighty. Game number 3, it takes place on the map Inside and Out. Spawning right here in the top right-hand corner with the blue SCVs from France. He needs your energy. He is Clem.
A lot of Frenchies in the house still. Not sure if the microphones are picking this up, but we have quite a few guys always making the journey from Paris, and even sometimes further away than Paris, and they are being very loud and giving a lot of support to Clement right now.
And currently 2-0 up, playing as the Red Zerg on the bottom left of Inside and Out. It is Serral. A lot of support in the building for both these players, but I don't think anybody wants to see Clem just go down and out. But even if Serral does start up 3-0 in this best of 5, we've got to remember there's another best of 3 after this.
And a new veto process as well, and that it really is maybe perhaps the perfect moment for Clem to just kind of reset. But let's not get carried away. Clem has turned plenty of best of 5s around in the past. It's just important that he starts finding some momentum, because you look at the first 2 games, Grand Finals like, all right, couple Hellions kill 8 drones. It's like, sure, it's 4 Hellions. You do give away a little bit of map presence, but wasn't all that bad. But after that, there really hasn't been anything that Clem could celebrate in either the first or the second game. So whatever happens here in game 3, it's just important that Clem starts feeling it, right?
Yeah, you're totally right. There wasn't one moment where Clem could be like, oh yeah, that went pretty well for me, right? Like, nothing.
No,
absolutely nothing. Whereas Serral can be looking at this every single moment, it's like, yeah, I killed a few SCVs here, I got forced attention here, and yeah, Clem, just whatever happens. I mean, this map's all right for Terran, right? Like, it's quite narrow. I've seen him. Yeah, he's had some really sick tank positioning on this kind of map, and even though the Zerg does, they spawn pretty far away and they can expand far away, Clem's very solid when it comes to this map, and, got the rust out, he got his games out the way very early on in the day. I just hope for his sake that he starts waking up a little bit, because he's a damn good Terran, one of the best at TVZ on the whole planet.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of room for margin for error anymore, right? Like, he definitely needs to be on point in this game. Once again, just opts for his good old faithful double command center here before going for the starport, making sure that he is, well, gonna get a Banshee or two out, right? But he needs to make sure he keeps all of those units alive. He cannot really risk, once again, accidentally flying the unit in before that cloaking field is done. And he obviously knows it, right? Like, those mistakes are obvious, and he's well aware of the fact that that was the error, but Serral doesn't need much.
Yep. No, he doesn't. There's a saying that I made fun of Kevin for a while, you give him a finger, he takes your whole arm. It's, yeah.
That's a Dutch saying.
It certainly is. The English ones, I think, give him a hand, take your arm kind of thing. But yeah, same thing. But yeah, you absolutely can't. And at this point, the momentum that he has and has had since the bracket stage, you can't mess with that.
All right, so to clarify the format that we're playing, since Serral is coming from the lower bracket, he already basically used up his 1 life in the bracket stage of this tournament, meaning that, Clem has not lost a series yet, and therefore he gets a little bit of an advantage. So if Serral ends up winning this map, we're going into another best of 3. If Clem wins his best of 5, he wins the event.
Clem is going to switch it up a little bit here. We have a Viking on the way as first unit, and we're also going to fire up a couple of Marauders. Some concussive shells then, perhaps?
Oh, it's going to be like the medevac afterwards, right?
Has to be.
1 Viking to basically hide this opening, and then we're going to fire up a couple of Marauders, concussive shells, and maybe more of the Hellions.
Is he going to see the Marauder pop? No, he will not.
That's very big, by the way. But it's still a little bit suspicious, right? I'm pretty sure. I mean, Serral's no stranger to any build that a Terran can throw at him. He may look at this and he's like, Viking first, you're trying to hide something over there, Clément?
But it is off 3cc. Like, it's not ultra committed. I mean, it is very committed, don't get me wrong, but there is kind of a backup plan from him. But the fact that there's 3 queens at a time, I dare say there's going to be like 8 on the field by the time this actually hits. I'm not actually worried for Serral. Like, he's even going into double Evo, which is kind of crazy. I guess he's mainly going to be scared about the Hellbats.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. So this time around, Serral's opting to go for double Evos before the lair. So this means he's very comfortable. He's even making some Banshees here, some counters to Banshees or Liberators as well in the Spore Crawlers. It's going to be a Hellbat Marauder push, and there's not going to be Roaches, there's not going to be Banelings, just Queens and Lynx.
I mean, the Spore Crawlers can come in somewhat handy if you move them to the front, because the medevac really is the most important unit of this entire push for Clem, because that is the unit that can keep on healing up these Hellbats, but obviously gives some micro potential to Clem, where he can maybe pick up a couple of Marauders if they run low on HP, or even some of the Hellbats, the Viking. So Queen positioning against the medevac is what we are really going to pay attention to. Medevac is going to go pretty far forward. You don't want to take too much damage on this medevac initially. This is a good start, though, because these units are getting in quite deep, and the medevac is still very, very healthy.
Certainly is. Oh, he's got the queens on the other side. Like, this is going to be very hard to keep that medevac alive. And look at those queens. They're coming in for a bit of a flank here, but Clem trying to keep it alive. But he goes on top of all the queens. And here, the damage is being spread so well on these queens, but that ball of Terran bioage is doing work over there. No Banelings to be seen whatsoever. The link out absolutely decimated as well. More Hellbats joining the fray from the north. Can Serral hold on? I'm not sure he can at this point.
There are 30 Lings on the way. A couple of Hellbats are quite low on HP. There are 3 Queens remaining, trying to get a couple of extra shots in. I mean, if the Lings want to engage, they obviously need to find the right moment. 1 Hellbat did get picked off, but we do really need a few extra Queens. Is this the moment that Serral decides to absolutely send it?
Yeah.
Lings getting the surround. The Hellbat's running really low on HP, and getting all these Queen kills is damn awesome. But ideally, we do get a couple of drones here too.
Yeah, I'm with you, exactly. Like, he hasn't done enough damage just yet, and he's slowly dancing back and forth here in the natural, killing a ton of units, and that's nice and all, but is this really enough?
Well, if the drones are going to stack up, then it could very well be. It's only 2 for now. We make it 3. We're going to get 4 or 5 drones towards the end. It's definitely not a bad opening for Clem, as these final 2 Hellbats should not be able to accomplish a whole lot. Oh, we have 2 medevacs showing up. Stim 65% done. I mean, that was 6-7 queens and 4 drones, and obviously a decent amount of Zerglings.
10 queens.
10 queens. Yeah, that's good, right? That's
but
good.
Keep in mind, he did go for really quick 1-1 upgrades, and that's already done. So if Clem wants to continue pushing right now, he needs to be a little bit cautious. These Zerglings are going to pack a punch.
This was really good, though, for Clem. I mean, 10 queens is a ridiculous amount of queens to pick off.
It's a sick start for Clem.
Yeah.
Like, Serral is feeling the pressure now, and I dare say he's kicking himself for not getting that Baneling nest, and this is the first time in the series that he didn't. Nice little wraparound on the Hellbats. Will shut those down. Those are the real threat of his army right now with the superior upgrades. But
look at the worker counts, guys. Clem is 10 workers ahead. I mean, that's a very different ball game than game 1 and 2.
And Lair's only just finishing. Like, you know, that +1/+1 that he got started very early? He wanted to have that 2-2 on the way.
Yeah. Well, he's got the money for it, so he did save up. He did go for 2-2 and Baneling speed right away as soon as the Lair did finish. That was definitely a good start, and Clem obviously likes to play that tempo game. He's very good at continuously pushing, but he does need to be careful that he doesn't give Serral too much time.
I think the continuous Hellbat production has been really cool, by the way. Like, that makes it a bit tricky. I mean, there are going to be Banelings out, and they're going to have speed fairly soon, but for these next few pushes, does make those Zerglings a little bit less useless or useful than they should be. Because you get that +1/1, and it's like, how do you really utilize that right now against this army?
Yeah, that was a bit of a build order deficit right there from Serral, right? Skipping the Baneling nest as well as the Roach Warren made that very hard. The fact that he held, though, I feel like most other Zerg players in the world would have lost already.
And the queen positioning was beautiful, but at one point there just weren't enough units for Serral. As a couple of Banelings do crash into the first 2 Hellions or Hellbats. Quite a few Marines still standing in the back line, but we don't quite have combat shield yet, and that obviously means that every stim hurts even more than it normally does. So Clem, as long as he's pushing back the creep, I think he's somewhat happy. Just don't throw away too many Marines.
Don't throw away too many. He isn't losing any gas with this, by the way, right? So all that gas has been used on upgrades. He's getting all of them. 2-2 on the way. Drilling Claws very early before Widowmines are out. He's just been trading out Hellbats and Marines. Serral is holding, but that creep spread isn't looking half as fierce as it was in the other games. We've got a game.
We've got a series.
Yeah, we've definitely got a series right here.
Look at Clem, by the way, out of 200 supply. So all those minerals that he's making, no longer on depots or anything like that. Just whipping out units non-stop, getting the extra 3 barracks as well. So he's going to be absolute parade pushing across the map.
Yep, and Widowmines are going to be so much more effective against pure Link Bane, right? Because now we don't have to worry about all these Hydras. We definitely don't have to worry about Lurkers anytime soon. This is a really good moment to get a couple of Hellions.
That was cute.
I mean, the kid is feeling it right now. He's finally awake, as you said it before, Ben. He needs to wake up. Well, Clem is sharp in this game. And I think this is exactly what he needs. Whether he wins the first best of 5 or not, now it's just good to know, okay, I can bring my A-game here, and I can hang in with lower bracket Yona.
Yeah, I mean, what a build to do it with as well. I was kind of looking at it, I was like, is that going to work against so many queens? Well, it absolutely did, and he did it in such great fashion as well. I wonder if he clued into the fact that Yona was going to go for a double Evo.
Nice.
And he's getting the pickups this game as well.
Yep.
This is not going Serral's way.
It's night and day difference of the previous 2 games, where it felt that Clem was often a split second too late. This time around, it feels like he's always looking where he needs to be looking, picks up these Marines as well. A couple of units are misrallied. 1 Widowmine does get picked up, but I believe 1 or 2 decent shots weren't in there. And the sensor towers are so nice for Clem to already have as well. Makes it a lot harder for Serral to get similar success to what Serral had in game 1 on Waterfall.
The Marauders that are coming into the mix, though, those are going to make things a lot more difficult. They have the 1 base armor, they don't take the extra damage from the Banelings at all, and it just makes the army a lot tankier. And without any tech, really, it's just pure Ling Bane. Serral went into this to stay ahead. Now he's just doing it to stay alive. Wants to get into those Hydras, wants to get creep spread going, but mate, he can't get it out of his natural almost. This is crazy.
Yeah, Clem keeps on parade pushing through the center of the map. This is where he initially opened up that attack path, right? And I like the fact that he keeps on parade pushing through the center. Doing a little bit of double-pronged harassment, though. This time around the queens. Okay, we'll be able to get back onto the creep, too. He is trying to make that transition towards the Lurkers. Is there going to be enough time?
It's going to be very hard with all these Marines out on the map. With a mine shot still pretty damn decent, and Clem's supply is just not dipping. Serral has lost 5,000 resources more in this game. Clem is all over this hatchery on the left side, double dropping in the bottom right at the same time. I mean, this is the Clem that we have been praising night and day, especially during all those online tournaments in the pandemic. It's good to see Clem bringing his A-game here.
Absolutely. This is, oh my goodness, yeah, just
beautiful.
You know, salt in the wound at this point. Serral, he's basically trading half as good as he could be. And look at this from Clem. He's having a good time. He's got more medevacs than units almost, but he's at 200 supply. Like, he is just keeping Serral contained. Serral has never felt so hugged with pure death.
All right, well, he's expending continuously too, right? It's not like this is like a 4cc all-in or anything along those lines. The base in the top left-hand corner has already been taken. Serral is trying to make a bit of a move.
Okay.
All right, getting a nice little detonation over there on the right side of the map. That's good. He's trying to break the natural right now. Still a good amount of supply behind, but the finisher's trying to hang in here, and he might actually get some counterattack damage done.
Clem's supply, I mean, he was at 200 and he was against like 150 not too long ago. Serral's actually making some magic happen here. The rest of Clem's army does come back to clean this up. The Lynx sneak into the main, though. This is actually a big deal just to buy Serral time.
The third base also in a little bit of trouble. SCVs are under attack in the third mineral line.
It was nice, but Serral definitely needed a lot more, but that's just because the start of this game was so damn rough. It's impressive that Serral was able to get a couple of points on the board after a start where I think a lot of Zerg players would have just wiped the white flag immediately, but I think in the end it's still not quite good enough. I mean, Clem's supply is not a little bit ahead. I mean, he's up 55, 60 supply at any given moment, and it's going to be really, really hard for Serral to keep Clem at bay until those lurkers are out.
Whatever's happening, like, Serral's been losing supply non-stop. I know he just did that big attack, but it feels like Clem, it's where you punch the really big guy and he's like, what? You hit me with something? Absolutely. He's even getting a Ghost Canopy, 12 Marines at a time, 3 Widow Mines at a time.
And now it's real party time, right? With 3-3 finishing up for Clem, and during all of this, he did stabilize in the top left side too. So we're looking at a 5 base Terran that's still in the face of Serral. Yeah, sure, Clem took a couple of hits there, but he's maxed out again. His economy has been superior throughout the entirety of this game. And I think that Clem is still very eager to just end it right here, right now. Just needs to be a little careful, and obviously don't run into sieged up lurkers. I know you've tried a couple of times in your life, man. Doesn't work out.
I've tried more than a couple of times, Kev, and I got to say, yes, it absolutely does not work out. These Marauders being a nice front line here, just trying to bait the Banelings, they do exactly that. The Marines kind of stood off creep here. He's being so slow and patient about it, but still absolutely sticking the knife in Serral. He's between the bases, between the rally points. The Lurker's exposed as well.
That's how you do it, Ben.
He just runs through the fire.
Just stim your Marines into it, man. It's not that hard.
Serral's really running out of units here. GG gets called, and Liquid Clem gets a point on the board in our opening best of 5 of these Grand Finals, HomeStory Cup 21, Lost Island Edition. Just nice for Clem to actually show us what he's made of, because we know how good the kid can be, but we have seen it in the past. I mean, we've seen a lot of Grand Finals over the last 11 or 12 years in StarCraft, and sometimes people just never get to reach their level, and it becomes a bit heartbreaking almost, because you know how good and how talented these guys are. I'm happy for Clem that he showed a really awesome game there, and we'll see what happens in Game 4.
First 2 games, all Serral. This game, all Clem. Let's see what happens when they start actually meeting each other, because these two, once they both duke it out and they both make absolutely 0 mistakes, that's going to be beautiful to see. I dare say Clem will, or rather Serral will go back to the drawing board there a little bit and be like, all right, those Baneling nests, absolutely necessary, because very often we were talking about how Clem's a little bit predictable, right? That was not predictable whatsoever.
Yeah, he decided to go for the double upgrades first this time around, which is definitely the greedier version of the macro builds that you can play with Zerg. So I guess that definitely is not helpful, right? He finished up the 1-1 upgrades after the Hellbats eventually got cleaned up. So in a way, yeah, he did scout that there was a 1-1-1 with a third CC. Honestly, you pointed it out, right? That the third CC was a bit of a strange start. But I think that even though it delayed the push a little bit, it may as well thrown Serral off, because he decided, okay, you know what? It's 1-1 upgrade time. I can just drone for a little while longer, and you know, whatever push it's going to be, it's going to probably be like a Liberator or a couple of Marines and Hellbats here and there, but nothing too scary.
Yeah, like when we're seeing everything, like Kev and I were looking at each other, and it's like, maybe he senses something out, you know? He didn't get to see the Marauder pop. There was no concussive shell being done, because he researched that much later, and it was absolutely in time. But also, he got the scout on the third CC, which you're absolutely right. Maybe Serral just thought, oh, given the first 2 games went so bad for him, he's going to go for that Viking Liberator kind of style, or like a Hellion drop in the main. So
I mean, if Serral would have expected it, he would have definitely moved that Spore Crawler to the front, because then the Queens don't have to gun down at Medevac, and the Spore Crawler can just help out.
Alrighty, so here we go. Game number 3. We find ourselves on Tropical Sacrifice. The man right here in the top right-hand corner. Definitely getting some fire in that previous game. Looking a lot more on point in pretty much every single way. As soon as he gets the tempo going, he looks extremely good. He's from France, and his name is Clem.
I mean, all the Frenchies that are still here in the building in Krefeld made a lot of noise in the beginning of that game, and maybe it kind of pumped Clem up, and he's like, all right, I'll give you guys a proper show. In the bottom left side, we're looking at the main base of the HomeStory Cup 18, 19, and 20 Grand Champion representing ENCE. It is Serral.
All right. I see a lot of people cheering for both players, right? And I think that's probably how we both are as well. We're just here for some good StarCraft 2, and so far, this Grand Finals definitely is delivering. Both of these guys definitely seem on point. Serral probably not too bothered after that that third game, though, because, I mean, he took a bit of a greedy build. He knows where the mistake is. I think he's probably going to just open up Lair with the quicker bailing speed this time around and just, play what he's used to.
I mean, we often talk about it. StarCraft 2 obviously is a game of execution, but strategy is still very important. And the strategy that Clem went for, it just worked out this time around. Killing 10 queens, 66 Zerglings, and 4
There's no way
drones.
he's going to do it again, though.
No. That's not something you do 2 or 3 times in a row, but it's just lovely for Clem that it worked out the way it did. And Sarah's going to look at like, I could have actually lost the game straight up if I wasn't that damn good and my queen positioning wasn't as sexy as what it was. Still pretty decent hold in the end, but he was behind and he knew he needed a miracle at that point. But Clem was a little too good to let it happen.
Alrighty. Tropical Sacrifice, obviously a pretty straightforward map, I would say, right? Do you think this really favors like one of these two?
I think Zerg players in general are quite happy just because it's a lot bigger. It should be a bit easier to set up run-by, set up flanks. If you compare it to some of the smaller maps like Moondance, Inside and Out, and Waterfall, even though Waterfall, of course, went in a phenomenal way for Serral, I think Zerg players are quite happy to, in general, load into Tropical Sacrifice in this matchup. Not a free win by any means, but it's very playable in their eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, the low ground at the triangular base is pretty wild, right? You can get some siege tanks in some really powerful positions. I don't think anyone noticed you were gone, man.
Did that coffee get the best of you, Ben?
Alrighty, guys. Triple CC opener once again from Mr. Clem, going for the starport with the tech lab. No fancy shenanigans this time around. He decided to just once again go for the Hellions and probably the Banshees. He'll probably get the cloaking field going as well. It's a good build. Oh, real quick, apparently I think your microphone may be off, Ben. If the production group maybe have a quick little...
yeah, that makes sense, because you're very quiet. Maybe you grabbed the wrong one. Maybe you had the other one on you first?
It was the right mic.
Okay. Ben said it was the right one. He's going to go ahead and switch them up real quick. It's all good. It's just a couple of Hellions and a Reaper cruising in the center.
Oh, man, we thought we were so smooth about it, too, that nobody would be able to tell that you were gone.
I mean, you can hear me now, boys?
I was able to hear you before, but you were indeed a lot more quiet than you were in the first 2 games.
Loco sabotaged me, man. He passed me this headset, and it was like...
That was the one you put on the chair, 100%.
I swear! It was the same headset. But either way, we're back now.
Wow,
We're back now.
Suddenly it's me? All right, I see how it is.
Hello and welcome,
I'll take
everybody.
the blame, guys.
All right, where's this Liberator at? Is he going to try... I think he's going to try and go for the third base, but oh, no, he's going to go straight for the main. That's a bit of a ballsy spot, but there isn't a Spore Crawler, and only one Queen. What was the scouting like for Serral? Like, I did see an Overlord kind of die in his main base. Does see the Liberate... Oh, he must have seen that, right? Yeah, Spore Crawler moving right into position. That is just in range of those
Lovely
drones.
positioning, actually. It makes it really hard for the Queen. And Serral's actually a little bit late to respond there. That's very uncharacteristic. That's obviously because Clem is in his face with these Hellions, and the Reaper is still alive too. A lot of drones here feel relatively exposed, and Clem is really turning things around here. That's 11 workers going down, and he's not quite done yet. Obviously trying to get a few more shots off. And it is 14 in the end as the Reaper takes one more. I mean, that's a pretty good start. Of course, he did lose a lot of units, but 14, that's a number that Clem is going to be quite happy with.
I almost want to see the resources lost tab at this point, because that is going to be very gnarly. Like, Oh, not the resource loss, the income graph, if you will.
Sounds like it can't be that dramatic, man. The game is only 6 minutes old.
Are you like 30-second delay as well? What's going on right now?
Mentally, physically, you know, I'm very delayed over here. All right, that's a nice little lift up by Serral to get some of his own income damage, if you will. But look at that, 1-1, very much on the way. Evo's just starting for Serral this game.
So Mr. Clem always likes to play that very tempo-based style, right? And see a lot of people always asking, like, what exactly does that mean? Well, he basically likes to keep on pushing. And if you do a little bit of damage like that, it means that Serral has to obviously replace the drones that he just lost. It means that later on his army will be a little bit smaller. And yeah, Clem will be very happy with the way that this early game went. I mean, he did lose all of those units. But yeah, good amount of damage for sure.
There's a lot of layers to Clem's aggression, and it, like, you know, we saw in the first 2 games, if one step failed, the next few don't work out. But so far, every step of aggression, like in these last 2 games, it's gone well. It's gone better than it should have, which means the next phase is going to go better as well. So Serral definitely has his work cut out for him here. He's going for a very early Hydralisk end, but it's got to be said, that creep spread, given that the Hellions did fall, that is one thing that is actually working out for Serral here, which has been kind of, well, super good for him in those first 2 games at least.
Yeah, 100%. The creep spread has been ridiculous.
I'm going to work on it a little bit, though. Put on a scan, pick off 3 active tumors. As we had 1 tank, I believe. I think Clem did something very similar earlier today against... we have double tank there already, but he's still switching back into Widowmine production. Finds an Overlord, just keeps on scanning. He's trying to clean it up, but it ain't easy when there are this many active queens.
No, certainly
Okay,
does
get
get... Yeah, gets a couple of them.
Which is spot.
Oh, that's some sick transfusions. Okay. Does keep most of the queens alive, but this drop has definitely been worth its weight in gold, denying that creep spread, and he gets to see where the most fresh base is of Serral. But there's a lot of creep on the rest of the map. Serral, or Clem has a choice now. Does he work on the creep? Does he go for that other base? Because he has to make a choice. You only have enough scans to deal with a certain amount of creep spread.
Still keeping the tanks at home as well, right? It's kind of interesting.
I think he's made his choice. He wants to try and fight over here at the 4th base. Like you pointed out already, Ben, there's some really... Well, maybe your microphone was muted at that point, but there are some really good siege tank positions right here on this map. Especially down below that 4th base, or the 5th base that Serral took.
I'm actually so impressed by Zergs these days. Like, they have enough energy to get the creep down, but also keep enough for the transfusions, because they've been really damn good this series so far. But right now, supplies are very equal. They're both on 1-1 upgrades right now. The upgrades aren't as big a deal for Serral because he is switching into those Hydras, which do a damn good job.
I absolutely love the little interactions of like Serral trying to just send a single link forward, and then Clem is like, nope, I'm going to kill it, and then Serral tries again, so the Widowmines just stay active.
The medevac itself also fell.
Stefano, is that you?
I mean, it's still a pretty big shot though, right? A decent amount of Zerglings going down. A couple of SCVs will fall to this Ling run by before the Planetary Fortress finishes up. I still think that Clem really did not mind all of that too much. I mean, he's had plenty of medevacs throughout this series.
He certainly has, but this game obviously a lot closer than the last one between them. 81 drones versus 70 SCVs. The roles were a little bit flipped. Serral trying to fight off creep a little bit here, but that would have mine. All right, it's a bit of a juicy shot there.
All right. Well, the 4th base has indeed been secured, and that one is obviously very important. Can be quite easy to get stuck on 3 bases, but luckily for Clem, he's managed to get that one up and running while continuously harassing his opponent. The creep spread, once again, though, is starting to move around the map, right? It's not as good as it was in, like, for example, game number 2.
I feel like this is the first game of the entire best of 5 where both players are in a very playable spot 10 minutes in.
Absolutely. Clem has just hit 2-2 though, so this is where he's winding up. But you can see Serral, he's not going to let him get on the creep spread. Beautiful Widowmines, but nice splits by Serral to counteract everything. Serral has to be careful here because Clem's winding up. This is when he's going to be strong for a good minute or so. Serral doesn't really want to take a fight, but if we compare the creep spread to maybe like a few minutes ago, it's pretty much in the exact same place. Clem's done a real good job of keeping that at bay.
Yeah, he's going to need Overseers here as well to figure out exactly where those tumors are located, or sorry, the Widowmines are located.
I mean, these mine shots are real big, and Clem is starting to get better and better trades. He should kind of finish up the 3-3 up, or fire up the 3-3 upgrades, because 2-2 has been done for a little while, plus 3 attack at least is now on the way. Lurker then halfway done for Serral, and the Hive Tech halfway done as well. But I think Clem is definitely feeling some of these trades he's been taking in the center of the map.
He certainly has. And Serral's trying to work on these rocks, and Clem, that was a last second. That was a hot pickup if I've ever seen one. But keeping those medevacs alive will be a big deal. Clem, he's moving on to getting tank upgrades of all things. He's getting multiple command centers, working on that +3 weapons as well.
Yeah, it's a very Hydra-heavy army, right? Like, I guess it's not a bad idea to go and add on some more siege tanks. Once again.
It's a very good move. Like, sticking on the Widowmine composition against the Hydra and the Lurker. It's not what we're going to be doing. The Hive coming online very shortly. The Lurker Den, I think it was just done as well, so he's going to be able to move into that Lurker tech very soon.
All right, these bridges here, definitely working in Clem's favor until we fight on the open ground right over here behind the very first bridge.
There's been so many fights happening off creep, by the way, this game.
Yeah.
They've both been trading pretty damn well, but...
Clem still has units active as well on the bottom side, but Serral already anticipating that move out. Had a couple of Lings and Banes waiting for it. Imagine if the Bane would have been waiting on the high ground. Nice target firing here, though, by Clem. The micro!
Oh, my God.
That's all but 2. Still very
No Widow Mines there either, right? Like, that's a little bit dangerous for Serral. You never really know exactly if they're baiting you in the direction of some of those mines. Looks like eventually, though, all of the Banes were cleaned up at the cost of some Marines. I mean, it's not bad.
Man, they're both dancing with each other on like opposite sides of the map. It's really damn neck and neck. What's the resources lost tab at this point? Because it feels like they're both... I mean, Clem's definitely trading better.
I mean, those Widowmine shots were big a couple of times. That wasn't a couple Banelings. It was often 10 plus or sometimes 20 or 30. Zerglings going down at once. But Serral still made it up to Hive, and that's obviously the most important thing for him. First Lurkers are on the way. Seismic Spines is finishing up. We can fire up the second upgrade right afterwards. But Clem is doing such a good job in picking off Baneling after Baneling. And I think Serral knows that he's going to have a very hard time ever closing this game out. If anything, I feel like Serral kind of just needs to slow down, play it a bit more defensive, and try to get out as many Lurkers as possible. Because off creep, he's really not getting the success that he's looking for.
And that secret weapon that you utilize on day to see, the Nidus network coming online along with the Lurkers, getting the adrenal glands. Yeah, I mean, it's really smart. He's got those 2 Vipers as well. That seems to be his magic number of whipping those out immediately. Clem has to be careful. He's kept Serral at bay.
Planetary Fortress, Banelings? No, that's nowhere near enough.
When Serral starts trying to strike you, I mean...
That is a really difficult position to break. 3 siege tanks over there, like 3 funnels as well for those Lings and Banes to run through.
What a sick job by Clem, by the way, to just kind of reset this game and make it into a totally different one. But losing this PF, he's probably going to lose it, but that was very costly for Serral.
Really smart actually by Serral to show all these units in the bottom right side, pretending he wants to attack that planetary, but instead the real attack happened in the center. And Clem,
that
yeah,
is
sure.
so sick, that setup.
Left a couple of tanks behind, but we saw that tanks can actually be very weak if they are not backed up by Bio, because then it's just a few Lings jumping on them. It's often good enough. Zergling, run by attempt into the natural. Clem even lowers the depot there.
Yeah, it's like, come on in. I don't know if that was necessarily the best move, but...
It's like, you want some more surface area on my tank?
Right. Yeah, a little confident, +3/3 is finishing up for Serral, at least +3 armor. That's the big deal there. Going into the Lurkers now. These are going to be the first ones on the field and the first sign for Clem, but he's already prepared. I think he's got a good number of ghosts already out, and he's really hunkering down on his side of the map.
All right, here we go. Once again, another big fight off creep. Serral keeps on taking these. It's not like he's got a ton of money in the bank, so he can't just keep blowing up all of those command centers. This time around, though, it's an orbital, so he's not going to be able to just roll the Banes in. Siege tanks, though, still falling. He's backing up to the high ground.
I'm not sure he wants to go up here, though, and he realized it maybe a little bit late. He's still trading, not the best. That command center was cancelled.
Oh,
but
that could be big.
It wasn't for nothing. He did this to cause chaos, distraction.
How many Lurkers are we looking at right now?
It's got to be at least 6, right? Yeah, 6.
6 Lurkers are out, and they will all make it into the main base of Clem, and this could actually be pretty bad news. Clem is going to pick up a couple of units, try to float them into the main base. I think we can land a few snipes here and there, but now there's a couple Zerglings coming out of this Nidus network as well.
Oh
Clem
my
cleaned
God.
this up
This
successfully.
is so difficult to actually break,
Dude,
though.
Yeah, this is dealing a lot of damage.
The Lings were sick. They started cancelling all the snipes, doing a little bit of damage on those ghosts. That was amazing by Serral.
That ability.
And
here we
look
go
at that.
in the middle of the map. The swarm has arrived. Serral once more going after this newly acquired base from Clem, and he just can't mine it. Oh my God, those yoinks are huge too. That Marine, you get back here.
He went full Scorpio on that little Marine. He's still alive, though. He's shooting. Good job. But 17 SCVs go down. Look at Clem's bank. It was once there. No longer is.
There's a couple of Hydras in range. They do not quite finish off this command center, but the Lurkers have still been active during all of this. Finally, we throw down another scan, and Clem will be able to successfully clean this up.
Well, successfully. That was like 4 actions for Zerk and like 500 for Clem to try and deal with those.
But at least they're gone for now.
True.
Yeah, and that gives Clem a little bit of breathing room, but for how long, really? I mean, this tank count keeps getting reset, and I mean, he's on 3 factory trying to pump him out. He can't get that 5th base rolling. This is such a terrible position for Clem. And remember, if he loses this game, it's down to a best of 3.
Constant circling burrows as well, everywhere. It's a little thing, but it keeps forcing out additional scans.
Obviously, Serral has done an amazing job over the last few minutes in this game, but the army supply of Clem is still pretty damn good, man. It's 104 against 105. I think the ghost count probably at 6 or 7. The tank count is still very high. We're looking at only 4 ghosts at the moment, but there aren't too many lurkers. It's mostly Hydras, Lings, and Banes, and a couple of Vipers at the moment for Serral. So all of these defensive tanks, they should really come in quite nicely. One of the Vipers does not go down. The Blinding Clouds are very nice on top of these tanks. Will this planetary fall? I don't think the Bailing count. Yes, it is high enough in the end. And plenty of Lings too to add in some extra DPS. So another base does fall. And at the same time, Serral gets a few more tanks at the 5th. That's sick.
There were once 12 tanks on the field, and Serral just killed a good 6-7 of them in the blink of the eye. But Clem's mining definitely cut down short. Man, these Vipers, these 2 Vipers that he made, have really been doing work.
Yeah, you're right. As soon as he gets to a hive in every game so far, he just makes 2 Vipers, and they seem to be worth like the same amount as like 10 Vipers, right? They've been like at least 2,000 gas worth.
Yeah, he's been keeping alive a lot of his good value units. Even the Hydras, like he throws away a lot of Ling Bane, obviously, but the Hydras, he keeps them alive. And they've actually been really kind of scary just for helping out when the fight's really getting going. A PF at the front here, but how long's that going to stay alive? I don't know how many command centers have died this game, but it's getting ridiculous.
Another PF does fall, but there are still plenty of bio units out on the field for Clem. Nice Blinding Cloud on that ramp, and one of the tanks gets picked off. The second one is going to take a decent amount of damage too, but Serral's throwing away a lot of units here on the high ground, and there really isn't anything to gain. He's doing an amazing job against the 4th and the 5th base, but I think that triangle base is one that we need to leave alone for a split second. Everywhere else, Serral's definitely getting the damage now that he's looking for.
I think Clem also didn't have a concussive shell then, and oh my goodness. Serral unleashed. Yeah. Lower bracket Serral made it now all the way to the very grand final. And now he tastes victory. He's down to just 1 best of 3 now with this young man that we see on camera.
That means Serral has won 7 best of 5s in a row in this tournament.
That is pretty wild.
That really does bring you back to the old days.
And after being on the brink of extinction in the group stage as well. Like, it literally came down to his last match kind of thing.
If he would have lost the final match in his group stage, he could have been eliminated from the tournament. He was down 0-2 against Neeb, and he was in serious trouble in Game 3. Turned it around. Serral definitely played really well. I do think that Clem is going to give himself, I think, a bit of a hard time, especially for the first 2 games. That final game was just a really good scrap between 2 excellent players. And I think Clem did about as well as he could have. So Serral kept on denying bases, kept on picking off planetary after planetary. That was just a good game. But I think the first 2 games, they were kind of over before they ever even truly began. And that shouldn't be the case for Clem.
No, absolutely shouldn't. Like, there was definitely a few unforced errors, as you call it, where just a few things just weren't quite him. Then the 3rd game, he came alive, man, whipped out that crazy build. This 4th game as well wasn't looking the worst for him by any means. Like, he was definitely doing some juking and jiving. The pickups were on point as well. Like, there was multiple fights happening all over the map. And you got to remember, that game started off with those Hellions running in, killing actually a lot of drones early on. Like, that absolutely. Winning a game like that, if you're Serral, winning the first best of 5, that feels great to do it in such fashion.
It's going to be interesting to veto again right after you vetoed for a best of 5. And those vetoes are often quite obvious, but now both players get to veto a map that they potentially already played on. And definitely spices things up. A single best of 3 to decide it all. Will it be 4 in a row for Serral, or will it be the first ever HomeStory Cup victory for Liquid Clem? And one of his first ever big trophies, especially internationally, offline. Sure, had success in France, but not quite the same.
After the vetoes, they both walked out of the room in their different directions, both smiling as well. So I think they both have a lot of respect for one another. They've met in the grand final here. They've met in multiple finals before as well. And yeah, now it really comes down to it. Like, this is the best of 3. Can Clem kind of break that stigma that, you know, he's just an online player? I mean, he's made the grand final. He's already done that in my eyes. But Serral, He's been the HomeStory Cup champ for quite some time. We didn't necessarily know if it was going to happen again, but he's looking mighty ripe to do it again.
All right, I believe we are going to a very quick 5-minute commercial break. One best of 3 to decide the finals of HomeStory Cup 21. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
And thank you, XMG, for the HomeStory Cup 8 with you guys.
Da musst du das Extreme auch ein bisschen präsentieren.
Also da noch ein ganz, ganz großes Dank an XXI, dass ihr das Ganze auch unterstützt. Und das ist ja auch so wichtig.
Es ist irgendwie für uns so pudelwohl mit euch. Wir freuen uns auf noch viel, viel mehr.
XXI. So fotografierst du heute.
Panasonic.
Sie wollen mehr Umsatz in Ihrem Online-Shop? Mit KrefoPay bieten Sie Ihren Kunden alle Zahlungsarten, auf die es ankommt. Für sicheren Umsatz und weniger Risiko. KrefoPay von Kreditreform. Alles im Griff beim Online-Verkauf.
te desvestiste. Lo hicimos en la habitación, qué rico mami. Pero en cosas del amor muchos fallaban. No veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada. Perdidos, sé lo que...
All right, everyone, welcome back to the grand finals of HomeStory Cup at 21. We've traded out the Muslim for an even more handsome caster. How are you doing, Wordy?
I thought you were going to say an even better Brit.
An even better Brit? There's so many options. I could have gone so many ways.
So many ways. There was always going to go my way, though, wasn't it? Yeah, man. I was watching the games downstairs. I thought, I want to get in on it. So here we are. One more best of 3.
What did you make of the first best of 5?
Honestly, I kind of thought Clem was going to come in strong, and I think Serral really pounded him in those first 2 games especially. So yeah, I was very impressed with Serral. I think it's kind of clear he's definitely on a roll right now. He's definitely feeling it. Clem's pretty good though at recovering. Like after like a loss like this, I feel like he can go into this fresh-minded. He was I was talking to him before the final started. He was like, you know, it's actually a pretty good format for me because honestly, if I lose the first best of 5, I feel good in the best of 3 still. So yeah, it should be great.
We're going to kick things off on the inside and out by the looks of it. In the top right side for the absolute final best of 3 of this entire tournament. 4 very long days of StarCraft 2 action here from Krefeld, Germany. We are looking at the main base of the Frenchman trying to win his first ever HomeStory Cup. Representing Team Liquid, it is Clem.
The French guys just asked, can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us on the stream?
Yes,
it's like, yes, mate, we can.
These are like actual football chants, right?
Yeah, I know.
There's some hooligans in the house.
It is wild in here tonight. All right, in the bottom left-hand side, he won the first best of 5. He's looking to do 2 more maps to become a 4-time HomeStory Cup champion. It is Serral.
Yeah, Roddy was just looking into it. Oh my God. All right.
A little bit of HomeStory Cup history. Obviously, a long time ago, we did have Tasia win a couple of HomeStory Cups in a row. He won number 7, 8, and 9. So Tasia and Serral are the only 3-time HomeStory Cup champions ever. But of course, if Serral wins this, he'll be the one and only person on this planet to have won 4.
Isn't it so interesting that people only ever win it more than once if they win it in a row?
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Hearthstone, patience, innovation, MMA.
Maybe at some point you've...
Oh my God, the Rain won one of these too, actually.
Maybe at some point you've just eaten too many kebabs for your body to be at peak performance anymore.
You just roll over at some point?
Yeah.
Was it Demo who won the first one? Yeah, it was.
While drinking some Desperados from Dennis's old apartment. Very tiny back then, having a good time. Playing some TVTs with Braddock.
Huck apparently ended up winning one as well.
Yeah,
Why draw even?
one.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Game number 1 of this final best of 3 is indeed inside and out. Do you think we're going to see the same push?
If we do see it, I have the feeling that Serral is going to be a little more ready for it. And we'll probably see that Baning Nest or the Roach Warren. First Ling going down already here by the Reaper. These are the little things that can definitely give a bit of momentum to the Frenchman. In a best of 3, this map should be even more Terran friendly than it is in a best of 5.
Yep, the Terran getting a second veto definitely benefits the Zerg more than getting a second veto. There's just so many good Terran maps. I was discussing with Reno, and he's just like, it's disgusting, you know, like, obviously, and he says this all the time, but
I was going to say.
He's like, it's crazy because this map's so good and this map's so good, and yet you've still got to veto this map against Terran. So, yeah, best of 3 should definitely be favoring Clem. I mean, we're going to play, Inside and Out, then Data C, and we end on Moondance, which is actually a wild map for Terran. In-base, short rush distance, hard to attack for the Zerg.
Yep. Could be good for the Terran style, but can also just be good for some very aggressive playstyles.
So in the first best of 5, where we saw this map as well, just now we saw Mr. Clem going for a Hellbat Marauder-based push. It caught Serral off guard, primarily because Serral decided to go for a double Evolution Chamber opener. This is all really good, though. That first Reaper is actually getting a lot of work in. Either way, I wouldn't be surprised if Clem is going to go for a completely different build, and he already is. There's going to be 2 barracks out. And I also would not be surprised if Serral decides to go for a lair first into a much more safe Baling Nest.
Yeah, no, I mean, something just a little bit safer, right? Be safe, make sure you're not going to fall too far behind. I feel like, Serral playing those fast double Evo builds is maybe not going to come out as much in this best of 3 because it can be that little bit risky. So, yeah, I feel like he feels good as the game goes later.
Mm-hmm. It's important for Serral, obviously, to pick up on this.
Different Overlord scout, by the way, too. Like, this pattern is different. Last time he came from the bottom. Sorry, go ahead.
But then he flew into the Marine and the Viking immediately.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's trying to switch it up a little bit. Really cool to see these guys make some adjustments on the fly. Scouts the tech lab spinning, but yeah, you could be like, don't tell me it's concussive shells again.
Yeah. He doesn't actually see the second barracks, right? He sees 2 Marines. Is that enough? Does he realize that it's double barracks? He should have already seen some sort of flyer units.
Yeah.
Actually, no, not yet. Almost.
I think he's probably going to feel okay about it, right? Where the barracks is as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think he's fine.
Don't see any random sport crawlers go down that he doesn't need, so that gives us the idea that Serral has a pretty good idea of what's happening. Throws down the Baneling Nest and indeed a much quicker lair. So we're definitely not prioritizing the upgrades this time around.
Yeah, the Baneling speed upgrade. The I don't want to die to anything stupid upgrade.
Yep. It's a good one, man.
It's a good upgrade.
Rolling around. Pretty nice.
Turns out creep spread and Baneling speed are a match made in heaven.
Absolutely is, but Clem is now going to have Stim. His medevac's going to be finishing up, so it's time for him to start getting onto the map and seeing what he can do in terms of limiting that creep spread, of course, starting to work through some of those units of Serral, perhaps, just starting to find those first initial trades. His third CC's down in position, and this way he tries to take some map control and tries to just edge things into his favor.
This is where it's very important for Serral to have his queens in the right position. You can get a couple of hits off on these medevacs. It just makes your life a lot easier. Obviously, it means that Clem needs to stay at bay a bit more. This Overlord is going to give Serral the heads up, but Serral's already supply blocked. Now he's going to be a bit harder supply block. There are 2 Overlords on the way. Make that 4. I wouldn't be surprised if he fires up 1 or 2 extra, but the queens are in very, very high numbers and full of confidence to bring the fight to the Marines.
Yeah, good amount of energy remaining on them. So he's going to be able to push that back for now. But this is, however, of course, a macro opener here from Clem. This is not like the conventional 16 Marine drop. He's going to try and snipe another queen. Maybe a little bit overly ambitious, but he's got plenty of economy. There's the armory coming up as well, so he can go straight into 2-2 upgrades. And, well, maybe go for a little bit of cheeky Widow Mine play or potential Hellbat shenanigans. I guess he has neither of those.
So what's the Hellion count at this point?
4.
Just 4, okay.
May as well make it early, right?
If you're Clem, you do want to get something done in the near future, and it's a little more than making these queens transfuse one another or getting a single creep tumor. Just being active in the bottom right side or maybe sneaking something into the main base would be lovely. Or we just focus on this push in the center of the map. A solid 10 or 11 hours ago, we saw Clem have a very similar setup against Lambo on this map. Lambo took a fight that probably wasn't the right fight to take. Clem also acknowledged that in the interview afterwards. This is very nice though, a couple of banelings. We're trying to morph on the right side, but Hellions all over that. It's very important for Clem to keep track of these things early on into this game.
Yeah, finds even more of those lings on the rock as well, so just knows he's got those Hellions back. He knows the potential of that counterattack, and he is just clearing out creep at the moment with the tank to fall back to as well, so puts himself in a nice position.
Serral not rushing into Hydras or something by any means. Like, he's got the Hydra then, he's got an upgrade on the way, but at this point he's building nothing but Lings and Banes, and that should obviously make engaging a little bit easier.
Yeah, so far so good right here for, I would say, both of these guys, right? Playing a very macro-focused style. I think I like this a little bit better for Serral just because he's got that 4th base up and running completely uncontested. He's going into a 5th hatchery as well. But obviously this is partially due to the fact that, well, Clem decided to go for a very macro-focused opener of his own. He's got his 4th command center about halfway done at this point, which is also fantastic for him. He's going straight into 2-2 upgrades. Everything is going nicely here. Gonna wait until these guys will clash.
Yep, getting rid of more of this creep spread, though, keeps this space that little bit more open for him, right, for when he does want to push that bit further. Here comes this run by. Clem's setup should be good. He's got the Hellbats back here, bunker, a full wall off. I mean, he is absolutely respecting the fact that that is exactly where Serral wants to push.
Yep. A lot of stims, but not really getting a whole lot done yet. Obviously means that most of these Marines are quite low on HP. Not just the depots go down, the bunker falls as well, and that's obviously a bit annoying. But at least we're keeping the SCV safe.
Yep, they're instantly going to remake that wall. Always nice, and this is where Clem is going to try and pick up the pace. A little bit of double-pronged harassment. He's got this siege tank set up in the middle of the map. We've seen many Zerg players pushing into that, but I don't think Serral's going to take that bait.
Serral's like, all right, I know that's going to be hard, especially off creep. I'm just going to attack you from different angles, but I am not going through the center. It's really hard for Clem to do anything that Serral's not aware of. When there is creep everywhere, the queens are here, but queens obviously need to be careful if the marine count goes up. The upgrades are getting a bit better as well for the marines, so the firepower increases, but Serral doing a really good job in keeping all of these queens alive and pushing Clem back once more. We have a lot of Lings and Banes trying to get lucky in the top side. This is not a planetary fortress yet, so we can lift it up, and that's exactly what Clem does.
Even loading some SCVs to try and save them as well. Just the little things that add up, right? A couple extra SCVs saved. Still has that push in the center.
Yeah, he's just sitting out here, right? He needs to be careful, though, because he's been sitting out here for a very long time, and that's exactly what Serral does. He decides to collapse on top of his army. Units coming in from the bottom as well as the top left, and that is so important.
Yeah, eat some Balin shots there. The tanks now, I mean, not really going to do much. They do choke up the area, but they don't get many shots off, right? So Clem takes a lot of losses very quickly there.
One very good tank shot towards the end, and the 2-2 upgrades do finish up for Clem, but you could see it in the camera there as well. A little bit of a misclick when it came to trying to pick up as many marines as possible. He was out there for a long time. Serral tried to kill the planetary, and he's like, well, if I can't kill the planetary, I already have the perfect flank. So we may as well go for it, and that definitely worked out for Serral. But Clem kept a lot of units alive, and that obviously means that he's still in this game.
Once more, a huge Zerg army in the top left. He's going to try and just make a couple more Banelings. He'll probably try and attempt to kill that planetary fortress.
We had a scouting marine there early, and it'd be so nice for Clem just to get a little bit of a heads up. You know, there's still one guy there, but he really doesn't have a lot of time. This is what Serral does so well. He always shows units on the right side, and he's like, hey Clem, if I were you, I'd pay attention. But then this is actually the more important attack, because if Serral can get the planetary fortress here, and that's absolutely what it looks like, he gets that momentum that he has been looking for. A little bit of repair is not going to be enough to save the PF, and Clem is back to being a 3-base Terran.
That is so rough, being without a 4th base. Really put some pressure on Clem to get something done, but he's just been nowhere past the middle of the map, right? And it doesn't look like he can get anywhere past the middle of the map either, so Serral's now getting lurkers up as well, and he has just been on top of this game.
I don't even think we have a Ghost Academy yet, right?
No, I don't think so.
No, when you're playing Biotank against that, lurker style that you guys are talking about, it's definitely not a great position to be in. This is now also wide open, so Zerglings just run straight into the 3rd base. Okay, the first time they faced off on this map, it didn't go so well for Serral, but right now this map is all his. Still though, the supply count is looking really scary here for Clem. Problem is, he has nothing against the lurkers.
Yep, it's going to be really, really hard to take care of all these lurkers, especially once Seismic Spines is done, and that's going to finish up in the next 15 seconds. Clem has the army supply advantage, but he's going to have to be adventurous on creep, and that's not something you want to do if you're ultramarine heavy.
No. It's just rough, right? I mean, those lurkers are going to keep him back. He maybe had one time to really go for there, but the lurkers stop him from getting it. And, well, now he's just probably going to have to slow it down, but he's obviously not set up to slow it down at all. He's still in the supply block. He is just going to stem forward here, eating some lurker shots, but that surely can't be good for him.
Queen's doing a really good job in keeping these lurkers alive for as long as possible. I believe we've got 2 Vipers out now, so a Blinding Cloud would be very sick. Not just good against the tanks, but it can also really mess with the AI of the Marines.
Still though, we were in this situation earlier today too against Astrea, where Serral was really far ahead, and all that was left over was a massive army. He needs to make sure that he respects it, right? This is still a maxed out Terran. He doesn't have a whole lot of supply caught up in SCVs, so that's a ton of army supply. Clem, 141. These are well upgraded units.
Yep, he's actually going to deal with this run by pretty okay, I think. I think he'll get through most of this, so that's not so bad. There are more Lings and Banes though on the 3rd again.
He needs more lurkers, don't he? Like, I think he... Okay, he's adding on a couple more right now, but he needs to be very careful. He's only got like 5?
Yeah.
That's a nice little yoink. Yeah, it's a nice little yoink with Stim 4 to try and get a lurker or so. We've got a few Banes coming in. We do take down one of those very quickly. Serral's supply dropping in. Not much in the bank, right? I mean, if this push of Clem can be successful, then great. He's actually going to get on top of a base now, finds a lurker. Now the other lurkers are going to run forward, so this is Serral's moment, and he does crush through a bunch of the tanks.
All right. I was getting a little bit nervous right there for the finisher. I don't know where that Viper went, for example, but...
I mean, they're both dealing a lot of damage to one another. Sure, Serral's still finding some success in the top right, but this honestly went a bit better for Clem than I expected. And I'm a bit surprised that Serral decided to run into all of those units the way he did. Perhaps because he thought not everything of Clem was there where it needed to be. There is one more very low HP tank getting a couple of shots off. The Lurkers will successfully push back these bio units, and obviously the longer this goes on, the more Lurkers will make it to the battlefield, and Clem does not have a proper answer to deal with them.
I was wondering where that Viper was during that big engagement. He decided to push all of his units forward, he moved the Lurkers in the direction of the Terran army, and somehow that Viper wasn't there.
It's actually very cool though, because Clem does still have way more battle units out. It's just that they are a bit weaker, but if you can out-position your opponent, maybe there is still something you can get done with all of these units. I mean, we didn't even fire up 3-3, right? Clem is very, very committed. Sure, he's got 4 bases once more, but he doesn't quite have these upgrades to make sure that this game goes on forever. We do finally drop the Ghost Academy. Maybe Clem feels that he's found enough damage at this point to slowly but steady turn this into a macro game.
He's going to find himself just not quite a lurker there, but he has killed so many bases, right? Serral is only on 3 active bases right now, double expanding to get back up to 5. And that means that Clem's still on 4 bases. Maybe he does have the chance to take this. Job is just slightly in range of the lurkers, but now he's in the main base, and again, just trying to out-position Serral. And Serral is having genuine issues dealing with this. There's a lurker that gets targeted down, make it 2, make it 3, as Clem continues through the main base, and there's just nothing stopping him right now. This lurker doesn't know what to do.
Couple of Hydras should not be good enough, and at the same time there are still Marines active at the 6 o'clock base trying to get another cancel on it, just running away from the lurkers. If you have no answer to deal with them, you may as well just avoid them. Final matter back with Gargoyle does go down.
Oh, that's kind of a big deal. The Lurker Den was taking some shots here as well as Clem just still finding damage in this main base. The Viper showing up, hit the Parasite Bomb, but split away. And now just the few Hydras trying to get some extra shots off this medevac with units inside, I believe, does just get out of there. And Clem is coming with another push to the bottom right. How many Lurkers on the map already?
We're morphing 5, and we still have 8. That should technically be good enough, but they need to be in the right position. I mean, Clem never started those 3-3 upgrades. He's now going up to a 5th command center. I think he's building another Ghost Academy, unless the other one got cancelled. Can we take a look at this? Yeah, he already has one. You can really see that the pressure is getting to these guys a little bit, but these are not unforced errors. This is just Clem obviously trying to play as fast as he humanly can, as he feels that he kind of has Serral on the ropes, but I also think that Serral is starting to stabilize, especially with the lurker count climbing at such a rapid pace.
Yeah, that was Serral on the ropes there for a very long time after being in full control of the early game. At this point, though, it seems like Clem at the very least has evened things up. Still, he doesn't have a good answer, right? So the supply count here would tell you the story that Clem is in a fantastic position, but he doesn't have the right units to deal with his army. He does get the Viper. That's awesome. Like, usually you don't use lurkers to chase down these armies.
Yeah, I mean, these tanks setting up at least gives Clem a bit of a sturdy position to sit on now that the Viper's gone especially. So lurkers can't chase as much, but Serral is back on 5 bases. But then again, Clem's got his own 5th CC coming online. And he does now have Ghosts coming up. That was the one thing he was really missing. Obviously, yes, still not quite on 3-3 upgrades, but the Ghosts are a huge step in the right direction if he wants to win this.
A few Marines and Marauders trying to find some more success. I wouldn't hate a scanner too. I feel like we have plenty of orbitals out on the map. He's still been rebuilding command centers still. It's still annoying. Serral feels that it's time to get a little active with these lurkers, and all of them will get in range to the planetary fortress. Good luck repairing that. He is going to try. That obviously means that a lot of SCVs are going to get obliterated, but the first few goals do show up. At the same time, Clem is trying to push in the bottom right side. I mean, this game is really awesome.
Yeah, Serral's finally got the supply lead back in his favor. Those tanks go too far forward, and they are going to get eaten up by lurker shots. And now Clem decides it's the moment to jump in on these lurkers. He tries to spread out. This isn't going to be a pretty fight for him, though, at all. He takes a lot of damage, as we are going to try and attempt to go to the top left, but these lurkers are going to block it.
9 more lurkers on the way for Serral. And it feels like things are going from bad to worse. A couple of lurkers do get picked up. We have a tiny flank coming in from the top left. Just a few links is good enough with a bit of Hydra support to get on top of all of these tanks. And Clem loses that little siege that he's got going. And look at the HP on all of these units, man. They need to go home. It's time for Clem to perhaps show a little bit on his side of the map and just try to get a few more ghosts out, because his pushing time is over.
Yeah, I don't know if he really can sit back, though, because the problem is, as soon as he does, there's really not that many siege units available here for the Terran player. So I feel like Serral's probably just going to start attacking him, right? And that's not really where you want to be.
Oh my god, that lurker just still in play in the top left. Clem just didn't have a scan to deal with it until now, apparently. He gets forward. He will snipe that down immediately. Oh, it's just the little bits of damage that adding up. Another lurker ready to move in over there. And of course, the lurker count's been huge because there's nothing to stop it. There's actually no Hydras there, so he could have flown over.
It seems so scary.
But oh my god, the ghosts are all on their own, fully surrounded, and Clem is going to lose everything he needs to deal with these lurkers.
Personal cloaking was never researched, and they couldn't cloak even though there was no overseer in the mix. We do have a few goals remaining, but that was really big. Because imagine if Clem does have 10 or 11 goals, there is a very good chance that he cleans this up in a successful manner. And it's not like Serral's very rich, but Serral grabbing all those units was very big. One more tank is a little bit misrallied. Maybe Clem can save it. He does save it for now.
It's just little things, right? A tank walking too far forward, taking damage it never needed to take. It's going to get shot from the low ground. Clem's going to try and bust the lurkers in the back as he comes on through here. The Lings and Hydras helping to buffer though, and Clem does not have the units he needs.
Plus 3 carapace obviously on the side of Serral. Only 2-2 upgrades on the side of Clem, and just like that, Serral will take the 1-0 lead in the all-deciding best of 3 to wrap up this tournament. He's got to be feeling it now.
Yeah, that was an amazing game. Honestly, I thought that was going to be similar to game number 1 and 2 that we saw in the initial best of 5, where Serral just seemed to be, well, walking all over Clem. But this game started off in a similar way, but eventually Mr. Clement ended up taking or dealing quite a lot of damage. He was like this close to winning.
Yeah, especially that drop in the main base was finding so much success, picking off a couple of lurkers, winning the fight against the Hydras. At the same time, he was getting on top of the hatchery at 6 o'clock. And it really did feel that despite the fact that he had an inferior army, he had more units and he just put them in the right place. But Serral wouldn't be Serral if he didn't find a way to stabilize. But I still think if it wasn't for those final few goals there in the end, that actually still gets a lot closer. It's not like Serral was sitting there maxed out on 4K. He's also kind of a ghetto Zerg at that point with 160 supply and 200 minerals in the bank.
I actually think as well, it's just the second Ghost Academy. If he started building Ghosts on the first one finishing, he would have had just a few more up right away, deal with those lurkers that start hitting his base a little bit sooner. And that could have made the difference as well, because it was such a close game still, because he pushed himself into that position.
And of course, towards the end, there was plus 3 carapace on the side of Serral, and Clem never got to those 3-3 upgrades. I don't think it was necessarily a mistake. I think Clem just felt that desperate times call for desperate measures, needed a few more units. But yeah, at one point, it's like the game just started going on, and maybe there would have been a moment to still sneak those upgrades in. And then obviously, if units would have been trading slightly better too. But pretty amazing game 1.
Yeah, if that is going to be what the rest of this series is going to be like, I think we should be in for a treat. Game number 2 should be loading up very soon.
Technically on a slightly more Serral-friendly map though, Data C. That's obviously the map where earlier in this grand finals we saw Clem open up with the Cloak Banshees, but he lost one of the 2 Banshees before that party even started, and that was just a disaster. And the rest of the game, nothing really went his way. I mean, for Clem, this really is it. He's not allowed to make any mistakes anymore. He's going to have to play a very clean TVZ on a difficult Terran map.
Yeah, he has to be absolutely on point. And in that last game, I almost felt like he started playing better when he was almost dead, right? If he can bring that right away, that's what he's going to need. On a map like Data C, there's just no other choice. So let's get some noise in here, because this could be the last game of HomeStory Cup unless this guy in the bottom left is able to take it and tie the series from Team Liquid. It is Clem. I think they want a game 3.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, me too, man. All right. His opponent. He's looking to be the very first StarCraft 2 player to win 4 HomeStory Cups. Doing it consecutively as well, which would be absolutely amazing. Give it up for none other than Serral.
Started his journey in the playoffs in lower bracket round 1, won 7 best of 5s in a row, and has now taken the 1-0 lead in the all-deciding best of 3. I know we often talk about that magical run Dark had once upon a time in the TSL, one of the most impressive lower bracket runs that we've ever seen in StarCraft. I mean, this one is kind of up there, Wardy. This really is one hell of a run by Serral.
I mean, all best of 5s. He was 0-2 down against Neeb, right? He did not look good in that game 3. He went a game down against Spirit at one point. He's been pushed, I feel like, in every series that he's played. He
was down against Showtime as well, and even game 2 didn't start off too hot.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, just a hell of a run on that lower bracket, and it feels like, again, as the tournament's gone on, Serral's looked better and better, and is getting more into that kind of like Serral that we expect to see at events Serral once again, so cool to see him coming back.
2 a.m. video gaming, and the man is still on point.
Yeah.
All right. So you're spot on there, Roddy. We saw this map earlier. We saw one Banshee die at like the 4.5 minute mark, and even though the game lasted for another 10 or so minutes, it was all Serral all of the time. Serral was absolutely dominating. He had like, I don't know, 75% or so of the map covered with creep by like the 8-minute mark. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Not a single drone or queen went down in this game.
That was an insanely Zergy game. It's an easy mistake not to, or it's an easy, mistake to fix if you're Clem, right? Just don't lose the very first Banshee, but there's only so many mistakes you can make in a game of StarCraft 2, and we'll see.
We will see. Reaper dancing with the Lings to start. He did get an early Ling last time around. He's going to get one again here. Just sits and gets it. The Queen out, but Clem obviously has that calculated. Low HP on the Reaper, though, which means he can't really contest the Creep Tumor, and that can go down very far forward as it can. So that is nice. There's a little bonus there. So, yeah, nice little setup for Serral. Just losing that one Ling.
Other than the Hellbent Marauder build, haven't really seen anything super cheeky in this entire Grand Final.
Nope. Yeah, Serral could go for like a roach push if he wants to. You think?
There was a time he was busting it out quite often, actually, in this matchup. He really became a rogue lover. Then Reina kept making fun of Serral for being a rogue fanboy because he just kept, he was making so many roaches, and obviously Rogue was finding a lot of success with the roaches over in Korea. But it seems like Serral really has gone back to what we kind of see as his playstyle, and he's looking as good as ever.
He really is. There's another Ling taking a few more shots. Queen pushing the Reaper away. A couple of them coming together, and obviously just getting towards this third hatchery. As you have the Ling speed just finishing. And this game going to start getting a bit more interesting very soon. As Clem has a starport up, and we'll get to see what he wants to start building.
Want to play the guessing game?
A Liberator.
Viking.
I'm going to go Ben. Oh, we all failed.
And we haven't really seen that one. I do want to compliment Clem, even if not all of it has been working out so far. If you just look at the openings, like 5 or 6 games into this Grand Finals, he really has been switching it up a lot. And it just really goes to show that he is quite comfortable playing so many different styles. It makes it hard. He's even trying to throw a little bit of a mind game here at Serral. Serral's Overlord is in the main base. It's going to spot the starport. It's going to spot the tech lab. And it's going to be like, all right, this definitely looks like Cloak Banshee. We know it's not Cloak Banshee.
Yep, and that's something you can cancel now as the Reaper even getting out of there alive. He does like this Raven into like sometimes like even 10 Hellion build, right? That's something he did on 2000 Atmospheres. He used it against Serral, I think, the first time he pulled it out. And it just gives you a lot of map control. It gives you a lot of potential to clear creep. On a map as big as this, that can be super useful.
Imagine if this was a roach push though, guys. It would have been an absolute disaster here for Clem. He knows he's taken a bit of a gamble, but it can definitely pay off. And judging by the fact that he's now seen Serral play, well, a similar playstyle every single time, at this point Serral knows.
You know what's quite sick is that Serral didn't even build a single Spore Crawler. He's got it. One Queen does fall, so we already picked off more Queens than we did the last time around on this map. Couple of Queens getting picked off. Second one's taking some serious damage too. I honestly kind of like that very adventurous auto turret placement. Like if you drop it in a very defensive manner, Serral will just walk away and it doesn't really threaten him. This time around it was quite good.
Yeah, that was actually a really sick turret. It stayed active the entire time it was alive, right? And that's so rare to see for an auto turret. Clem's just going to rotate. Again, this is a quest to kind of get rid of some creep spread, and he does have a few more Hellions than he usually would build. This slows down your bioplay, but on a map like this, it's just so good to have that creep clearing ability. You can see that Serral really wants to get rid of the Raven. He was immediately trying to target fire it down when he got forward, and Clem has to be careful with it because it's half HP now. One wrong move, and it's going to fall very quick.
And it's way too expensive to lose this early on.
Yeah. There's so much potential on it, right? Even later, an anti-armor missile, right, can change a fight as make up for maybe having less Marines and later upgrades because you've invested into all of this.
4 Overlords on the way at once. I believe we saw the Hydra then, but he cancelled it.
Yeah.
Serral also fired up Burrow for a split second. No, that's what Mapu was trying to show us, but he also cancelled that too. Now that's a misclick that third players do make quite often.
Raven died.
That is really too bad. It's a lot of gas down the drain. Once again decides to go for the Hydras then right now though. Maybe was feeling a little bit too pressured. He's like, maybe right now is not the right moment, especially with the Raven still up.
It's definitely not about the location because it's like 2 pixels to the left. A couple of Links and base trying to connect with the Hellions, and it seemed like 1 or 2 of the cars did go down there. I think overall Serral is still quite pleased with all of this. Sure, we lost the Queen and the creep is not as crazy as it was the last time around that they played, but overall we made it up to 80 drones without really breaking a sweat.
Yeah, just give him another minute or two. I think that the creep is going to go a little bit further than this. Clem is making himself up though for a much bigger push right now, bringing some bio to the mix as well if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, there it goes. Stimpack at this point is done. Not a nice scan. Oh, he wants that tumor so bad.
I mean, any active tumor you can get rid of, right? Just a long way.
There you go.
He gets it at the very end. There's still one on the bottom side of the screen to replace. No, he's going
too greedy.
Okay, has the tank to support himself in the middle. I mean, this nice tank place. It's hard to get to that tank.
Do we have an armory? Oh my goodness. I feel like the armory is a little bit late.
Yes.
1-1 upgrades are about to finish up. We have so many Hellions that are very eager to morph into Hellbats so they can actually help out a little bit. That is not going to happen. First few Banelings trying to make it to the SCVs. They will make it through the bunker. Single SCV does a lot of damage, but doesn't actually kill anything. Drop-a-Lord.
Yeah, Drop-a-Lord trying to finish this job, I'm sure. He's got a couple more Banelings coming up in the top left-hand corner at the same time, though. There's still a fight happening as well in the middle of the map, plus a huge amount of Lings and Banes here at the bottom.
Yeah, Clem just being kept busy in the center as Serral is readying that attack from the bottom side. I'm going to get rid of that Bane target firing, but it's like going to be at the bottom attack now coming in, so okay, there's plenty of units here from Clem for the moment. But this is where the Drop-a-Lord can maybe do something as well. That's starting to set up from the north. Going to be moving through, and neither player, Serral also didn't start his own 2-2, right? So
no, that's a very good point. Definitely has a lair.
Yep. The sense tower gives you so much info, but you might just think it's a scout and overlord or so.
Yep, and there's a lot of SCVs on this base, and a couple of them are already low on HP. Clem is not quite pulling the workers away, and that's 9 SCVs going down immediately. And we still have 2 Banelings inside of this Drop-a-Lord. 3 Marines should be enough firepower, but the Banelings will still make it out and grab 5 or 4 extra. Whew.
Oh, the Hellions are just going to get away there. Clem obviously has to stay completely on point in the middle of the map too. He wants to keep this pressure up. He wants to keep the creep spread back, but he can't afford mistakes. Hellions are morphing into Hellbats right now. The Lings are going to have a surround, and this is going to be a cleanup on these. I mean, Clem loses a medevac, loses a tank, losing a lot of units in the center. Gets a lot of damage across the Lings, but doesn't finish a lot of them off.
That would have gone so much better if you have 8 or 10 Marines standing in the back line there, providing some firepower, making it a lot harder for Serral to take care of those tanks and take care of all those Hellbats. We did fire up +2 attack finally, but still no +2 armor for Clem. I really don't think Clem is very happy with how all of this went in the last minute. Still has a chance, still has a lot of battle units out on the map, but he needs to be careful because one more bad fight and it could be the end of his hopes and dreams of winning this tournament.
Yeah, Serral is slowly starting to pick Clem apart, but it's not the end just yet. Needs to be very cautious. Obviously, Clem really wants to win this event.
There we go on the planetary force. SCV's immediately there, and he does target fire the Banes initially. Now the Banes get the wrap around at the same time. Big fight happening to Clem. Has to pay attention all over. The Banes are so close to connecting. The tanks need to do some work, as the Marines will get the chance to stand back, and he is going to take an okay fight. And the planetary survives on the bottom.
Okay, that went about as good as it possibly could have, right? That looked really, really dangerous. If a few of those Banelings do connect, that could have been the end of Clem. But keeping the planetary alive now, even moving the tanks forward a little bit. Can we snipe each and every single Baneling? Seems like the answer is yes so far. Team Liquid's Clem popping up over here with his back up against the wall. He's going to face a little bit of an upgrade deficit in the near future, but that was some spectacular micro, not once but twice.
Forgot +2 armor as well, which is a little bit of a shame, but that's not going to come into effect immediately, at least, as he keeps this position, has carved the creep out in this area. Another counter-attack of Serral already setting up around the left side.
Units lost resource step map. Ooh, quite curious to see. All right, already 4,000, 11 minutes into a game. That is quite big. Serral does find a tank there, finds a couple of Marines, and once more, he always sets it up as a 1-2 punch. Tries to distract Clem a little bit. Banelings will at least, force the bio unit so far away that they couldn't really protect the tanks anymore, but that Marine count is definitely climbing. We did make it successfully up to Hive, though.
Yeah, +2/+2 at this point is done as well for Serral. +2 is going to finish up for Clem. He did indeed miss out on that +2 armor. That is going to hurt him a little bit, though, in these battles. Obviously, the attack upgrade is far more important, but now Serral gets to stabilize. He's going to go into a couple of Vipers. He's going to go into Adrenal Glands. He's a little bit concerned, so he fires up the +1 missile rather than +3 melee, but looks like we're stabilizing.
Yep, just going to be lifting up these medevacs, escaping out through this top side yet again. Clem is now at this point where it's kind of like, well, how do you get to any of these bases, right? Top side, right side.
Yeah,
even
so
if you
far
get rid
away.
of one, yeah, there's the other one ready to go for Serral too. So definitely tough. He's got the supply lead.
And economically, it's not bad. 75 SCVs, 4 base Terran against 79 drones on the side of Serral. All of that is fine. We do need to make sure that we start up +3 immediately. Can't find ourselves in the same scenario as the previous game, as the Banelings are trying to connect one more time to the Marines. That doesn't work out, but I gotta say, Serral's doing a really good job in at least resetting the tank count over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. Those tanks in the back, though, are phenomenal. That, like an S-shaped form right over there in the middle of the map is super good for Clem to hide behind. He is trying to do some multi-pronged harassment right now. This works against pretty much everyone really well, but yeah, Serral is everywhere.
Yeah, he's just in position. I mean, the tanks here already set up. At least we're going to split these Marines back. Great blinding clouds, though. And that's going to hit a lot of the tanks, so no splash damage in this fight for Clem. Back up against the wall. The Banes begin to connect, and Serral is going to get through a lot of this. He's going to get rid of every single tank, and Clem takes a huge loss.
Yep, loses all the momentum, too. Loses that setup that he was working on for so long, and that obviously means that this Lurker then is going to finish up without any issues. Clem thought at one point, I'm just going to stand there, I'm going to fight, I'm going to try to gun down all these Banelings, but a few of them did connect, and at that point he just lost the firepower.
Yeah, those Vipers coming out of nowhere, right? He didn't expect that the Vipers would be ready to go with energy right from the get-go. A couple of blinding clouds really took the wind out of the sails of Clem, who's desperately still trying to do some drop harass. But Serral right now, once again maxed out, transitioning towards Lurkers, getting seismic spines going right from the get-go. And we're getting into a similar game where Clem is not going to be able to afford Ghost very easily.
No, he's not even setting up the Ghost Academy, right? I feel like he's so committed on the idea of like tanks and Marines. He's going to get caught. He's just going to lift up what he can.
No, parasitic bombs could really hurt. One of them did go down.
No, he splits. Oh, no, multiple medevacs still dying. 3 medevacs went down, 2 were full. Clem's not going to have a lot to defend this, and Serral might just keep on moving forward. There's no splash damage to stop him, and he's going to go take out this planetary.
Yeah, that's the second planetary. It just took out the 5th right next to it. The resources lost at this point is actually pretty much dead even. Now it's a little bit in favor of Clem. GG is called, and Serral is your winner of HomeStory Cup 21.
And now back-to-back HomeStory Cup champion. That Hydra will be going towards the great Yona Sotala. Had to win 7 best-of-5s and a best-of-3 to lift that Hydra. That scares me and Yona at the same time. Oh my goodness. What a man, what a player. The first ever StarCraft 2 player to win 4 HomeStory Cups.
Amazing.
Oh no!
He's broke the Hydra!
Oh no, I don't think
really
he
don't
realized it. I don't think he realized it, but amazing work right there by Serral. The only player to win 4 HomeStory Cups. This has never happened before. Amazing work.
Roddy's going to get taken away to go interview the man and probably get a lesson on how to fix the Hydra. Yeah, it's okay. Actually, it comes back up. It does get fixed.
All right.
Yeah, it is still an epic trophy.
Archaeology may not necessarily be a backup plan that he wants to consider, but he's a fantastic Zerg player. Honestly, amazing gameplay, right? This entire series. The fact that he fought all the way through the lower bracket as well. He's done so many games this tournament. Amazing work by Yona.
All right, let's throw it to Dennis and hear some final words for HomeStory Cup 21.
Wow. Congratulations, man. You are our 4 times champion at the HomeStory Cup 21. Please make some noise again for Serral. I mean, first of all, Clem, you played a great tournament as well. You went all the way to the winner bracket, and you deserve a lot of appreciation as well. Please also make some noise for Clem. But Serral, you went all the way from the loser bracket, all the way, and you were almost out of the tournament. You were 0-2 against Neeb. You just came back. What kind of feeling is that? And you are you are the new record for championships in a row. Taja was there, but now Serral is there with 4 wins in a row. How does it feel for you?
Feels pretty amazing. I think this is the best way to win the tournament. It's the hardest path possible, and I like to grind that.
Yeah, please. I mean, that's just amazing. There were a few people telling me, this time Serral seems struggling a little bit. I mean, you had close games. You didn't look solid in all the games in the beginning, but you came back stronger and stronger and stronger all the time. I mean, it's after 2 a.m. You guys had a rough tournament, especially after playing so many games. What did you change? What happened that you looked even stronger in the end? I don't know.
I don't know. Today I was playing really well. I think mechanically I was doing pretty much my best. I was doing some mistakes as usual, but for the most part, I'm really happy with my play. I think I was the first day was like a bit of an off day for me. I think after that, I've been playing pretty good. So.
I would be very happy if I would do your mistakes, to be honest. That would be great. Serral, you are the greatest champion we ever had at a HomeStory Cup, 4 times in a row. It's always super awesome to have you here. You're such a great, talented player. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being our 4-time champion here at HomeStory Cup. Please, this is your champion at the HomeStory Cup 21. I mean, you already touched it, you already had it. This is yours. I hope you can take it home. There's a lot of pieces. You can just take a lot of pieces home with you.
I noticed.
Yeah, you know, I saw that. I mean, other than that, there was 31 more players at this tournament. Thank you for all of you guys coming by, the talents and everyone. And I think there's this one guy always is at HomeStory. Here we go. Kevin, please make some noise for this gentleman here as well. And that was a great tournament. I mean, this gentleman coming back at the HomeStory Cup 21, what do you have to say about that?
Obviously, congratulations, Jonah. Amazing run. 7 best of 5s in a row, best of 3. 2 a.m., nothing slows you down. I mean, nothing but love, nothing but respect. Amazing games. Very well deserved.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kevin, I mean, let's thank all the players here. Let's thank the talents, the crew, everyone who was involved, volunteers, the fans here on site, staying here 4 days or even 5 days. We had a media day. We were filming some cool stuff with all of you guys in the zoo here in Krefeld. We had all the people watching from home. Much love to all of you guys here at the venue, at home. That was just an awesome event, right? That was a good comeback, right? After 2.5 years.
Yes, we had to wait a very long time for it, but I couldn't agree more. 4 very long days. Doesn't get any easier when we all get a bit older. But I think it's been amazing with a lot of beautiful, feel-good moments. Not just the great games. Also had the Team Basilisk guys showing up, obviously increasing the prize pool for every single player here. Food was amazing, vibe was amazing in this building. I think the vibe on the stream was amazing as well. I think we're all very happy that we finally had an offline HomeStory Cup again.
Absolutely. I'm 100% sure I'm going to miss out someone I would really like to shout out. But thanks to everyone, all the partners we have, Shopify making it work, everyone who's watching, everyone who's donating, every player, the crew did an amazing job. The chef, Kevin, I mean, everyone actually, the observer, Mapu, and so on and so on. I'm 100% sure I'm missing out someone. The bar, I mean, everyone had a great time with the after show party. Thank you so much for tuning in HomeStory Cup 21. Yep. Lost Island, powered by Shopify. Have a good one. See you back at the 15th of December with HomeStory Cup 22. Bye-bye.
The HomeStory Cup means to me a lot. It's been the greatest event over so many years. It's always been enjoyable, and I'm very glad we can be back all here, and it feels just like 2.5 years ago.
Final day at HomeStory Cup 21. Lost Island, powered by Shopify.
It's a community. Well, we all have the same passion, of course, which is StarCraft 2, and I feel like it's just mostly really nice, honestly. Like really friendly, and everyone watching the games together, talking together. I really like it. It's really fun.
To the left where Lambo is a couple of Broodlords. There is nothing to see.
I didn't think a thing like this existed in esports. It's like it's really so differentiated. Everyone's so welcoming. Everyone's so nice, and just the atmosphere is indescribable to actually be here in person.
It's amazing. It's just so friendly. Everyone is so passionate about StarCraft.
It just makes everything feel natural and nice. We're already planning our next trip to HomeStory Cup.
Yeah, after one day of being here, I said, wait, is there another one in December? I wanna try get that one too.
It's just amazing to finally have everyone here back in Krefeld, Germany with the HomeStory Cup. We all missed it so much to meet friends and everyone of the community, and finally it is back. I hope to see everyone back at HomeStory Cup 22 back here in Krefeld in December, 15th to 18th of December.
What is it about this place that everyone got no patience and everything's in your face, killing your imagination, not paying attention. So full of aggression, so full of aggression, not paying attention. You got me losing connection. I'm in a temporary home.